Perfect Superstar Chapter 1 to Chapter 66. Lu Chen had a dream, a very, very long dream. The world in the dream was both familiar and strange at the same time. Different characters played out different wonderful scenes, and he had actually experienced 3 different lives in this world. The first life belonged to a singer named Su Bo. His personality was flamboyant and he loved music crazily. Although he had good talent, he was never able to become famous and drifted around like duckweed. In the second life, his name was Mo Ran. He was an actor with a calm and reserved appearance. He had played different roles in many movies and TV shows, but they were all supporting roles. His acting was excellent, but he was always a foil to others. In the last part of his life, Fang Mingyi was a freelance writer. He liked music, movies, travel, and food. He often traveled the world with his backpack and relied on his unruly writing style to earn his living expenses by writing on the internet. Fate was strange. Su Bo, Mo Ran, and Fang Mingyi got to know each other at a random gathering. Although they had different personalities, they still had a lot in common, so they became true friends. Later, the 3 of them traveled together. On the mountain road leading to the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, they suddenly encountered a mudslide. When a large amount of mud mixed with mountain rocks broke through the window and rushed into the car, a huge sense of fear and suffocation caused Lu Chen to suddenly wake up. He suddenly sat up on the bed, he was panting heavily, his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and his eyes were in a daze. After a long time, Lu Chen barely came back to his senses. His line of sight slowly focused, and what came into view was an extremely familiar room. The dim light from the small table lamp barely illuminated the small room that was less than 10 square meters. Other than the bed under him, a set of old tables, chairs, and wardrobe, there was no other furniture. But he still couldn't tell whether he was Su Bo, Mo Ran, or Fang Mingyi. The memories of the 3 were so vivid that they were deeply engraved in his soul and couldn't be separated. Lu Chen hastily put on his coat and rushed to the small bathroom. He quickly turned on the tap and splashed water on his face with both hands. The strong stimulation brought by the ice-cold tap water instantly woke him up from his drowsy state. What appeared in the mirror was a youthful face. The shape of his face was very regular, angular, and rather handsome. His eyebrows were like swords, his eyes were deep, his nose was straight, and his thin lips were slightly stubborn. However, there was an indescribable sense of dejection and haggard between his eyebrows, revealing his disappointment and gloom towards life. Lu Chen could finally confirm that he was still him. He was still the 22-year-old who had not graduated from university and had been wandering in Beijing for nearly a year. Beep. Beep, the phone on the bedside table suddenly let out a loud beep. Lu Chen forcefully shook his head, forcing himself to temporarily forget about the messy thoughts in his mind. He hurriedly brushed his teeth and washed his face. Afterwards, he left the room and ran to work. He was currently living in the Jingming community on the 3rd Ring Road, near the 4th Ring Road. One of the dozens of rooms in the basement of an old building were separated. A small room that was less than 10 square meters had a rent of 1,200 yuan, but the advantage was that it had a separate bathroom. Furthermore, it wasn't far from where Lu Chen worked during the day. The nearest subway station was only 5 minutes away. In Beijing, a mega city with over 30 million people, there were many outsiders like Lu Chen. They either came to make a living or to fight for their dreams. They were often called Beijing drifters or ants, and some people even mocked themselves as drifting ants. As a member of the drifting ants, Lu Chen ran out of the neighborhood and onto the sidewalk. He broke through the morning fog and quickly ran towards his workplace. Everything was the same as usual, but everything seemed different. At dusk, Lu Chen dragged his exhausted body back to the dark and gloomy dwelling. He heavily threw himself onto the single bed and closed his eyes to rest for a moment. He pulled himself together and sat up, picking up the guitar that was placed in front of the bed. This single-fret guitar was the most precious item that Lu Chen currently owned. The guitar was made of white pine wood, and the back was made of rose wood. White pine was recognized as one of the best materials for making guitars in the world. It had a powerful tone and a great texture. Moreover, after a period of playing, it would become more sensitive to sound. Even during his most difficult times, Lu Chen never thought of selling this guitar. This was because it was a gift from Lu Shui to Lu Chen for his 18th birthday. Lu Shui was Lu Chen's sister. Buying this guitar cost her all of her pocket money. In another 3 hours, Lu Chen would use this guitar to earn his second salary. During the day, Lu Chen was an hourly worker at a KFC store. At night, he was a waiter and singer at a bar in Hohai. Working 2 jobs at the same time, he worked more than 15 hours a day. Lu Chen didn't want to work so hard, but his family's heavy debt forced him to work hard. Otherwise, his sister would face the danger of dropping out of school, and many creditors would come knocking on his door. Lu Chen also had a sister who was also working hard to pay off the debt. As the only man in the family, what reason did he have to avoid his responsibilities? Holding the guitar, Lu Chen lightly plucked the steel strings. The sweet sound of the guitar flowed out like water, filling the small room. He didn't know why, but he felt that today's casual performance was exceptionally comfortable. The normally difficult fingering became incomparably skilled, as if he had gone through thousands of practice and reached the realm of being able to do as he pleased. Lu Chen's heart moved. He straightened his back and began to seriously play. He played and sang Soaring Dove. Soaring Pigeon was a popular song written by the famous singer Tan Hong over a decade ago. It had a beautiful melody and was considered to be one of the most suitable folk songs to sing on the guitar. However, it had a high requirement for fingering and singing. Lu Chen didn't study music. He could be considered a fan of pop music. He had learned guitar playing for a few years and was able to captivate many ignorant girls by playing and singing. To put it bluntly, Lu Chen, who came from a wealthy family, only used the guitar as a tool to show off. To truly make a living, he could only become a waiter in a bar. He would only be able to sing if someone ordered him. If no one ordered him, he would at most be a fill-in singer. He belonged to the lowest of the bar singers. Soaring Pigeon, Lu Chen had played and sung before. However, he didn't have the skill to control it. He couldn't play the instrument with precise fingering and couldn't sing the song's artistic conception. But now that he was playing and singing Soaring Pigeon again, he found that the difficulty in fingering no longer existed. He opened his breath and sang lightly. The melodious song echoed in the room with a different kind of charm. Dreaming of becoming a pigeon flying in the blue sky, la la la. After he finished singing, Lu Chen's fingers pressed on the strings and he was stunned. How could this be? Was this really a song that he played and sang by himself? Pa! Pa! Someone suddenly knocked on the door of the room. Lu Chen came back to his senses. He put down the guitar and said, "Come in, the door isn't closed." The door was quickly pushed open. A tall, thin man with glasses walked in with an exaggerated smile on his face. He gave Lu Chen a thumbs up and said, "Big singer, you're amazing." Lu Chen laughed and said, "Then hurry up and tip me. Just a few thousand or tens of thousands is enough. I don't have money, but I have my life." The bespectacled man howled loudly. He had an unyielding expression that made people want to kick him. This bespectacled man was Lu Chen's next-door neighbor. His name was Li Feiyu, and he was from Shangnan. He had been in Beijing for 3 years and was currently working as a salesman in a 4S shop. The basement was enclosed and the room was separated by a fireproof board. The soundproofing was very poor, so when Lu Chen practiced playing and singing in his room, his neighbors could hear him clearly. Big Singer was the nickname that Li Feiyu gave to Lu Chen. It could be considered as a good-natured joke. Because the two of them were about the same age and had good temperaments, they became friends. Li Feiyu often came to visit when he was free. Li Feiyu also loved to sing, but he was tone-deaf. When he sang, it was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. He had some appreciation for pop songs. When he passed by and heard Lu Chen singing Soaring Pigeon, he was stunned. But to be honest, brother, after joking around, Li Feiyu said very seriously, "You sang this song really well. Although the style is a bit different from Tan Hong's, it is still full of artistic conception. It is at least 10 times better than the songs you used to sing." He spread out his 10 fingers and wished that he could raise both his feet to make up the number. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you." He knew that his singing in the past was really not that good. "This is really strange." Li Feiyu's face revealed a mysterious expression. He looked left and right and said in a low voice, "Brother, you couldn't have been possessed by the god of music, right?" A young loser obtained a fortuitous encounter and his cultivation greatly improved. From then on, he set foot on the peak of life, married a rich and beautiful woman, and had fun every night. Li Feiyu also had a hobby, which was to read web novels on the internet. His imagination was very rich. Go die. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He kicked over and interrupted the other person's nonsense. But the memory of the singer Su Bo in his dream instantly emerged in his heart. Su Bo not only sang very well, but he was also good at playing the guitar. Whether it was the folk guitar or the classical guitar, he played it wonderfully. Let me go. Li Feiyu nimbly jumped to the door and said with a smile, Big singer, if you can also create original songs, then with your current level of playing and singing, I dare say that you will definitely be popular. Definitely be popular? Lu Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. He stood up and closed the door. Beijing was a place where people gathered, and it was also the cultural center of the country. There were many talented musicians and singers among the tens of thousands of Beijing drifters, but how many of them could really be popular? To be popular, talent, strength, connections, and luck were indispensable. What did he, Lu Chen, have, and how could original songs be simple? Suddenly, there seemed to be a flash of light in Lu Chen's head, which instantly lit up his thoughts. Original? Yes, it was original. He suddenly rushed to the small desk and couldn't wait to open his old laptop. He had long been used to the long boot time of 50 seconds, but now he felt that every second was like a year. With great difficulty, he entered the desktop. Lu Chen immediately moved the mouse and clicked on a software icon that he hadn't opened for a long time. It was as if he was opening the door to change his fate. In Lu Chen's dream world, there were too many unfamiliar people and things. Although the development of history and technology was similar, there were huge differences in the fields of music, movies, literature, and other cultural fields. The singers, movie stars, music, movies, literature, etc. that Lu Chen was familiar with did not exist in the dream world. But the dream world did not lack celebrities, classic masterpieces, and the richness of art even surpassed reality. Li Feiyu's words reminded Lu Chen that he had a huge treasure trove, just those original pop songs. Lu Chen had just opened a software called Singer Master on his computer. Singer Master was known as a music composition tool. It combined songwriting, arrangement, synthesis, and other functions into one. It had a huge online cloud source material library. It was professional but easy to use. Regardless of whether it was an amateur or an experienced musician, they could use this software to create original songs. Lu Chen studied computer science in university. Plus, he liked music, so he was able to use Singer Master to compose and arrange songs early on. He wanted to experience what it felt like to be a singer. It was just that the songs he wrote in the past were for his own amusement. He would not be able to write a complete song in a year. As for the quality, there was not much to say. But now, with the memory from his dream, Lu Chen used less than half an hour to compose and write the lyrics for 2 songs. After finishing writing, Lu Chen played and sang several times to the screen and corrected some of the mistakes and omissions. Finally, he sent the complete scores of the 2 songs to Greater China Music Library for a copyright inquiry. Greater China Music Library was jointly established by the Chinese Cultural Bureau, the Chinese Copyright Bureau, the Chinese Musicians Association, and the Chinese Performing Artists Association. It was an online music copyright inquiry, registration, and trading website. It had a history of 20 years and had the highest authority in the field of music copyright. The website was open to everyone and provided a complete service, but it was not completely free. The fee for a copyright inquiry was 100 yuan. The 2 songs cost 200 yuan in Lu Chen's Ifu account, which was equivalent to 10 days of his living expenses. The inquiry process was very slow. The music library program would make a comprehensive comparison between the music score and the previously registered works to determine whether there were any similarities, or plagiarism. The Greater China Music Library's database was extremely large, and the intelligent comparison and judgment required a huge amount of calculations. Therefore, even with the support of a supercomputer in the background, it still required a certain amount of time to complete the query. But no matter how long it took, Lu Chen would insist on waiting, because this was a necessary step to register the copyright, and it was also the most important basis for him to compare dreams and reality. As time passed, Lu Chen stayed in front of the computer, staring at the progress bar without blinking. His heart had never been as restless as it was now. He was worried about personal gains and losses, and was extremely nervous. Because Lu Chen knew that this might be the only chance to change the fate of himself and his family. Ding, as if an entire century had passed, a green prompt suddenly popped up on the computer screen. Query successful. Lu Chen was stunned and didn't react immediately. Ding, another prompt popped up. Query successful. This time, Lu Chen finally understood that the 2 songs he uploaded had passed the copyright inquiry of the Greater China Music Library. This meant that he could register the copyright and obtain all the copyrights of the songs. The next moment, a huge amount of joy and excitement drowned Lu Chen. He couldn't help but clench his fist and wave it around. He wanted to scream to the sky to vent his emotions at that moment. Yes. It really works. But it was not over yet. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and clicked on the copyright registration. The cost of copyright registration was much higher than the inquiry. One work required 500 yuan, and he would have to pay a filing fee every year to prevent excessive registration. Lu Chen had become a member of the Greater China Music Library a long time ago, and he had just passed the system inquiry. Therefore, after paying 1,000 yuan, the 2 songs were quickly registered under his name, and the copyright was confirmed. With the completion of the registration prompt, Lu Chen finally relaxed. But the joy in his heart increased, because he had confirmed that the memory in the dream was real. Leaning back on the chair, Lu Chen let out a long breath. He opened the drawer of the small desk and took out a bowl of instant noodles and a ham sausage. After thinking for a bit, Lu Chen took out a ham sausage. I'm happy today, extra. He got up and went to the bathroom to get some water. He plugged in the electric kettle and quickly poured the boiling hot water into the bowl of noodles. The air was filled with the familiar and intoxicating smell of instant noodles. It wasn't that Lu Chen didn't want to go out and eat a real feast, but after paying the copyright and registration fees, he only had 100 yuan left in his Ifu account. As for the change in his pocket, he didn't even have 50 yuan. Moreover, there was still half a month before the day of his payday. This amount of money wasn't even enough to eat, but Lu Chen didn't panic much. He ate the instant noodles, including the soup and water, and after a simple cleaning, he left the basement with the guitar case on his back. By the time Lu Chen arrived at Hohai Forget Grass Bar, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Hohai was called Hohai, but it was actually a huge artificial lake. It was used by the royal family in the old days and was also a part of Shikahai. It started from Dianmen Y Street in the east, Xinjiku in the west, Ping An Street in the south, and Second Ring Road in the north. During the Yuan dynasty, Hohai was a prosperous commercial district of the metropolis. Along the coast, there were taverns, karaoke stands, shops and workshops. Surrounding it were the residences of the nobles and famous poets. Even today, it was still the heart of the capital. Today's Hohai was more prosperous than in the past. On weekdays, there was a lot of people. At night, all the bars lit up their signs to welcome customers who liked to spend the night. Hohai was famous for its snacks, but the bars were even more famous. Forget Grass Bar was one of the hundreds of bars in Hohai, and it was also where Lu Chen worked at night. Xiao Lu, why are you late? The waiter standing at the entrance saw Lu Chen rushing over and mocked, aren't you always the most punctual? Could it be that you forgot the time when you saw beauty today? Lu Chen glanced at him and didn't say anything. He pushed open the door and entered the bar. This guy was about the same age as Lu Chen and had worked at Forget Grass Bar for a longer time than Lu Chen. The two originally didn't have any grudges, but after being scolded by the boss several times for being late to work, he held a grudge against Lu Chen. Because the boss of the bar scolded him, he used Lu Chen, who always came to work on time, as a comparison. Lu Chen was purely being shot while lying down. He was really wronged. Another important reason was that among all the waiters in Forget Grass Bar, Lu Chen was undoubtedly the most handsome. He was at least 3 streets ahead of this guy with acne all over his face. Usually, he relied on his face to earn quite a bit of tips. His heart was filled with jealousy, so he seized the opportunity to mock and ridicule Lu Chen. Lu Chen knew that there was no reason to reason with this kind of person, and he didn't want to stir up trouble, so he treated him like air. Ignoring him was actually a very powerful counterattack. It wasn't the prime time for the nightlife yet, so there weren't many customers in the bar. Forget Grass Bar's scale was considered medium in Hohai. It was rebuilt from an old warehouse. The space inside was more than 6 meters high, divided into 2 floors. In the middle, there was a suspended stage, lighting, curtains, sound system, and other facilities. Surrounding the center stage, there were a total of 10 wine tables and stools on the first and second floor. Including the scattered seats in front of the bar, it could accommodate up to 200 customers. The entire decoration was said to have cost around 2 million. When Lu Qin came in, the boss of the bar, Qin Jianhao, was calculating the accounts behind the bar. A charming woman sat beside him, leisurely tasting a glass of blue cocktail. Lu Qin hesitated for a moment, then carried his violin case and walked over, saying, "Sorry boss, I'm late today." His working time was set at 7:30, and now it was already 8 o'clock, 30 minutes late. Qin Jianhao was a middle-aged man in his 40s, but he looked to be in his 30s. His figure was well-proportioned, and his clothes were very meticulous. He had the elegant demeanor and temperament of a successful person. After working at Forget Grass Bar for more than half a year, Lu Qin knew that his boss didn't like people being late, and even more so, he didn't like people finding excuses to cover up their mistakes, so he simply and sincerely admitted his mistake. Qin Jianhao put down the pen in his hand, and lightly said, "Forget it this time, don't do it again." Originally, according to the bar's rules, a waiter's salary would be deducted if he was late to work, but Lu Qin had always performed well, and it was his first time making a mistake, so he was lenient. Lu Qin secretly let out a sigh of relief, and quickly said, "Thank you boss." "Oh right," Qin Jianhao said, "Sister Na and Xiao Shui will be here later, so tonight you can warm up the place." Lu Qin nodded and replied, "Okay." Inadvertently, he found that the charming woman standing beside Qin Jianhao was looking at him, and her eyebrows were smiling. The woman was wearing a blue dress, and her hair was tied up in a delicate bun. Her figure was graceful and enchanting, and her delicate face had light makeup on it. Her eyebrows were light, and her eyes were as beautiful as a fox. The two people's eyes met, and the charming woman's lips hooked up into a small arc. She blinked at Lu Qin, and her fox-like eyes were captivating, revealing a trace of seductive craftiness. Seductress, Lu Qin's heart fiercely jumped, and he quickly turned his head and walked toward the backstage direction. He was afraid that if he looked at this strange woman for a moment longer, he would lose his composure and make a fool of himself on the spot. Such a seductress was not someone an ordinary person could control. Behind him, the woman's laughter came. Qin Jianhao helplessly looked at her, and said, "Xiaomei, why are you teasing my man?" The woman used her right hand to lift the black hair hanging down from her temples, and her left hand gently shook the wine glass, and said, "Because I like it." Qin Jianhao smiled bitterly and was speechless. The backstage of Forget Grass Bar was a large room that was separated into 2 small rooms. The backstage was the space for the singers. The large room outside had a row of dressing tables and storage cabinets. There were also 5 to 6 soft chairs for the singers to use. The 2 small rooms had sofas, televisions, wine cabinets, individual washrooms, and other facilities. It was the territory of the contracted singers and bands. Although they were both singing in a bar, the status of the singers was as different as heaven and earth. When Lu Qin came in, there were already 2 resident singers, a man and a woman, sitting in the outer room. The male singer was playing with his mobile phone, while the woman was touching up her makeup. No one paid attention to Lu Qin, who had just pushed the door and entered. Because in this small circle, Lu Qin's status was the lowest. "Good morning Brother Yi, Sister Hong." Lu Qin greeted the two as usual. He then sat down in his seat and put down the piano case. His seat was in the corner of the backstage area. The male singer gave an indifferent end sound. The female singer put down the makeup cotton in her hand and smiled, "Xiao Lu, you're late today. Did the boss scold you?" "Hee hee." Sister Hong was 30 years old this year. She had been at Forget Grass Bar for 5 years. She was good at singing love songs and had a good voice. Although her appearance was not outstanding, she was still a bit famous in the bar singer circle in Hohai. However, compared to one of the pillars of Forget Worries Bar, the contracted singer Sister Na, Zhang Nana, she was still lacking quite a bit. Even so, she always maintained a condescending arrogance towards Lu Qin. Although it sounded like a concerned question, it actually hid a trace of ridicule. If it was yesterday, Lu Chen would definitely be depressed and angry, but he couldn't do anything about it. But after experiencing 3 different lives in the dream, his mentality had already changed without him noticing. He indifferently smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Sister Hong. I'll apologize to the boss." Sister Hong was startled and couldn't say the words she wanted to say. She softly snorted and no longer paid attention to Lu Chen. She picked up the makeup cotton again. At this time, a small room's door suddenly opened. A man wearing a black jacket with long hair walked out. "Brother Qin." Sister Hong and the male singer reacted quickly and immediately stood up to greet him. Lu Chen was a bit slower and also stood up. "Good morning, Brother Qin." This jacket man, Qin Hanyang, was the real leader of Forget Grass Bar. He was the lead singer and rhythm guitarist of the Bionics. He was the soul of the Bionics. Even the boss, Qin Jianhao, was polite to him. The Bionics was based in Forget Grass Bar. There were a total of 5 members. Apart from Qin Hanyang, there was a lead guitarist, a bass player, a drummer, and a keyboard player. For a bar like Forget Grass Bar, it wasn't easy to support a band. On the other hand, the existence of the Bionics raised the bar's reputation and popularity. Therefore, they were fully deserving of being the pillar of the bar. Qin Hanyang didn't have any expression on his face. He nodded his head in response. He picked up a few pieces of paper on the makeup table and returned to his room, closing the door. Sister Hong and the male singer couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. However, the 2 of them didn't have the qualifications to compete with Qin Hanyang. One word from the latter could make them leave Forget Grass Bar, and they might not even be able to survive in Hohai. Lu Chen laughed in his heart. He and Qin Hanyang were too far apart and he didn't have any thoughts of climbing up to him. Therefore, he didn't care about Qin Hanyang's attitude. Of course, he wouldn't feel the embarrassment of having his warm face stuck to a cold butt. A bar was also a small jianghu, and Lu Chen was just a small shrimp in the jianghu. He sat down again and began to comb his messy hair. The atmosphere of Hohai Bar was different from the Sanlitun Bar, where all kinds of people mixed together. Those strangely dressed, sloppy, decadent singers weren't welcomed here, so one's own image was very important. On the stage outside, the host's voice could be heard. That was the start of the warm-up. Lu Chen had to hurry up and prepare. Soon, he would be performing on stage. As for what song he was going to sing tonight, he already had a preliminary idea in his heart. While the host was telling jokes to liven up the atmosphere, the waiter who was previously guarding the bar entrance sneakily snuck into the electronic room on the right side of the backstage. The electronic room was very small. Inside, there were equipment to control the sound, lighting, and computers. All kinds of cables and wires were densely packed like a spider web. Red, green, and blue LED lights were flashing non-stop. Sitting in the middle of the spider web was a fatty who weighed at least 200 pounds. He wore a large monitoring headset and was currently shaking his head while listening to music. In front of him, there was an unfinished hamburger on the work table. "Fatty bro, fatty bro." The waiter called out twice, but the other side didn't hear him. In desperation, he could only forcefully push him. The fatty suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing that it was the waiter, he couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows. He took off the headset and unhappily said, "Xiao Gao, why aren't you receiving guests outside? What are you doing here? Get out, get out." He was the sound engineer of the electronic room. In this small room, even if Qin Jianhao came, he would still have to listen to him. Xiao Gao of course knew this. He quickly smiled and gave him a bottle of Jinwei beer. The fatty unceremoniously took the beer. He glanced at him and asked, "Speak, you brat. What do you want by being so solicitous for no reason?" "I'll say the ugly words first. Small matters can be discussed, but big matters can't be discussed." "It really is a small matter." Xiao Gao's spirit suddenly rose. He quickly moved closer to the fatty's ear and whispered a few words. When the fatty heard this, his face became strange. He looked at the other party from head to toe. He said, "You brat, you're really sinister. This is considered a small matter?" Xiao Gao smiled and said, "It really is a small matter. I just don't like that brat Lu Chen. Relying on his pretty face, he's arrogant. We're just teaching him a lesson. We'll let him know that in Forget Worries Bar, relying on his pretty face isn't enough. The fatty thoughtfully nodded his head. He raised his hand and rubbed his fat chin. What you said makes sense. You said that he's handsome but can't sing well. He didn't go to Sanliton to be a young master. Instead, he came to Hohai to pretend to be an artistic youth. He even needs me, fatty bro, to wipe his ass. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Xiao Gao sinisterly smiled. That's right. Fatty bro, you're doing this for his own good. His expression suddenly changed. He pointed at the one-way glass window of the electronic room and said, Lu Chen is going on stage. The wall separating the electronic room and the stage was equipped with a one-way glass. The people inside could see the entire stage, but the people outside couldn't see inside. The person holding the guitar was walking to the middle of the stage. If it wasn't Lu Chen, who else could it be? Fatty bro, hurry up and do it. Xiao Gao's eyes stared at Lu Chen. He anxiously urged. What are you panicking for? The fatty glared at Xiao Gao and said, I know what I'm doing. I don't need you to teach me what to do. As he said this, he reached out and closed a button on the sound control. The LED indicator light on the auxiliary sound mixer immediately went off. The singers in Hohai Bar all sang live or even played live accompaniment. It would be hard for people without a bit of skill to survive here. However, a singer's voice could be adjusted in the electronic room. If the sound was adjusted well, it would have the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. A real professional mixer disdained to mingle in a bar. Forget Worries Bar couldn't afford one. Therefore, the sound was adjusted backstage by a semi-professional sound tube. Coupled with the semi-professional digital equipment, it was completely possible to fool amateurs. Among the customers that came to the bar, there were also people who knew the industry. However, there weren't many people who knew the inside story. Lu Chen's level of playing and singing was very ordinary. The reason he had the opportunity to appear on stage and earn some extra money was because of his looks. Fatty's sound tube also played a part in the background tuning. What made the fatty unhappy was that Lu Chen had never given him any benefits. He was even more of a big shot than a resident singer, therefore, now that he was instigated by Xiao Gao, his resentment rose and he temporarily turned off the sound mixer. In this way, the sound that Lu Chen plays and sings on the stage will not be optimized, and will be directly presented in the hundreds of thousands of JBL speakers through the amplifier. He would be exposed. Fatty chuckled and threw a look at Xiao Gao. You just wait and watch the show. Xiao Gao nodded his head and excitedly clenched his fists. Lu Chen, let's see if you still have the face to mingle and Forget Worries Bar. At this moment, Lu Chen didn't know that he was being schemed against. He sat on the piano stool, his right hand holding the guitar in his arms, freeing up his left hand to adjust the angle of the microphone. After 8 p.m., it was the weekend. More and more customers appeared in the bar. Now, almost 2/3 of the seats were already occupied. Many of them were old customers. After the preparations, Lu Chen said to the microphone, "Thank you everyone for coming to Forget Worries Bar. Today, I will be singing for everyone. It's a song called Soaring Pigeon. I hope everyone will like it." Sparse applause sounded in the bar. A female customer who knew Lu Chen blew a loud hoodlum whistle. "Xiao Lu, you can do it." Many customers laughed. The atmosphere became lively and lively. Lu Chen blushed with shame as he waved at the other party. Then, he prepared to start his performance. Brother Kenho, behind the bar, the charming woman looked at Lu Chen on the stage. Her eyes flashed with a bit of light. This little guy has a good appearance. He's very handsome. He also knows how to play and sing. Let him come to my company. Him? Chen Jianhao laughed involuntarily. He shook his head and said, Xiao Lu's hardware is not bad. But his playing and singing skills are too amateur. Here, he's already at his limit. Moreover, he still has to rely on sound repair to support the stage. Do you really want to sign him? Then forget it, the charming woman decisively said, I don't want someone without foundation. My small company can't afford to train him. There were 3 things in Beijing. Many officials, many rich people, and many handsome men and beautiful women. Talented people with outstanding appearance could be found everywhere. In terms of music alone, Beijing had 3 major music academies. Plus, there were various music training institutions. Every year, who knows how many new people would come out. Why bother to train someone without foundation? The charming woman was just casually saying it. She didn't take it seriously. At this time, Lu Chen strummed the guitar strings. It's raining, I'm walking on an empty street. After playing the short prelude, Lu Chen opened his mouth to sing, looking at the flowers, they bloom and give thanks. All the fans who are familiar with Tan Hong believe that Soaring Pigeon is one of his most outstanding works. The lyrics of this song are not complex, it tells the story of a young man yearning for freedom, longing for love. The embodiment of his ideals is the pigeon flying in the sky. This is also a lyrical ballad suitable for young people, so it has been loved by countless people. It has been sung for more than 10 years and can often be heard in the bars of Hohai. But this song is also known to be difficult to sing and play. If a singer without enough ability wants to sing it beautifully, it is completely asking to be humiliated. According to Lu Chen's previous standards, him choosing Soaring Pigeon as the opening song is simply overestimating his own abilities. However, when he lightly plucked the strings and began to sing, the Forget Grass bar quickly quieted down. Several customers who were chatting and laughing shut their mouths, the bartender standing behind the bar stopped shaking the wine jug in his hand, and even the waiters tiptoed as they walked, afraid to disturb others. Lu Chen's clear and clean voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the speakers placed in every corner of the bar, causing the customers present to involuntarily be infected, causing their mood to rise and fall along with the song. I stand, in front of you, dreaming, to become a pigeon flying in the blue sky, la la a soaring pigeon. Because of familiarity, they like it, but also because of familiarity, they are picky. Many of the customers who frequent the Forget Grass bar have a good appreciation for music or pop music. As long as a singer plays a wrong note or sings a wrong tune, they can all tell. Especially for a classic like Soaring Pigeon, it is a big test for the singer. Lu Chen's singing is almost perfect, his fingering, breathing, voice, and emotions are all on point. If you really want to nitpick, you can only say that compared to the original singer, Tan Hong, he is still slightly inexperienced. But if he is not an inexperienced youth, is he still a youth? After 5 minutes, the song ended. The audience was silent. After a moment, no one knew who started it, but a round of applause rang out. Good was good. If he sang well, he would naturally receive sincere applause. A loud hoodlum whistle rang out, once again attracting a lot of laughter and praises. Xiao Lu, your singing today was really charming. Big sister loves you so much, let me gift you a dozen Jin Wei. This was a kind greeting from a certain true white bone demon / fake female artistic youth. Thank you, Lu Chen smiled and waved at him to express his gratitude. He was a regular customer who liked to joke around. Customers' love and support for singers were usually expressed in the form of gifts. Male singers would give beer, and female singers would give flowers. A dozen of Jin Wei beer would cost 20 yuan, which was equivalent to 240 yuan. Lu Chen did not need to drink the wine, but he could take a 50% share, which was 120 yuan. Hohai Bar's position and customer base were completely different from Sanlatin's. Basically, there weren't any nouveau riches throwing money around, rich second generations throwing exos to fight, or brain-dead kids trying to pick up girls. 12 bottles of Jin Wei beer as a gift was not a small amount here. In the past, this sister Shan had also given Lu Chen alcohol, but at most it was 2 to 3 bottles. Today, she directly gave him a dozen, which undoubtedly showed that he had received her love and appreciation for his performance. Lu Chen's choice of Soaring Pigeon as the first song to warm up the crowd was undoubtedly the right choice. He hugged his guitar and felt a strange feeling in his heart. Behind the bar, there was a charming woman who was also in a very special mood. Her cherry lips slightly opened as she stared at the bar owner, Chen Jianhao, with a look of disbelief and said, "Brother Kenho, if you don't want to let him go then just say it, is it fun to play with me like this?" Chen Jianhao did not know whether to laugh or cry. Su Qingmei, when did I play with you? This lady was not an ordinary person, his old bones could not afford to play with her. You still dare to say? Su Qingmei gritted her teeth and said, Xiao Lu's voice is a bit special, but his level is too amateur. Here, he is at his limit, and he also has to rely on the sound repair to support the stage. Do you really want it? She completely repeated what Qin Jianhao had said about Lu Chen. Not a single word was wrong. Qin Jianhao was suddenly speechless. He himself also felt very strange. Lu Chen was obviously at the amateur level, but the skill he showed today was completely different from before, as if he had been reborn and created a miracle. Just before Lu Chen started singing, Qin Jianhao was very unhappy that Lu Chen chose Soaring Pigeon as the opening song. He thought that this song was too difficult, and that Lu Chen was simply unable to handle it. But now he was being ridiculed by Su Qingmei, and he could not refute. He could only say, "This kid. Hey." He must have asked an expert to give him pointers these 2 days, that's why he performed better. Qin Jianhao thought of an explanation that he thought was reasonable. 2 days? Su Qingmei sneered, you can give pointers to such a standard in just 2 days? Which expert is so good? I'll pay $1 million a year to hire him, and don't tell me you can't tell. His voice was not adjusted backstage. Qin Jianhao felt that his face was about to swell. He understood music, and he was originally in the industry, and the bar was owned by his family. How could he not tell whether the singer's voice was adjusted or not? There must be a problem with the electronics room. This showed how good Lu Chen was, pure original voice. Facing the aggressive Su Qingmei, Qin Jianhao could only gloomily and helplessly say, then you go talk to Xiao Lu yourself. As long as he agrees, I will definitely let him go. Actually, Lu Chen and Forget Grass Bar did not sign a formal contract. He could leave whenever he wanted. Su Qingmei revealed a victorious smile and said, listen to 2 more songs, maybe he really performed better? At this moment, Lu Chen, who was sitting on the stage with his guitar, had already received 37 beers as a tip. The extra 370 yuan almost made his mood soar, and with great difficulty, he suppressed his excitement and said to the microphone, thank you very much for your support. The following song, is very special. He stuttered, paused, and then continued, it's a song I wrote. Today is the first time I'm performing it. Its name is, You Who Sat Next to Me. You Who Sat Next to Me. This was the first song Lu Chen received in the dream world. He wrote the lyrics for this song, and then successfully registered the copyright with the Greater China Music Library together with another song. Therefore, from a legal perspective, You Who Sat Next to Me was an original song that Lu Chen owned all the copyright. But Lu Chen could not lie to himself and say that this kind of behavior was not plagiarism. But when he thought of his family's heavy debt, the burden in his heart was so weak that it was almost non-existent. The familiar yet strange dream world, the memories of 3 lives, it was a gift from the heavens to change his fate. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen's confused eyes became firm again, and his fingers once again pressed down on the strings. An original song, to be performed for the first time in Forget Grass Bar. Lu Chen's words inevitably caused a small commotion in the bar. Many of the customers were surprised, but there were also many who disapproved and thought that he was just playing to the gallery. Especially those old customers who knew Lu Chen. They were already very surprised at the standard of Lu Chen's Soaring Pigeon, and now that they heard that he was going to sing a song he wrote, they were a bit in disbelief. How could it be so easy to write an original song? Since the birth of modern pop music, there have been countless classic works in mainland China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Europe, America, Japan, and Korea. But now, good original works are becoming fewer and fewer, and some people even say that outstanding melodies have already been written. Of course, melodies can't be written, but this also proves the difficulty of creating an original. Many pop singers claim to be original, but their works are often mixed up or ordinary. There are also such singers in the bar circle. They often hope to become famous with one song, but the result is that they become a laughingstock. Is Lu Chen also muddle-headed? It's normal for young people to be impulsive. Who hasn't been hot-blooded and passionate at times? Everyone can understand. But this doesn't mean that they think that Lu Chen can come up with a good original work. It's just that the name of the song is very interesting, You Who Sat Next to Me. Many people remembered their former deskmates when they were young, and their faces all revealed a trace of a smile. Original. Su Qingmei pursed her lips and smiled. Brother Kenho, your little buddy really hides his abilities. Today I came to the right place. The bar owner, who had already been hit hard, said with flagging interest, listen to it, original? That's nonsense. How could he not know Lu Chen's ability? At that time, Qin Jianhao let Lu Chen perform on stage because he saw that his appearance was good, and his voice was passable, so it wouldn't be a problem to fool the layman. In any case, he was just a singer to fill up the stage, so it didn't matter if his singing was good or bad. As for music literacy, did Lu Chen have that kind of thing? But with the previous lesson, Chen Jianhao didn't say much. If he were to be slapped in the face again, where could he put his old face now? On the stage, the prelude of the guitar sounded, and a soothing voice floated into everyone's ears. Tomorrow, will you remember the diary you wrote yesterday? Tomorrow, will you still remember you who loved to cry the most? The teachers can't remember you who can't guess the problem. I also accidentally flipped through the photos, then I remembered my deskmate, who married the sentimental you, who read your diary, who tied up your long hair, who made your wedding dress. The customers present were stunned, and the waiters were also stunned. Chen Jianhao was stunned, and so was Su Qingmei. Stunning, a classic folk song that belonged to another world, after being sung by Lu Chen, suddenly knocked open their hearts. It touched everyone's souls. Note, you deskmate lyricist/composer, Dao Xiaosong Luo Hongyi was one of the regular customers of the Forget Grass Bar. He had been working hard in the capital for many years and was now considered half a successful person. Although he was very busy with work, he often came to the bar at night to sit and order a few concocted rum to pass the time of the long, silent night. Luo Hongyi did not like noise, nor did he want to be alone. The atmosphere of the Hohai bar made him feel comfortable. He did not come here to look for a romantic encounter, but to relax his tense heart. Tonight, he sat in his usual seat at the Forget Grass Bar. Then he heard Lu Chen singing "You Who Sat Next to Me." You used to be very careful, asking me to borrow half an eraser. You once unintentionally said you liked to be with me. At that time the sky was always very blue, the days always passed too slowly. You always said that graduation was far away. In the blink of an eye we went our separate ways. Who met you? Who was so sentimental? Who comforted you? Who loved to cry? Who read the letter I wrote to you? Who threw it in the wind? As an elite in the workplace, Luo Hongyi had long been used to scheming and scheming. He used to think that his heart was as indestructible as steel and would not be moved by anyone or anything. However, when he heard this clean and fresh folk song with nostalgia and melancholy, he suddenly found that his heart was not as hard and cold as he thought it was. There was still a softness hidden deep inside that he did not need to be ashamed of. Perhaps the deskmate was the most profound existence in everyone's youth. Many people's deskmates were the most touching first love. Although at that time no one understood love, only this kind of relationship that did not involve utilitarianism and was not contaminated by the secular world was the most beautiful. Luo Hongyi also had a deskmate that was engraved in the depths of his memory. It was a girl with the word Tong in her name. Acquaintance, familiarity, love, quarrel, reconciliation, and then graduation. In the blink of an eye they went their separate ways. It was like a melodramatic modern drama, but that was what Luo Hongyi had experienced. His mother's youth, the past could no longer be recalled, but at this moment, Luo Hongyi suddenly had a strong impulse. He wanted to call Tong, just to ask her, "Are you okay now?" However, he had lost contact with the other party a long, long time ago. The past days are far away. I will also have my wife. I will also show her pictures. Tell her about your deskmate. Who married the sentimental you? Who will comfort you? Who loves to cry? Who coils up your long hair? Who made the wedding dress for you? La. Luo Hongyi stood up abruptly, almost flipping over the small wine table in front of him. But he didn't care. He grabbed an unopened bottle of wine on the table and strode towards the stage. On the stage, Lu Chen finished singing the last line. Everyone was silent. It was as if a spell had been cast on them. Time stopped at this moment. Lu Chen felt great. Because everyone's eyes were focused on him. No one spoke, no one drank, no one walked around, no one was careless, and no one turned a blind eye. Here, on this stage, he used a new song to conquer everyone. Apart from a well-dressed middle-aged man, he quickly passed through the aisle between the tables, his footsteps slightly staggering as he rushed to the front of the stage, and then he placed the bottle of wine in his hand on the anti-slip hard plywood table. Then, the man who looked like a professional elite took out his wallet and opened it. He first counted 500 yuan bills and put them next to the bottle. He hesitated for a moment and added 3 more. A total of 8 new big red bills were pressed down by the bottle. Sing it again. The middle-aged man looked up at Lu Chen and said in a hoarse voice, "Please sing it again." His dark eyes flashed with an inexplicable luster. Lu Chen was shocked at first. After he understood, he quickly said, "Thank you for your support. Then I will sing it again. I hope everyone can like my new original song." This kind of reward method was rare in Forget Grass Bar. Because most of the people who came here were white-collar workers, artistic youths, university students, or people in the circle. They were mostly people with quality and rationality. The classic characteristics of you who sat next to me, through Lu Chen's first song, produced a touching magic. At this time, the applause finally exploded in the bar. It was so warm that it almost lifted the roof. Lu Chen leaned over and took the bottle of rum. He unscrewed the cap and took a big gulp. Then he put it back in its original position. He nodded at the other party and hugged the guitar again. He began to sing it again. The applause that just sounded was like a summer storm. It came and went quickly. The bar quickly restored its tranquility. The noise from the pedestrian street outside passed through the glass window of the door. It was weak and ethereal. Lu Chen's singing and the sound of the guitar mixed together, filling up this unforgettable time little by little. Behind the bar, Su Qingmei's eyes lit up. She tightly grabbed Qin Jianhao's arm and said in a low voice, I want him, I want him." Qin Jianhao had a headache. He pinched his eyebrows and said with a bitter smile, "My big miss, can you be a bit more reserved? If it's yours, you can't run away. If it's not yours, he can only be mine." Su Qingmei proudly interrupted the other party. Her words were filled with unspeakable confidence. "I don't believe he can refuse my invitation. But the premise is that you don't interfere. Also, this song is really his own original." Qin Jianhao shook the phone in his left hand and said, "I've tried to recognize the song by listening to it. There are no similar works. If you want to confirm it, then go to the music library yourself." Recognize the song by listening to it was a very popular phone software. As long as you opened it and casually recorded a piece of music or voice, it could identify the song title. The accuracy was quite high. Of course, compared to Greater China Music Library, recognize the song by listening to it was much less professional and authoritative. Su Qingmei giggled. She let go of Qin Jianhao's arm and said, "Then there's no problem." The charm of a mature woman and the craftiness of a young girl. The two different temperaments mixed together, giving her a unique charm. She was like the legendary seductress that could turn all living things upside down. But Qin Jianhao respectfully kept his distance. "You don't have a problem, but I still have a problem." He left the bar and walked towards the backstage. On the stage, Lu Chen's singing continued. In the big room backstage, Sister Hong and the male singer surnamed Ji looked at each other in dismay. Shock, astonishment, envy, jealousy, and all sorts of other emotions appeared on their faces. They were facing each other in silence. The big room wasn't as soundproof as the small room, so they could clearly hear the song echoing in the bar. After mingling in the Nepenthes bar for so long, how could they not know what Lu Chen's original level was? As resident singers, no matter if it was Sister Hong or the male singer surnamed Ji, they had always looked down on Lu Chen. They thought that he was just relying on his face to eat. In essence, he was just a bar waiter. They had never seen him as a competitor. But tonight, Lu Chen acted as a stepping stone. First, he used Soaring Pigeon to make everyone sit up and take notice of him. Then, he took out an original song and stunned the audience, winning the house. Was this still the Lu Chen that everyone knew? The two couldn't believe it, didn't dare to believe it, and didn't want to believe it. Where did he copy it from? After a while, the male singer surnamed Ji mumbled, "It sounds a bit familiar, and he has the nerve to say that it's an original?" Sister Hong forced a smile, but in her heart, she was secretly despising the other party's intelligence. Whether it was an original song or not, the audience could easily check it with their phones. Unless Lu Chen's head was kicked by a donkey, otherwise, if he was seen through, how could he still have the face to continue working here? What she couldn't believe was that the two songs that Lu Chen sang before and after were not tuned. What was Fatty doing in the electronics room, at the same time, in the electronics room? Fatty's sound tube and the waiter Xiao Gao were completely dumbfounded. They wanted to scheme against Lu Chen, so they turned off the mixer and played the original song. They thought that by doing this, Lu Chen would be exposed and make a fool of himself, satisfying their own dark thoughts. But the result was completely different from what they imagined. Not only did Lu Chen not lose face, but he also won the applause of all the customers. His singing and playing skills were much better than before, the sound coming from the monitor was even clearer than it was in the bar. Their little tricks were all in vain. Moreover, Lucien actually had an original song. Fatty shook his head in frustration and reached out to turn on the mixer again. Xiaogao grabbed him and asked in a dark voice, "Brother Fatty, can you tune his voice a bit worse?" Strong jealousy was like a poisonous snake biting the waiter's heart, making him lose his mind. But Fatty was still very clear-headed. He didn't have a big grudge against Lucien. After being shocked, he anxiously said as if his boat was on fire, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do I still want my job? No, no." Of course, the tune could be adjusted, but it was too obvious. Did he think that other people were fools? Xiaogao was extremely unwilling. He grabbed Fatty's arm and didn't let go, wanting to continue persuading him. At this time, the electronics room's door was suddenly pushed open. The two with ulterior motives turned their heads. When they saw Qin Jianhao appear at the door, they were both scared silly. Qin Jianhao's face was gloomy. His incomparably sharp eyes first swept over the two, and finally fell on the still turned-off mixer. There were faint sparks flashing in his eyes. Fatty collapsed on the chair. With a bitter face, he wanted to explain, "Boss, Qin Jianhao didn't pay attention to him." He coldly said to Xiaogao, "Xiaogao, go to the cashier to collect this month's salary. Don't come here anymore." The boss of Forget Grass Bar was very clear about what happened and who the culprit was. As if a bolt of lightning struck his head, Xiaogao suddenly woke up. All his jealousy, unwillingness, anger, and hatred disappeared. There was only fear and regret. "Boss, I was wrong. Please give me another chance." Being a waiter at Forget Grass Bar wasn't bad. The job was stable and the salary wasn't low. The boss, Qin Jianhao, wasn't mean to his employees. At the end of the year, he would receive a generous bonus. Xiaogao really didn't want to lose this job. Moreover, Qin Jianhao wanted him to not mix around in Hohai in the future. Of course, Qin Jianhao didn't have the ability to influence all the bars in Hohai. But as long as he spread a few words, which bar would be willing to hire a troublemaker like him, letting him take his salary and leave now was already the most benevolent act of giving him a way out. No matter how much he begged, it was useless. Xiaogao wanted to cry but no tears came out. He brought this upon himself. After chasing away Xiaogao, Qin Jianhao's attention returned to Fatty. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's and Fatty was trembling like a quail. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Although Fatty's sound tube was known as the number 2 in the electronics room and the number 3 in the world, when the boss arrived with rage, his fat body trembled. He was so terrified that he wanted to immediately find a hole to hide in. Unable to hide, he could only squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Boss, I know I was wrong, it was Xiaogao. I know it was Xiaogao who instigated you to do this." Qin Jianhao interrupted his explanation and said, "So this time I will only deduct your bonus for this month. If there is a next time." To be able to open a medium-sized bar in Hohai, Qin Jianhao was certainly not an ordinary person. His shrewd and experienced eyes did not rub the slightest bit of sand in them. Without even asking, he could guess the truth of the matter. As the instigator of all this, Qin Jianhao definitely could not tolerate Xiaogao. However, sound tube could not be turned on. Of course, a corresponding punishment and warning was necessary. There won't be a next time. Fatty suddenly felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly said, "I will definitely behave myself. I will fix Xiao Lu's voice right now." He hastily turned on the mixer. Unexpectedly, Qin Jianhao pondered for a moment and said, "There is no need to fix Xiao Lu's voice. The others can continue as usual." Originally, in Forget Grass Bar, there were only 2 singers that did not need to be fixed. They were the contracted singer Zhang Nana and the lead singer of the Bionics, Qin Hanyang. Both of them were pillars of the stage. Now, Lucien was added to the mix. Qin Jianhao was worried that after tonight, Lucien would have to fly away. The world here was really too small. Nodding at Fatty's head, he left the electronics room. On the other side, Lucien had just finished singing You Who Sat Next to Me for the second time and received even more enthusiastic applause. There were also bottles of beer as tips. "Xiao Lu, sing 2 more songs," someone shouted. With so many tips, Lucien also wanted to sing a few more songs. However, if the bar was a small jianghu, then the jianghu had its rules. A small shrimp like him was not qualified to ignore the rules. As a fill-in singer, it was his duty to sing 2 songs, and it was not too much to sing one more song at the request of the guests. However, if he wanted to continue to dominate the stage, he would incur the wrath of the public. Were the other singers watching him sing? So when he saw the host, Lucien immediately stood up and bowed. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you." At this moment, he saw Xianxia waving at him from behind the bar counter, so he took the opportunity to give the stage to Sister Hong. After putting away his guitar in the backstage room, Lucien hurried to the bar. "Boss. Sit down and talk." Xianxia nodded and gestured for him to sit down. "You sang well today. This song, You Who Sat Next to Me, was very interesting. I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability. I really misjudged you before." Lucien scratched his head embarrassedly and didn't know how to explain. To be honest, even he felt like he was in a dream. It was a bit unreal. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't want to get to the bottom of it. He pointed at the charming woman sitting beside him and said, "This is my cousin, Su Qingmei. She just opened a media company with someone else. She is interested in you, so she wants to talk about signing a contract with you." "Me?" Lucien couldn't believe his ears. Sign a contract with a media company? This was something he had never dreamed of. Everything happened too fast, and good things came one after another. Su Qingmei laughed. "That's right, it's you. Let me introduce myself. I am the director of Light Rain Media Company, Su Qingmei. I like your song very much." She reached out her hand to Lucien. "You can call me Sister Mei." "Hello, Director Su." Lucien reached out and shook her hand. It was soft, and his heart couldn't help pounding. Su Qingmei smiled sweetly. She didn't correct Lucien's way of addressing her. She said, "Our Light Rain Media Company is mainly involved in artist management, film and television production, large-scale activities, new media, and other businesses. We are currently recruiting talented new artists. If you are willing, then we can sign a formal contract tomorrow." After the initial excitement, Lucien gradually calmed down. He asked, "Director Su, if it's convenient, can I see the content of the contract first?" If Lucien got the opportunity to sign a contract yesterday, he wouldn't have any hesitation. However, the current Lucien had the huge wealth of the world, and he had just been proved. So, although the temptation of signing a contract with a media company was great, it wasn't enough to make him lose his mind. Su Qingmei was a little surprised. She smiled and said, "Of course, there's no problem. I have a copy of the new artist's contract in my mobile phone. I'll open it for you to see. I can also send it to you via QQ, Lucien quickly said, "Then I'll trouble you to borrow Director Su's mobile phone. It'll be faster this way." It was better not to take out the broken mobile phone in his pocket to show his incompetence. Su Qingmei took out the mobile phone from her bag with the Chanel logo, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and then handed it to Lucien. On the 5.5-inch ultra-high-definition screen, the enlarged text was clearly displayed. The content of the new artist's contract was very long. It wasn't possible to read it all in a short time. However, Lucien roughly read a few clauses. The more he read, the more frightened he became. The harshness of this contract was far beyond his imagination. In the past, when Lucien read the news on the internet and browsed blogs, he often saw that certain actors, certain singers, and entertainment agencies had conflicts and disputes, quarreling and fighting lawsuits. Among the reasons used by those stars to accuse their employers, there was always the contract signed by the two parties. It was too harsh, inhumane, had no freedom, was exploited. In short, it was all kinds of miserable. At that time, Lucien was just watching the excitement. He didn't really believe it. Every star knew how to act. Their tricks to gain sympathy were always the same. Everyone was used to it. But now that he had just come into contact with this industry, he knew that many things weren't all fake. This new artist's contract had to be signed for 10 years. Within 10 years, Lucien couldn't leave Light Rain Media Company. Moreover, the breach of contract was as high as 10 million. If he signed it, it meant that the best years of his life would all be sold to the other party. Just this clause alone made Lu Chen feel disgusted in his heart. Secondly, the contract stipulated that during the training and internship period, the new artist could only receive the legal minimum salary. There were no benefits or bonuses. They were also not allowed to work privately to earn extra money. Lu Chen thought that it would be better to find a piece of tofu and kill himself. In addition, after signing the contract, his portrait rights, creative copyrights, and other rights would all belong to the company. He would receive dividends based on his qualifications and performance. The minimum was only 10%. Lu Chen couldn't stand it anymore. Although there were many complicated clauses at the back. He handed the phone back to Su Qingmei and said, "Director Su, I'm really sorry. I don't want to sign this contract." "Why?" Su Qingmei frowned and asked, "You haven't finished reading before you made a decision. Aren't you too anxious?" Lu Chen tactfully replied, "The previous clauses are not suitable for my situation. I'm really sorry." His family owed a huge amount of debt. He worked hard in Beijing. Although it was tiring, at least his income was good. While maintaining his living, he could still send a lot of money back home every month. If he signed this contract, he wouldn't be able to live on in the future. The most important was the rights clause. According to the contract, the company would take all the copyrights of his songs. At most, they would give him some leftovers. If it was the previous Lu Chen, he might not care about this. But now that he had a huge treasury, how could he give it to others, not to mention the clauses that restricted his freedom? But Su Qingmei didn't understand Lu Chen's thoughts. She thought that he was bargaining and was very unhappy. She thought for a moment and said, "If it's a problem with the clauses, all the entertainment, media, and management companies have similar contracts for new artists. As long as you sign this contract, our Light Rain Media will use a lot of resources to train, package, and promote you. Don't just look at the little benefits in front of you. Think about it carefully. Don't be impulsive and miss the opportunity." Su Qingmei really wanted to tell the brat in front of her that many people wanted this contract but couldn't get it, but Lu Chen didn't like her aggressive tone. He immediately retorted, "I'm really sorry, Director Su. Maybe I'm short-sighted now. If there's an opportunity in the future, let's cooperate again. You're beautiful, you're rich, and you're the director of a media company. But so what? I don't want anything from you. Why should I listen to you?" Lu Chen straightened his back and used his eyes to tell the other party that he refused and insisted, although it wasn't easy to reject this beautiful director. "Cooperate?" Su Qingmei was so angry that she almost laughed. "What a big mouth. So what if you're handsome? So what if you can play the piano and sing? You think you're great just because you wrote an original song, too naive." If there was a glass of water in front of her, Su Qingmei would definitely pour it on Lu Chen's head to wake him up. Cough cough. Seeing that both parties were in a dispute and the atmosphere had become hostile, Chen Jianhao, who was sitting at the side, coughed twice and said, "Xiao Lu, how about this? You go back tonight and think about it. Tomorrow, there's no need for tomorrow." Su Qingmei frowned and stood up. She neatly stuffed her phone back into her bag. Her beautiful face revealed a proud expression. "Light Rain Media is just a small temple. I can't afford to invite such a great god. I'll leave first." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned her head and left. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the entrance of the bar. But no matter how one looked at her figure, there was a hint of resentment. Chen Jianhao and Lu Chen looked at each other speechlessly. The former sighed and said, "I didn't even pay for the wine." Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. He had never seen his boss with such a humorous side. "You still dare to laugh?" Chen Jianhao straightened his face and said, "Do you know that you're going to be miserable? My cousin isn't someone to be trifled with. If you offend her today, you'll have to suffer in the future." Although he said it seriously, Lu Chen didn't have any fear in his heart. He smiled and said, "Boss, do you mean that I should sign this contract?" "It's up to you whether you want to sign or not." Chen Jianhao waved his hand and said, "But from tonight onwards, you'll be a resident singer of Forget Worries Bar." Lu Chen was immediately overjoyed. "Thank you, boss." He was originally a part-time singer, belonging to the bottom of the bar singer circle. He didn't have a guaranteed salary and relied on a share of tips. If he was lucky, he could earn some hard work. If he was unlucky, he wouldn't even be able to sing a single song in a night. Resident singers were different. Although they also didn't have a fixed salary, they could guarantee their time on stage. Their share of tips was increased to 70%. In addition, they could also perform in other bars. Compared to part-time waiters and part-time singers, after becoming a resident singer, Luqian didn't need to do the work of serving tea and water to customers. Big increase in income. Sing well, Chen Jianhao opened a bottle of Qingwei and handed it to Luqian. He encouraged, Xiao Lu, if you can maintain your current standard and come up with a few outstanding original songs, I believe that sooner or later you'll stand out and become the first singer to walk out of Forget Worries bar. Chen Jianhao has never said such words to other singers in the bar, even to Zhang Nana or Qin Hanyang, who have signed a contract with Forget Worries bar. Both of them are much more experienced and famous than Lu Chen. Compared to Su Qingmei, he was more optimistic about Lu Chen's future. Lu Chen was moved. He took the beer and drank it all in one gulp. He put down the empty bottle, wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth, and sincerely said, Boss, if that day really comes, I'll buy some shares of Forget Worries bar from you, no matter how much it is. Chen Jianhao was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, Okay, then you can be a small boss, ha ha ha. He knew that this was Lu Chen's way of not forgetting his roots. However, Chen Jianhao did not take it too seriously. There were too many talented young people floating around in the capital. How many of them could really emerge? Most of them were unknown and eventually disappeared without a trace. Pointing his finger, Chen Jianhao said, Boss Xiao Lu, your customer is looking for you now. Go. Lu Chen turned around and saw a few familiar faces waving at him. As a bar singer, unless they were extremely famous, not many people would refuse to communicate with their customers. Everyone would drink and chat, talk about the physiological needs of musicians, and earn a share of the drinks. Most of the customers at the Forget Grass bar were well-mannered. Basically, they didn't have any dirty business. Lu Chen worked here because he liked the atmosphere here. Then I'll go. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, then asked, Boss, the tips tonight, is it for the resident singer? Chen Jianhao was furious, F***ck off. Lu Chen covered his head and ran away like a rat. When he walked out of the Forget Grass bar, it was already close to midnight. In the capital in May, the night still had a trace of coolness. The night wind blew along the lonely pedestrian street, causing Lu Chen to instinctively shrink his head and almost sneezed. The temperature difference inside and outside the bar was a bit big. But his heart was on fire. The source of the heat came from the $4,700 bills in his shirt pocket, which were boiling hot. Although he had become a resident singer at the Forget Grass bar, Lu Chen still stood his last shift as a waiter and received his monthly salary. From the mouth of the cashier, Lu Chen found out that the waiter Xiao Gao, who didn't get along with him, had been fired by the boss. As for the reason, Fatty Yingguan, who ran out of the electronic room to get close to him for no reason, made him vaguely understand. In this regard, Lu Chen only wanted to laugh. He was not a narrow-minded person, but he was also not a virtuous saint. Seeing a guy he hated leave, he was naturally in a good mood. However, no matter how good it was, it couldn't beat the joy brought by the 47 new big red bills. 1/3 of the money was the waiter's salary. Because it was less than a month, it wasn't much. The other 2/3 came from the tips of the night customers, 70% of the resident singer's share. Chen Jianhao was a very good boss. Although he was very strict with his employees, he wasn't stingy in terms of treatment. For example, the singer's share of the tips was settled on the same day and not overnight. The 3,000 plus yuan of tips was the largest amount of extra income Lu Chen had received in the half a year of working at the Forget Grass bar. And this was only the beginning. Suddenly, Lu Chen was full of hope for his future. The gloominess and dejection between his eyebrows had completely dissipated. He took big strides towards the direction of the subway station. Like a youngster flying, taking the last train at midnight, Lu Chen returned to his small dwelling. He took a simple shower and went to bed. A dreamless night. At 6:30 in the morning, Lu Chen woke up on time. He had 2 jobs, working more than 15 hours a day. Every month, he only had 2 days of rest. Today was a rest Sunday. He could have slept in, but due to his biological clock, he still opened his eyes. Looking at the gray cement ceiling, he didn't feel sleepy at all. Lu Chen's heart was a bit scared. He was afraid that after he woke up, the things he obtained in his dream would disappear. The familiar yet strange memories quickly emerged in his mind, making his apprehension disappear. Getting out of bed, Lu Chen quickly put on his clothes and put on his old sports shoes. He hurriedly finished his personal cleaning work and left the basement. At this time, other people were still sleeping. Through the fireboard, he could hear the continuous snoring. They were all ants from Beijing. Sleeping until noon on a Sunday was the greatest enjoyment. Leaving the neighborhood, Lu Chen ran across the road to the river and then ran along the artificial river bank. He was too busy with work and had too little rest. He didn't have the habit of morning exercise. Every morning, he would run to the hourly KFC as exercise. But today, he just wanted to run. Otherwise, his heart would feel empty and uncomfortable. At this moment, the sky was already bright. The green willow-shaded riverbank was still shrouded in a thin mist. There were already many people exercising on the trail and beside the roadside flower beds. Most of them were elderly. A few bird cages were hanging on the branches. Thrushes were jumping in the cages and making crisp and sweet chirps from time to time. After running quickly for more than 10 minutes, Lu Chen's physical strength was almost exhausted. Fine sweat appeared on his forehead. His breathing became heavy. His legs felt heavy as if they were filled with lead. His mouth was dry, and the smell of rust seeped out. It was the body's lack of long-term exercise that was protesting. After all, he usually ran for 4 or 5 minutes to work, and his speed was not this fast. However, there was still a voice in Lu Chen's mind that urged him, encouraged him, and supported him to continue running. For the future, he needed a healthy and strong body, so, with the support of a certain belief, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and continued to run until his footsteps slowly became light. He was still very young. Youth was the greatest asset, so anything was possible. When it was close to noon, Lu Chen returned to the basement. Of course, he didn't exercise the whole morning. He spent most of his time on daily chores. For example, depositing the money he earned last night into his bank card. Then, he went to the nearby shopping center to pick out a set of cheap sports clothes and shoes. Finally, he went to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities. After running back and forth and returning with a full load, Lu Chen's clothes were already soaked in sweat. His clothes were sticky and stuck to his body, making him very uncomfortable. However, he didn't have time to take a shower and change his clothes. He first turned on his computer and transferred the 4,000 renminbi that he had just deposited into his bank card to his mother, Feng Yun, and his sister, Lu Shui. In his pocket, there was only 300 renminbi left. However, Lu Chen wasn't worried because he was full of hope for the future. After completing the transfer, Lu Chen felt as if he had put down a huge burden. His whole body became relaxed, and at the same time, he felt the accumulated fatigue and soreness in every part of his body. Today, he had really exercised a lot, completely exceeding his previous limits. It was inevitable that there would be repercussions. After taking off his sweaty clothes, Lu Chen prepared to take a shower. Ring ring ring. At this time, the phone on the small desk rang, and the caller ID kept flashing. Lu Chen didn't even look at the phone as he picked it up. "Bro, what are you doing?" From the other side of the phone came the familiar voice of his sister, Lu Shui. It was clear and sweet with the youthful aura of a young girl. Lu Shui was 17 years old this year. She was in the second year of high school in Lu Chen's hometown. Lu Chen replied, "I was about to take a shower before eating." Lu Shui replied with an N and then asked, "Bro, did you get rich? Why did you transfer money to me?" "Kind of," Lu Chen smiled and said, "I earned more than 4,000 yesterday. I transferred 3,000 to Mom, and then I gave you 500 yuan for pocket money. Are you very touched? Tell me that I am the best brother in the world. Go to hell." Across the phone, Lu Chen could also imagine his sister rolling her eyes. "You're not bad, but you don't have to give me so much. Mom gives me pocket money. You don't have to work so hard. Take care of your health." Listening to his sister's nagging on the phone, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a little sad. Before the family accident, his sister, Lu Shui, was the little princess loved by the whole family. Usually, 500 yuan was not enough to buy her a pair of shoes. There was no need to push it around like now. Well, you study hard. Call me if you need anything. After chatting for a few minutes and asking about the situation at home, Lu Chen ended the call with Lu Shui. He rushed into the small bathroom, closed the door, and turned on the faucet. The cool tap water passed through the shower head and turned into a small water column, hitting him. Lu Chen closed his eyes, and the memories of the past emerged in his mind. Lu Chen's hometown is in Binhai City in Zhejiang, which is a beautiful seaside town. His father, Lu Qingxing, started his business very early. When Lu Chen was in primary school, he was already a well-known entrepreneur in Binhai City. Although Lu Chen did not grow up with a silver spoon, he could barely be considered a rich second generation. However, the weather was unpredictable. In the second year of Lu Chen's studies at Jianghai University, due to the outbreak of the international financial crisis, the operation of local foreign trade enterprises in Binhai City was severely affected. Lu Qingxing's business suffered a huge loss and was facing the danger of bankruptcy. A large sum of money could not be collected, banks and suppliers came to his door, and eventually led to the rupture of his capital chain. The company's assets were liquidated, his villa was auctioned, and even his car was towed away. Although Lu Qingxing tried his best to turn the tide, he was mentally and physically exhausted and fell ill. As a result, he soon passed away, leaving behind his wife, Fang Yun, and his 3 children, Lu Shi, Lu Chen, and Lu Shui. As a result, Lu Chen's fate changed dramatically. He went from a rich family that everyone envied to a poor family. Even his girlfriend abandoned him, and he had to rely on part-time work to make a living. In the case of losing the backbone of the family, his mother, Fang Yun, a gentle, kind, and strong woman, stood up bravely and shouldered all the responsibilities. Fang Yun sold all the family property, including her dowry jewelry, and moved to a rented house with her children. She signed a repayment agreement with the creditors and began to work hard for a new life. After the initial pain and the torture of failure, Lu Chen did not give up and sink into despair. In order to help his family pay off this huge debt, he applied for social practice in advance at the beginning of the senior year. With 800 yuan saved from working, he went north alone to the capital to work hard. Until now, the water flowed, washing his body, and drops of water splashed on the stained floor tiles. As if sprinkled in Lu Chen's heart, the difficult memories grew wildly like weeds, occupying his mind. You said you cried like a child, you won't love me even a little more. Suddenly, a ghostly wail and wolf howl pierced through the wall and rushed into Lu Chen's ears like a demonic voice. Holy shit, he was so scared that he couldn't help but shiver. He quickly turned off the tap and wiped the water off his body with a towel. The singing next door was still going on, making Lu Chen have the urge to cry. However, the sadness brought about by the memories of the past was diluted a lot. He dried his hair and hurriedly changed into a set of clean clothes. Then, he left the house and ran to the house next door. He reached out and knocked on the door, but no one answered. However, the door was not closed, and the helpless howls continued to come out from the gap. Li Gu, what are you doing? Lu Chen pushed the door open and shouted into the room, you'll be fined for noise pollution. This room belonged to Li Feiyu, a salesman at a car dealership in Beijing. He had a good relationship with Lu Chen. Lu Chen knew that Li Feiyu loved pop music, and would often sing at the top of his voice. However, he had never been so passionate as he was today. He simply couldn't live. If he continued to sing, the tenants in the other rooms would probably run over to protest. The scene that appeared in front of him made Lu Chen stunned. Although they were in the same basement and had the same partition, Li Feiyu's room was undoubtedly more luxurious than Lu Chen's. The floor was covered with composite flooring, the walls were all covered with wallpaper, the Simmons bed and other furniture were all new, and there was even a small fridge in the corner. He saw Li Feiyu sitting in front of a computer, wearing headphones, and singing into a microphone with a face full of infatuation. The 24-inch LCD screen showed the live video taken by the camera, and there were a few rows of flashing subtitles. What was he doing? Lu Chen curiously walked over and reached out his hand to pat his shoulder. Wow! The unprepared Li Feiyu jumped up in fright, almost knocking the microphone away. Seeing that it was Lu Chen, Li Feiyu let out a big sigh of relief. He quickly took off his headphones, patted his chest and said, "Scared me to death, Xiao Lu, why did you come?" Were you attracted by my singing? He chuckled, a smug expression on his face. Lu Chen disdainfully said, attracted? I came to see how you'll be beaten to death. At this time, he noticed that his image appeared on the LCD screen, and the number of comments suddenly increased. Wow. A handsome man came. Brother Fei, I'm looking for a handsome man. QQ signal, length, size, nude photo. Could it be that the host's breeder came to feed him? What breeder? It's obviously engine oil, the host's good engine oil. I want to listen to singing, I don't want a handsome guy. I want to listen to singing, I don't want a handsome guy. 23333333333. As the comments increased, the screen began to flash with stars, shining in all directions, very beautiful. In the information bar on the right side of the screen, a row of system messages appeared. System notification, Crystal Jelly, Bronze 2, gifted the host 100 starlight. System notification, Crystal Jelly, Bronze 2, gifted the host 100 starlight. System notification, No Plane Tonight, Black Iron V, gifted the host 100 starlight. System notification, New Yorker, Silver 4, gifted the host 100 starlight. System notification, New Yorker, Silver 4, gifted the host 100 starlight. System notification, New Yorker, Silver 4, gifted the host 100 starlight. System notification, New Yorker, Silver 4, gifted the host 100 starlight. System notification. Lu Chen was a little dumbfounded, but he finally understood. In the past 1 or 2 years, a new form of mass entertainment appeared on the internet, and that was the internet nationwide live broadcast. In the beginning, the national live broadcast was mainly aimed at online games. Many gaming experts would broadcast their own games or competitions on the live broadcast platform as a host, in order to earn popularity and reward income. As the national live broadcast closely followed the entertainment needs of netizens, it quickly flourished. Famous live broadcast platforms such as Sky Live Broadcast, Whale TV, Amazing Star Dreams, and a large number of other types of hosts emerged. Moreover, the format of the live broadcast was no longer limited to games. Singing, dancing, playing musical instruments, talk shows, and all kinds of outdoor life content appeared one after another, attracting a large number of netizens to participate. Lu Chen studied computer science in university. Although he had been busy working for the past 2 years and rarely went online, he still had some understanding of the national live broadcast. It was just that he didn't have the time to come into contact with it before. Li Feiyu was undoubtedly doing a live broadcast. He was the so-called internet host, but what made Lu Chen puzzled was, with Li Feiyu's broken voice that could scare away the whole street, why would anyone come to listen to him sing? And it seemed like there were quite a number of people who came to listen to Lu Chen sing. The status bar at the top of the screen showed that the number of followers of the host Peter Pan ABC was 1,425, and the number of online popularity had actually reached 287, more than the number of customers who listened to Lu Chen sing at Forget Worries Bar last night. It wasn't that he didn't understand, but the change in the online world was really too fast. Ha ha ha, Lu Chen was in a daze. Li Feiyu laughed loudly, leaned his head over to the microphone and said, "Thank you everyone for your tips. Let me introduce to everyone, this is my good brother, Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, say hello to everyone." Lu Chen hadn't come to his senses yet, and subconsciously nodded and said, "Hello everyone." A new barrage immediately appeared on the screen. Handsome pot mud hell, same sex seeking a relationship. Xiao Lu? What a cute name, I like it. Xiao Lu. 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 3 black lines suddenly appeared on Lu Chen's forehead. Li Feiyu laughed and said, "Not this Xiao Lu, it's the Lu from Land and Army." Although Xiao Lu isn't as handsome as Brother Fei, his singing level has already reached 10% of Brother Fei's. Does everyone want to hear him sing? If you do, then give more starlight. Just as he finished speaking, the barrage and starlight floated up at the same time. Want. Don't 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 want. Brother Fei is here to cheat starlight again. Host sells engine oil, earns $1 million a month. I want to hear a handsome pot sing. System notification, New Yorker, Silver 4, gifted host 100 Starlight, System notification, New Yorker, Silver 4, gifted host 100 Starlight, System notification, New Yorker, Silver 4, gifted host 100 Starlight, System notification, New Yorker, Silver 4, gifted host 100 Starlight, System notification, New Yorker, Silver 4, gifted host 100 Starlight, System notification, New Yorker, Silver 4, gifted host 100 Starlight. System notification, the ID New Yorker is probably a nouveau riche. He actually gave 100 Starlight combo in one go, gifting 10,000 Starlight. Li Feiyu was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Both his hands pressed down on Lu Chen's shoulders and let him sit in his seat. Then he smiled and said, "Xiao Lu, watch the stage first. I'll go get the guitar for you." After saying that, this guy ran off. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't feel disgusted. This was the first time he came into contact with a live broadcast. Thinking about his own image appearing on hundreds of computer screens and interacting with hundreds of people at the same time, it was very refreshing. While waiting for Li Feiyu, he did a simple research on this Starlight show broadcasting platform and discovered that there were many functions inside. But before Lu Chen could finish his research, Li Feiyu couldn't wait to send his guitar over. This Peter Pan helped Lu Chen adjust the microphone, turned off the music that was playing on the computer, and even brought mineral water. He was so attentive that he almost made the bed and massaged his legs and back. Lu Chen hugged the guitar and sat in front of the computer. Facing the microphone and the camera, he slowly calmed down. His idea was very simple. He wanted to support Li Feiyu, and at the same time, satisfy his curiosity by experiencing a live broadcast. At this moment, Lu Chen would never have thought that his life would take a different path because of this. A desk, a computer, a camera, and a microphone. Just like that, Lu Chen's first live broadcast on StarryLive's live streaming platform began in a simple manner. Facing the microphone, he sang Blue Crystal. Blue Crystal was a classic that many people were familiar with a few years ago. The lyrics were catchy and coupled with a beautiful melody, it was one of the most popular songs in the KTV room. Lu Chen had used the guitar to sing many times in the past, so he had already memorized the lyrics. And now, with Lu Chen's skill in playing and singing, after experiencing the long dream that night, he was like the legendary youth who fell off a cliff and had a fortuitous encounter. He had mastered the divine art of rebirth, and dealing with such a scene was simply a piece of cake. Tomorrow, I will go far away, embarking on a journey that will never return. Do you still remember the blue crystal I gave you? Your real name is engraved on it. As Lu Chen's clear, clean, and slightly sad voice sounded, the comments on the screen decreased a lot. But this situation only lasted for a moment. Beautiful. Blue Crystal? It's my favorite song. Xiao Lu's guitar playing is really good, sincerely begging for a master, begging for a secret manual. I'm so touched, I can obviously rely on my face to make a living, but I have to rely on my strength. I'm PFS. I'm finished. After listening to this handsome guy, how am I going to face Brother Faye's ugly face and broken voice in the future? System notification, New Yorker, Silver 4, gifted host 100 stars. System notification, New Yorker, Silver 4, gifted host 100 stars. System notification, New Yorker began to crazily spam the screen. In the blink of an eye, he sent out another 10,000 stars. Once again, it easily covered a few sporadic tips. Lu Chen calmly finished singing, then said to the microphone, "Thank you, New Yorker friend, for your support." He now had a basic understanding of the rules of live streaming. To put it bluntly, it was no different from singing on the stage of a bar. However, the world of the internet was vast and boundless. The number of fans and listeners in Starlight Show was obviously incomparable to the number of customers in Forget Grass Bar. At the end of the song, Lu Chen noticed that the number of followers of the host Peter Pan, ABC, had increased to 1,623, and his popularity had surged to 548. There was a significant increase, indicating that his singing could attract and retain people. This gave him a sense of pride. He coughed twice and said, "Please listen, Soaring Pigeon." For the second song, Lu Chen still chose Soaring Pigeon. Compared to the previous Blue Crystal, Lu Chen had a better grasp of Soaring Pigeon. Although the difficulty of the latter was much higher than blue crystal, it gave him a chance to show off his skills. Using the little finger to slide the strings, he quickly changed his hand shape, followed by continuous hooks, plus the long span in the middle. As for the chord, needless to say, he even added random patterns to the original score. Li Fei, who was sitting at the side, was dazzled by what he saw and listened with his mouth agape. He had heard Lu Chen sing and seen Lu Chen play, but never had he been so shocked. It felt like Lu Chen was a different person. He used to be an amateur, but now he was a professional performer. The difference was like heaven and earth. On the computer screen, there was a flood of comments. Although the popularity was only around 500, the momentum of the comments and the sparkling stars made the enthusiasm no less than those popular hosts. Oh, this is great. 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 6666666666666666666 Peter Pan, I love you. Ha ha ha, you're new, right? This is not Peter Pan, it's Xiao Lu, Xiao Lu, Xiao Lu. Repeat that 3 times. Eh? Did I miss something? Li Feiyu was speechless. In the past, when he was broadcasting, the highest number of viewers exceeded 1,500, which was nearly 3 times the current number. However, the number of comments was at least 10 times worse. As for the gifts, how could the gap between people be so big? Peter Pan A, B, C silently cried in his heart. This was really an era where looks were the most important. Lu Chen, on the other hand, did not have so many thoughts. He seriously played and sang Soaring Pigeon. He also felt very satisfied. System notification, New Yorker, Silver 4, gifted the host 100 stars. System notification, New Yorker, Silver 4, gifted the host 100 stars. System notification, Prophecy Emperor Li Bai, Gold 2, gifted the host 1 interstellar battleship. Originally, New Yorker was spamming the screen with starlight, but the sudden appearance of Prophecy Emperor Li Bai sent out an interstellar battleship. With an incomparably tyrannical aura, it crushed thousands of stars and became the focus of everyone's attention. Li Feiyu jumped in fright and stammered, "War. Battleship. Battleship." Lu Chen didn't understand at first, but when he saw the new comments, he understood. Interstellar battleship. Truly unparalleled nouveau riche. Which GG can tell me, what is an interstellar battleship? Interstellar battleship is equivalent to 100,000/1T Starlight, which is $1,000. Nouveau riche, please help me. Hubby. 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 Lu Chen was speechless. In the Starlight show, 100 Starlight was equivalent to $1. Previously, when New Yorker sent out a 100-star combo, it was a $100 tip. Just now, he thought that New Yorker was rich and willful, but now, Prophecy Emperor Li Bai immediately refreshed his worldview. A $1,000 tip. After gifting the interstellar battleship, Prophecy Emperor Li Bai succinctly typed 3 words, "Well sung." It was also very cool. Lu Chen came back to his senses and quickly said, "Thank you, Prophecy Emperor Li Bai, for your tips, and friends from New Yorker, thank you all. I will present you with an original song called You Who Sat Next to Me. I hope everyone likes it." Originally, he planned to end after singing 2 songs, but his stomach was already protesting. But now that Prophecy Emperor Li Bai had gifted him the interstellar battleship, he was too embarrassed to leave. Original? Xiao Lu can write his own songs? 6666666666666666666. Catch the mud together? Mud your sister, it should be you who sat next to me. Did you put glue in your ears? My deskmate is gay. Lu Chen looked at the bullet screen with incomparable joy. This was too interesting. It was completely different from the atmosphere in the bar. The level of interaction was very high. At this time, he noticed that the number of popularity displayed on the screen had increased exponentially, from the original 500 plus to 1400 plus, and it was still increasing. On the contrary, there was not much change in the star fans, at least not as shocking an increase. Later, Lu Chen found out that this was the so-called nouveau riche effect. When a nouveau riche gifted a heavy prop, the website would flash a red celebratory bullet screen in most of the other live broadcast rooms. Through this bullet screen, one could directly enter the live broadcast room, so the popularity would increase. But whether or not the attracted visitors could become real fans depended on the ability of the host. Tomorrow, will you remember the diary you wrote yesterday? Tomorrow, will you still remember the you who loved to cry the most, singing you who sat next to me again? Lu Chen did not brew too much emotion. But this classic folk song from the dream world, under his playing and singing, was transmitted to the computer through the microphone, and then transmitted to the online audience's expensive or cheap computers, tablets, and mobile phones. Finally, it was restored with the help of different quality sound systems and headphones. It still had an unstoppable charm. The originally noisy and lively screen quieted down, and Lu Chen's singing was like a gurgling stream, flowing in the small room and into the hearts of many people. Who met the sentimental you, who comforted the you who loved to cry? Who read the letter I wrote to you, who threw it in the wind? Halfway through the song, the bullet screen gradually increased. I suddenly have a feeling of wanting to cry, so annoying. Sand in my eyes, Xianxia, I love you, 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 I love you. I think of my deskmate in high school, I wonder how she is now. None of you stop me, tomorrow I will confess to my deskmate. Alright, he's a guy too. I miss the past, I miss the times when I was studying, I feel like crying too. What's the name of this song? It's very nice, I've never heard it before. The song is called My Boyfriend, Ask Again and Commit Suicide. You deskmate, original by the host. If the previous bullet screen was filled with amusing youths, then the current style was that of artistic youths. Some were moved, some were nostalgic, some were melancholic, and some were sad. Even if it was the first time listening, one's soul would still be touched. This was the charm of music, this was the magic of classics. There were no soft moans, no impassioned high notes. A song of You Deskmate came out from Lu Chen's fingertips, and he sang it slowly, moving everyone who heard it. Until the end of the song, countless stars shone. System notification, Sweet Baby, Bronze Eye, gifted the host 100 stars. System notification, Polio 1990, Iron 7, gifted the host 100 stars. System notification, Crystal Jelly, Bronze 2, gifted the host 100 stars. System notification, Leisurely Walking the World, Silver Eye, gifted the host 1 meteor. System notification, Invincible Iron Fist, Iron 3, gifted the host 100 stars. System notification, unlike the tycoons who flooded the screen earlier. The number of viewers who watched Starlight this time had increased greatly. The number of viewers online had already exceeded 1900, and the number of Starlight fans had jumped to 2,700 plus, reaching 2722. They were very close to the 3,000 mark. Thank you everyone. Lu Chen put down the guitar in his arms and said, that's all for today, goodbye. The bullet screen was filled with words of reluctance, urging him to stay, and asking him to sing a few more songs. There were even people who sent out a large amount of stars and meteors. Thank you. Lu Chen was really touched, but he still stood up. He couldn't just not eat, right? Li Feiyu hurried over, put his palms together, and bowed to the audience to express his apologies, then turned off the live broadcast. He grabbed Lu Chen's shoulder with one hand, and wiped the non-existent tears off his face with the other. He said earnestly, brother, I'll treat Chef Chen this afternoon, let's go eat to our heart's content. After exiting the east gate of Jingming Community, they crossed the road and walked south along the sidewalk for 50 meters, then turned right into Willow Lane. If they kept going forward, they would reach Master Chen's private kitchen. Master Chen was from Huainan. He was not a professional chef, but he could cook excellent Huaiyang cuisine. After he retired a few years ago, he settled down in Beijing with his wife in order to take care of his grandchildren. It was not easy to live in Beijing, and the daily expenses were high. Therefore, Master Chen rented an old house in Willow Lane and opened a private kitchen. He relied on his skills and conscience to attract business and earn some living expenses. In the courtyard of a shabby house deep in the old lane, there were 5 to 6 wooden tables and dozens of dining chairs. When Lu Chen and Li Feiyu sneaked in, the inside was basically full. There was no space at all, the business was too good. Fortunately, Li Feiyu often visited. He called Master Chen's wife, who worked as a part-time waitress, Auntie, Auntie. His sweet words made her smile, and he finally got an extra seat in the small courtyard. A student's desk and 2 plastic stools. There was nothing good. But both Li Feiyu and Lu Chen were very satisfied. Master Chen's private kitchen was really a model of cheap and good quality. Many gluttons came to reserve seats before it was time to eat. If it was not for Li Feiyu's eloquence, he would not have been able to get an extra seat. Braised lion's head, 3 sets of duck, squirrel mandarin fish, boiled shredded dried fish, and 2 cages of crab meat buns were all authentic Huaiyang cuisine. Coupled with 4 bottles of Yendu beer, Lu Chen, who had not tasted meat for a long time, ate with tears streaming down his face. When the plates were mostly empty and 3 bottles of beer were finished, Li Feiyu, who was full of food and drink, started to talk. He was talking about live streaming. Li Fei had been streaming online for more than a month. He had also specially purchased a high-quality microphone and a high-definition camera. He wanted to show off on the internet and earn some money along the way. His first live broadcast was on Whale TV. He walked the path of a game anchor. Unfortunately, he was terrible at the 3 most popular online games on Whale TV, CKG, Hero City State, and Planet Overlord. After half a month, there were only a few viewers, and he couldn't even earn back his electricity bill. Half a month ago, he switched to Starlight Show. He did not play games, but instead went on a lifestyle show. He told jokes with others, sang songs, and showed off his ugly looks. He actually gained some popularity and earned a full 0.3T of Starlight. 0.3T was equivalent to 30,000 Starlight points, which was equivalent to $300. However, according to StarLive's rules, a wild anchor like Li Fei, who had yet to sign a contract, could only receive 50% of the profits. Well, he had earned back his electricity bill. Working hard for 2 weeks was not as good as moving bricks for a day. Talking about his sad life as an anchor, Peter Pan's bitterness flowed endlessly. He wanted to stop but could not. Lu Chen could not help but shed tears of sympathy. Xiao Lu, do you know? Li Feiyu drank a big mouthful of beer and said, "Our company's Xiao Mei earned more than 20,000 to 30,000 yuan from Starlight Show last month. That's 5 to 6 times more than her salary at the 4S store. She won't be coming to work next month." Lu Chen knew about Xiao Mei. She was the receptionist at the 4S store where Li Feiyu worked. She had big eyes, an all-like face, a slender waist, and long legs. Most importantly, she was 20 years old and did not have a boyfriend. She could be called a flower in the company. She had undoubtedly become the target of many crazy bees and butterflies, and she had many secret admirers. The reason why Lu Chen knew about her so well was not because he knew her, but because he had heard about her from Li Feiyu many times. Yes, this guy was one of the members of Xiao Mei's secret admirers. Is she very talented? Lu Chen asked curiously. Li Feiyu explained, she doesn't know how to sing or dance. She only does live broadcasts of makeup, eating, acting cute, chatting. Lu Chen was speechless. That was possible? It's really possible. Li Feiyu perked up and said, don't talk about acting cute and chatting. Starlight Show has live broadcasts of sleeping, watching TV, cooking, writing, and writing novels. There's nothing you can't think of, but there's nothing you can't do. Xiao Lu, with your talent and ability, you really have a bright future in Starlight Show. He became serious and said, right now, the 7 most popular celebrities in Starlight Show have a monthly income of at least 100,000 and above. The biggest celebrity, Yan Mani, is said to have signed for more than 5 million. She has also endorsed many commercials, and the number of viewers in Starlight Show has reached 2 million. Can you imagine how much she usually earns from tips? Lu Chen could not help but nod. He had only borrowed Li Feiyu's account to play around, and it seemed like he had earned quite a lot from tips. 2 million plus Starlight fans, just thinking about it was scary. Li Feiyu smiled bitterly and said, it's impossible for me to do that, but Xiao Lu, you're different. You sing well, you're handsome, and you can even write your own songs. You really have the potential to be a big hit in Starlight Show. Let's not talk about anything else. Just now, you sang 3 songs, and I saw that the tips were 2.8T. If you withdraw it immediately, you can get 1,400 yuan. Don't you think it's better than working in KFC, and better than working in a bar? Lu Chen was really tempted. His family owed a huge amount of debt. If he only relied on himself to work part-time, he probably would not be able to pay it off in this lifetime. It was the same even with his family. Right now, he already had a treasure trove, but it was not easy to exchange this treasure trove for actual benefits. Just think about the harsh contract that Su Qingmei took out. For a nobody like him to make it in this circle, just having talent was far from enough, and a broadcasting platform like Starlight Show, which belonged to the grassroots, was undoubtedly a shortcut to making money. Li Feiyu struck while the iron was hot and continued, "Xiao Lu, I don't plan to play anymore. I'll give you my Starlight account. You can change my name and information, and I'll also give you my broadcasting equipment. Anyway, it's useless." Lu Chen was shocked and quickly said, "How can I do that? Why not?" Li Feiyu stared and said, "This is called reasonable use of resources, and I won't lose out. I won't give you the share of the tips in my account, or else I won't get this price even if I sell it second-hand." Although that was what Li Feiyu said, Lu Chen knew that even if the two equipment were sold at a discount, it would not be worth 1,000 yuan. Moreover, the account was originally his. "Li Gu, if you're a brother, then don't talk nonsense." Li Feiyu waved his hand and said domineeringly, "Then it's decided. If you really appreciate Brother Li's kindness, then when you become a big star, let me be your assistant that runs errands for you." Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Li Gu, you're drunk." Bullsh tea. Li Feiyu said disdainfully, 2 bottles of Yendo can make me drunk? Adding a 0 is more like it. Let's not talk anymore, we'll go back and change our account now. Bill. He paid the bill, and then dragged Lu Chen back to the rented apartment. Back in the basement, Li Feiyu couldn't wait to turn on his computer and log into his account again. He first withdrew the 3T of Starlight points in his account, and then began to change his information. Starlight Show's anchor platform allowed anchors to change their information, including the account's nickname, password, mobile phone, eFubao information, etc. Therefore, it was very convenient to change it to Lu Chen's name. Of course, anchors rarely changed their nicknames as it would affect their popularity. In addition, they would have to send messages to inform their Starlight fans. Therefore, it was more troublesome. As it was Lu Chen's first time playing, he didn't suffer any losses when he took over Li Feiyu's account, and he still retained the popularity he earned in the morning. "Xiao Lu, change your anchor's nickname first." Li Feiyu rubbed his hands and reminded, "It must be domineering, it must be able to shock the audience." Lu Chen chuckled. He used the keyboard to enter his name Lu Chen, and a notification immediately popped up. Nickname taken. Lu Chen changed it to Xiao Lu, but it was still taken. Li Feiyu laughed and said, "All the good names are taken by dogs. I originally wanted to register as Peter Pan, but it was also taken." Lu Chen thought for a while and typed in Lu Fei. To his surprise, this name actually passed and showed that it could be used. He pressed the confirm button without hesitation, and the change was successful. Lu Fei? Li Feiyu was surprised and immediately became excited. This name is good, good. Lu was Lu Chen's, and Fei was Li Feiyu's Fei. Although Li Feiyu didn't want to play the anchor show anymore, he still had a lot of feelings for this account. He really hoped that Lu Chen would carry it forward and become a shining star in Starlight Show. Because of this, when he saw Lu Chen change the nickname Lu Fei, he was excited and touched. He couldn't help but punch Lu Chen on the shoulder. "Good brother." Lu Chen smiled and didn't say anything. He used this name as a nickname, in addition to his relationship with Li Feiyu. The most important reason was because of a sentence that just sounded in his mind. "I am the man who will become the Pirate King." Really domineering. After changing the nickname, this anchor account was completely owned by Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't start the live broadcast immediately, but first familiarized himself with the various functions of the live broadcast platform. Logging into the anchor account, he naturally had all the permissions of the live broadcast room, such as the basic settings, accompaniment, subtitles, kicking people, muting, blessing, leaving messages, and other functions. With Li Feiyu's guidance, he naturally got the hang of it very quickly. Then, Lu Chen sent a message to all the fans he followed, informing them of the name change. Interestingly, there were hundreds of messages in his anchor mailbox, most of which were just sent not long ago. They were greetings from his fans, praising, flattering, asking for his QQ number, and begging to hug his thighs. Then in less than half a minute, new messages came back one after another, all expressing congratulations and joy. Great, I'm finally no longer tortured by Peter Pan's demonic voice, scattering flowers. Lu Fei, I like this name, good luck handsome. When will you start the live broadcast? I still want to listen to you, my deskmate, 10,000 times. Support to the end. Lu Chen was very happy and felt that it was more and more interesting. Li Feiyu said, you can sign a contract when you have more than 10,000 fans. The proportion of the contract is different according to the level of the anchor. According to the speed of your fan growth, you should be able to meet the minimum requirements after 2 more live broadcasts. Lu Chen nodded, his eyes flashing with the light from the screen. Like a bright star. At 7 p.m., Lu Chen arrived at Forget Grass Bar early. He did not forget the lesson from last night. Since he had a rest during the day, he took the subway to Hohai before the evening rush hour and had a simple dinner near the pedestrian street. When he pushed open the door and entered the bar, Lu Chen was surprised to not see the boss, Qin Jianhao, at the bar. On the other hand, the tall, thin bartender with a beautiful mustache smiled and nodded at him. Before yesterday, Lu Chen had never received such treatment. Good morning, David. He walked over to greet him and asked curiously, the boss is not here? Qin Jianhao had invested his life savings into Forget Grass Bar, so he was very diligent in managing it. Usually, unless there was an accident, he would be present every night. When business was busy, he would even personally serve tea and water to the customers. The bartender David poured a glass of peppermint water for Lu Chen and shrugged his shoulders. The boss is probably busy. David's Mandarin wasn't perfect and had an awkward Western accent. Although he was also Chinese, he had grown up abroad and had only returned to China a few years ago. Thank you, David. After finishing the glass of water, Lu Chen prepared to go backstage. He still did not know the arrangements for tonight's performance. You're welcome, David kept the glass and said seriously, I really liked the song you sang last night, cool. He gave a thumbs up to Lu Chen, good luck. Lu Chen smiled and cupped his fists, then walked to the big room backstage. What surprised Lu Chen was that he was not the first to arrive, and there were already a few people inside. Other than the resident singers of Forget Grass Bar, Sister Hong, Brother Yi Zhenyang, and Wang Xiaoshui, even Sister Na was there. Together with the host, the 5 of them were sitting together and chatting. Xiao Lu. Seeing Lu Chen come in, Sister Na was the first to stand up and give him a big hug with a smile on her face. Congratulations on your promotion. Lu Chen said embarrassedly, thank you, Sister Na. Sister Na Zhang Nana had just turned 40 this year. In the Forget Worries bar and even in Hohai's singer circle, her qualifications were the oldest. It was said that at the age of 17, she left home to wander the world, pursuing her passion for music. Sister Na is an official contracted singer of Forget Worries bar. Her appearance is very ordinary, and can even be said to be a little ugly. She has high cheekbones, thick lips, and a slightly sunken nose. When she smiles, there are already deep crow's feet at the corner of her eyes. But no one would look down on Sister Na because of this, because she has a unique talent in singing. Her wide range and rich experience allowed her to easily handle many difficult songs, belonging to the strong singer. Qin Jianhao once said in private that the reason why Sister Na hasn't become popular for more than 20 years, other than her appearance, is because she hasn't met a good song that belongs to her, and she hasn't met a real music talent scout. If not for this, he wouldn't be able to recruit Sister Na and let her sing in Forget Worries bar. However, Sister Na's temperament is very open-minded, and she doesn't have that kind of melancholy of not being recognized. Whether it is the most ordinary waiter in the bar, or the most famous bionics, her attitude is always warm and friendly. Because of this, her relationship with others is also the best. Lu Chen's relationship with Sister Na is also very good. When he was able to sing on stage and Forget Worries bar, it was because of this big sister that he was able to get Qin Jianhao to agree. For this, Lu Chen has always been grateful. With Sister Na taking the lead, the others also expressed their congratulations. They all know that Lu Chen is already a resident singer. Originally in Forget Grass Bar, Lu Chen was the only requested singer, and his position was the lowest. But now, he can at least sit on the same level as Li Hong and Yi Zhenyang, and enjoy the same treatment. Sister Na, Xiao Lu sang an original song last night. Li Hong said with a smile. It was a full house win, and there are people who want to sign him into their entertainment company. Although it sounded like an ordinary conversation, there was a hint of jealousy in his tone that couldn't be concealed. Other than Sister Na, Yi Zhenyang and Wang Xiaoshui's expression are not natural. Forget Grass Bar isn't big, and the number of staff and singers are not many, so once there is any news, it will quickly spread throughout the small circle. Last night, Lu Chen won the love of all the customers with his original song, You Who Sat Next to Me, and he also got the favor of Light Rain Media, who wanted to sign him as a new artist to groom and package him. If it was only this, they would at most be envious and jealous. After all, in the circle of Hohai, there is no lack of singers who were recognized by others, and then soared to the sky. Lu Chen is undoubtedly one of the lucky ones. But what made people dumbfounded is that Lu Chen actually rejected it. This made them unable to understand. This is a precious opportunity that others yearn for, but Lu Chen actually did not cherish it. How can they accept this? Yi Zhenyang laughed. Unfortunately, Xiao Lu's ambition is a bit too high, or else in the future when he becomes a big star, he can also bring a contract with him, and let us bask in the glory. Compared to Li Hong, he is even more unhappy with Lu Chen, and if he doesn't say a few sour words, he will feel uncomfortable. 2 days ago, Lu Chen was still a small shrimp that he can ignore, but now, not only has he become a resident singer like him, but he is even more eye-catching than him. Lu Chen secretly frowned. Yi Zhenyang said such words, it's not good for him to be serious, but it's also not good for him not to be serious, and he also doesn't want to be hypocritical. Xiao Lu will definitely become a big star in the future. Sister Na patted Lu Chen's shoulder and said, last night I came late, and didn't hear you sing the song you wrote. Tonight you must sing it again. Lu Chen quickly said, okay, please give me some pointers, Sister Na. Compared to others, Sister Na's attitude towards Lu Chen was undoubtedly more sincere, and helped him out of the predicament with just a few words. Yi Zhenyang and the others would definitely not dare to provoke him. Sister Na laughed, I don't dare to give you pointers, Xiao Lu, if you have such talent, you should show it earlier, and then write a good song for your Sister Na. How about it? Lu Chen thought for a moment, and said seriously, okay. His serious reply made Sister Na stunned. What she said just now was actually a joke, and she didn't really want to ask Lu Chen for a song. Nowadays, it is not easy to write original songs, and the domestic atmosphere is not suitable for original songs. Other than a few real big names, many professional songwriters can't even produce 1 or 2 excellent songs in a few years. For an amateur songwriter like Lu Chen, it is already a great fortune for him to be able to produce a good song by chance. How can he continuously write wonderful works, and moreover, it is tailor-made? She thought that Lu Chen was also joking, but seeing that Lu Chen's attitude was very serious, she couldn't help but be surprised. Of course, as an experienced person, Sister Na was only stunned for a moment, and immediately laughed, then I will wait for your song. She didn't continue to dwell on this topic, and clapped her hands, it's almost time, I will arrange the performance tonight. Xiaoshui, you can sing 2 songs first. Boss Qinjianhao is not here, so Sister Na is the little boss. Other than the Bionics, whether it is Li Hong or Yi Zhenyang, they all have to listen to her, and no one will raise any objections to her arrangements. Even the lead singer of the Bionics, Qin Hanyang, is polite to Sister Na. Because it is the last night of the weekend, after 8 o'clock, there are more and more customers in Forget Grass Bar, and most of them are university students. Near Hohai is the university city, and there are more than 10 famous universities in the country, including Zhongyin and Jingyin. Many university students like to visit the bars in Hohai and Sanlitun, especially couples. After eating dinner on the pedestrian street, they will come over and occupy a table for 2, and then order a few cocktails or beer, and at the same time enjoy the live performance. The cost is not much, but it is very romantic. Seeing that the bar is almost full, the host quickly went out to warm up the crowd, and Wang Xiaoshui then started singing. When it is Lu Chen's turn to appear, it is already 9 o'clock at night. Just as he sat down on the stage with his guitar, a customer immediately whistled loudly. Xiao Lu, sing You Who Sat Next to Me! Lu Chen smiled and nodded. To be able to blow the hoodlum whistle so enchantingly, it can only be that regular customer. That is a regular customer who likes to tease little kids. Of course, I have to give him face. Tonight, the first song I will bring to everyone is a song that I wrote myself. He lightly plucked the strings, and said to the microphone, "You who sat next to me, I hope everyone will like it." Like. Just as Lu Chen's voice fell, someone immediately shouted, "Sing it twice." Cheerful laughter sounded in the bar, like the ripples of a stone thrown into the water. Many of the new customers were surprised, because they have never heard this song before, and it was an original. Naturally, they did not understand why the regular customers were so enthusiastic, and this kind of enthusiasm is rare in Forget Grass Bar, at least not for a young singer like Lu Chen. Lu Chen did not say much nonsense, and after playing the prelude, he began to sing for the night. "Tomorrow, will you remember the diary you wrote yesterday?" His voice seemed to have magic. Under the accompaniment of the guitar, it quickly changed the atmosphere in the bar. The whispers, the touching of wine glasses, and even the ringing of cell phones gradually disappeared. Whether it was the regular customers or the new customers, they all quietly listened to Lu Chen's singing. To the regular customers, this song, "You Who Sat Next to Me," was played better by Lu Chen, and the singing was more emotional. They even closed their eyes and used their hearts to feel the emotions contained in the song: memories, melancholy, nostalgia. For the new customers, the first time they heard "You Who Sat Next to Me," first of all, it was very fresh, and second, it was very good. Then, they were deeply moved. The charm of a classic song can ignore the barriers of time and space. Even in a different world, it can still shine with dazzling brilliance. In a short 5 or 6 minutes, Forget Grass Bar was extremely quiet. Until the end of the song. After a while, the warm applause exploded. When Lu Chen went up the stage, Xiaomi was sitting at table 035, which was not far from the stage. Nibbling on the straw inserted into the ice cream, her gaze wandered around the faces of the other 3 girls at the same table with an obedient look of "I'll just watch and I won't say anything." But her spirited eyes revealed a trace of craftiness and mischievousness, exposing her true nature. Xiaomi's full name was Mixian. This nickname was given to her by her roommate. She was a first-year student at Beijing Normal University and had just celebrated her 19th birthday a few days ago. Tonight, she originally planned to go to the library to review her homework, but in the end, she was forcefully dragged to Hohai by her big sister, second sister, and third sister. They said that they wanted to see more handsome guys before they said goodbye to their first year. The atmosphere of this bar, called Forget Worries Bar, was not bad. Xiaomi had been to Sanlaton's bar before, but the crazy, depraved and irritable atmosphere had frightened her, who was used to playing the role of an obedient girl and had a little rebellious in her heart. Hohai Bar was undoubtedly much quieter and peaceful, and of course, much more bourgeois. But where are the handsome guys? Where are the handsome guys? The singer who just went down was very young, and his singing was not bad, but he liked to flirt, probably thinking that he was very handsome and charming, and kept throwing flirtatious glances at the customers. Ugh. Xiaomi took a sip of her ice cream, and thought about how she should cook the smiling big sister, second sister, and third sister alive to vent the depression in her heart. Just as she was about to reveal her devil's tale, Xiaomi heard a voice coming from the stage. "Tomorrow, will you remember the diary you wrote yesterday? Tomorrow, will you still remember the you who loved to cry the most?" She was momentarily stunned. The voice was clean and clear, with a hint of sadness. She had never heard the melody and lyrics before. But it was really nice. Xiaomi could not help but raise her head to look at the stage, only to see a young man wearing a blue t-shirt and jeans sitting on a stool, hugging a guitar and singing affectionately. "What's the name of this song? What's the name of this handsome guy?" Xiaomi stared at him without blinking, and suddenly all the depression in her heart disappeared. Only when the other party finished singing did she suddenly wake up, and was the first to clap her hands. "Xiao Lu, sing it again." Accompanied by warm applause, someone shouted, "You, my deskmate." At this moment, Xiaomi finally knew the name of the singer and the name of the song. Although she was not completely sure, the suggestion of others had undoubtedly gained her approval. She had not heard enough just now. "Little girl, come back to me." A white palm suddenly appeared in front of her, swaying left and right, blocking her vision. Her roommate smiled slyly. "Have you taken a fancy to this handsome guy? Your heart is stirred, right? Big sister." Xiaomi's face instantly turned red. What nonsense are you spouting? Seeing her embarrassed look, big sister, second sister, and third sister were overjoyed and laughed so hard that they almost knocked over their wine glasses. Fortunately, the atmosphere at the scene was very lively. Some people applauded and some whistled. Otherwise, they really didn't know how much attention they would attract, and she would also be humiliated. The handsome guy on the stage did not let down everyone's expectations, as he smiled and agreed to sing the song again. Xiaomi's heart moved, and while everyone's attention was diverted, she secretly took out her phone from her pocket, switched on the camera function, and started recording the stage. Halfway through the recording, she suddenly felt that the surrounding atmosphere was a little strange, and instinctively turned her head. She saw a waiter standing at the side, staring at the phone in her hand with an ugly expression. "Miss, the bar does not allow cameras, please cooperate, thank you." Among the customers that frequented Baxi Bar, there were many elites in the workplace, and there were also quite a number of people in the industry, and even celebrities. Most of them cared about their privacy, and while they were here to relax, they naturally did not like to be filmed by others. Therefore, bars like Nepenthes Bar would have a no filming sign at a conspicuous location. Xiaomi stuck out her tongue, and hurriedly kept her phone, saying, "Sorry." She was pretty and cute, and since she immediately apologized, the waiter naturally did not say anything more, and nodded his head before leaving. "Xiaomi girl." Big sister glared at her fiercely. "I brought you here to play, not to embarrass myself. Tonight, I'll go back and serve you." Xiaomi lowered her head in shame, as though she was repenting for her mistake, but in reality, she was still holding on to her phone, and her fingers were rapidly tapping on the touch screen, skillfully typing out a long line of words. "Tonight at Baxi Bar, I found a handsome guy, and a very nice song." This was the title of a new post, and Xiaomi had attached the video she had just taken, and then sent it to the Beihai University forum that she frequented. Beihai University Forum, which was also known as Beihai University Forum, was very famous among the student groups in Beijing. The daily IP and PV numbers were very high, and there were a large number of students from Beijing's universities. Any slight movement in a university would be reflected in the corresponding forum in the first instance. Xiaomi had used her own account to post the post purely out of fun. Normally, such a post would only exist for a short period of time in Beihai University Forum, and would quickly be swept away by a large number of new posts, and then disappear from everyone's sight. Perhaps it would be occasionally rediscovered by someone, but it was basically silent. But Xiaomi did not care, she only wanted to express her love for the song. As for the singer, just a little bit. At this moment, Lucien did not know that he had gained another fan. He seriously finished singing "You Who Sat Next to Me" for the second time, and once again received beer after beer as a reward. Among the guests that night, there were quite a number of student couples. Compared to those white-collar elites, their economic conditions were limited, so they would not reward singers. At most they would order one or two as a token of appreciation. But tonight was different. After singing "You Who Sat Next to Me" twice, Lucien actually received 100+ rewards. According to the 70% ratio of the resident singers, that was about 1,500 yuan. Unfortunately, this kind of good thing did not happen every day, and it was only during the weekend that there were more customers, and they were more generous with their money. Otherwise, with such a generous reward, Lucien would be able to live comfortably, and would not need to worry about his family's huge debt day and night. Among the 100+ rewards, there were quite a number of student couples, and most of them were girls who let the boys pay. There were also some guys who were unwilling, but without exception, they were scolded and complained by their girlfriends. Delicate type, "Do you love me?" Cold and arrogant type, "Forget it, I'll buy it myself." Black-bellied type, "Hee, you're not jealous, are you? Don't think too much, I just like this song." Unruly type, "One is not enough. Give me two more." Any guy with a little bit of EQ, if he did not want to be a single dog again, then he could only obediently fork out the money. Even if he had to eat pickled vegetables and cornbread tomorrow. This allowed Lucien to receive rewards, but also received a lot of resentment from his classmates. So what if you're handsome? And their resentment was so strong that even Lucien, who was sitting on the stage, could feel it. After thinking about it, he said to the microphone, "Thank you everyone for your support. The song I'm going to sing next is still my own original work, and it's the first time I'm singing it in Forget Worries Bar, so everyone here will be the first listeners of this song." Wow, there was a small commotion in the bar. Many customers unconsciously straightened their backs, and their expressions became much more serious. There were even quite a number of people who revealed a look of excitement and agitation. The so-called first listener was originally an NPC character in a certain online game. Any player who used the microphone to sing loudly to it would receive different rewards. Later on, it was widely used to refer to the first person or the first batch of people who appreciated the original music or song. Hatsune listener. In the big room backstage, Xianxia curled his lips in disdain. His gaze drifted towards the tightly shut door of the small room inside, and said softly, "Even Brother Qin doesn't dare to say that." If first listener was treated as a title, then this title could not be casually given to others, because at the same time, it was also an honor given to oneself. There were many singers who created music as an amateur. Without sufficient confidence and certainty, no one would dare to say that the person who listened to their own original work for the first time was a first listener. This was because this title was only suitable for truly outstanding works, or else they would become a laughing stock. How could Luchan dare to boast so shamelessly? One must know that even the real big brother among the singers of Forget Worries Bar, the soul of the Bionics, Qin Hanyang, had sung his own original songs in the bar many times, but he had never mentioned this title. Li Hong and Wang Xiaoshui who were present revealed a look of agreement, but Sister Na faintly smiled and said, "Xiaolu is very talented. The song You Who Sat Next to Me just now has the potential to become popular. I believe that the new song should not disappoint." Yi Xingyang's face was a little embarrassed, but he did not dare to refute. Although Sister Na and the Bionics both had their own individual resting room, she usually preferred to stay in the big room outside and chat with other singers, listening to their singing and the sounds coming from the bar. If Luchan did not use You Who Sat Next to Me to prove his ability, then Sister Na might not have thought much of it. But now, she had great expectations for the new song that Luchan was going to sing. Even she herself didn't notice that there was actually another meaning in this expectation. On the stage outside, Luchan played the prelude of the new song. The bar, once again, became quiet. How could I fall in love with you, I'm asking myself. I can give up anything, it's hard to leave today. You're not beautiful but you're so cute, oh, Cinderella my Cinderella. The strings are plucked, the simple melody, Luchan's singing is slightly low, with a trace of nostalgia and sadness. In Luchan's dream world, this song was written by a very talented rock singer to give to his first girlfriend. It also contains a very moving story. Although the final ending of the story is not perfect, the charm of this song is beyond doubt. It has touched countless people and has been used by many people to sing and perform. It has become a real classic that has lasted for a long time. In terms of the emotion of the song, this song has a lot in common with You Who Sat Next to Me. They both have the meaning of fate, but it is more sincere, expressing the singer's willfulness, self-reproach and pursuit of love. When this song was sung by Luchan for the first time in this world, it still touched everyone's heartstrings. Especially the couples present, they were deeply moved. The boy held the girl's hand tightly, even if the latter stared at Luchan on the stage. "Because you're my Cinderella. I'm always hurting your heart, I'm always cruel, I told you not to take it seriously because I can't believe it. You're so beautiful and you're so cute, oh, Cinderella my Cinderella." It seemed that the whole world was quiet, and everyone was listening to Luchan's singing. Many girls' eyes were quietly covered with a layer of hazy tears. They were speechless, and even their breathing became stagnant. If this is a dream, I'd rather be drunk than wake up. I've endured, I've waited so long, maybe I'm waiting for you, maybe I'm waiting for you, maybe I'm waiting for you. Until the end of the performance, no one spoke. "A Cinderella," Luchan said softly, "it's the first time I've sung it. I hope everyone likes it." Then there was applause. At first, it was one or two claps, like a storm on a summer night. But soon, it became uniform. Many guests stood up and applauded Luchan. There was no noise, only warm applause, especially those girls, their palms were red from clapping. This song Cinderella does not have an impassioned melody, nor does it have ups and downs in the climax. It will not make the listener's blood boil, but it can quietly break into the listener's heart, making them involuntarily be moved by the implicit and blazing emotions in the song. Most importantly, they were first listeners. If one day, Cinderella becomes a well-known classic, then she can proudly boast to others that she was the first person to appreciate this song, and she witnessed its debut. Can Cinderella become a classic? There were many different answers, but no matter who it was, they had to admit that this was a really good song. There was emotion, love, and even more so, soul. The applause lasted for a few minutes. Such a scene had never happened in Forget Grass Bar before. It was a treatment that the Bionics and Sister Na had never received before. Someone said loudly, "Let's sing it again." His request was unanimously approved by everyone, and they strongly requested for Lu Chen to sing it again. However, Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. He spoke into the microphone, "Thank you everyone for your support, but I will only sing this song once tonight, because I saw some girls crying over here." He used his elbow to press the guitar on his lap, clasped his hands together, and apologized to the right side of the stage. The position Lu Chen was facing was table 035, which was the table of Xiaomi and her 3 best friends. Among the 4 girls, 2 of them already had red eyes. Seeing everyone's attention shifted to them following Lu Chen's actions, the girls were embarrassed and blushed. The 2 of them quickly used the back of their hands to wipe the tears from the corner of their eyes. University girls were romantic and passionate, and could easily be moved by sad singing. Lu Chen continued, "My mother once told me that a girl's tears are the most precious. She said that no matter what, I cannot let a girl cry, or else it would be a crime." Soft laughter sounded in the bar. After a pause, Lu Chen sighed, "I think I have already committed a heinous crime, so I can't sing anymore." The chuckle turned into laughter, and the sorrowful atmosphere in the bar suddenly disappeared. Xiaomi's big sister, second sister, and third sister could not help but laugh. Their eyes were filled with tears, but they were laughing happily. Xiaomi wanted to laugh, but she did not, and in her heart, she scolded, "Annoying." Lu Chen did not know that he was annoyed by a girl. The reason why he did not sing Cinderella again was not because he was tsundere or to keep people in suspense, but because the atmosphere created by singing "You Who Sat Next to Me" and Cinderella was enough. As the saying goes, going too far is as bad as falling short. Knowing when to stop is the way of the king. He took the opportunity to get off the stage, and gave his position to the host. At around 9 o'clock, he would go on stage to sing another 2 songs. Resident singers have a fixed singing time, and also a guaranteed salary. The real big income is still the reward share. Tonight, Lu Chen can earn a lot more than yesterday, but Lu Chen was very clear that this rhythm of earning money was only temporary, and could not last long. He was relying on the 2 original songs that he sang. Although he could still come up with better songs, it was not worth it to put them in the bar. "You Who Sat Next to Me" and Cinderella were enough to be his reserved songs. Forget Grass Bar's stage was too small, and could not accommodate Lu Chen's soaring heart. Of course, at least for now, he had no plans to leave. Back at the backstage, Sister Na gave Lu Chen a big hug. She smiled and said, "Xiao Lu, you really surprised me. You sang well, really well." Sister Na had been in this industry for decades. Although she had never made a name for herself, she knew how to appreciate music better than ordinary customers, and was able to judge the potential of an original song. Whether it was "You Who Sat Next to Me" or Cinderella, they both made her look at Lu Chen in a different light. Compared to Sister Na's sincerity, Li Hong, Yi Zhenyang and the others' smiles were much more forced, especially Yi Zhenyang, who looked at Lu Chen with unconcealable jealousy. 2 genuine original songs, both had the potential to become popular. How could Lu Chen's luck be so good? Yi Zhenyang entered the industry much earlier than Lu Chen. As a member of the Beijing Drifters, he also had his own dreams and ambitions, and once wanted to write a few good songs. In the pop music circle, some singers used a moment of inspiration to write a famous song, and then relied on that song to win over the whole world, living comfortably. However, no matter how much Yi Zhenyang racked his brain to put together the songs he wrote, although not considered to be unbearably bad, they were also mediocre. It was not worth spending 500 yuan to register in the Greater China Music Library. In the end, he could only be discouraged and give up. Now that he saw Lu Chen consecutively compose 2 good songs, jealousy was like a poisonous snake, constantly biting his heart. Don't mention congratulating Lu Chen, he almost couldn't maintain his fake smile. I'll go out and take a look. Yi Zhenyang casually found a reason to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be burned to ashes by jealousy. Just as he opened the door, Yi Zhenyang saw Qin Jianhao appearing in front of him. He couldn't help but be taken aback, and quickly greeted, "Boss." Qin Jianhao nodded, then waved his hand towards Lu Qin in the room and said, "Xiao Lu, come with me, someone wants to buy songs from you." Buy songs? There was actually someone looking for Lu Qin to buy songs. Yi Zhenyang was dumbfounded, he didn't even know how he walked out. And Lu Qin was also stunned. Sister Na smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Go quickly." She was obviously a little worried, and added another sentence, "Remember not to sell it cheap." Lu Qin came to his senses, smiled and said, "Thank you Sister Na, I'll go first." When he and Qin Jianhao left, there were only Sister Na, Li Hong and Wang Xiaoshui left in the big room. The latter two looked at each other, as if they couldn't believe what just happened. Li Hong hesitated for a moment, and said to Sister Na, "Sister Na, aren't you too?" She was very careful, thinking about what words to use. Li Hong was also a woman over 30 years old, her appearance wasn't outstanding, so in Forget Grass Bar, her relationship with Sister Na was very good, the two of them had a lot of common topics. Therefore, there were some things that others didn't dare to say, but she dared to ask. Sister Na smiled and said, "You want to say that I overestimated Xiao Lu?" Li Hong smiled awkwardly, but tacitly agreed. Sister Na said softly, "Xiao Lu's time in the industry is very short, his original level wasn't high, but he has talent and potential, and now he has already revealed his talent, so I think Forget Grass Bar can't keep him. What I can be sure of is that Xiao Lu won't leave immediately." I understand Xiaoye's thoughts, but I am very clear that Xiao Lu is a person who values relationships, and respects his seniors, isn't that right? Li Hong silently nodded her head. She knew that Sister Na's words were said to her, Yi Zhenyang and Wang Xiaoshui, the meaning was very obvious. Regardless of whether they were convinced or not, Lu Qin, who was able to produce two outstanding original works, was no longer on the same level as them, his future was limitless. For such a person, to be able to work together was fate, and also an opportunity. If they were like Yi Zhenyang, who only had a heart of jealousy, they would have missed this opportunity, and would not be able to touch any light. But would Lu Qin really have a day where he would soar to the top? Li Hong still couldn't believe it, or more accurately, she didn't want to believe it. The slight change in expression on Li Hong's face didn't escape Sister Na's attention, but Sister Na didn't say anything more. Opportunities need to be grasped by oneself, and some things also need to be understood by oneself. As for whether others could understand, she wouldn't worry. Note: Cinderella lyrics/composer, Jing Jun. Following Qin Jianhao, Lu Qin came to the reserved seating area on the upper floor of the bar. Forget Grass Bar was rebuilt from an old warehouse. Because the floor height was close to 7 meters, it was transformed into 2 floors. The middle area was left empty for the stage. The layout was very ingenious, making full use of the entire space. Like most of the bars in Hohai, Forget Grass Bar had a reserved seating area. There were 3 wine tables. No matter how good the business was, they would always be empty waiting for VIPs who might not show up. Because opening a bar and doing business, networking was very important. Qin Jianhao originally had a wide range of friends. If a good friend or someone he couldn't offend suddenly came to his door, it would undoubtedly be very embarrassing when the bar was already full and there wasn't even a place to sit. Therefore, there was the existence of the reserved seating area. The people who came to buy songs from Lu Qin were able to sit in the reserved seating area, so they definitely weren't ordinary people. Perhaps seeing that he was a little nervous, Qin Jianhao whispered, "Don't worry, it's up to you whether you want to sell it or not. With me here, no one will deliberately make things difficult for you." Lu Qin let out a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, boss." Qin Jianhao was really a very good boss, although he was usually a little strict with people. 2 of the 3 wine tables in the reserved seating area were empty. The table near the iron fence was occupied by a man and a woman. The man was about 30 years old, wearing a suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His hair was neatly combed. At first glance, one could tell that he was the kind of elite in the workplace. The woman was much younger. She was petite and had an 8 out of 10 appearance. She was dressed rather casually. She held a glass of wine in her hand and looked around curiously, as if everything in the bar was new to her. Manager Song, I brought him over, Qin Jianhao walked over with Lu Chen and said with a smile, this is Lu Chen, Xiao Lu. The man in the suit waited until Qin Jianhao walked in front of him before he stood up. A faint smile appeared on his face as he nodded at Lu Chen in a reserved manner. The woman at the side hurriedly stood up, but she forgot to put down the wine glass, and as a result, some wine spilled out. Qin Jianhao introduced, Xiao Lu, this is the Deputy General Manager of Light Rain Media, Mr. Song Xinwei, and this is the Assistant General Manager, Miss Dong Xian. Light Rain Media? Is it that the temperamental and sunderous Su Qingmei still hasn't given up? Lu Chen thought to himself. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to the man in the suit. Hello, Manager Song. Song Xinwei shook hands with him. Hello. Lu Chen then extended his hand to Miss Dong Xian. Hello, Miss Dong. Dong Xian hurriedly shook his hand as well. She stuttered a little and said, hello, Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled. This assistant general manager was really too inexperienced. He was a complete newcomer to the workplace. Of course, he didn't need to care whether or not he was qualified for the position of assistant general manager. After the formalities, everyone sat down at the table. Song Xinwei went straight to the point and said, Xiao Lu, the matter is like this. We came here tonight because of director Su Qingmei's request. We want to buy the copyright of a song from you. As he said this, he nodded at Dong Xian. The latter immediately took out a few pieces of paper from her briefcase. Song Xinwei continued, our company's legal department has confirmed that the copyright of the song called You Who Sat Next to Me belongs to you. Therefore, we are willing to buy the copyright of the song at a high price. Please take a look at this contract. Lu Chen calmly took the contract. It was very easy for Light Rain Media to confirm the copyright of the song. They only needed to search through the Greater China Music Library. Whether it was the song title, lyrics, or music score, they could all be searched. This was the authority and convenience of the Greater China Music Library. Although the registration fee was very high, it could avoid any possible copyright disputes and save a lot of trouble. As long as Lu Chen was willing, he could also complete the copyright transaction through the Greater China Music Library. But this was not the main point. His eyes quickly scanned through the list of clauses on the contract and quickly locked onto the main point. That was the price of the copyright. It was clearly written in black and white, 20,000 yen. 00 behind it was written a whole 20,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan, when he first saw this price, Lu Chen was a little tempted. He used to work 2 jobs, working more than 15 hours a day. The money he earned, after deducting his daily living expenses, was only enough to send home 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month. But now, as long as he signed his name on the contract, he could easily take away 20,000 yuan. Most importantly, there were still countless good songs in his memory, so it really didn't matter if he sold one. Across from Lu Chen, Song Xinwei keenly noticed the change in Lu Chen's expression through the thin resin lenses of his gold-rimmed glasses. His eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. If it wasn't for Su Qingmei's request, as the dignified deputy general manager of Light Rain Media, he wouldn't have personally brought people over to discuss a 20,000 yuan contract with a kid who still smelled of his mother's milk. Of course, 20,000 yuan to the kid in front of him was a huge amount of money. He was probably dizzy. Lucky kid, however, Lu Chen didn't faint. After understanding the price, he began to carefully look at the other clauses. The more he looked, the uglier his face became. It was normal to give away the copyright of You Who Sat Next to Me other than the right of authorship. Lu Chen also approved of it. But why was he not allowed to continue singing this song in any public places? In other words, after he sold the song, he couldn't even sing it in Forget Grass Bar. Another clause was that Light Rain Media had priority over his works. Before the former confirmed to give up, he couldn't transfer his future works to a third party. What a dog! If Lu Chen didn't carefully look at the contract and hurriedly signed it, it was equivalent to being tied to the boat of Light Rain Media and losing the initiative of his own works. Behind the high-priced temptation, there was indeed a trap. Lu Chen understood and firmly returned the contract. Sorry, I can't sign this contract. He had said the same thing to Su Qingmei yesterday. Song Xinwei was waiting for Lu Chen to sign. He didn't expect Lu Chen to refuse. He couldn't help but be stunned. What? Lu Chen repeated the words. This time, Song Sinwei finally understood. He felt humiliated. His face immediately changed. Can I know why? Is it because of the price? Then I think you should know that this price is impossible for others to give. In fact, Lu Chen understood this point. The current era was no longer the 80s or 90s. The rise of the internet and the prevalence of piracy led to a great decline in the recording industry. Today's singers and celebrities were competing for fans and eyeballs. They crazily created all kinds of hype and used all kinds of methods to gain popularity. It was no longer the era when a best-selling record could make a fortune. The status of pop music songwriters was naturally not as good as before. Moreover, with the development of technology, even ordinary people could use Singing Master and similar software to compose songs. Big drop in the threshold of songwriting. The market was flooded with inferior third-rate works. Amateur songwriters wrote a song that could still be sung. They didn't need to spend money to register it in Greater China Music Library. As long as they uploaded it to a music website to prove their copyright, they would be willing to sell it for 300 and 500 yuan. The price of a professional songwriter was much higher, but a song written by a newcomer or a third-rate songwriter would cost at most 2,000 or 3,000, and there would still be people who wanted it. Most of the time, no one would buy it even if it was at a discount. Light Rain Media offered 20,000 yuan to buy Lu Chen's You Who Sat Next to Me. This was already the treatment of a famous artist. One had to know that this was Lu Chen's first work. His work had yet to go through the test of a market. That was why Song Sinwei was so annoyed. How could the newcomers these days not know the immensity of heaven and earth? But Lu Chen didn't care about the price. The price isn't a problem, he said very seriously. I'm willing to sell the copyright for 20,000 yuan, but I can't agree to the other terms. You Who Sat Next to Me was worth more than 20,000 yuan. But Lu Chen considered the relationship between Qin Jianhao and Su Qingmei. Plus he didn't want to offend a media company, so it didn't matter if he suffered a loss. But the premise was that it was only limited to this song. Song Sinwei understood Lu Chen's meaning, but his attitude did not change in the slightest. He sneered and said, Little Lu, you have to think about it. Without these terms, would our company pay such a high price? Who do you think you are? Also, you still have the right to sign your name. This is a chance for you to become famous. You should know how to cherish it. He almost pointed at Lu Chen's nose and said, You don't know what's good for you. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, Manager Song, I'm just a nobody. A big company like Light Rain Media really can't reach me. You should find someone else. If Su Qingmei were to hear his last two sentences, she would probably be seething with anger. Lu Chen was also a person with a temper. His pride was hidden deep in his bones. Although he had bowed down because of the pressure of life, his knees were always firm. After saying that, he stood up and nodded at Dong Xian. Then, he said to Qin Jianhao, Boss, I'll go down first. I still have to go on stage later. When Lu Chen and Song Sinwei were discussing, Qin Jianhao didn't say anything. Now, he smiled and said, You go, I'll stay here and accompany Manager Song for a few more drinks. Thank you, boss. Lu Chen didn't look at Song Sinwei and directly left the reserved seating area. Song Sinwei was so angry that he almost smashed his wine glass. He looked at Qin Jianhao and said coldly, Boss Chen, your partner really has a backbone. I've finally seen it today. Haha, youngsters, Qin Jianhao laughed and said, They're all like this. Who hasn't been young before? Come, let's drink. How could Song Sinwei continue to drink? He felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. Returning to the stage, Lu Chen sang two more songs. He did not sing You Who Sat Next to Me and Cinderella, but chose two love songs that he was good at, which won a lot of applause and tips. After he left the stage, he chatted with a few familiar customers. Xiao Lu, the two songs you sang before were so good. A regular customer praised, You wrote it too, you have talent. If I opened a record company, I would definitely sign you. Another customer laughed, Nowadays, good original songs are really rare. Listen to those idols, boy bands, and girl bands, they all cover songs from Europe, America, Japan, and Korea. It's like they were made from the same mold. yes, the really good songs are from the 80s and 90s. Hee, if you say it's good to be nostalgic, others will say you're outdated. You can't say that, everyone has different tastes. Lucien spent most of his time listening, occasionally opening his mouth to say a few words. The atmosphere in Forget Grass Bar was always good, the relationship between the customers and the singers was very harmonious, everyone sat together and chatted like friends, there was no pressure. Seeing that it was already past 10 o'clock, he got up to leave, the customers did not ask him to stay. The bars in Hohai were open at night, the prime time was from 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock in the morning, but this time period belonged to the contracted singers. Lucien no longer needed to be a waiter, so there was no need for him to stay. At the bar's finance office, he received his performance fee. The salary and tips of the resident singers were all paid on the spot. Lucien sang a total of 5 songs that night, each song was 30 yuan, which was 150 yuan. The biggest part of the tips, 70% of it, was 2,150 yuan. 2,300 yuan was all that Lucien earned tonight. If he could have this kind of income every day, it would not be a dream to earn 100,000 yuan a month, but this was simply impossible. This was because the customers of the Forget Grass Bar were not rich second-generation tycoons. They were very rational when they tipped. The reason why Lucien was able to earn more than 2,000 yuan in tips tonight and last night was entirely due to the changes in his playing and singing skills, as well as the novelty and touching effect of the 2 original songs. However, impulse could not last long, so under normal circumstances, he could only earn 10,000 plus per month at most. If he wanted to earn more, he needed to go out and sing in other bars. Purely in terms of income, as long as a bar singer had a stable venue, it was still very good. At least in a place like Beijing where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, it was not a problem to maintain a living. However, the problem was that very few people could stay in this line of work for long. Most people came with the dream of becoming famous. When their dreams were shattered, they could only go back in dejection or completely sink into oblivion. Lucien also had a dream. His dream was very big. He left the bar, deposited the money at the ATM on the pedestrian street, and then ran to the nearby subway station. When he returned to the rented basement, it was exactly 11 o'clock. This speed was considered very fast. It was also because there were not many people on the subway at night. If it was during the day, the subway would be crowded to death. It would not be so smooth at all. Li Feiyu was not at home. The last night of the weekend was his fixed happy time. Therefore, the first live broadcast at night depended entirely on Lucien. The microphone and camera had already been changed. He turned on the computer and logged into the internet. On the main page of Starlight Show, he entered his account and password. Soon, he entered Lu Fei's live broadcast. Although Lucien's computer was very old, it had no problem running the live broadcast platform. The screen immediately showed his clear image. Hey! Hey! Lucien said hey into the microphone twice to test whether the device was running smoothly. What surprised him was that 5 to 6 subtitles immediately popped up on the screen. Yangtze River, I am the Yellow River. I hear you. Boss, you are finally online. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Throwing flowers to celebrate. Wife, come and see the handsome guy. At this time, Lucien noticed that the number of online users on the host interface was actually 427, which meant that more than 400 people were waiting for him to start broadcasting. That was why the bullet screen appeared so quickly. Although he had previously posted an announcement that his first broadcast time was set at 11 o'clock in the evening, he did not expect that so many viewers would come to support him. He was excited and a little touched. I'm really sorry. Lucien quickly said, I just came back from work. I didn't calculate the time well and kept everyone waiting. Sorry. As soon as his voice fell, the bullet screen suddenly increased. Does the host have to work on the weekend? Which company is so inhumane? Yes, let's all call the supervision department to complain. And you have to work until 11 o'clock. It's too much. My heart aches for the handsome guy. Lucien did not know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly explained, I sing in a bar in Hohai. I am a bar singer. My working hours are at night, so I am late. Ho hi? I go there often. Which bar? I don't think I have seen the host before. So you are a bar singer. No wonder your singing is so good. Don't talk nonsense. Let the host sing. My ears are already hungry and thirsty. So hungry? Then go find a cotton swab and stab it. You will feel good. Ha ha ha, Lu Chen looked at the lively barrage and felt very happy. The uneasiness brought about by his first independent anchor quickly disappeared without a trace, and his mood unconsciously relaxed. The atmosphere of the online broadcast was completely different from the bar, but it felt really good after adapting. The number of online users was increasing rapidly, from the initial 427 to 725. The greeting bullet screen kept flooding. This performance in a bar was unimaginable. This was the charm of the internet. Eh? I feel that the host seems to have changed a room. It is not the original Brother Phase room. It's just changing the name of the room. What a fuss. Sorry, I am talking about the host's current home. Don't you see it? Yes, where does the host live? The conditions are so bad. It should be the basement. I have rented a similar one in the past. My heart aches for the host. The topic of the audience's discussion suddenly changed to the room that Lu Chen lived in. It was an old district and it was a basement remodeled space. The small room naturally did not have any good conditions. Although Li Feiyu and Lu Chen were neighbors, he had used his own money to renovate the room. It looked much better and was not as simple as Lu Chen's. System notification, Happy 888, Silver Eye, gifted host 100 Starlight, system notification, wearing underwear outside Superman, Iron 2, gifted host 100 Starlight, system notification, Abyss Dragon Rider, Bronze V, gifted host 100 Starlight, system notification, Crystal Jelly, Bronze 2, gifted host 100 Starlight, system notification, Prophet Emperor Li Bai, Gold 3, gifted host 1 Interstellar Battleship again. It was Prophet Emperor Li Bai again. Lu Chen had not even started singing and the audience's rewards came pouring in. Furthermore, Prophet Emperor Li Bai gifted him a huge reward of 1 interstellar battleship. 1 interstellar battleship not only meant $1,000 but also a chance to show his face on the live broadcast platform. Lu Chen could not help but feel a trace of warmth in his heart. It was obvious that the audience saw that the conditions of his rented environment was very bad and used rewards to express their support and sympathy. At this moment, the number of online followers broke through 1,000 in the blink of an eye. The increase was abnormally rapid. Lu Chen subconsciously looked at the number of followers. 5279. What was going on? Lu Chen did not dare to believe his eyes. At noon, the number of followers of this host account was only 2,722. How did it double at night? Lu Chen had just started playing Starry Live. Although he had learned a lot of general knowledge from Li Fei, he was still a newbie after all. He wasn't clear about many of the situations and thus couldn't figure out where the problem lay. If he could not think of it, then he would not think about it. In any case, it was not a bad thing, but a good thing. Thank you Prophet Emperor Li Bai for the interstellar battleship, he said to the microphone. I am also very grateful for everyone's support. I will first sing the song that I composed. It's called You Who Sat Next to Me. I believe many of my friends have already heard it. I hope new friends will like it. After a slight pause, Lu Chen continued, tonight, I will dedicate another original song to everyone. Without looking at the bullet screen, he held his guitar and began to sing You Who Sat Next to Me. Beautiful. Touching. I want to cry. The charm of this classic was unstoppable. Regardless of whether it was in Forget Worries Bar or Starry Live, regardless of whether it was those who had heard it or those who had just entered the live broadcast room, they were all deeply moved by it. Most importantly, after many performances, Lu Chen had a better grasp of the emotions contained in this song. Coupled with his unique voice, it was enough to captivate the live broadcast audience who did not have high expectations. After singing You Who Sat Next to Me, there was a tide of good comments and starry rewards. Filling the entire screen, Lu Chen continued to sing 5 songs in a row, all of which were popular classics that he was good at. Although it was not as sensational as You Who Sat Next to Me, it still raised the atmosphere in the live broadcast room to a high level. During the interval between singing, Lu Chen also interacted with more and more audience members and answered many questions. Li Feiyu told him that it was very important to have an interactive online live broadcast. It was difficult to arouse the audience's emotions just by singing. Chatting with everyone or telling jokes could, on the one hand, shorten the distance between each other, and on the other hand, allow one's voice to get a proper rest. The pursuit of online live broadcast was fan economy. Only with popularity could one make money. The number of fans that the anchor had determined his position on the live broadcast platform. It was really the winner takes all. Lu Chen still lacked experience in this area, but as long as he was willing to put down his pride, it was not difficult to deal with these enthusiastic audience members. Although there were a few people who seemed to be deliberately making trouble, most of them were very good. Time passed quietly in such interactive exchanges and singing performances. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. It was already midnight, but the popularity of Lu Fei's live broadcast did not decrease much. Although the number of online viewers was far from comparable to the famous anchors in Starlight Show, it was already a great achievement for a new anchor like Lu Chen. Without signing a contract, without recommendation, and without hyping up his fans, he relied on his own strength. The number of Starlight fans followed, 7120, reaching a new high. He was not far from signing a contract of 10,000. Taking advantage of the good atmosphere in the live broadcast room, Lu Chen released his second original song, Cinderella. The simple and moving melody, the sincere performance, once again conquered the online audience without any suspense. However, in terms of popularity, Cinderella lost to You Who Sat Next to Me. This song is so good, I like it. It's not good, it's simply abuse single dogs, woof woof woof. Anchor abuse single dogs, a monthly income of 1 million. A programmer passing by as a part-time single dog, why can't I find my own Cinderella? I really want to beat up the anchor, the singing made me cry, how can I go to work tomorrow? I'm so sad, I'm leaving. Looking at the barrage of comments flashing across the screen, Lu Chen really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Thinking about it, it was understandable. At this point in time, those who were watching live broadcasts and listening to songs were basically single. Cinderella was obviously a far greater blow to single dogs than You Who Sat Next to Me. Lu Chen thought about it and said into the microphone, actually, I'm the same as everyone else, single. Let me tell you a little joke. This afternoon I went to a small restaurant to eat. I just ate 2 mouthfuls of food, and my chopsticks picked up a worm. So I angrily called the boss and asked why there was a worm in the food. The barrage on the screen immediately became sparse. Everyone was very curious to hear Lu Chen's joke. Lu Chen continued, the boss looked at it, nodded and said that 1 worm is right because you are a single dog. The couple at the next table ate 2 worms. As soon as his voice fell, the barrage that had just been reduced flew up again and filled the entire screen in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Single dogs passing by again, you guys chat, I'm just watching. I wanted to laugh, but after listening to the anchor's joke, I want to cry. Although the host is very handsome, his jokes are really good. Man. Where's this restaurant? Tomorrow I want to eat worms. Wait for me, let's go eat worms together. Then you'll eat 2 worms, *CK off. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room returned to its original lively and joyful state, and even exceeded it. Lu Chen took the opportunity to say, it's late at night. Even if you're a single dog, it's time to go to bed. Everyone still has to go to work or school. So, let's end today's live broadcast here. Although there were still many people clamoring for Lu Chen to sing or telling a few more jokes, most of the audience expressed their understanding. Lu Chen's jokes, he would be. The last wave of stars appeared, and the entire screen was sparkling. Lu Chen looked at his star points and found that it had actually reached 2.8 according to the 50% share, that would be 1,400 yuan in his account. One had to know that his live broadcast at night was not at prime time, and the broadcast time was not long either. If this trend continued, it would not be a dream for him to help his family pay off all their debts. This was undoubtedly the right path to take. Anchor, please message me in private, I have something important to say. Just as Lu Chen was about to go offline, he suddenly saw a barrage from the Prophet Emperor Li Bai. Online audiences could privately chat with the anchor through the live broadcast room, but to prevent harassment from affecting the effect of the live broadcast, it was usually turned off by default, and Lu Chen was no exception. Prophet Emperor Li Bai was undoubtedly a nouveau riche. His star points had always been at the top of the Lu Fei live broadcast room, and he had tipped Lu Chen 2 interstellar battleships, which brought a lot of popularity to Lu Chen. Therefore, Lu Chen did not hesitate and clicked on his ID to send a private message. Lu Chen, hello. Prophet Emperor Li Bai, hello, General Lu. Lu Chen, General Lu? Prophet Emperor Li Bai, hee, this is our Lu Jiejun's highest military rank. Lu Chen, huh? Prophet Emperor Li Bai, you'll know when you come to Star Circle. He attached a link to the community forum of the Starlight Show. The community forum of the Starlight Show was called the Star Ocean Community, but everyone called it Star Circle because there were different circles in it, and different circles represented different anchors. In the Star Circle community, any contracted anchors could establish their own circle, which was equivalent to an independent section. Once fans and audiences joined this circle, they could freely chat in it. Star Circle was very important to anchors. It could gather popularity and cultivate hardcore fans, and the number of visitors was very high. Posting a live broadcast video or photos in the circle was also an excellent place to advertise. Apart from the anchors, the gold members of Starry Live also have the qualifications to establish a fan circle in the Star Circle. They can wave flags and shout for their favorite anchors to recruit people. Thus, the number of fan circles largely reflects the popularity of the anchors. Of course, Lu Chen knew about the existence of Star Circle, but he had not officially signed a contract, so he could only stroll around as a tourist. He had originally wanted to wait until his number of fans exceeded 10,000 before creating a circle to play with. He did not expect Prophet Emperor Li Bai to give him a surprise. Lu Jiejun, this was the name of the fan circle. It was so domineering that it could blind a dog's eyes. Prophet Emperor Li Bai was the founder of Lu Jiejun Star Circle. He gave himself the title of Chief of Staff and set Lu Chen's account title as Commander, which gave him full authority in the circle. This was the origin of the title General Lu. After understanding the situation, Lu Chen was touched and amused. However, in the Star Circle, there were countless names and titles that were even more blinding, so he quickly understood. What really surprised Lu Chen was that Lu Jiejun Star Circle had been established for less than 24 hours, but it already had 2,860 members. Moreover, the number of posts and replies was very high, and the activity level was very high. 2 of the top posts were videos of Lu Chen's live broadcast. Host's original, You Who Sat Next to Me, a good song that can't be missed. The bold red title of the main post was very eye-catching. The post presented the entire process of Lu Chen singing You Who Sat Next to Me, and included the comments of Prophet Emperor Li Bai. The best ballad of the year, the work of a genius, the brightest star in the Starlight Show, Prophet Emperor Li Bai did not spare any effort in flattering him, which made Lu Chen blush. In this main post, there were more than 2,000 replies. Be it Star Circle members or tourists, they all had a positive attitude towards the song. They felt that it was well written and sung, and they all expressed their support. As the post included a direct link to Lu Fei's live broadcast room, Lu Chen finally understood why his number of fans had increased so much even without a live broadcast. He said to Prophet Emperor Li Bai, "Thank you so much." Prophet Emperor Li Bai replied, "You're welcome. I like your songs, and I like your original works. I think you can become a big star in the future, so I'll be your #1 fan." Lu Chen laughed. Hee, thank you for your auspicious words. I'll work hard. Prophet Emperor Li Bai, it's not convenient to chat privately. Come to the QQ group number 4941939990. Lu Chen opened QQ and added the group number. His request was instantly approved. The name of the QQ group was also Lu Jiejun, and the group owner was, of course, Li Bai. Everyone, let's welcome our General Lu. Li Bai added the title of management to Lu Chen at the first time, and released countless fireworks in the group chat interface. Then the entire QQ group was in an uproar. Wow! The host is here. Asking for the host's real-life information. Age, weight, height, 3 measurements. Nude photos. The host is a handsome pot, all the handsome pots are mine. Mom told me to turn off my computer. Luckily I didn't. Asterisk caret caret asterisk, the group owner is mighty. Compared to the live broadcast room, Lu Chen was undoubtedly much more familiar with the QQ group. He skillfully replied a few sentences and quickly became one with the group members. The atmosphere was very cheerful. The QQ group created by Prophet Emperor Li Bai could accommodate 5,000 members. It was the highest paid group, but currently, there were only 400 plus members, which was much inferior to Star Circle. He said in the group, currently, our General Liu has around 7,200 star fans. To sign a contract requires 10,000 followers. We're already very close to the target, so I hope everyone can pull some more friends over. We don't buy fans, we only want real fans. 10,000 star fans was a hard requirement to sign a contract with the Starlight Show. Because after signing a contract, the host's share would increase, and they would also get the chance to be recommended by the platform. Many hosts who couldn't meet the requirements would buy fans. Some hosts could easily have tens or even hundreds of thousands of star fans. After removing the fake fans, there would only be 1/10 of them. In comparison, the value of Lu Chen's followers was extremely high. The most important thing was that apart from a small portion of Li Feiyu's followers, most of them were attracted by his 2 live broadcasts. No recommendation, no hype. Such a result was rare even in the Starlight Show where hosts were as numerous as the clouds. No one doubted whether he could sign a contract with the Starlight Show. Prophet Emperor Li Bai undoubtedly hoped to speed up the process and let more people know about Lu Chen. 2 days ago, this nouveau riche didn't even know Lu Chen. But now, he was actively giving him advice and considered himself to be his #1 fan. Prophet Emperor Li Bai's proposal immediately received everyone's response. Many group members expressed that they would promote Lu Chen through QQ and Feixin. Their enthusiasm also made Lu Chen feel very touched tonight. While Lu Chen was still in the basement, chatting enthusiastically with his fans through the QQ group, Wang Yu was patrolling his territory in the Beijing Institute of Technology's graduate building dormitory 307, 10 kilometers away. It was already midnight, and the dormitory's lights had already been turned off. The room was dark, and only the light from the laptop screen barely illuminated a small area in front of the desk. Wang Yu's thin face looked very pale under the fluorescent light, and his messy hair indicated that this boy usually didn't like to take care of himself. However, his eyes behind the glasses were bright and spirited, not showing the slightest hint of tiredness. His right hand was holding the mouse, and he quickly operated on the computer, his movements incomparably skilled. As the moderator of Beihai City's forum, Wang Yu loved his part-time job very much. Even in the middle of the night, he still seriously managed his own forum, using the moderator's authority to ruthlessly kill all the illegal posts, and at the same time dealing with the disputes between members. He was extremely conscientious and diligent. Beihai City's forum, also known as Beihai University's forum, had a history of 20 years. It was a nationally famous university student BBS community, gathering a large number of capital university students, and its popularity index had always been high. Beihai City's forum had a large number of sections. In addition to the dozens of university sub-forums, there were also International Perspective, Hot Current Events, Life Station, Free World, and so on. Wang Yu was one of the 3 moderators of the Free World section. Free World was a popular section of Beihai City's forum. Many forum members liked to chat in there, sharing their own stories, studies, life, travel, love, and so on. They also posted photos or videos. The forum was mixed with good and bad people, and the more popular the section, the easier it was to get into trouble. Advertisements, intermediaries, and other illegal posts emerged one after another, so the moderator had to be discerning and deal with them to maintain the harmony of the forum. Wang Yu skillfully killed 2 advertisement posts, and at the same time banned the poster's account. He glanced at the lower left corner of the screen, and the time on the computer showed 1:50. It was almost 2 o'clock, he couldn't help but yawn, and finally felt a trace of sleepiness, so he prepared to turn off his computer and sleep. The body was the capital of revolution, and staying up too late was harmful to the body. At this moment, Wang Yu's right index finger unconsciously moved, and the mouse moved half a circle. The page displayed on the screen scrolled down, and a post appeared in front of him. Tonight at Ho Hai Bar, I found a handsome guy and a very nice song. The title of the post was very long, and it was posted at 2015. The poster was Mini Baby. Judging from the title and ID, it should be a girl. However, it was useless. The post only had 100 plus views and 15 replies. There were too many posts like this that did not attract much attention in the North Sea City Forum. Take the Free World section for example. During peak hours, there could be dozens or even hundreds of new posts appearing in a minute. If there was no sensational title or a continuous stream of replies, these posts would often only exist on the front page of the section for a few seconds. Completely out of curiosity, Wang Yu opened the post. The content of the post was very simple. It was just a video that was 3 minutes and 25 seconds long. Handsome guy? A good song. Wang Yu curled his lips in disdain and clicked on the video. He decided to watch the video before going to sleep. If it was that kind of hype, then naturally he would kill it without mercy. The video opened, and the sound of a guitar and singing immediately came out through the laptop speaker. Wang Yu was shocked and quickly paused the video. He guiltily looked at his roommates who had already gone to sleep, and then plugged in the headphones that he did not like very much. Continue. The video was shot with a mobile phone, and the location of the shot was clearly written in the post title. The photographer was undoubtedly secretly filming. The camera was shaking furtively, and the quality of the recording was not very good. Wang Yu was experienced and knowledgeable. He knew that a lot of the so-called secretly filming was actually prepared to hype up the preliminaries. However, this video should not be a setup, and the environment was very real. The content of the video was a young man singing on the stage of a bar. He wore a blue t-shirt and jeans, and the appearance of him holding a guitar was indeed a little handsome, but it was far from shocking. What really moved Wang Yu was his singing. You were always very careful in the past, asking me to borrow half an eraser. You also unintentionally said that you liked to be with me, clear, clean, with a trace of nostalgia. It made people a little sad and a little regretful. Inadvertently, his feelings were touched, and in an instant, countless past events emerged in his mind. After just listening to a small part, Wang Yu listened to it in a daze. He thought of his deskmate in junior high. It was a delicate and pretty girl with a shy personality. She was bullied by him but never cared. In his memory, the girl seemed to have already said that she liked to be with him. However, at that time, Wang Yu did not understand a girl's heart at all. The current Wang Yu was still a single dog. The short video of 3 minutes and 25 seconds quickly ended, and Wang Yu replayed it without thinking. However, he listened to it again and again. After listening to it for a full 5 times, Wang Yu was still not satisfied because he did not hear the complete song. Therefore, he opened the search engine and used one of the lyrics to search for keywords. What Wang Yu did not expect was that he did not find the same or similar song on the internet. Could it be an original song? Wang Yu really did not dare to believe it, but the truth was in front of him, and the poster did not leave any more clues, such as the name of the song. There were not many replies, and most of them were useless content such as good song, which bar, really handsome, and so on. There was no answer that he wanted to know. After thinking for a while, he replied in the post, "This song is not bad, I recommend it to everyone. By the way, what is the name of the song? Please tell me, OP, thank you." Using his authority as a moderator, Wang Yu added an essence reward to the post. He hesitated for a moment, then added a moderator recommendation medal. If a post in the forum was added with a moderator recommendation medal, then it would automatically be pinned to the top for 24 hours for all who viewed the post to see. This kind of high-level medal was not unlimited. Wang Yu's authority was 10, which meant that he could only add a moderator recommendation medal to a post a month 10 times. Most importantly, once a recommendation post was pinned, it would be judged by countless people. Therefore, moderators who valued their reputation would not easily give out a recommendation medal. Wang Yu did not regret it. He watched the video again, then quietly turned off his computer and went to bed. The night was long, and he tossed and turned. Monday morning, the sky was gloomy, and there were drops of rain falling. Luchan woke up early as usual. After a simple wash, he changed into the sportswear and running shoes he bought not long ago, and left home to exercise. Ever since he left school and came to Beijing alone, Lu Chen had not really exercised. On one hand, he lacked the time to exercise, and on the other hand, he had no money. As the saying goes, the poor study while the rich practice martial arts. To build a good physique, one must first ensure adequate nutrition and eat well to build a strong body of muscles. Otherwise, the gains would not make up for the losses. For example, he usually worked 2 jobs, and did not have enough time to rest. His diet was irregular, and he often ate instant noodles to pass his days. It was impossible for him to torture himself. Now the situation was completely different. Lu Chen had found a new goal in life, and he even had ambitions. In order to achieve his goals and ambitions, just having a strong physique was not enough. Taking a step forward, facing the drizzle, Lu Chen ran along the river bank until he ran into a small park. After running for a while, he had finished warming up. He began to stretch his muscles according to his memory. The 22-year-old Lu Chen's bones were already fixed, and his muscles lacked enough elasticity and toughness. It was impossible for him to completely perform the movements in his memory. Soreness, pain, numbness, itchiness. Just a few simple movements made him feel like there were countless ants crawling and biting his body. It was so uncomfortable that he wanted to immediately lie on the ground and rest. But Lu Chen persisted. As the old saying goes, only those who suffer the most hardship can rise to the top. No one's success was simple. Even if he had the treasure of the dream world, he did not want to be a parasite lying in a sea of gold and silver to squander. Gritting his teeth, stubbornly holding on, Lu Chen methodically completed the prescribed movements, allowing his sweat to soak his clothes and his limbs to gradually become numb. He ignored the strange gazes of other morning exercisers and persisted in the drizzle. By the time the exercise ended, he was about to collapse on the ground from exhaustion. He felt like his body did not belong to him, and he could not immediately sit down to rest. He needed to take a walk to relieve the fatigue in his limbs. If he did not have a strong will, he would not be able to persist. A few years ago, when Lu Chen's family was still well off, he would not torture himself like this. His father's death and the hardships of life had honed his tenacity. Lu Chen did not bow to fate. Because of this, he was far more mature than his peers and knew how to cherish opportunities. This training memory came from Mo Ran, the actor in the dream world. He had good acting skills and talent, but he was always a supporting character. Mo Ran's memory told Lu Chen that as long as he persisted in following the set of movements, his body would become more and more agile and powerful, and he would be able to perform many movements that ordinary people could not. Lu Chen firmly believed in this. His originally heavy steps gradually became lighter, and traces of comfortable heat spread through his limbs and bones. It was the feedback from his muscles and bones after hard training. He started to jog from a stroll. Instead of going home, Lu Chen ran to the place where he worked during the day. He was going to resign. The resignation process went smoothly. Lu Chen called the manager yesterday to inform him of his decision. Because he was a temporary worker with an hourly salary, he didn't sign a formal contract, so he didn't have much protection. Naturally, there weren't many restrictions. He could leave at any time. The manager felt a bit regretful because Lu Chen had been working in the KFC store on Happiness Road for more than half a year. He had been diligent and conscientious in his work. He had never been late or left early. It was completely the performance of an excellent employee. It was a pity that there weren't many young people who were willing to work in a fast food restaurant for a long time. Therefore, the manager didn't make things difficult for him. After failing to persuade him to stay, he happily settled his salary for the month. With a thin stack of money in his arms, Lu Chen left without the slightest reluctance. Lu Chen, brother Lu. Just as he walked on the sidewalk, he suddenly heard an anxious voice behind him. Lu Chen couldn't help but turn around and saw a woman wearing a KFC staff uniform running towards him. As she ran, she shouted, "Wait." Lu Chen was surprised. "Xianxia, are you looking for me?" The woman named Xianxia was Lu Chen's colleague. Although she was younger than him, she was already an old employee. Lu Chen wasn't very familiar with her. He only knew that she was from Sichuan and had been in Beijing for 2 to 3 years. The two didn't usually talk much. At most, they would just greet each other when they saw each other. Xianxia was running in a hurry. Her white and round face was flushed with a healthy shade of red, making her look even more pretty. She stopped in front of Lu Chen, but didn't dare to look Lu Chen in the eyes. She asked, You resigned? Lu Chen smiled and said, Yes, I found another job, so I won't be working here. Xianxia finally raised her head. There was a clear trace of disappointment in her eyes. She bit her lips and asked in a low voice, Then are you going to continue to stay in Beijing? Lu Chen was stunned. He was not a slow-witted fool, and Xianxia's behavior was so obvious, how could he not understand? It was just that Lu Chen had never thought that Xianxia would like him. In his memory, there was pitifully little information about this girl. There were only conversations at work. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Chen nodded and said, Yes, if there are no accidents, I will always stay in Beijing. My new job can't leave here. A hint of joy appeared on Xianxia's face as she said, Then can you leave me your contact information? Although Lu Chen didn't have any feelings for her and only treated her as an ordinary colleague, he didn't want to disappoint her at this time, so he agreed, Okay, add me on QQ, we can keep in touch in the future. Lu Chen told his QQ number to Xianxia. After Xianxia wrote it down on her phone, Lu Chen waved goodbye to her. However, when Lu Chen walked far away, he inadvertently looked back and saw that the figure was still standing in the same place. In this metropolis with a population of 30 million, people met and parted in a hurry. After returning to his own dwelling, Lu Chen first washed his face. He used cold water to wash his face. It was bone-chilling. He needed to calm himself down and think about his future path. Quitting the KFC job was not an impulsive decision. This part-time job didn't pay much, and it took up an entire day's time. There was no need to continue doing it. In Lu Chen's view, his most important task was to sort out the treasures in his memory, the thousands of classic songs, and the countless beautiful and moving stories. These memories came too suddenly. Although they were already engraved in his mind, Lu Chen couldn't be sure if they would suddenly disappear one day and leave him with a beautiful dream. Therefore, it was extremely important to record and preserve the things in his memory. After washing his face, Lu Chen's mind became very clear. He sat in front of his desk, turned on his computer, and took out a pen and paper. First, he drew on a piece of white paper and drew out a simple diagram. Lu Chen simply categorized the songs in his memory. First, there were the major categories: love songs, rock songs, folk songs, theme songs, China style, fast songs. Below the major categories were the smaller categories. For example, love songs could be categorized according to emotions: gentle, nostalgic, melancholy, sad, happy, and there were also duets between men and women. Another example was folk songs, which were divided into campus folk songs, urban folk songs, rural folk songs, independent folk songs, etc. As for rock songs and fast songs, they also had a variety of styles. The more he wrote on the paper, the clearer his thoughts became. What Lu Chen was doing now was to draw a big framework for his memory. Within the framework, there were countless blanks with hints, and then he could slowly fill in the blanks. He didn't have to write whatever he thought, and it was completely random. This way, he could avoid mistakes and omissions in his memory to the greatest extent. Drawing up the framework was only the first step. The rest of the work was really difficult. Each song needed to be composed and written. It was easy to be familiar with the songs and sing them by yourself. However, many songs that he had only heard once or twice required a lot of effort to restore. There was also the arrangement. Someone once said that if you only knew how to write melodies but didn't know how to arrange them, it wasn't considered a real composition. This sentence might be too extreme. But it wasn't without reason. Arrangement was Lu Chen's biggest weakness on the road of music. His understanding of arrangement was very limited. His limited experience still came from the memory of Su Bo, the singer in his dream. Su Bo had musical talent, but his talent was mainly reflected in singing and playing. He could write some songs, but he didn't know how to arrange them. In Lu Chen's memory, the classical works often had exquisite arrangements, and some had even reached the level of perfection. Brilliant arrangements made the melody more moving, which was an important factor in the creation of a classic. the rich and explosive accompaniment required the cooperation of a large number of instruments. If Lu Chen were to rewrite them, it would be an impossible task. Of course, Lu Chen could hand over the task of arrangement to others. Domestic pop music was very prosperous, and there were many musicians who were good at arranging music, including many big figures. However, those musicians might not be able to perfectly meet Lu Chen's requirements, so he wanted to try to learn and master the skills and ability of arrangement by himself, and finally complete these classic works by himself. Lu Chen had never considered that in the future, he would rely on effortlessly selling the things in his dream memory to live a comfortable life. He was still very young, and had great dreams and pursuits. He really wanted to work hard to achieve his goal. Of course, for now, he had to put aside the matter of arrangement. Even if he wanted to learn, he couldn't learn it immediately. Controlling the mouse to open Singer Master, Lu Chen began his work for the day. Time passed silently, and the small house was quiet. Only the tapping sound of the keyboard and mouse could be heard from time to time. Occasionally, the sound of the old computer's cooling fan could be heard. One song after another, Lu Chen finished remaking them, and then saved them according to their categories. Among the important songs, he directly sent them to Greater China Music Library for copyright inquiry and registration, to ensure that there were no legal issues with the copyright. This was very important. In the pop music industry, disputes over song copyright were very common, so he had to be careful. The inquiry and registration fees for Greater China Music Library were very high, so high that many people in the music industry expressed their strong dissatisfaction, but no one questioned its authority and credibility. Actually, it was very simple for Lu Chen to save money. He only needed to publish his songs on a large music forum or website, and pay a few dozen yuan to register the copyright. This way, he could basically guarantee his rights as a composer. However, the value of these songs was too high. Lu Chen was not a short-sighted person. Just like how he did not sign a contract that was detrimental to his original copyrights, he paid more attention to the long-term development needs, and now he also had the money to register the copyright. The profit he earned from the Forget Grass bar, and the tips he received from the live broadcast, were all the reasons why he was so confident. He was completely focused on the computer, until his stomach made a goo-goo sound of protest. At this time, Lu Chen woke up from his trance-like state, and couldn't help but touch his shriveled belly. He looked at the time displayed on the computer. It was already past noon. Lu Chen was a bit speechless. First of all, he did not think that he would sit for so long, and second of all, his stomach was getting hungry too fast, completely out of his normal state. One had to know that he ate breakfast at around 8 in the morning, and it was twice the usual amount. Mental work also consumed a lot of energy. Lu Chen shook his head, stood up, stretched his body that was stiff from sitting for a long time, and prepared to go out for lunch. At this time, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Lu Chen, hello. A warm greeting came from the receiver of the phone. Long time no see, how have you been recently? Lu Chen's memory was instantly activated, and a familiar face appeared in his mind. He immediately smiled and asked, hello, class monitor Chow, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Did you miss me? A clear laughter came from the other side. The person who called Lu Chen was his class monitor in Xianxia University's computer science class, Chow Xiaozhu. In the university, there have always been fewer girls than boys in the computer science department. Chow Xiaozhu has been the class monitor for 4 years. Although her appearance is ordinary, she is warm and generous, so her relationship with her classmates is very good. In addition to the good relationship between Lu Chen and this class monitor Chow, there is another layer of origin, that is, Lu Chen's ex-girlfriend was introduced by Chow Xiaozhu, and the two broke up made her feel guilty for a long time. Bah. 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 Chow Xiaozhu said, my boyfriend is next to me. He wants me to say hello to you and ask when you will be back. Speaking of which, you haven't appeared in the group recently. Are you still in Beijing? Chow Xiaozhu's boyfriend is also Lu Chen's classmate. He lives in the dormitory next to him and often plays basketball together. I am still in Beijing, and I have been quietly lurking in the group, Lu Chen said. I don't dare to speak after seeing you show your affection every day. I will be back at the beginning of next month. Lu Chen will graduate next month. He has saved enough credits to go back to get a diploma and attend the graduation ceremony. Lu Chen, you have learned to be talkative in Beijing. Xiao Xiuzhu said bitterly, now this class monitor will assign you an important task. On the 9th of June, you will prepare a program to represent our class and win an award. Let me prepare a program for the graduation party? Lu Chen was stunned, there are so many people in the class, why is it my turn again? He has performed on stage on behalf of the class not once or twice, but the university graduation party is really different from before. This was the only time in one's life, Xiao Xiuzhu replied helplessly, you know, they're all heroes when they're playing games, but they're all cowards when they're performing on stage, so I'll have to trouble you. Besides, they all said that you, Lu Chen, can sing and play the guitar, and you're also very handsome. Who else would go if not you? This has become my crime? Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought about it and said, all right then. I will definitely listen to your orders, but I also have a small condition. Xiao Xiuzhu asked curiously, what conditions? Lu Chen said, last year, the students of our cohort went out for a gathering, and the student council took a lot of photos. I need all the girls' photos, no matter if it's solo or group photos. What? Xiao Xiuzhu became vigilant and asked aggressively, what are you planning? She was the secretary of Jianghai Student Union, so it was not a problem for her to get the photo, but Lu Chen's motive was very suspicious. Lu Chen smiled and said, class rep, you said that I must get the award, so I have to prepare well, right? I need these photos to make a music video. When the time comes, I'll play it on the stage in the auditorium, so that the effect of the performance will be better. So it's like this, your idea is not bad. Xiao Xiuzhu said embarrassedly, then I'll go to the office later and pack it up and send it to you. She had a big personality, and didn't have many schemes, so she didn't think too much. Okay, the two chatted for a while, then hung up the phone. Lu Chen left his dwelling and went out to eat a good meal. He stuffed his stomach full before coming back. In the afternoon, he continued to work, and in total, he sorted out 20 complete songs. This efficiency was very high, but these songs were the ones that Lu Chen was most familiar with, so it was easy to rewrite them. The later ones would probably be more and more difficult, and it would take a lot of time. Currently, for him, 20 excellent works were more than enough. He wouldn't throw them all out at once, but he would find a way to discover the value of each song. This way, he wouldn't let down these popular classics from his dream world. Out of the 20 songs, 5 were sent by Lu Chen to the Greater China Music Library for copyright registration. It wasn't that he didn't want to register all of them, but it was because he couldn't afford to waste the small amount of money in IFU. The registration fee for a song's copyright was $600, so 5 songs would cost him $3,000. If it wasn't because Lu Chen earned 2 sums yesterday, he probably wouldn't be able to pay it. He secretly cursed the Greater China Music Library for feeding dogs, while opening the Starlight Show, preparing to exchange the money in his account for emergencies. But when he opened the online Anchor platform, an eye-catching notification popped up. Hello, Anchor Lu Fei, you have reached the contract signing requirements. Please click to contact the administrator, thank you for your cooperation. What? Lu Chen was surprised and overjoyed. At this time, he noticed that his followers had reached 10142, the contract signing requirement for the Starlight Show was 10,000 followers. When the live broadcast ended last night, Lu Chen's followers were only 7,000 plus, but now it had reached 10,000 plus, but this time, Lu Chen wasn't too surprised, because he knew that the increase in followers must have come from the efforts of Lu Jiajun led by Prophet Emperor Li Bai, which allowed him to reach the contract signing requirements in advance. Feeling touched and excited, Lu Chen clicked on the administrator in the notification box and immediately opened the chat interface. The chat ID displayed on the chat panel was Super Administrator 002. Lu Chen, hello, Administrator. Super Administrator 002, hello, is this a contract signing? Lu Chen, yes, how do I do it? Super Administrator 002, I will send you the electronic contract first, you can confirm it first. Super Administrator 002, if there are no problems, then you can print the signature according to the requirements and send it to our company. Lu Chen, okay. Super Administrator 002 sent a document to Lu Chen, and Lu Chen opened it after receiving it. Counting it, this was the 3rd contract he had seen in the past few days. Then, as he looked at it, his heart turned cold. Other than the terms related to the anchor, at least 70% of the content was the same as the new artist contract Su Qingmei had given him. It gave him the feeling that it was completely based on the model of a new artist contract, such as creative copyright, portrait copyright, breach of contract liability, and the only difference was that the term of the contract had been changed from 10 years to 5 years. All the crows in the world were black. Lucien couldn't help but smile bitterly. Originally, he had hoped to be able to officially sign a contract with the Starlight Show, so that he could get a higher share and recommendation opportunities. He didn't ask for a monthly income of millions, but he would be satisfied as long as he could live comfortably. Now, it seemed that he was too naive. Super Administrator 002, have you finished reading the contract? If you have, hurry up and confirm it. I need to put it on record. Lucien thought for a moment and replied, can this contract be modified? The main issue is the creative copyright. If the other party agreed to modify the copyright requirements, then even if the other terms were harsh, Lucien could still accept it. After all, the Starlight Show was a profitable platform, and it was understandable to pursue profits. Super Administrator 002, modify? You're thinking too much. All the anchors on our platform have the same contract. It's impossible to modify it just for you. You either choose to sign it or not, it's that simple. The incomparably domineering tone was still a flavor that Lucien was familiar with. All anchors have the same contract, that was simply the biggest joke in the world. Would the contract of a popular star and an unknown artist be the same? Even if you used your toes to think, you would know that it was impossible. This Super Administrator 002's attitude was tough and cold, and he even treated Lucien as a rookie that could be easily deceived. Lucien suppressed his anger and replied, then I'll think about it again. I won't sign it for now, thank you. He had no other choice. Lucien also did not want to fall out with the Super Administrator. After all, he still had to rely on the other party's platform to make money, so he politely declined. Anyway, if he did not sign the contract, he would only get less commission and no website recommendation. No matter what, he would not give away the copyright of his original work for nothing. Super Administrator 002, whatever. The conversation between the two parties ended immediately. Lucien helplessly shook his head. He was more or less a little depressed in his heart. The next moment, the notification that popped up on the computer screen instantly made his heart as cold as ice, and he almost exploded in anger. System notification, Lu Fei's live broadcast is temporarily closed due to violation of the rules. If you have any questions, please consult the administrator. Banned. System prompt, Lu Fei's live broadcast room is temporarily closed due to violation of regulations. If you have any questions, please consult the administrator. Not to mention Lucien, as long as any ordinary person with a normal IQ saw this shocking system prompt, they would not be naive enough to think that they had really violated any rules, which led to the closure of the live broadcast room. He refused to sign the contract, so he was directly banned by Super Administrator 002. Was it domineering? It was domineering. At that time, Lucien felt a rush of hot blood to his brain. He gripped the mouse in his hand tightly and used a lot of willpower not to smash the mouse. Because smashing things in anger was a sign of incompetence. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Starlight Show was the leader among the domestic live broadcast platforms. Whether it was the number of users or the influence, it surpassed several established platforms. Especially in the entertainment and performing arts aspect, its strength was second to none. Therefore, it naturally had the qualifications to be unreasonable. It was easy to ban a small anchor. Want to make money from me? Then you have to obey my rules. This system prompt was also clearly telling Lucien, those who follow me will prosper, those who resist me will die. It was that simple. Lucien had no choice. If he did not bow down, then his career as a Starlight Show anchor would be destroyed and an important source of income would be cut off. Should he bow down to the other party and obediently sign this harsh contract? Lucien first opened a small software on his computer. After selecting the full-screen record, he clicked on the administrator in the system prompt. A chat window popped up again. The chat ID was still Super Administrator 002, Super Administrator 002, what do you need help with? Even through the computer and the network, Lu Chen could feel the other party's proud mood at this moment. He calmed down and replied, I first want to ask why my live broadcast room was closed. Super Administrator 002, because you violated the regulations. Lu Chen, may I ask which regulation is it that if I don't sign an unreasonable contract, I will be banned? Super Administrator 002, you can understand it that way. This is our company's regulation. Super Administrator 002, think carefully, it's not too late to regret. Lu Chen, I've thought it through very clearly now. Super Administrator 002, N, go ahead. Lu Chen, go to hell. Super Administrator 002, what? Lu Chen said, I say, go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. Of course, important things had to be repeated 3 times. After typing send, Lu Chen directly closed the dialog box. Don't give the other party a chance to respond, let that guy hold it in. Lu Chen's thoughts cleared up in an instant, and the gloominess in his heart vanished without a trace. He felt as if he had opened up his 8 extraordinary meridians, or as if he had gone through a cleansing of his bones and marrow. He felt extremely relaxed. It's not a big deal. If he can't make it in Starlight Show, there's still Sky Live, Whale TV, Star Dream, there's always a place for him to display his talents. If this place doesn't keep me, there will be a place for me, and even if all the online live broadcasting platforms are the same, Lu Chen doesn't believe that he needs to worry about not making money with his own memory. Then why should he endure unfair treatment? Lu Chen thought very clearly. He knew that as a newcomer with no background, the starting stage was bound to be very difficult, and he would encounter a lot of trouble and problems. But he had no fear in his heart, because he was very young, and because he had a huge treasure in the world. That was a sharp bayonet, enough to pierce through all obstacles in front of him. After strengthening his belief, Lu Chen exited Starlight Show without any reluctance, completely ignoring the system prompts and dialog boxes that had just popped up, and then clicked on QQ. It's estimated that Super Administrator 002 is already seething with anger, right? When he logged into Lu Fei's QQ, Lu Chen thought secretly. At the same time, 2,000 kilometers away from Beijing, Shanghai City. Shanghai is one of the largest cities in China, with a population of more than 15 million. Since the reform and opening up, it has always been the economic frontier of the Republic. Over the past few decades, countless innovative companies and technology groups have been born, so it is known as the Silicon Valley of the East. Starlight Media Company, to which Starlight Show belongs, is located on the 68th floor of the 75-story Fortune building in the CBD Central Business District of Shanghai City. 2 years ago, when Starlight New Media Company was founded, there were only 10 employees. The live broadcasting platform Starlight Show struggled to survive in the cracks of many live broadcasting giants and almost went out of business several times. However, after receiving the capital injection from Qinghong Entertainment, a well-known domestic media group, Starry Live ushered in a blowout. Starry Live Media Company used the former's strong funds and resources to beat Sky Live, kick Whale TV, poach and snatch people, and kill many competitors without leaving a single one of them. Up to now, Starlight Show has become one of the hegemons in online live broadcasting, and no one can shake its position. After Qinghong Entertainment completed the controlling stake, it directly bought the entire floor of Fortune building as the office of Starlight Media, which caused a sensation in the industry and also showed its ambition. Boom! In the office area of Starlight Media's Operation Management Department, a startling sound suddenly sounded. Anyone who often plays computers can tell that this is the sound of the mouse being slammed hard on the table. Many people have had such an experience. The equipment dropped by the boss was robbed, smashed the mouse, the software crash caused the document to be lost, smashed the mouse, it took half a day to download the ultra-high-definition Love Action movie, only to find that it was Calabash Brothers, smashed the mouse, he logged on to the family online and wanted to observe his baby through the smart camera, but he saw old Juan next door, smashed the mouse, behind a desk. A white-faced man carefully poked his head out and asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" The object of his inquiry was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a thin face, small eyes, and an aquiline nose. His expression was gloomy as if he had just found old Wang next door, and the mouse in his hand was already dead. This middle-aged man is Zhao Depeng, the manager of Starlight Media's Operation Management Department. Because Starlight Media implements an open office, even the manager does not have an independent office and sits in the same area as the employees. As the manager of the Operation Management Department, in addition to dealing with the relevant affairs of the department, Zhao Depeng often logs on to Starlight Show as a super administrator and does some ordinary management work. His ID is Super Administrator 002, as for 001, that is the ID of the boss, which will not appear under normal circumstances. For the white-faced man's inquiry, Zhao Depeng replied angrily, "A small anchor, I gave him face but he didn't want it. I helped him sign the contract and he still talked nonsense. I told him to wake up and he even dared to scold me." What? The white-faced man was immediately filled with righteous indignation and shouted, "Newcomers nowadays are too unruly. What's his ID? Let me ban him and see if he can still be arrogant." Zhao Depeng waved his hand and said, "ID Lu Fei, the land of the mainland, the flight of the plane, has been banned by me. Later, I will send his information to everyone. If you find him restarting the live broadcast with a sock puppet, kill him without mercy." The manager of the Operation Management Department had a murderous look on his face, and his tone of voice carried a taste of gnashing his teeth. Just now, he was really angry. Which small anchor didn't get the signing qualification of Starlight Show and then be respectful to the super administrator who has the power of life and death? An unruly and rebellious fellow like Lu Fei should be banned to the end, the pale-faced man answered without hesitation, "Okay. Lu Fei?" At this time a head suddenly popped out from the next desk. It was a man with glasses. "Is it that Lu Fei who can play and sing and has original songs? I think I saw his video on Star Circle." The man with glasses actually wanted to say that Lu Fei's songs were very good and had the potential to be a big hit on the platform. However, seeing Zhao Depeng's ugly expression, his limited EQ finally came into play and he didn't say everything in his heart. "So what if it's an original?" Zhao Depeng snorted and said disdainfully, "There are thousands of singers who do live broadcasts on our platform, and there are many who can create original songs. What we need is real talent, not those newcomers who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The white-faced man nodded in agreement. Manager is right. Zhao Depeng was satisfied. He glanced at the man with glasses and said, "Shaoli, although you are an old employee, there are some things that you still have to learn from Xiao Wang. Don't just stare at the computer all day." The man with glasses was speechless, and the white-faced man was secretly proud, but his face showed a humble expression. "Okay, I'll leave first." Zhao Depeng got up and said, "Xiao Wang, come and send that Lu Fei's information to everyone, and then delete all the relevant content on the forum." The white-faced man hurriedly ran over. "Yes, manager, I promise to complete the task." Zhao Depeng patted his butt and quickly left, and the white-faced man quickly operated in his position. The man with glasses secretly sighed and sat down again. Before Chenhong Entertainment's investment, although Starlight Media was very small, it was very humane. Many of the super administrators and anchors were friends, and they were also willing to support new anchors. Now the company was much larger and very rich, but some things no longer existed. Before the white-faced man could delete the relevant content on the forum, he secretly used his administrator identity to copy a complete copy of Lu Jiejun Star Circle's information and uploaded it to his network cloud disk. Lu Fei's "You Who Sat Next to Me" and "Cinderella" were all songs that he liked to listen to. They were also good songs that moved him and were worth keeping. "Lu Fei de, is this for real? Are you kidding me? His account was banned? What the heck? Hee, it's just a big shop bullying its customers. Starlight Show has always been like this. Then what should we do? Are we going to disband the newly created Star Circle and group? I feel like crying. This is too overbearing. Banning accounts without signing the contract. This is too much. Let's all think of a solution." When Luchin told everyone in Lu Jiejun's QQ chat group that his account was banned because of signing the contract, the small chat group exploded. All the fans who were online appeared, all of them filled with righteous indignation. Some criticized the Starlight Show's overbearing behavior, some felt sorry for Lu Chen's new achievements, and some expressed that they would not let this matter rest. Prophet Emperor Li Bai, there's no need to say any more. If you support General Lu, let's all go to the forum to protest. Blow this matter up and the higher-ups of Starlight Show will take this seriously. Let them understand that even a small host is not someone they can bully. Li Bai appeared a little late, but once he spoke, the whole group seemed to have found their backbone. Everyone agreed with his suggestion and prepared to go to the forum to protest. Lu Chen was grateful. Thank you everyone for your support. It's just that I don't want to stay on Starlight Show any longer. There's no need to trouble everyone to argue with the officials. At most, I'll just change to another platform. These fans were very passionate and sincere. Lu Chen did not want to use them to fight for his rights. Prophet Emperor Li Bai said, General Lu, this matter is not just about you. It's also about us. Even if we leave, we have to leave with a bang. We can't let others bully us for nothing. That's right. Emperor Li is mighty. I support General Lu and you. Go 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 go. Don't say anything else. I'm already starting to post. Everyone, keep up. Alright, let's plant the flag of our Lu Jiejun on the star circle. Even though he had experienced 3 lives in the dream world, Lu Chen was still a hot-blooded young man. He could not help but be infected by the enthusiasm of the crowd. Then let's do it together. I've recorded my conversation with the super admin and saved it in the group. You can attach it as evidence when you post. When he was talking to Super Administrator 002, he was more careful and opened the screen recorder software to save the chat records between them. Alright. It's best if you have evidence. I've downloaded it. Fill up the ammo and set off. Star Ring Expedition. I see it. Holy sh*T, it's Super Administrator 002. This number should be a mini-boss. Who cares if it's a big boss or a small boss? We'll talk after we kill it. Brothers, I'll be leaving first. Kill, kill, kill. Although this newly established fan group didn't have many members yet, the group members showed great unity and seemed to have a lot of fighting spirit. Unfortunately, their opponents were too strong and unreasonable. The members of the group logged onto the website and quickly realized that the star circle that had just been established yesterday no longer existed. When they went to the public forum to protest, the moment they made a post, it was deleted. The speed at which the forum's administrator dealt with it was shocking. Not only did they delete the post, but the ID of the poster was also banned or even banned, not giving them any chance to defend themselves. If this was a battle, it would definitely be a battle with a huge disparity in strength. The members of Lu Jiejun were like mantises trying to stop the wheels of a car and were crushed into pieces in the blink of an eye. Everyone was very angry about this, but there was no way they could fight back. F***CK. Our star circle has been disbanded. 555 The post I just made was deleted, and my account was banned. Me too, the forum's administrator is watching over it. They probably set up a keyword and found out the moment I made a post. The old posts have all been deleted. They're really fast and ruthless. Hehe, it's the same for everyone, Prophet Emperor Li Bai said, I've also been banned. They didn't even give us a chance to speak. Facing the extremely powerful website administrator, this nouveau riche was also very helpless and could only curse angrily, F***CK. If I spend a cent on that place again, I'll change my surname to theirs. Lu Chen said, everyone, stop for a while. Let's think of something else. He didn't want to pour cold water on the fans, nor did he want to see them hit the wall. It didn't feel good, but the weak could not win against the strong. What could they do? The originally lively atmosphere in the group suddenly became gloomy and gloomy. Many people sighed. It had already come to this, what else was there to think of? Forget it, let's go to another website. I will always support General Lu. Someone suggested. I believe in General Lu's strength. Our Lu Jiejun will not admit defeat. Yes, yes. We will never admit defeat. Just like General Big Lu said, screw the Starlight Show. Haha, let's screw it together. Lu Chen looked at the chat on the screen and couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth in his heart. At this time, a member with the ID Coral Fish said, Lu Fei De, I'm an administrator of Whale TV. I would like to invite you to be an anchor on our Whale TV. How about it? The chat group exploded with activity. F***CK, an administrator of Whale TV? Is this for real? Don't joke around. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect our General Lu to be so famous that even Whale TV knows about him. If it's true, then we can go to Whale TV too. I didn't expect 007 to be hiding in our group. Everyone stop arguing. Let's see what General Big Lu has to say. Coral Fish didn't say anything. She just posted a screenshot of Whale TV's management backend. This screenshot strongly proved his identity. Prophet Emperor Master Li Bai sent a private message to Lu Chen, General Lu, do you want to try Whale TV? During this period of time, Lu Chen had crammed a lot of information about live broadcasting. He knew that Whale TV was one of the earliest live broadcasting platforms in the country. It had always focused on live broadcasting of games and occupied a large share of the three most popular online games, CKG, Hero City State, and Star Overlord. However, the old Whale TV had recently faced fierce competition from Sky Live and Starlight Show. Many popular anchors had been poached and their popularity was no longer what it used to be. Of course, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Speaking of Whale TV, it was still a well-known name on the internet. Whale TV was naturally unwilling to decline. On one hand, it increased its investment in new areas. On the other hand, it kept a close eye on its competitors. Therefore, it wasn't strange for an administrator to appear in Lu Chen's group. A newbie anchor who had yet to sign a contract but possessed strength was exactly what they were trying to recruit. Water flowed downwards and people walked upwards. Was it the right choice for Lu Chen to join Whale TV? Prophet Emperor Master Li Bai also expressed his concerns. Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied in the group chat, I can go to Whale TV, but if I have to sign a contract, then I can't agree to such a harsh contract. This was the bottom line that he had to stick to. He didn't want to repeat the mistakes of Starlight Show. Coral Fish replied, Lu Feida, I saw what happened to you at Starlight Show. Our Whale TV won't be that harsh. It's just that my authority isn't high. Please let me discuss the specific terms of the contract with the head of the operations department before replying to you. How about that? In addition, I can make the decision that all members of Lu Jiejun can have the same rank as Starlight Show at Whale TV because I am also a member of Lu Jiejun. Finally, he attached a smiley face emoticon. The membership levels of online broadcasting platforms were basically the same. Other than ordinary members, they were mainly divided into diamond, gold, silver, black iron, and bronze. These 5 levels were further divided into 1, 2, 3, 4. The promotion depended on points, and the most important source of points was paid rewards. For example, Prophet Emperor Master Li Bai was a Gold 2 member. He had spent at least 200,000 on Starlight Show and could be considered a small nouveau riche. Under normal circumstances, transferring to another broadcasting platform would require one to accumulate points again. However, in order to attract customers, some broadcasting platforms would promise to give members of the same rank. If you were a gold member at Starlight Show, then you would also have to be a gold member at Star Show. High-rank members enjoyed all sorts of benefits and privileges, and were often chased by many anchors. However, this method was only used by small broadcasting platforms and was disdained by large platforms. Now that Coral Fish took the initiative to bring it up, it showed that Whale TV's current situation wasn't very good. However, this just happened to let Lu Chen see the sincerity of the other party. There was no such thing as a sham. Lu Chen typed a word on the keyboard, OK. He had already decided that as long as Whale TV's contract wasn't harsh, then he would start over there. Deep Sea City, High-Tech Park, Building B3, 15th floor, Whale Technology Company Headquarters. Whale Technology Company, Limited was established in 2007 as a localized network technology company. It mainly operated online games, videos, animations, and other projects. In June 2012, it officially launched Whale TV, becoming one of the first domestic online live broadcasting platforms. At that time, online live broadcasting was still in a pioneering state. With the strong support of Whale Technology, Whale TV developed rapidly, especially in the aspect of game broadcasting. With the help of the 3 popular games CKG, Hero City State, and Planet Overlord, it quickly occupied more than 70% of the market share and cultivated a large number of excellent anchors. However, as the cake of online live broadcasting grew bigger and bigger, More and more big shots in the industry had their eyes on this fat piece of meat. Whale TV encountered fierce competition. Many popular anchors were poached with high salaries, and their popularity continued to decline. Under such circumstances, the executives of Whale TV still clung to game broadcasting and ignored the importance of entertainment and lifestyle live broadcasting programs. This caused the market share to continue to decline, and it was even jokingly called salted fish TV. Of course, Whale TV was unwilling to be treated as a salted fish by others. Therefore, the higher-ups learned from the painful experience and replaced a group of incompetent middle and lower management personnel. They worked hard to compete with Starry Live, Sky Live, and other competitors for resources. Finally, they barely managed to reverse the decline. Whale TV's revenue accounted for more than 65% of Whale Technology's revenue. Therefore, the website branch and headquarters were all located on the same floor, with more than 100 employees. Although it was close to evening and almost afternoon, the dozens of employees in the operations management department were still busy in front of the computer. No one got up to stretch or drink water. The atmosphere was tense but orderly. Yes. Suddenly, a woman in a white professional dress jumped up from her seat. She raised her clenched fist high and waved it with force, looking very excited and agitated. A young colleague next to her noticed and asked curiously, "Sister Xianxia, what good thing happened to you?" The OL named Xianxia replied with a smile, "I dug up a new anchor with great potential." Her voice was very loud. After more colleagues heard it, they all started to ask questions one after another. "Congratulations, Xianxia. Where did you find him from? What's his name? Does he really have great potential? There are a lot of newcomers nowadays. Don't just look at the data on the surface. What type? Game? Become a singer? A lifestyle show? Xianxia's treating." Xianxian smiled and said, "It's not a problem for me to treat you. I'll report to the supervisor first. I'll let you know after we sign the contract." She quickly ran to the innermost part of the transport management department. It was the office of Wu Hongming, the operations director of Whale TV. When Xianxian rushed in like a whirlwind, this super administrator boss was still engrossed in the work report in his hands. "Boss." Xianxian's excited voice made Wu Hongming put down the document in his hand. He helplessly pinched his brows and reprimanded, "Wu Xianxian, how old are you? Why are you still acting like a child? How impatient." Wu Xianxian's surname was Wu, and so was his. The two of them were relatives. Because of this, Wu Hongming was even stricter with Wu Xianxian to prevent others from accusing him of nepotism. It has been 3 years since Wu Xianxian graduated from university. She hasn't been at Whale TV for long. Her lively and jumpy personality gave Wu Hongming a headache, and he often had to teach her a lesson or two. However, there was basically no effect. Moreover, Wu Xianxian was very popular among her colleagues. Faced with her uncle's scolding, Wu Xianxian quickly stuck out her tongue and obediently said, "Boss, I dug up a new anchor who has the potential to be very popular. I want to discuss the contract now." Relatives were relatives, but they had to distinguish between public and private matters. Therefore, in the company, she addressed Wu Hongming the same way as other colleagues. She called him boss, boss. Wu Hongming was one of the founders of Whale TV, and a senior figure in Whale Technology. "You shouted so loudly just now." "I'm not deaf." The senior said in a bad mood, "Is this one reliable? Don't be like the last one." Wu Xianxian's face couldn't help but turn red when Wu Hongming mentioned her embarrassing past. Last time, she also dug up a new anchor. In the end, she made a mistake. The other party was a fake. Fortunately, Wu Hongming was strict and found out the problem. In the end, it didn't cause any loss to the company. As a veteran live broadcasting platform, Whale TV was facing huge pressure in business. However, they were still very cautious when it came to poaching people. They always maintained a style that would rather have nothing than be substandard. She tried hard to explain, "Boss, this anchor is really good. He was banned by Starlight Show because of a contract problem. If I didn't happen to be in his fan group, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to dig him up." Starlight Show? Contract problem? Wu Hongming's brows furrowed into a Chuan character. He said, let me see his information. Of course, it was a good thing to be able to poach people from their old rival, Starlight Show. However, the premise was that the person must be reliable. If it was an unruly or greedy short-sighted person, Wu Hongming wouldn't want him even if he was talented. Wu. Xianxia quickly said, I've already saved it in the folder. You'll know when you open it. Wu Hongming nodded. He directly accessed the shared folder on Wu Xianxia's computer through the local area network. This was the authority that he had as a supervisor. Others couldn't do it. Wu Xianxia had been eyeing Lu Chen for a long time, so she was well prepared, including Lu Chen's number of followers in Starlight Show, popularity, the total amount of gifts, Star Circle fans, QQ group, and other information. The most important thing was that there were 2 live video recordings. At the beginning, Wu Hongming frowned again when he saw Lu Chen's basic information. Because Lu Chen's data was very little, and he had only started live broadcasting for 2 or 3 days, the number of followers had increased rapidly. However, this kind of data was too easy to fake and couldn't be used seriously. As for the popularity, gift value, fans, and so on, Wu Hongming couldn't see how much potential he had. Such a pure newbie anchor, would he be banned by Starlight Show because of a contract problem? He suspected that his niece was muddle-headed again. With a responsible attitude, Wu Hongming clicked to open a live video. I'm going to present you with an original song. It's called You Who Sat Next to Me. I hope everyone likes it. Lu Chen's voice instantly came clearly from the computer speakers. Original song. Wu Hongming's eyes lit up, and he suddenly became interested. He turned up the volume of the speakers in the computer. Tomorrow, will you remember the diary you wrote yesterday? Tomorrow, will you still remember the you who loved to cry the most? The teachers can't remember. When the melody of You Who Sat Next to Me, accompanied by Lu Chen's clear and slightly sentimental voice, came out through the high-quality speakers, the entire operation management office suddenly quieted down. The clicking sound of the mouse disappeared, and the tapping sound of the keyboard disappeared. The song seemed to have a magical power, and people couldn't help but be attracted to it. They listened and felt, and were brought into the past. Most of the employees in the operation management department were very young, and their memories of middle school, high school, and university were still very clear. Therefore, they instinctively resonated with this song, even if it was only the first time they heard it. Listening to the song, those beautiful, nostalgic feelings arose in their hearts, and they all forgot about their work. The song ended, and there was silence. Wu Hongming closed the video. Wu Xianxia was anxious. Boss, there's more, continue watching. This song is enough. Wu Hongming's tightly knitted eyebrows relaxed, and he asked, are you sure this is, this Lu Fei's original work? Do you know the specific clause in the contract between him and Starlight Show that caused him to be banned? Just one original work alone might not be enough to make Wu Hongming make up his mind. However, not only was Lu Chen's playing and singing quality extremely high, but his appearance was also very good. He had talent, and ability, and he really had the potential to become famous. He dared to say that Starlight Show had missed a new star. Wu Hongming's vision is famous for being accurate. When he first founded Whale TV, he personally discovered many outstanding anchors. Now that the company's situation is not good, he came out again to serve as the head of the operation management department. Wu Hongming looked at Lu Chen, who was playing and singing You Who Sat Next to Me, and saw a newcomer with infinite potential. He was surprised that Starlight Show missed it. Wu Xianxia pointed to the screen and said, this is the chat record of the fan group. You will know after you see it. Wu Hongming opened the text and read it carefully. After reading it, he understood. With a touch of ridicule on his face, he said, Starlight Show Super Administrator 002? I know, it should be Zhao Depeng. If it is really him, then it is normal. He and Zhao Depeng not only knew each other, but were also friends. The grievances between the two could not be finished for several days and nights. Wu Hongming was well aware of Zhao Depeng's temperament. He no longer had any doubts and said to Wu Xianxia, you did a good job. This Lu Fei is worth signing. I think he wants to keep the original copyright, so give it to him. After a pause, Wu Hongming added, the signing fee is within 50,000 yuan. You can talk to him. Talents are rare. Originally, Wu Hongming wanted to talk to Lu Chen personally, but he thought that it was not appropriate to be too eager. Maybe it would make Lu Chen have other ideas, so he let Wu Shanshan sign the contract. This is also an opportunity and reward for Wu Shanshan. If Lu Chen becomes popular in the future, her contribution will not go unnoticed. Me? Wu Shanshan was surprised and happy. Boss, you really want me to talk to him about signing the contract? She just joined Whale TV not long ago and belongs to a new employee with no qualifications. Her current job is to go to major live broadcasting platforms to find newcomers. It is equivalent to poaching talent scouts and has no right to talk about contracts. Now, Wu Hongming has delegated this power to her. Wu Hongming said with a smile, if I tell you to go, then go. Talk to him properly and agree to any reasonable request. For example, you promise to give his fans the same treatment. I agree. Hee, Wu Shanshan smiled sheepishly. She had wanted to keep Lu Jiejun here, so she had made an empty promise. She was a little rash, but Wu Hongming had no intention of criticizing her. The operations manager waved his hand and said, don't laugh like an idiot. Go. Wu Shanshan hurriedly ran back to her desk, sat down, and couldn't wait to open the QQ group. She clicked on Lu Chen's ID and opened the private chat interface. At this moment, Lu Chen was still chatting with the members in the group, talking about some trivial matters related to him. There weren't many people in Lu Jiejun's QQ group, but they were all very enthusiastic and sincere. Although he had just experienced a setback, their support and encouragement made Lu Chen not the slightest bit discouraged and disappointed. With such a group of cute fans, it wouldn't be a big deal to start over on another platform. Coral Fish sent him a private message, Big General Lu, is it convenient for us to chat? Lu Chen replied, no problem. Coral Fish sent a smiley face and said, I want to ask, does Big General Lu have any specific requirements for signing a contract with Whale TV? Our basic contract is basically the same as Starlight shows, but we can provide different contract terms for different signing targets. Lu Chen couldn't help but nod his head. Just this attitude alone was enough to shake off Starlight show's super administrator by 3 streets. He thought back to the contract he had read and made 2 suggestions. First was the issue of original copyrights. Lu Chen wouldn't give up any of his rights for all the original songs that were performed on the live broadcast platform. If the platform needed it, they could negotiate and purchase it. Second was the time limit of the contract. 5 years was too long, so he hoped to change it to 2 years. In the future, when the time limit was up, under the same conditions, he could have priority to renew the contract with Whale TV. Lu Chen's requirements weren't actually very high. He didn't have any opinion on the sharing ratio or the website's recommendation because he was very clear that he was still a newcomer and didn't have the qualifications to demand an exorbitant price. As for Coral Fish or Wu Shanshan, she didn't expect Lu Chen's requirements to be so low. She was prepared to have a friendly and intense negotiation with Lu Chen. Both parties would bargain back and forth for dozens of rounds before finally reaching a win-win contract that satisfied everyone. However, the reality was so cruel. Coral Fish, just these 2? Lu Chen, yes. Wu Shanshan suddenly had the urge to rush into the computer, crawl along the network cable to Lu Chen's side, grab his collar, and loudly say to him, you make me feel no sense of accomplishment like this. Fortunately, she was still rational and hurriedly added, then how about the signing fee of 50,000? Signing fee? Lu Chen was stunned. He didn't think that he could get a signing fee by signing with Whale TV. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he would have seen pigs run. Lu Chen knew about the signing fee for anchors changing jobs. He had crammed in a lot of common knowledge on the internet, but he never thought that he could earn a signing fee. Currently, in the circle of online anchors, when the most popular anchor Yo-Yo changed jobs to Sky Live, he once set a sky-high signing fee of 10 million, which caused a huge sensation at the time. Although many people said that 10 million was a hype and not the real signing price, it was an indisputable fact that the signing fee for popular anchors was getting higher and higher. It was easily hundreds of thousands to millions, and there were even examples of several million. As for Lu Chen, he was just a newbie anchor with 2 live broadcasts. Being able to negotiate a contract with the platform was already giving him preferential treatment, but they even gave him a signing fee. He felt that, Whale TV, was too kind, Lu Chen, no problem, thank you. Actually, the exchange between Lu Chen and Wu Shanshan fully exposed the nature of the two rookies. Lu Chen didn't mention the signing fee at all. If Wu Shanshan had some experience, she would naturally not mention it. Signing the contract and saving the signing fee, the boss would definitely praise her. Lu Chen was even more inexperienced. The other party had already mentioned the signing fee, so he could just take the opportunity to bargain. Regardless of whether it would work or not, there was no harm in trying. Why not? But at this time, the two of them didn't think too much. Coral fish, asterisk carrot carrot asterisk, then it's decided. I'll let boss revise the new contract. I'll first open a signing account and a live broadcast room for you. When the contract arrives, I'll transfer the signing fee to your account. How about that? Lu Chen, okay. When he hit the enter key, he still couldn't believe it, he signed the contract just like that. He earned 50,000, after composing himself, Lu Chen said in the group chat, brothers, I've already reached an agreement with Whale TV. Tonight, I'll start a live broadcast on Whale TV. Everyone is welcome to come and support me. Lu Chen said it a little early because the contract hadn't been officially confirmed. But he was really excited and couldn't wait to share this good news with everyone. The moment the message sent by Lu Chen appeared, the group chat exploded. That's great, hooray! General Lu is mighty. Screw the Starlight Show. I'm switching to Whale TV. Lu Feida, what's the name of the new live broadcast room? I'll add it now and pull in my friends. It hasn't started yet, right? The one in charge of signing the contract is that coral fish, right? Are you there? I'm here. Coral fish appeared just in time and said with a big smile, I'll immediately open an account and live broadcast room for Big General Lu. I'll inform everyone as soon as possible. I guarantee there won't be any delays. Also, everyone is welcome to send me a screenshot of your Starlight Show and Whale TV account information. I'll adjust everyone's level. If you don't have a Whale TV account, you can create one yourself. Prophet Emperor Li Bai said, I don't need to adjust. I'll go to Whale TV to top up now. It's just a gold member. A tycoon was a tycoon. His words were domineering, causing the group to be flooded with worshippers begging for his support. Wu Shanshan was overjoyed and felt a great sense of accomplishment. She finally forgot about her official business and got up to report to Wu Hongming to finalize the contract immediately. This time, she really caught a big fish. Sister Shanshan, just as she got up from her chair, a colleague sitting next to her suddenly leaned over and whispered, Can you send me a copy of this anchor's video? I'm his fish fan. Wu Shanshan blinked her eyes, and her eyebrows curved as she smiled. The curtain of night quietly fell on Beijing, the largest city in the north. The lights lit up. At first, they were like stars, but in a short period of time, they formed a brilliant light belt. The spacious road was filled with an endless stream of vehicles. People rushed back to their homes after work, and the busy cycle repeated itself. In the basement of Jingming Community Building 7, Lu Chen swallowed the last mouthful of egg fried rice and pressed on his phone again. Thank God, this time it finally connected. Chen Jianhao's voice came from the phone, Xiao Lu? My phone ran out of battery just now. What's the matter? Lu Chen quickly wiped the rice droplets hanging on the corner of his mouth and said, Boss, I have something to do tonight, so I want to ask for leave. Can I? Ask for leave? Chen Jianhao was obviously stunned and immediately said, It's not a problem to ask for leave. Is it urgent? A little. Lu Chen was sensitive. Boss, is there a problem with the bar? He could hear that there was something wrong with Chen Jianhao's tone. It wasn't anger or dissatisfaction, but a little annoyed. Chen Jianhao was a very good boss. Lu Chen didn't want the other party to think that he had a bit of strength and became arrogant. The reason why Lu Chen asked for leave was because the contract with Whale TV had been finalized. Whale TV happily agreed to his two conditions and customized a new contract for him. After the electronic contract was confirmed, Lu Chen only needed to print 3 copies of the paper contract and send it to Shenzhen City tomorrow. And Coral Fish couldn't wait to open an anchor account and a live broadcast room for him. At 8 p.m. sharp, there would be a new anchor recommendation on the home page. From 8 p.m. to 12 p.m., it was the golden time for live broadcast. Lu Chen's performance at Forget Grass Bar was also at this time. He couldn't split himself into two, so he could only ask for leave from Xianxia. Lu Chen had a preliminary idea on how to solve this time conflict. However, the time was not ripe yet. He could only think of a way to temporarily stagger and try to balance both sides. "There's no problem," Xianxia smiled and said, "actually, it should be a good thing. A few of our colleagues have heard about you and want to come over tonight. Since you have something to do, we can change it to tomorrow night." The bar circle in Hohai wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Everyone made a living here, and many of the bar owners had good relationships with each other. Their singers would often go to each other's shows, and from time to time, they would sit together and chat. Chen Jianhao had a strong network and had many friends in the circle. Therefore, when someone heard that his bar had recently produced a very good original singer, he called a few of his peers to visit him. News from Hohai spread very quickly. If Lu Chen really lived up to his reputation, there would naturally be people who would invite him to appear. If a bar was filled with the same faces, it would be hard to do business. Lu Chen also knew that it was a good thing. He quickly said, "Boss, I got it. I promise to be on time tomorrow night." Chen Jianhao said, "Xiao Lu, if you do well, you will have a great future. If you encounter anything, don't hide it. If I can help, I will definitely help." Chen Jianhao knew a little about Lu Chen's family situation, and he also knew that Lu Chen had always been working hard. Lu Chen said, "Gratefully, thank you, boss." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen reopened the web page of Whale TV and logged into his account. His ID in Whale TV did not change. It was still called Lu Fei. The interface of Whale TV's live broadcast room was similar to Starlight Show. Therefore, Lu Chen, who already had live broadcast experience, quickly got started and mastered most of the functions in a few minutes. Lu Fei's live broadcast room had not yet started, but after it was established 2 hours ago, the number of followers had been constantly increasing. From 0 to 100, it broke through 500 in one go. After breaking through 500, it became weak, and the growth rate slowed down a lot. This situation was normal. Because he was suddenly banned, not many of the 10,000 plus fans of Starlight Show could be brought to Whale TV. If it weren't for the Star Circle and QQ group built by Emperor Li Bai, the situation would be even more miserable. Everything would have to start from scratch. At least now, he had a lot of real fans. Keeping the anchor page of the live broadcast room, Lu Chen opened the forum of Whale TV and entered the fish nest. The fish nest was actually a fan circle. It was exactly the same as the Star Circle of Starlight Show. The fans in the fish nest called themselves fish fans. It was the most lively place on the website apart from the live broadcast platform. Lu Jijin's fish nest and Lu Fei's live broadcast room were established at the same time. Relying on the vigorous promotion of the members in the QQ group, there were already 300 plus fish fans in the fish nest. Although it was a newly established circle, the activity level of the members was very high. In a short span of 1 to 2 hours, there were already 100 plus posts and 700 plus replies. Among them, Lu Chen's livestream in Starry Live was still at the top. The moderator of the fish nest was called Nest Head. Currently, there were 2 nest heads, Lu Chen and Emperor Li Bai. Lu Chen found it interesting, so he sent a greeting post as Nest Head. His post immediately attracted a lot of replies from online fish fans. Lu Fei appeared. When will he start broadcasting? I can't wait. 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. Important things must be repeated 3 times. I want to listen to Cinderella. It's so nice. I like the hosts playing and singing. Also, the host is really handsome. That's our General Lu. Of course, he's handsome. Speaking of which, is the person above a real girl? This girl will never change her name. Girl, please date me, soon, the thread went askew. It was bustling and noisy, and new posts were constantly being refreshed. Bang! Bang! Lu Chen was having a good time with everyone when someone suddenly knocked on the door of the room. He said without turning his head, "Come in, the door isn't closed." Without looking, Lu Chen knew that it was Li Feiyu outside the door. He was already familiar with the style of knocking. "Big singer, something big has happened." Li Feiyu pushed the door open and walked in. He shouted, "Our live broadcast room has been blocked." Lu Chen turned around and said with a smile, "Didn't you go on QQ? I had a falling out with Starry Live because of a contract issue. They banned my live broadcast room and account. Now, I have signed with Whale TV. You see." He showed the interface of Whale TV on the computer screen to Li Feiyu. F***CK. Peter Pan was dumbfounded. "I didn't open QQ today. I didn't know such a big thing happened. Tell me, what's going on?" Lu Chen had to tell the whole story from beginning to end. After Li Fei heard that, he was filled with righteous indignation. He fiercely slapped his thigh and scolded, "Starry Live is too much. Mother ****, they are really intolerable bullies. Have you withdrawn all the star points that you gave me?" "No," Lu Chen shook his head with a wry smile and said, "It's too late. The account was blocked all of a sudden. F***CK. 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 Li Feiyu was even angrier than Lu Chen. So many star points were all fed to the dogs? In the past, if he lost more than 1,000 yuan, Lu Chen would definitely be distressed and annoyed. But now that he had switched to Whale TV, with a signing fee as high as 50,000 yuan, his mentality was indifferent. "I won't let them get away with it. If I don't return the reward, someone will naturally sue them." Prophet Emperor Li Bai said in the group that he wanted Starlight Show to spit out everything they had eaten. "That's the only way," Li Feiyu said gloomily. "Fortunately, you're strong enough. Starlight Show can't block you. Although Whale TV is a bit weak now, it is still an old brand. There are still a lot of members. Let's not talk about anything else. Xiao Lu, if you need my help, just say it." Lu Chen had heard the same words last night, but he was still moved. Okay. The two were friends who had known each other for a long time. There was no need for polite words. Li Feiyu scratched his head and said, "Then I'll go eat first. I'll wait for your live broadcast tonight. I'll be next door to support you." After Li Feiyu left, Lu Chen continued to chat with fans in Fish Nest and QQ groups. As time went by, his mood actually began to become perturbed. It was like when he was in junior high school, meeting a female classmate in the woods and waiting. At 8 p.m., Lu Chen started his live broadcast debut on Whale TV. There were 520 people online. When the image of him holding a guitar appeared on the screen with the help of a high-definition camera, the audience immediately sent out a barrage of warm greetings. "Great, the Lu Jijin regiment has been reborn. Wow, I finally see General Lu again, I'm so happy, ******. Warmly welcome Lu Feida to Whale TV, the day of you dominating the world is just around the corner. Tonight, the host must sing a few more songs. Sing you who sat next to me! Brothers, let's make the fish balls fly." Along with the barrage, a series of reward messages kept flipping through the dialog box on the right side of the screen. System notification, Little Apple, Black Iron 6, gifted the host 100 fish balls. System notification, Super Giant, Bronze 2, gifted the host 100 fish balls. System notification, Kitty, Bronze V, gifted the host 100 fish balls. System notification, Crystal Jelly, Bronze 2, gifted the host 100 fish balls. Whale TV's virtual currency is based on fish balls. 100 fish balls are equivalent to 1 yuan. Although there are only 500 plus people online at the beginning of the live broadcast, whether it's the barrage or the spamming, it can be said to be full of vigor. This was very difficult. Many anchors with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of fans would only be able to take a tenth of the popularity with them when they switched companies. It was needless to say for newcomers and small anchors. No one would care about them if they switched to another channel. System notification, Call Me Li Bai, Silver Eye, gifted the host 1 aircraft carrier. The next moment, a cartoon aircraft carrier flew across the screen. Amidst the rumbling of cannons, thousands of bright fireworks bloomed, blinding everyone's eyes. Following behind the aircraft carrier was a barrage of "Wow, local tycoon, I want to hug your leg, I want to date you." Whale TV's reward props were the same as Starlight Show's Starry Sky Battleship. Both were equivalent to 100,000 fish balls / 1,000 yuan. One aircraft carrier was gifted to the entire platform once. The one who made such a generous move was naturally Li Bai. He also had a member account in Whale TV, but his membership level was not as high as that of Starlight Show, so he disdained to ask the administrator to adjust his level. This nouveau riche wanted to reward him. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your support," Lu Chen said into the microphone. "I have to thank our Lu Jiejin's chief of staff Li Bai the most. Not only is he good at writing poems, but he also knows how to build aircraft carriers. Even I want to be his sugar daddy." The screen was filled with hilarious comments. Lu Chen looked at the soaring number of people online and continued, "Tonight is my first live broadcast on Whale TV. To be honest, I was very nervous just now, afraid that I would disappoint everyone's expectations. But now that I see your support and love, I tell myself that I don't need to be afraid. I must work hard." Next, the first song I will sing is called, "Thank You Everyone." The intense prelude was like the sudden arrival of the summer rain. Under the friction between Lu Chen's fingertips and the steel strings, it fiercely impacted the microphone and crashed into everyone's ears. Thank You was a light rock song. It was once very popular in the 1990s. Until now, it was often covered or reinterpreted by people. It was a classic song that everyone was familiar with. This song was not easy to sing. If it was not sung well, it would be easy to make a fool of yourself. Singers without a bit of ability would not dare to touch it. Lu Chen did not use software to accompany him. He relied entirely on the guitar in his hand. Big increase in difficulty. At the beginning of the prelude, Lu Chen performed perfectly. His fingering was so skillful that it was as if he had practiced it thousands of times. Under the constantly changing and complex movements, he did not make a single mistake. In one go, he began to sing along with the rhythm. Those who were familiar with Lu Chen and had heard his songs had their eyes lit up. Because at this moment, Lu Chen performed a completely different style. There was no nostalgia of you who sat next to me, there was no sadness of Cinderella, there was only passion and fiery emotion. Thank you for accompanying me every minute of my life, letting me have sunshine, letting me have strength. Thank you for your support without complaint or regret, letting me get rid of the darkness, letting me no longer be cowardly. Thank you. With a little hoarse and a little deep voice, it was heart-stirring. Lu Chen used this song to express his gratitude to his supporters. At the same time, he also recalled the dark times he once had. He was proud that he did not sink and did not choose to be cowardly. Even if he had setbacks and failures, he had never been truly defeated by fate. At this moment, his soul seemed to be completely integrated with Su Bo in his dream, and there was no difference between the two. Thank you. Lu Chen sang to the audience in front of the screen, and also to his own memories. Life is so beautiful. After singing the song, Lu Chen clenched the guitar and did not speak for a long time. The barrage was like a tide, and the fish balls fell like raindrops, filling the entire screen. System prompt, call me Li Bai, Silver Eye, gifted the host 1 aircraft carrier. System prompt, Big Brother Whale, Gold 6, gifted the host 1 aircraft carrier. Li Bai gave away another aircraft carrier. Another tycoon with an unknown ID followed closely behind and gave away an aircraft carrier. In less than 10 minutes after the debut show started, the total amount of gifts in Lu Fei's live broadcast room exceeded 4T. In addition to the gifts, the number of people online also exploded. When the live broadcast first started, the popularity index was 520, and then it soared all the way to 1,000, 2,000, 5,000. Now it had reached 11238. The popularity broke through 10,000. In such a short period of time, the popularity rose to such a high point, of course, because of the newcomer recommendation on the home page and the tycoon's aircraft carrier gifts, but the key was still Lu Chen's strength. This song Thank You was extremely good. To put it bluntly, even the rock star who wrote this song, Gao Yuan, may not be able to perform better than Lu Chen. This song also completely ignited the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Thank you Li Bai and Big Brother Whale for the aircraft carrier. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen let himself relax and said, I'm really excited right now, and I feel like my heart is about to jump out of my throat. Everyone is too enthusiastic, so I decided to tell everyone a little joke before I sing the next song. To become an excellent anchor, it was very important to communicate with the audience. Just being able to sing was definitely not enough. Being able to talk was one of the important conditions to become popular. At the very least, one had to understand and be good at adjusting the atmosphere. In addition, the process of interacting with the audience could also reduce the work intensity of the live broadcast. Answering a few questions from the fans and making a few harmless jokes at the same time could increase the cohesion of the audience and better control the rhythm. The number of times Lu Chen live broadcast was still very few, but he was good at learning, and his personality was not rigid. Furthermore, he had experience performing in bars, so he did not have stage fright. Even if his eloquence had not been fully honed, he could easily make a few jokes. In his memory, the freelance writer Fang Mingyi was a famous online comedian in the dream world. In a mental hospital, a patient would lie on the bed and sing during treatment. After singing, he would turn over and sing again, and so on. The doctor asked curiously, "If you want to sing, then just sing. Why do you have to turn over?" The patient rolled his eyes at the doctor. "Are you stupid? After singing side A, of course I have to turn over and sing side B." Puchi, 2,000 kilometers away from Beijing, in the operation management department of the Whale Technology headquarters, Wu Xianxia sprayed out the coffee she had just drunk, splashing the desk, computer screen, and keyboard everywhere. Ah! She hurriedly put down the coffee cup in her hand and hurriedly pulled a tissue to wipe it. Despite the embarrassment, Wu Xianxia was still very happy, and her smile was like a flower. Previously, because of signing Lu Chen's 50,000 yuan signing fee, Wu Xianxia made a fool of herself in front of her uncle. Although Wu Hongming did not blame her too much, she was still suppressing a wave of energy in her heart. Wu Xianxia had been nervously watching Lu Chen's first live broadcast in the evening. The constantly soaring data suddenly gave her the confidence to face the boss again. She believed that Lu Chen would definitely become famous in Whale TV and become the most outstanding anchor. Beihai City Forum, Free World. In the evening, the forum gradually became more and more lively. Especially those single dogs in the university, who didn't play games or go to the library, often liked to mingle in the various sections of the forum, wearing different sock puppets to point out the situation. Then, because of the question of whether to put sugar or soy sauce in tofu pudding, they would pick up a brick and smash each other's heads. The world of the forum was big, but the mouth was the most important. Tonight at Ho Hai Bar, I found a handsome guy and a very good song. This post in the Free World section was pinned to the top by the moderator and was marked with a recommendation badge. It inevitably attracted the attention of a large number of forum members, and the number of clicks and replies skyrocketed. Damn, the moderator also sells his ass to help people hype? Read the post carefully, don't swear, the person is really handsome, the song is also a good song, don't drag everything into hype. I support the views of the person above, it's a pity it's too short. Do you know what this song is called? I can't find the full version on the internet, please download it. Don't ask, it should be an original song, it's very good. It's so good, it's played really well. It's very ordinary, old-fashioned style, it might have been popular in the past, but now, hee hee. Hee hee your head, if you have the ability, write one too, sour. That's right, I also think this song is very good, it's too short. According to this Wolf's analysis, this video should have been taken in Ho Hai Bar, identification complete. Which bar in Ho Hai? I want to go see. The old driver in front, take me with you. Regarding this recommendation post pinned by the moderator, the comments in the forum clearly showed a trend of 2 levels. Some people said it was very good, expressed that they listened to it several times, but regretted that it was only a paragraph and not a complete one. But there were also people who thought it was nothing special, a very ordinary song, and even suspected that it was a premeditated hype. Someone disdainfully expressed that he had seen too many such hype methods, first deliberately leaking something, arousing everyone's interest, and then gradually releasing the whole content. Just like fishing, people with sufficient intelligence would not fall for it. His view received the approval of many people. The people who frequented the North Sea City Forum were all university students, and they were usually very enthusiastic, flamboyant, and extremely arrogant. They believed that the entire world belonged to them, and they had a contemptuous attitude toward authority. Some people liked to do things the opposite. If others said it was good, they would oppose it. Otherwise, they would not be able to show off their pretentiousness. These people were often referred to as vipers in the forum. They were venomous snakes that liked to spit venom and would not let go once they bit something. This person, whose ID was Horizon Passerby, was obviously an authentic viper. He was quite famous in the free world section and had a few fans. Unfortunately, not long after Horizon Passerby's reply was posted, it was seen by Xiaomi, who had just gone online. Little Me was the mini baby who had posted the thread. She wasn't feeling well at night, so she didn't go shopping with her roommates. She was bored lying in bed, so she turned on her laptop and surfed the internet. In the end, the moment Xiaomi entered the Beihai City forum, she was shocked by the large number of system notifications. Only then did she realize that her thread from last night had been recommended by the moderator, and it was pinned at the top of the free world section. There were 30,000 plus views and 1,000 plus replies. Even if it was recommended and pinned at the top, this kind of popularity was already very shocking. Xiaomi was both surprised and happy. She happily browsed through the replies of others until she saw Horizon Passerby's reply. Xiaomi's lungs were about to explode from anger. She didn't care if others said it was ordinary, but there were too many jealous fellows in the forum. She didn't care if others asked if it was a publicity stunt. How could a person not be stabbed in the streets? Xiaomi was also a small street in the forum. However, Horizon Passerby's post was too crafty. He used an expert's analysis to spit venom and treated Mini Baby as a professional publicity stunt. His sarcastic remarks were very clear, and it even received the approval of many people. How could Xiaomi tolerate this? Even though Xiaomi usually behaved like an obedient girl, she wasn't the kind of girl who would silently endure grievances. She immediately wrote a new thread in Free World and posted it. Naming Horizon Passerby, I'm not a professional publicity stunt. Do you dare to reveal your identity? The long title, the fiery mood, and the naming battle instantly attracted a lot of attention. In this thread, Xiaomi briefly introduced the origin of the video in the pinned post, answered a few questions that everyone was concerned about, and attached a meal card with a modified photo and serial number. She was meticulous and even added a note with her forum ID beside the meal card to prove her identity. At the end of the thread, Xiaomi questioned Horizon Passerby, I guarantee that I'm not a professional publicity stunt. Do you dare to prove your identity? If you don't dare, then please shut your stinky mouth. Her thread had only been posted for half a minute, and there were already over 100 replies. Wow, it's a junior from Beijing Normal University. Horizon Passerby is just a slacker. Junior, don't be angry. Anger is bad for your body. I've long found that fellow an eyesore. Junior, you scolded him well. Girl, please take a photo. She should be a beauty. Even with such a thick mosaic, you can still tell that she's a beauty. This little brother is really impressed. I concede defeat. Stupid. Take off your glasses and take a look. Support Junior, and trample Horizon Passerby, this venomous spammer. You who sat next to me? The title of the song is not bad. Requesting for the full version. I don't think there's a full version. The replies were completely one-sided. Although Xiaomi had changed the photo and serial number on the meal card, the logo of Beijing Normal University was still clearly visible, strongly proving her identity. Beijing Normal University was famous for having many girls and beauties. The girls of Beijing Normal University naturally had a higher authority in the Beihai City forum. Crushing a single dog like Horizon Passerby was a piece of cake for them. The moderator of Free World, Wang Yu, had tacitly pinned Xiaomi's post to the top. Because he had heard a good song that moved him, he recommended Xiaomi's video. Towards Horizon Passerby, this kind of unreasonable and venomous spammer, he naturally felt disgusted. However, due to his position as a moderator, he could not personally go down and spar with the other party. Now that the main character had stood out, regardless of whether she was a junior from Beijing Normal University or not, Wang Yu strongly supported her battle. After the post was pinned, the number of replies skyrocketed. It was equivalent to hanging Horizon Passerby up and whipping him. Horizon Passerby, who had always been famous in the forum for his venomous snake and fighting strength, did not show his face no matter what. Horizon Passerby was not a simple-minded fool. He clearly knew who he could step on and who he could not provoke. It was easy for him to spit on Mini Baby, but the consequences of a momentary gratification were very serious. It must be known that in Beihai City Forum, a large number of single dogs had gathered. These people were all beasts that could not even be restrained by a rope upon seeing a junior, especially a beautiful junior. How could they let go of the opportunity to curry favor with a girl? They would track down Horizon passerby's IP and find out his name, age, dormitory address. Just thinking about it was terrifying. If Horizon passerby did not want to die an ugly death, he could only be a coward. He could not become the enemy of the large number of single people. He himself was a single dog, and the same kind understood the same kind. After Horizon passerby pretended to be a dead dog, the large number of people lost their motivation to spit. They changed their questions back to the original video and asked for more details. Regardless of whether they really liked the song or not, it was a good thing to be able to chat with a junior from Beijing Normal University. How could one resolve their worries in the lonely night? They could only chat on the forum. Xiaomi, who had completely defeated the venomous spammers, patiently answered their questions. Other than telling them that the song was called You Who Sat Next to Me, she also revealed the location where she listened to the song, as well as her feelings and likes towards the song. Inadvertently, You Who Sat Next to Me, in the most suitable environment for it, quietly fermented and sprouted green sprouts. Whale TV, Lu Fei Live Broadcast Room. Lu Chen's debut. On Whale TV, has been 2 hours since the broadcast. He played and sang a total of 9 songs, including his own original songs, You Who Sat Next to Me and Cinderella. At 8:30, the online popularity reached 15,000 plus. At 9 o'clock, the online popularity reached 20,000 plus. At 9:30, it reached 30,000 plus. Just after 10 o'clock, the online popularity reached 49742 and was about to break through the 50,000 mark. And the number of Fish fans, which was 500 plus at the beginning of the broadcast, has now jumped to 45,000 plus, a full 90 times increase. Such data is undoubtedly terrible, especially for a new anchor who was not famous. It is simply an incredible miracle, because Lu Chen's data is real, without the slightest bit of falsification. His total reward exceeded 10T, of which Li Bai contributed 5 aircraft carriers. This chief of staff Lu Jiajun used the method of gifting super props to bring a lot of popularity to Lu Chen. Otherwise, just relying on the newcomer recommendation on the home page would not have such a good effect. But pulling in the audience is one thing, whether or not he can keep the popularity is another. The most powerful thing about Lu Chen is that the conversion ratio between popularity and the number of followers is very high. At least 80% of the audience who came to the live broadcast room chose to follow and became his live broadcast fans. Now Lu Chen still does not understand the power of his data, but the screen full of barrage and the crazy notifications of fish balls still made him feel very happy and satisfied. Thank you for the fish balls. There are too many people, I just want to express my thanks, Lu Chen said to the microphone. Today is my first live broadcast on Whale TV. I didn't expect that so many friends would like to listen to me sing. I really appreciate everyone's support and love. A new wave of fish balls appeared on the screen. Although they are mainly 100 yuan rewards, it can still add up. Lu Fei De, come on, we support you. The anchor is mighty. The people of Jiangnan send their congratulations to the anchor for the success of the premiere. The people of Xiangbei send their congratulations. The people of Xinjing send their congratulations. The people of Chaos Han send their congratulations. The people of Treasure Island send their congratulations. Damn, there are actually people from Taiwan watching Lu Fei Da's live broadcast. It's fate, it's fate. Hehe, I'm from Xiangjiang. I'm also congratulating you. Huanyao is passing by, classmate call me Li Bai grunted a couple of times. Without further ado, he directly gifted him an aircraft carrier. The total amount of donations in Lu Fei's live stream had reached 11T. Lu Chen signed a formal contract with Whale TV. He can get 65% of the props after tax, which is 15% higher than the 50% before signing the contract. Don't underestimate the 15% increase. You should know that the personal income tax that anchors need to pay is fixed at 20%. Therefore, Whale TV can only take 15%. Although the platform has other benefits, the majority of the income still belongs to the anchors. If Luchan needs the 11 T-props reward, he can immediately withdraw more than 7,000 yuan. Moreover, this is only the income from his 2 hours of live broadcast. He finally understood why online live broadcasts are so popular nowadays. Popular anchors can easily get a signing fee of millions or tens of millions, and there are so many people rushing to throw themselves into it. This cake is too big. There was a reason why Starry-Live was so awesome. Luchan put down the guitar in his arms and reached for the mineral water bottle on the table. He unscrewed the cap and drank 2 mouthfuls to moisten his throat. He also took the opportunity to rest for a while. Performing live for a long time made him a little tired, but his spirit was still incomparably high. If he can have this kind of income regularly, then paying off his family's debts in the future won't be a big problem. So what if he works a little harder? Thank you, Li Bai, for the aircraft carrier. Luchan put down the mineral water bottle and picked up the guitar again. He showed a heartfelt smile to the high-definition camera. The next song, The Stubborn Biological Clock, made Luchan wake up on time in the early morning. The basement room where the sunlight cannot shine was incomparably dark. It was impossible to tell whether it was day or night. He opened his eyes but couldn't see anything. Following his memory, he turned on the small bedside lamp. The orange light instantly shone on Luchan's face, making him squint his eyes and frown. He reached out and rubbed his temples. He still felt dizzy and the hangover had not completely disappeared. Luchan did not immediately get up. He lay on the bed and opened his eyes to look at the gray cement board above his head. It seems like he is still in a dream. Last night, Luchan's debut on Whale TV was broadcast for a total of 3 hours. By the end of the broadcast, the number of followers in Lu Fei's live broadcast successfully broke the 50,000 mark. The highest online popularity was 60,000 plus. Although compared to the millions of followers and millions of online popularity of Whale TV's most popular anchor, Luchan is still far away. But as a new anchor, Luchan has already succeeded to the point where he could not be more successful. One song You Who Sat Next to Me and one song Cinderella made his reputation as a singer on Whale TV start. He also received a considerable amount of props as a reward. The total reward of 12T allowed Luchan to beat 90% of his peers on Whale TV. And to accomplish this, he only used the time of one live broadcast. Gold will always shine. Even in the face of a temporary setback and failure, in the end, it cannot be buried. Luchan suddenly turned over and reached under the pillow for his cell phone. He couldn't wait to open the message and read the latest message again. This message was a push notification from the bank, informing Luchan that his account received 7,800 yuan. This was the share of the reward that Luchan withdrew from the Whale TV account after the end of the live broadcast last night. 65% of the 12T fish balls was 7,800 yuan. In the past, it was equivalent to Luchan's hard-earned income for a month, therefore, he still couldn't believe that he could easily earn a month's salary in the past. He was a little worried that this was just a dream. When he woke up, there would be nothing left. Fortunately, it was not a dream. Luchan couldn't help but hold the phone and wave it excitedly. However, his dizzy brain hadn't fully adapted to the new emotions. The sudden pain made him groan. Last night's live broadcast had just ended. Li Feiyu from next door ran over and shouted that he wanted Luchan to treat him to a meal to celebrate his Whale TV winning a good start. How could Luchan object? So he ran to a nearby restaurant with Li Feiyu and drank a box of beer. This guy, Luchan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He got out of bed, put on his clothes, and ran to the bathroom. After washing up, he left home to exercise. When he returned to the house, it was already 9 in the morning. Luchan changed into a wet sweatshirt and started another busy day of work. He ordered takeout at noon and then went to work in the afternoon. He went out at 4 in the afternoon and printed the contract with a USB. After signing it, he sent it directly to Deep Sea City. At 5, he ate a sumptuous buffet to reward himself. At 6:30, he left for the bar. At 7:10 in the evening, Luchan arrived at Forget Grass Bar early. The bar usually opened around 5. Since it wasn't a weekend, there weren't many customers inside. It was very deserted. Not even a waiter could be seen. The bartender, David, was making cocktails behind the bar. When he saw Lucien push open the door, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Lu, come and taste the cocktail I just made. I think you will love it." Lucien walked over and said with a smile, "I think I will only fall in love with beautiful women." It was still early, so he sat down in front of the bar. The sparkling and translucent goblets were filled with blood-red wine that glistened under the light of the bar counter. David beamed with joy and said, "I named it Burning." "Burning?" Lucien looked at the cocktail David handed over with a suspicious gaze and said, "I feel like it's no different from a Bloody Mary. It's just that the color is a bit brighter." David immediately showed an insulted expression. Unfortunately, his expression was a bit fake. At this moment, a slender hand suddenly reached out from beside Lucien and took the glass of Burning. It was a beautiful hand, slender yet smooth. The skin was as white as jade and flawless. The 5 fingers were as slender as spring onions, and the nails were trimmed neatly. There was no nail polish on the surface of the nails, and it was suffused with a healthy light pink color. There was no doubt that this was a woman's hand. She gracefully and skillfully took the goblet, as if this goblet of Burning was specially made for her, rather than robbing Lucien. Lucien couldn't help but turn his head and saw a face that left a deep impression on him. Su Qingmei, the director of Light Rain Media. At night, this director Su changed into a casual female outfit. She looked a lot more dignified and didn't have that kind of seductive charm. Lucien politely said, "Hello, Director Su." There was a bit of alienation in the politeness. Lucien didn't think that the woman he had once rejected would appear here again just to snatch a cocktail. He instinctively felt vigilant. "Hello, Mr. Lucien," Su Qingmei faintly replied. She brought the cocktail to her lips and took a small sip. Then, she commented, "There's too much juice and it diluted the alcohol. The taste is more sweet than mellow. Burning doesn't live up to its name." David exaggeratedly opened his mouth and said, "Miss Su, the alcohol content of Burning is already very high. But it's still not high enough, right?" Su Qingmei put the wine glass back on the bar and said to Lucien, "Do you want to try?" On the glass, there was still a light lip mark that belonged to her. Was this a provocation? Lucien smiled and said, "Thank you, but no need. Alcohol isn't good for the throat, and I'm a singer." Last night, he also drank a lot of beer. Of course, for people who liked to drink, beer really wasn't considered alcohol. Nodding at the other party, Lucien got up and left the bar. Su Qingmei felt that her attack was like hitting cotton, empty and powerless. She wanted to explode, but couldn't find any reason. She could only humph in embarrassment. David shrugged his shoulders and pretended that he didn't know anything. He continued to mix his cocktail. As a smart bartender, he didn't want to get involved in a battle between a man and a woman. Carrying his guitar, Lucien went backstage. There weren't many people in the big room. Only Wang Xiaoshui was there. He was listening to music with his headphones on. He didn't notice Lucien's appearance. Lucien sat down in his seat, opened the guitar case, took out the guitar, and retuned it. Then he prepared the repertoire for the evening performance. The 2 original songs, You Who Sat Next to Me and Cinderella, are undoubtedly fixed programs. As for the other songs, he wants to change to 2 soothing and affectionate love songs, or add a light rock song that is not intense. Many of the customers in Hohai bars were very picky. In the past, Lucien had no problem fooling those customers who didn't know the ropes, but now he had a higher goal. Even if he was singing on the stage of a bar, he still had to have style and quality. Before he achieved success, Lucien had to continue his career as a bar singer. But if he wanted to do it, he had to do it to the best of his ability. He couldn't do it half-heartedly. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. There were more and more customers in the bar. Li Hong and Yi Zhenyang came. The former was more polite to Lucien and even took the initiative to greet him. However, the latter still couldn't put down his pride and had a lukewarm attitude. Lucien didn't care. In the past, he might have envied Yi Zhenyang, but now he didn't need to be envious of anyone, no matter what level the singer was. Just after 8 o'clock, Sister Na also appeared in the backstage room. As usual, she warmly greeted everyone, then pulled Lucien to the side and said, "Tonight, a few friends of the boss will be coming over. I have arranged for you to go on stage at 9 o'clock. Perform well, it's a good opportunity. I got it. Thank you, Sister Na. Oh yeah, Luchan nodded his head and took out something that he had already prepared. This is for you. What is it? Sister Na curiously took it and smiled. It can't be a love letter, right? Your Sister Na is already too old. If I could be 20 years younger, then I would take the initiative to chase after you. Haha. What Luchan gave her was a folded A4 printed paper. A song. I hope Sister Na will like it. You really wrote a song for me? Sister Na opened the paper and looked at the laser-printed music score. She said in surprise, thank you. 2 days ago, she joked with Luchan that she wanted Luchan to write a song for her. After she said it, she didn't keep it in mind. Therefore, she didn't expect that Luchan would really write a song for her. Her voice was very loud. Li Hong, Yi Xingyang, and the others who were backstage heard it and couldn't help but look at each other. Luchan wrote a song for Sister Na? Is this for real? Yi Xingyang curled his lips in disdain. He didn't think much of it. He admitted that the 2 original songs by Luchan were good, but this kind of nostalgic folk song style wasn't suitable for Sister Na. Moreover, it wasn't easy to write a good song. He reckoned that it was some kind of claptrap to please the public. In addition to being touched, Sister Na didn't have much expectation for this song that Luchan wrote for her. Nowadays, it wasn't easy to write original songs. A good song was really hard to come by. However, when she read the music score and softly sang, her expression quickly changed. Although Sister Na wasn't a star singer, nor was she a professional, she had been in this industry for 20 years. She had sung too many songs and her experience could be said to be incomparably rich. Whether a song was good or not, she could tell with one look, even if it was a brand new original work. Halfway through the song, Sister Na couldn't continue. It wasn't because her level wasn't good or the songwriting was too bad. This song, she used both her hands to hold the thin printed paper, like a devout believer holding the Bible. It was as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. She asked with an unbelievable tone and trembling voice, is this really for me? She didn't believe it. She didn't dare to believe it. Luchan nodded and said with certainty, it's for you. Sister Na's eyes were instantly filled with sparkling tears. She was born in a poor family. In order to live and because of her passion, she embarked on the path of music at a very early age. However, after more than 20 years of career, she didn't become famous. Until now, she was still singing in bars. Many people couldn't become famous because their talent wasn't good enough. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't stand out. But Sister Na was different. She had a very high talent in singing. Her wide range and unique voice allowed her to easily handle many difficult songs. She was a real singer with real strength. Qin Jianhao once said in private that the reason why Sister Na didn't become famous after more than 20 years, other than her appearance, was because she didn't meet a good song that belonged to her and a real talent scout who understood music. Talent scouts were common, but good songs were hard to find. As for Sister Na herself, she longed for a good song that belonged to her. It was really too long, it was so long that she had already given up and no longer longed for it. But fate was so wonderful. Suddenly, a really good song appeared in front of her and was placed in her hands. It was owned by her. This song not only had a brilliant melody, but the lyrics also hit her heart. It was as if it was specially made for her. It made her unable to suppress her inner emotions and tears instantly flowed. Thank you, thank you. Sister Na suddenly opened her arms and hugged Luchan tightly. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Thank you. Luchan was stunned at first. He immediately smiled and patted her back. You're welcome. He took out this song to give to Sister Na because he was grateful for the help and care the latter had given him. If it wasn't for Sister Na's care, he wouldn't have been able to sing on the stage of Forget Grass Bar until now. One must know how to be grateful. Luchan was a proud person. When he was down and out, he could only take care of himself. When he had the ability, he was willing to repay those who deserved it. A good song was his repayment to Sister Na. Li Hong, Yi Xingyang and Wang Xiaoshui were all stunned. They saw Luchan give the song he wrote to Sister Na. Sister Na sang the song but her voice was too soft so no one could hear it clearly. Then, Sister Na burst into tears and hugged Lu Chen to thank him. What was going on? The three of them had never seen Sister Na lose control like this. Huh? What's wrong with you guys? At this time, the backstage door was pushed open and Qin Jianhao strode in. Seeing the situation in the room, the boss of Forget Grass Bar was very surprised. He didn't understand what happened and didn't know why Sister Na was hugging Lu Chen and crying. Boss. Sister Na let go of Lu Chen. Her face was crying and smiling at the same time. She walked over to Qin Jianhao and said, Xiao Lu wrote a song for me. What do you think about it? Qin Jianhao took the paper from Sister Na in surprise and looked at the printed music score seriously. He looked at it for a full 5 minutes. His expression changed from solemn, moved, praising, and lamenting. After looking at it, Qin Jianhao was silent. Boss, what do you think? Sister Na asked anxiously. She was like a primary school student waiting for the teacher to question her, not a veteran who had been in the singing circle for more than 20 years and was eager for praise but afraid of criticism. Good song. Qin Jianhao replied in a deep voice, it's a really good song. I just can't believe that this song was written by Xiao Lu. It's too suitable for you. Qin Jianhao was originally in the singing circle. In terms of musical attainment, he was better than Sister Na. Therefore, he could read the meaning of this song from a higher level. Therefore, it was really hard for him to believe that this song was written by Lu Chen. Sister Na wiped the tears on her face and said with a smile, yes, I just tried it and cried. Among the people present, including Qin Jianhao, no one was older than her, but Sister Na didn't feel embarrassed at all. Her heart was only excited and touched. This song must be done well. Qin Jianhao didn't continue to dwell on Lu Chen's problem. He shook the music score in his hand and said, it's enough to be the title song of an album. As long as it's done well, it has the potential to be a hit. Album? Title song, Li Hong, Yi Zhenyang, and Wang Xiaoshui were all dumbstruck. They suspected that they had heard wrongly. They now knew that the reason why Sister Na was so excited was because Lu Chen wrote a good song for her. But how good the song was, Qin Jianhao gave the answer on the spot. Any singer, unless they have lost the slightest initiative, will regard making an album as one of the most important goals in life, even if there is not much money to make from making an album. An album, a record, represents a singer's qualifications, identity, and style. Sister Na smiled bitterly, I don't dare to think about an album. I'll be satisfied if I can release a single. I have no regrets. Nowadays, if singers wanted to release an album, most of them had to make a loss. Except for those popular singers and idols, ordinary singers really didn't dare to have such extravagant hopes. In comparison, it was much easier to release a single, and it was also very popular in the industry. Qin Jianhao did not object. A single is fine too. If you need any help, just let me know. I have some connections that I can use. Sister Na was grateful. Thank you, boss. Qin Jianhao had always admired her and took good care of her. Moreover, Qin Jianhao had a wide network. With his help, it was not a problem to release a single. Qin Jianhao smiled. You should be thanking Xiao Lu. His song is really perfect. Sister Na nodded. That's for sure. She thought for a moment, took out her phone, and quickly operated on the screen. After a while, Lu Chen's pocket rang with the sound of his mobile phone receiving a text message. Lu Chen was stunned and quickly took out his phone. In the end, he found out that it was a message from Yi Fubao, reminding him that there was a change in his account. Someone had just transferred 30,000 yuan to his account. Needless to say, this 30,000 yuan was 100% given by Sister Na. Yi Fubao's transfer was very convenient. As long as you know the other party's phone number, you can transfer the money. Lu Chen was surprised. Sister Na, 30,000 yuan is too much. He gave this song to Sister Na to repay her for taking care of him. It was also because this song was really suitable for her. As for the cost of writing a song, Lu Chen did not think about it. Sister Na's thoughts were completely different. Xiao Lu, the 30,000 yuan I gave you for this song is too little. Adding another zero is completely worth it. However, I don't have that much money right now. I'll pay you back in the future. She was very clear about the true value of a good song. Since the rise of pop music in the 80s and 90s, many singers relied on a classic to become popular. They relied on their previous works to earn a lot of money. Asking for a few 100,000 yuan for such a song was considered small. Of course, paying for a song was not calculated in this way. Whether a song could become popular or not, there were many other factors. Especially in the current age of the internet, becoming famous often required a lot of hype and people behind the scenes. Even so, Sister Na still felt that giving 30,000 yuan was big unfair to Lu Chen. Lu Chen could not help but scratch his head and said, "Sister Na, you make me so embarrassed." Pretentious, Yi Xingyang and the others scolded in their hearts. At the same time, they were extremely envious and jealous of Lu Chen. Writing a song already cost 30,000 yuan. If he wrote 8 to 10 songs, wouldn't he be able to sell it for hundreds of thousands? When did Lu Chen become so capable? Not only did he write his own songs, he could also write songs for others. Among the three, Li Hong's feelings were the most complicated. She was also envious of Lu Chen. She was even more envious of Sister Na for buying a good song. She hated herself for not having such luck. Li Hong also wanted to buy a song from Lu Chen. However, 30,000 yuan was really too high. It was enough to buy a song from a famous singer. Moreover, she really could not afford it and was reluctant to part with it. The income of a bar singer was not bad. However, the cost of living in Beijing was too high. Rent, living expenses, daily expenses, clothes, makeup, beauty. After a year, there was not much savings left. Therefore, she could only watch and be secretly envious. Actually, Li Hong was really thinking too much. Even if she could take out 30,000 yuan, Lu Chen would not sell a song to her. The two of them did not have such a relationship. "Okay, everyone get ready to perform." Chen Jianhao clapped his hands and said, "Xiao Lu, come here. I have something to tell you." Therefore, Lu Chen followed him and the two of them chatted privately in the corner of the room. Chen Jianhao made a long story short. Just now, the boss of Blue Lotus Bar, Chang Wei, came over. There were also a few people in the circle. They might invite you to participate in this Saturday's music night. Lu Chen was surprised. Invite me? Blue Lotus Bar was the largest and most powerful bar in Hohai. It opened very early. The boss, Chang Wei, was very famous in the circle. He was a very charismatic person. Lu Chen had been to Blue Lotus Bar before. The parking lot there was much bigger than Forget Worries Bar. It was often used to hold open-air music nights and often attracted thousands of guests or music fans. Blue Lotus Bar had a tradition of inviting singers from the same industry. Of course, the people they invited were all very capable. If they didn't have a bit of ability, they would be booed off the stage. The invited singers were also very willing to participate. Other than getting paid, the key was that there would be a lot of people from entertainment companies coming to watch. Maybe they would be chosen and sign a contract, walking on the road to fame. Of course, Lu Chen knew about Blue Lotus Bar, but he didn't think that Chang Wei would invite him. Chen Jianhao said, "That's right, but it also depends on your performance. Last night, you had something to do and couldn't come. Tonight, you can't make me lose face." Although it was a joking tone, one could still see Chen Jianhao's serious attitude. Lu Chen nodded his head. His heart suddenly moved. "Boss, does this matter have something to do with Director Su?" Currently, he was only a small singer in a bar. Even if he created 2 good songs, Chang Wei didn't have a reason to pay so much attention to him. There must be other reasons. Lu Chen thought of Su Qingmei whom he had just met at the bar counter, so he blurted out. Cough cough. Chen Jianhao coughed twice and said, "This time's Blue Lotus Bar is sponsored by Light Rain Media. Light Rain Media's boss has a good relationship with Chang Wei, so it was like this." Lu Chen suddenly understood. He didn't understand why Su Qingmei wouldn't let go of him and wouldn't give up her evil intentions. Chen Jianhao patted his shoulder and said, "You don't need to think too much. Just focus on performing well. This is also a very good opportunity. As for other things, as long as you stick to your own ideas, no one can force you." A smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. "I understand. Thank you, boss." The current him really didn't need to care too much. Perhaps he's waiting for you to arrive. Perhaps he's waiting for you to arrive. Perhaps he's waiting for you to arrive. The repetitive ending gradually disappeared along with the sound of the guitar. The song Cinderella was played and sung. The nearly full bar was silent for a moment. Then, applause rang out from every seat. Although it wasn't enough to flip the roof over, it was lasting and enthusiastic. Performing this lyrical song once again, Lu Chen's fingering and singing skills were already impeccable. The real improvement was in the feelings integrated into the song. It was more real and deeper, resonating with everyone. He was fully deserving of the praise and applause. What do you guys think? There were 6 people sitting in the reserved VIP area of the Forget Grass bar. Chen Jianhao was one of them. He smiled and asked, "Boss Chang, does my little buddy still enter your discerning eyes?" Although his tone was very humble, no matter how one listened to it, it sounded like he was showing off. Of course, Chen Jianhao wasn't a shallow person. The person he was joking with was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Chang Wei, the owner of Blue Lotus Bar. Chang Wei looked very thin, but it wasn't the kind of thin that could be blown away by a gust of wind. Instead, he was very capable. He had a buzz cut, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. His dressing was very tasteful. Aside from a small red sandalwood bracelet hanging on his left wrist, he didn't have any other jewelry. In the circle of Hohai, Chang Wei was undoubtedly at the top. His network was deep, and he had connections from all walks of life. In the past 10 years, he had managed Blue Lotus Bar so well that it became number 1 in the industry. What people admired the most was Chang Wei's foresight. Back then, when the land in Hohai was already very valuable, he didn't hesitate to spend a large sum of money to buy the land where the bar was located. Now, the land price had increased by at least 10 times. In the past 10 years, Blue Lotus Bar had produced many famous singers. Some of them had already become big shots in the industry. Chang Wei's support could be said to be indispensable, but he never talked about these things. Chang Wei and Chen Jianhao had known each other for 10 years, and the relationship between them was enough for them to make some harmless jokes. However, towards the latter's joke, he still nodded seriously and said, "That's right." Chen Jianhao knew that for Chang Wei, the word "not bad" was already a very high evaluation. There was a time when a famous singer went to Blue Lotus Flower to sing and won a lot of applause, but Chang Wei's evaluation was only "not bad." Even with his shrewdness, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. This time, he was truly happy. "It's really not bad." A middle-aged woman sitting on the left side of Chang Wei agreed. Both songs are very unique. They are typical nostalgic folk songs. It's been a long time since I've heard such songs. It's really nostalgic. This woman was also about 40 years old. She had a round and plump face, and her skin was fair and well-maintained. However, the crow's feet at the corner of her eyes betrayed her true age. Her charm and temperament were both extraordinary. Brother Chang and sister Chen both said it's not bad, so it definitely can't be wrong. Another man with squinting eyes said with a smile, "Director Su, since you're so familiar with Boss Jianhao, hurry up and sign this little buddy of his. Let him be heartbroken." The target of his teasing was Su Qingmei. However, he didn't know that Su Qingmei had already been humiliated by Lu Chen 2 days ago. Saying this to her now was simply touching a sore spot. It was close to slapping her in the face. Su Qingmei snorted and said, "Brother Kenho, this buddy is very arrogant. We can't afford to hire him." This lecherous man was Chang Wei's friend, and he was also a person in the circle. If he didn't know the inside story and made a joke, then he really shouldn't mix around in this industry anymore. Therefore, Su Qingmei could only endure. However, her resentment was very deep. Who here wasn't a smart person? Once they heard Su Qingmei's resentment, they immediately understood. The man with squinting eyes immediately realized that he had just said the wrong thing. He hurriedly added a sentence in surprise, "No way? He doesn't even like your light rain media?" Although he had the intention of pleasing the other party to make up for his mistake, he was also really surprised. Although Light Rain Media was a rising star in the industry and had just been established in Beijing for a short time, whether it was their background or strength, they could be said to be strong. They had recruited a group of outstanding talents to join them and were preparing to show their strength. This kind of new company could be said to have a boundless future. Recently, Light Rain Media and Blue Lotus Bar jointly held a music night. Who knew how many people wanted to squeeze their heads and show their faces? Everyone else was scrambling like ducks, but Lu Chen actually rejected Su Qingmei's invitation. It was really unimaginable. Big Changwei's evaluation of Lu Chen in his heart immediately dropped. His singing was not bad, he was also handsome, but his brain wasn't good. Qin Jianhao was a bit embarrassed. He coughed twice and said, Xiao Lu's personality is a bit undisciplined. He doesn't want to be bound by the contract. He's still young, so his way of thinking is always different from us old guys. Chang Wei glanced at Su Qingmei and calmly said, it's fine as long as his singing is good. Then count him in. No one objected, not even Su Qingmei. It was only a small matter. Brother Lu. On the other side, Lu Chen had just finished singing, but before he could enter the backstage, he was stopped by a waiter. Lu Chen stared blankly, then immediately smiled and said, Brother Zhang, what's the matter? There was no waiter in Forget Worries Bar that Lu Chen didn't know, because he was originally one of them. However, he wasn't too familiar with this waiter named Zhang. The two of them didn't have any friendship, they only knew each other through work. In the past, his attitude towards Lu Chen wasn't this enthusiastic, and even had a bit of flattery. I don't dare to call you brother. Waiter Zhang repeatedly shook his head and said, Brother Lu, you are now assigned singer. Just call me Little Zhang. Assigned singer didn't need him to be so respectful. It was his former colleague, Little Gao. It was said that because he offended Lu Chen, he was fired by his boss and couldn't even survive in Hohai. Lu Chen helplessly said, Brother Zhang, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to be so polite. Waiter Zhang embarrassedly smiled, then pointed to the back and said, the guests at table 27 over there want to chat with you. They are all university girls, and two of them are very beautiful. He winked, with an expression that said it would be a pity if he missed it. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh and said, okay, I'll go over after I put down my guitar. Thanks. He was very clear that the other party must have received a tip from someone else, which was why they were so attentive to him. However, this wasn't a big deal. It was better to be kind to others than to be scolded behind his back. He had been a waiter for a long time, so he knew the hardships and tiredness of this job. It really wasn't easy to earn money. Waiter Zhang was simply flattered, great, I'll go and tell the guests. Thank you Brother Lu. He eagerly ran away, and Lu Chen put down his guitar backstage and also came to table 27. Waiter Zhang didn't fool him. There were 5 girls at table 27, and at a glance, it was obvious that they were university students who came from the nearby university town to play. 2 of them could be considered beauties. Hello. Lu Chen smiled and greeted, welcome to Nepenthes Bar. There were 5 seats for 4, so he didn't squeeze in. He was ready to leave after a few words. The 5 girls were all very shy. They looked at each other, and finally, one of them boldly stood up and said, hello, we saw your video on the forum, so we came to listen to your song. You sang really well. Forum? Lu Chen was surprised, what forum? Beihai City Forum. The girl said with some excitement, you're already famous there. The video that took you has already been posted on the Free World section with 100,000 views. Unfortunately, the content is only a small section, so we came here at night to watch the scene. She and Lu Chen started a conversation, and the other girls also became bolder and chattered. I heard that someone came last night, but unfortunately, they didn't see you. They thought they were in the wrong place. Our luck is not bad, we saw the real person. Hee, it's the most comfortable to listen to it live. The sound quality of the video is too bad. Handsome, will you still go on stage to sing? So it was like this, Lu Chen nodded his head. He didn't know that someone secretly took a video of him and posted it on the forum. Does this guy not know the rules of Nepenthes Bar? He should be spanked on the butt, achoo. At the same time, in Beijing Normal University's female dormitory 415. Student Xiaomi, who was sitting in front of her desk and flipping through her notes, suddenly couldn't help but sneeze loudly. She rubbed her nose and rubbed her butt, which was numb from sitting for so long. She felt a little baffled. Lu Chen was no stranger to the Beihai City Forum. The Beihai City Forum was known as the #1 online BBS for college students in China. Whether it was popularity, it was very high. When he was studying at Xianxia University, he once went to the Beihai City Forum to chat, quarrel, and had his own forum account. Although he hadn't been there for a long time, when the memory came back, Luqian still felt familiar and intimate. Even the girls in front of him had a better impression. "I'm glad you can come over and listen to me sing," he waved to the waiter surnamed Zhang, who was not far away, and said with a smile, "I'll treat you to a drink of summer style, please take care of me, thank you." Summer style was a low-alcohol minty cocktail, most suitable for women to drink, and would not get drunk. The girls all laughed, some excited and some shy, brimming with a youthful and happy atmosphere. A girl in a white dress asked, "Your name is Luqian, right? They said you're still studying at university? Is that true? Give me 5 cups of summer style, put it on my bill." Luqian glared at Xiao Zhang, who had just come over. This guy must have sold him out. He nodded and calmly replied, "Yes, I'm studying at Xianxia University. I'll graduate in half a month. I can be considered as your senior, right?" Xiao Zhang felt very guilty after being glared at by Luqian, and hurriedly ran to the bar to ask for a drink. The girls looked at each other, and then said in unison, "Hello, senior." One of the girls in a yellow dress said, "I've been to Xianxia University. I have a classmate studying in the art department there. Maybe you guys know each other. Senior, can you give me your QQ number?" This girl in a yellow dress was very beautiful, and had many pursuers in the university. However, she was usually quite reserved in front of boys, and had never taken the initiative to ask other boys for contact information. But she really likes Luqian's songs. She likes both You Who Sat Next to Me and Cinderella. The most important thing is that Luqian is handsome and hearty. He is also a senior of Xianxia University. Naturally, she has a good impression of him. No problem. Luqian readily agreed and told them his QQ number. One by one, the girls took out their mobile phones, logged into their QQ numbers on the spot, and added Luqian as a friend. Luqian knew that these girls were all from Beijing Normal University. The girl in the white dress, Xianxia, and the girl in the yellow dress, Yizitong, were both sophomores from Beijing Normal University's Chinese department. Xianxia was just like her name, a cute and sweet type of girl. Yizitong was the most outstanding among the 5 girls in terms of figure and appearance. Xianxia asked, "Senior Luqian, do you have the full version of the video or audio of the song you sang? Recording is not allowed here, so I want to bring it back for more people to hear." She looked at Luqian expectantly. Luqian said, "This is simple. Do you know Whale TV? Whale TV?" Xianxia's eyes lit up, and she quickly replied, "Of course I know, I am also a bronze member." Luqian smiled and said, "That's fine. You can search for the anchor Lu Fei, Lu as in land, Fei as in flying, and you can directly connect to my live broadcast room. There is the full version of the video of the 2 songs. You are also welcome to watch my live broadcast." He was also pulling in a few fans for himself. "So you are also an online anchor?" The girls were pleasantly surprised and said that they would definitely come to support him. At this time, Xiao Zhang brought over the cocktail, and Luqian said goodbye to the group of girls. After he left, the 4 girls seemed to have discussed it in advance, and they all stared at Yizitong. "You guys, what are you doing?" Yizitong felt inexplicably guilty under their stares. She picked up the wine glass and bit the straw, with a very innocent expression. The girl sitting opposite her laughed and said, "Quickly tell us, is our iceberg goddess interested in this senior Luqian? Tell us honestly, or else you will be punished severely." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yizitong was suddenly embarrassed, and her pretty face flushed with an intoxicating red. She said angrily, "What iceberg goddess, how could I like senior Luqian? I just like his songs a little, it's you guys who are interested in him." Xianxia added another stab, "First you like songs, then you like people. I have been to Xianxia University. I have a classmate studying in the art department there. Maybe you guys know each other." The girl opposite said in a sweet voice, "Senior, can you leave me your QQ number?" "N?" She repeated what Yizitong had just said, and at the end, she even added a long N, full of charm. Xianxia and the others suddenly burst into laughter. The girls forgot that they were not in their own dormitory, but in a bar. Their laughter inevitably attracted a lot of strange looks from the surrounding customers. Feeling the strange atmosphere, the girls who realized the problem immediately shut their mouths and sat up straight. This allowed Yi Zitong to escape the disaster of being interrogated. She originally just liked the two songs sung by Lu Chen, but after being teased and joked by her companions, she didn't know why, but her heart actually throbbed a little. Could it be that she was interested in him? Yi Zitong's pretty face once again flushed with shyness. She quickly picked up the wine glass and drank a big mouthful of the summer flavor, using this to cover up her own absurd thoughts. On the stage, who was singing a touching love song, when Lu Chen returned to the basement, it was already 10:50 in the evening. He did not miss the agreed time for the live broadcast. He turned on the computer and logged into the Whale TV account. After signing with the platform, the second live broadcast started at 2300 hours sharp. This time was already past the prime time for live broadcasts, but it didn't matter, because Lu Chen had already agreed with Qin Jianhao in the bar. From tomorrow onwards, his performance time would be pushed back to after 10:30 in the evening. This way, his live broadcast time on Whale TV would be fixed at 7 to 10 o'clock. 3 hours was just right, although it would be very hard. In the short term, Lu Chen did not plan to give up on any of these areas. Whale TV could allow him to earn a lot of money and popularity, and Forget Grass Bar could help him expand his circle of contacts, as well as give him more opportunities. Time flowed by like water, and Lu Chen returned to his usual routine. He woke up at 6 o'clock sharp in the morning, washed up, and then went out for a run. After tossing himself around until he was exhausted, he dragged his tired body back home. After lunch, he organized the information in his memory. For dinner, he went to a buffet. The price of the buffet was not cheap, but for Lu Chen's growing appetite, it was the most cost-effective, and he could afford it now. At 7 o'clock in the evening, work began. In Whale TV, or in other words, in the network broadcasting industry, Lu Chen was a complete newcomer. However, his performance in the live broadcast room was completely unlike that of a newcomer. This was because Lu Chen could use a clean and clear voice to sing lyrical ballads, or he could use a slightly hoarse voice to roar light rock songs, or he could tell jokes that others had never heard before. Coupled with his humorous and vivid expressions, his fans were overjoyed. Su Bo, Mo Ran, Fang Mingyi, singer, actor, and freelancer, 3 experiences and memories from the dream world, were displayed in Lu Chen through the internet, making him have a different charm from others. Tien, Su Bo, Mo Ran, Fang Mingyi. No selling face, no fooling, no sensationalism, no swearing, no third-rate jokes. In the fixed 3-hour live broadcast time, Lu Chen has always treated the audience and fans seriously. To be continued. Attitude determined everything. Some people watched Lu Chen's live broadcast and left without paying attention, but more and more people stayed and became the fish fans of Lu Fei's live broadcast room. Every day, they waited in front of the computer for him to start on time. Because everyone liked Lu Chen's playing and singing, they liked his jokes, and they liked interacting with him even more. Lu Chen's popularity in Whale TV continued to accumulate over time. The most important thing was that after the number of Lu Fei followers broke through the 50,000 mark, it continued to increase for a few days, reaching 70,100,000. The highest number of online viewers was 150,000 plus, and the average number of daily donations was 3T plus. Although the growth in popularity has been greatly reduced after the newcomer recommendation, Lu Chen's goal has been aimed at the real popular anchors in Whale TV. Peter can replace them. Youth was just right, so it was time to go against the current. May 23, Saturday, sunny. The sky looked as if it had just been washed. It was unbelievably clean. The pure blue screen didn't have any white clouds smeared on it. It felt very unreal. Even though Jing City had vigorously cleaned up the environment and got rid of the title of Haze City, this kind of blue sky was rarely seen. People couldn't help but feel happy. Although it wasn't the hottest season yet, the girls in the city had already changed into beautiful summer clothes. Short skirts fluttered on the streets, willfully showing off their long legs and youth. De Chen. Li Feiyu carried his leather suitcase and ran over while panting. He shouted at Lu Chen, who was standing on the roadside admiring the scenery, "Let's go quickly. If we're late, our spot might be taken by someone else." De Chen was Peter Pan's new name for Lu Chen. Originally, he had always called Lu Chen Big Singer, Xiao Lu, and brother. Now that he considered Lu Chen's identity was different from before, after careful consideration, he finally decided on this name that he thought was very meaningful. According to Li Feiyu, people with status were all called Da or Grandpa. Lu Chen currently couldn't reach the level of Grandpa, but Da wasn't a problem. Others wouldn't look down on him if he called him Da. Lu Chen, Lu Chen. Calling him Da didn't sound good and was easy to misunderstand. Thus, he called him Da Chen. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Helplessly, Li Feiyu's mouth was the mouth of a salesman. The mouth of a salesman was known as one of the 7 weapons in the workplace. How could Lu Chen win? Thus, he could only let it be. I've already said it 3 times. Our spot is fixed. Lu Chen was helpless, it won't be snatched away by others. It's a bit too early to go over now. Tonight, Hohai's Blue Lotus Bar will be holding a music festival. The main sponsor is Light Rain Media. It's said that the scale of the event is very large and it's the grandest one in history. Quite a few people from the industry have been invited. Lu Chen was also one of the invited singers. When Blue Lotus asked him if he had any requests, he thought about it and asked for a VIP seat. At the same time, he hoped that Blue Lotus would allow him to broadcast the music night live. That's right, tonight's program in Lu Fei's studio was light. Blue Music Night. This idea was born when Qin Jianhao told Lu Chen about the invitation. Nowadays, the content of online live broadcasts was getting richer and richer. Sitting in front of the computer every day, it was easy for the audience and fans to get tired of it. Therefore, it was necessary to come up with something new. His performance on stage at Light Blue Music Night was undoubtedly an excellent gimmick. In order to achieve his goal, Lu Chen didn't hesitate to tell Blue Lotus that he could give up his performance fee. He believed that the tips from the fish fans would be enough to make up for the loss. However, they were very generous. Not only did they agree to all of Lu Chen's requests, they also didn't give a single cent less. Blue Lotus Music Night never restricted recording. They would even take the initiative to post the live video on the internet for others to watch in order to increase the influence of the event. As a result, Lu Chen smoothly obtained a VIP seat. He didn't sit in this seat and gave it to Li Feiyu. Because doing a live broadcast required someone to help, Peter Pan was naturally the most suitable and the only candidate. When Li Feiyu found out, he was extremely happy. He started preparing 2 days in advance. In reality, outdoor live broadcasts were very simple. A 4G smartphone could be used to complete it. Li Feiyu wasn't careless at all. Aside from the high-definition camera and high-quality microphone, he also bought a tripod, camera box, sound filter, and other equipment. Of course, these things were all paid for by Lu Chen. He would still need them in the future. Don't be late. Go early and prepare early. Li Fei laughed and said, I've heard people talk about Blue Lotus Music Festival a long time ago. It's very lively. Little May has been there before. This time, I was a VIP and told her about it live. She said she'll watch it tonight in our broadcast room. As he spoke, he was beaming with joy. He unknowingly revealed his tale. Lu Chen curiously asked, didn't Little May resign? Are you still in contact with her? Little May was the receptionist at the 4S store that Li Feiyu worked at. She was beautiful and had many pursuers. Li Feiyu was one of them. Speaking of which, when Li Feiyu started broadcasting, it was because of Little May's influence. It was said that Little May earned tens of thousands of yuan every month. She even decided to quit her job at the 4S store and become a professional broadcaster. Don't mention it. Li Feiyu regretfully said, Little May's broadcast room violated the rules and was banned. She didn't resign. Although his tone was regretful, his face didn't have the slightest bit of regret. Instead, he looked very happy. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. He didn't say anything. Little May, who he had never met before, was clearly not a good match. However, since Li Feiyu liked her, he couldn't say anything. Taxi. Li Feiyu waved his hand and stopped a taxi that just passed by. The two of them rushed to Hohai. The taxi drivers in Beijing were all familiar with the area. After saying the address, they quickly pulled them to the parking lot outside of Blue Lotus Bar. Blue Lotus Bar's predecessor was a small factory. Later, after the transformation of the city, it became its current layout. In front of the bar was a bustling pedestrian street. Behind it was a rippling artificial lake. Unlike Forget Grass Bar, Blue Lotus Bar's parking lot was connected to a two-lane asphalt road. Therefore, it was very convenient to enter and exit. Whether it was a normal day or a holiday, there were no empty seats if you went late. Business was booming. What made people most envious was that the owner of Blue Lotus Bar, Chong Wei, bought a large house, an even larger parking lot, and the land. If he washed his hands of this business and sold it, he wouldn't be able to spend it all in 3 lifetimes. However, Chong Wei never had this kind of thought. He always diligently ran his own bar and had a heroic spirit. When people in the industry talked about him, they all gave him a thumbs up. The music festival started at 7 p.m. It wasn't even 5 p.m. yet, but there were already many people like the two of them who came early. Some of them were in the same industry as Lu Chen, but most of them were the audience. The venue and stage had already been set up. There were lights, sound systems, and large LED screens. Many staff members were busy making final adjustments and maintaining order. After getting out of the car at the intersection, Li Feiyu's eyes stared straight. F***ck, this is simply a concert. The parking lot was large enough. Even if a part of it was used as a stage, it wouldn't be a problem to accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 audience members. In all of Hohai, this was the only place that had the ability to host such a large event. Excuse me, are you two here to participate in the performance? A staff member walked over and politely asked. Yes. Lu Chen took out his ID card and VIP ticket for the staff member to examine. The Blue Lotus Music Festival had already been held many times and had always been very formal. Without an ID card or an audience ticket, you wouldn't be able to enter. He even noticed that there was a blue and white police car parked not far away. It should have been sent by the local police station. After the staff member examined the ID card and ticket, he said, "Please follow me." Under the guidance of the staff member, Lu Chen and Li Feiyu passed through the parking lot and entered the Blue Lotus Bar. The layout and decoration of the Blue Lotus Bar was undoubtedly much more extravagant than Forget Worries Bar. Just the wavy bar counter alone was more than twice the length of Forget Worries Bar. The wine racks were filled with a dazzling lineup of alcohol. Upside-down glass cups were shining brightly under the illumination of the lights. The bar was divided into upper, middle, and lower floors. The T-shaped stage was very international in style and the large screen was at least 500 inches wide. The cleverly arranged lighting and sound equipment made people gasp in amazement. Because the event was going to be held at night, the inside of the bar wasn't open for business. The hall on the bottom floor was used as a temporary backstage area with different sections for the singers and bands that came to participate in the performance. The Forget Grass Bar's location was on the right side of the bar counter. 3 wine tables were put together to form a long table. The space given wasn't small. Of course, Lu Chen wasn't the only one representing Forget Grass Bar on stage. However, the members of the Bionics and Sister Na hadn't arrived yet. There weren't many singers from other bars either. After Lu Chen put away his guitar, he and Li Feiyu went to the VIP area on the second floor. The so-called VIP area was actually the open-air balcony outside the middle and upper floors of the bar. A row of 10 or so tables with umbrellas were arranged, overlooking the entire parking lot. The line of sight was undoubtedly the best. Compared to tiptoeing to watch the performance below, sitting here was much more comfortable. The VIP seat that Blue Lotus Bar provided for Lu Chen was very good. It was table number 5 near the center. However, the waiter who brought them up said that because there were too many customers, they needed to share a table with others and couldn't enjoy it alone. Whether it was Lu Chen or Li Feiyu, neither of them had any objections. After the waiter left, Li Feiyu sat down on his seat. Both of his hands held the handles of the soft chair and twisted his body. Then, he picked up the iced peppermint water that was just delivered and took a sip. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the busy and nervous preparation of the stage. His expression was cool, really cool. Lu Chen opened the suitcase he brought and took out the tripod, computer, and other items. "Let me do it." Li Feiyu had enough fun. He put the empty cup on the table and immediately jumped up. The preparation for the outdoor live broadcast was very simple. He just needed to connect the camera, microphone, filter, and laptop. The former was fixed on the tripod and he just needed to choose the angle to shoot and pick up the sound. He didn't need much professional ability. He just needed to turn on the computer and connect to the free Wi-Fi in the bar. In just a few minutes, he smoothly logged into the Whale TV live broadcast room. Dong Yao, I'm Dong Guai. Please respond if you hear me. Li Feiyu imitated the tone of the protagonist of a military drama and seriously shouted into the microphone, "Please respond." He shouted 3 times in one breath. Finally, there was a response on the screen. "I hear you, pig." "Damn, who is this? The voice is so ugly. Scary demonic sound." "Huh? Why is the live broadcast starting now? Didn't they say there would be a live broadcast of the music carnival at 7 p.m.? It looks like it's a test. I can see the stage. It looks like a big scene. Where's Lu Feida? Where did the host go?" Yeah, Li Feiyu laughed and turned the camera to face Lu Chen. "Dang, the host that everyone wants, our Lu Feida is here, everyone welcome him." Lu Chen chuckled, waved at the camera and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Lu Fei. I'm testing the equipment now, and the live broadcast is still at 7 p.m. Don't miss it." The number of followers in Lu Fei's live broadcast had exceeded 120,000. There were not many people online, but when they saw Lu Chen, they were very enthusiastic, and comments quickly appeared on the screen. Other than greetings, everyone was most concerned about the situation of the live broadcast. Lu Chen patiently answered their questions, saying that he would definitely perform on the stage. As for what song he would sing, that needed to be kept a secret for the time being. He would definitely give everyone a surprise. "I'm looking forward to it. Is it a new song? Actually, I still want to listen to you, my deskmate. I'll never get tired of it. Cinderella. 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 Cinderella." It's shameful to dominate the screen. Lu Feida, you can do it. Don't say anything. I cancelled my date with my girlfriend tonight. I'm waiting to see General Lu perform on stage. Isn't your girlfriend Miss Wu? Anyway, I'm going to bring her. Ha ha ha. The building is Ask You Again 000. Oh alas, after chatting for a few minutes and seeing that the operation was normal, Lu Chen said goodbye to his fans and arranged to see them at 7 p.m. "Li Ge, let's go eat first." Lu Chen looked at the time and saw that it was just after 5 p.m., so he closed the computer and said, "I'll treat you to a beef brisket pot on the pedestrian street. It tastes great." Li Feiyu swallowed his saliva, touched his belly and said, "I'm a little hungry. Let's go." "What about the computer?" Lu Chen didn't mind and said, "Leave it here. No one will steal it. There isn't any important information inside, right?" The laptop was Li Feiyu's and it was also something that he had used for many years. If he gave it to those who could get a seat in the VIP area, they would probably think it was dirty. As for the microphone and camera, there was no need to even mention it. Li Feiyu laughed, there really is a lot of important information. 500 gigabytes of files. If we lose it, it would be a big loss. Lu Chen was speechless and quickly pulled this wretched guy out of the bar. After eating the fragrant pot of rice, it was almost 6 p.m. when they returned to the Blue Lotus. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. The lights were turned on, but there weren't many of them. Inside the performance venue, there were at least 1,000 people gathered. They sat on the small plastic stools provided by the bar. Many of them were couples leaning against each other and whispering to each other, making a group of single dogs blind. The music video was being played on the big screen on the stage. The sound was very soft and there weren't many busy staff members. Inside the bar, there were quite a few participating bands and singers. They were chatting, greeting each other, and drinking. Lu Chen found his seat, but the Bionics and Sister Na still didn't appear. Instead, there was a piece of paper on the table. Looking at the bold title, it should be the schedule for tonight's performance. He didn't mind and said to Li Feiyu, "Li Ge, you go up first. Order whatever you want to drink and put it on my tab." Tonight's live broadcast depends on you. Don't worry. Li Feiyu patted his chest and said, if I can't earn 5T, brother, I'll bring my head to see you. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he sent off this guy who loved to show off. He took his place, and stretched out his hand for the list which lay on the table. In the Blue Lotus Music Carnival, other than sending out the bar's singers, they would also invite people of the same profession to participate. This performance didn't need to be rehearsed in advance. The performance time was arranged according to the number of bands and singers. The sound wasn't adjusted at the venue and the singers could also sing without plugging in their headphones. They would rely on their own strength to win the applause of the audience. Because Cheng Wei was willing to spend money and had a wide network, the Blue Lotus Music Carnival became more and more famous. They could even invite famous singers to participate. Every time it was held, people in the entertainment circle would come to watch. Among them, there was no lack of executives and directors of entertainment companies. Therefore, the order of appearance was very important. Lu Chen wanted to see what position he was going to go on stage. Just as he picked up the schedule, 4 or 5 young people suddenly walked over. The leader was a young man around 20 years old. He was about 1.6 meters tall and had a trendy hairstyle. He had fair skin and a handsome appearance. He also wore a diamond earring on his left ear. His eyes were evil and his nose was pointed up. When this trendy man walked, the soles of his feet seemed to be equipped with springs, bouncing and bouncing. Then, the denim jacket that was decorated with metal plates on his body rattled, and a thick silver-plated chain hung from his waist to his trouser leg. He stood in front of Lu Chen and continuously chewed his gum. He asked, "Are you from Forget Worries Bar?" Lu Chen didn't like the other party's overbearing impoliteness. Therefore, he didn't stand up and faintly nodded his head. "You're called Lu Chen, right?" The trendy young man revealed a mocking smile and said, "I heard that you play the guitar pretty well and that you're quite arrogant. Now it seems that it's true. Do you know me?" Lu Chen calmly stood up and said in a deep voice, "So what if I know you?" "So what if I don't know you?" Lu Chen didn't like to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it. Although he didn't know why the other party wanted to provoke him, it would be laughable if he swallowed his anger. The trendy young man suddenly jumped in fright and instinctively retreated 2 steps. Lu Chen's height exceeded 1.8 meters. In terms of height, he had an absolute advantage. Moreover, during this period of time, he had persevered in training. Although he didn't have the muscles of a strong man, he had his own strength and imposing manner. Both sides faced each other, and Lu Chen completely crushed his opponent. Noticing the faint smile on Lu Chen's face, the trendy young man realized that he had made a fool of himself. He was incomparably embarrassed and shouted, "What? Do you want to fight?" The companions that followed him all revealed unfriendly expressions. Lu Chen indifferently smiled and said, "Fight? If it was outside, I would accompany you at any time, but not here." This was Blue Lotus Bar, the territory of Big Boss Cheng Wei. Who would dare to fight here? At least you're tactful. Many people in the surrounding area noticed the commotion and looked over. The trendy young man didn't dare to continue causing trouble. He put on a strong front and roared, "We'll wait and see. There will be a time for you to cry." He left with his companions. After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned his head and raised his hand to make a throat-slitting gesture at Lu Chen. This brat, Lu Chen was so angry that he laughed. "Whose house is this?" Lu Chen was puzzled. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. He instinctively turned his head and saw that Sister Na had appeared behind him without him knowing. Qin Hanyang and the other 4 members of the Bionics were also there. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. "Sister Na, Brother Qin, you're both here?" "I'm here." Sister Na smiled, "I had something to do at the bar with De Qin. Fortunately, it's not too late." "You're early." Qin Hanyang nodded and suddenly asked, "Xiao Lu, do you know Little Cheng?" "Little Cheng?" Lu Chen was stunned. "Brother Qin, are you talking about that guy?" This time it was Qin Hanyang's turn to be surprised. "You really don't know him?" "That's Qing Xiaodong, the lead singer of the Fit Band. They're based at Flaming Rose. They're a very popular band recently." This was the first time Lu Chen heard of Qing Xiaodong's name, but he was familiar with Flaming Rose. Flaming Rose was a very famous bar in Samleton. It was very big and business was very good. It was said that Flaming Rose was first opened in Hohai. Because its management style was incompatible with Hohai's atmosphere, it moved to Samleton a few years ago. Everyone in the circle knew about it. Speaking of which, it was interesting to note that many of the bars in Hohai were named after flowers. For example, Blue Lotus, Daylily, Hyacinth, Dandelion, etc., which was different from the Samleton bars. Flaming Rose was the same. It didn't change its name after moving to Samleton. Lucien smiled bitterly. I really don't know him. I haven't even been to Flaming Rose before. He suddenly came to find me. He didn't say that Qing Xiaodong was provoking him, but Qin Hanyang should have seen Qing Xiaodong's throat slit. Sister Na thoughtfully said, Little Yi seems to be familiar with the Fit Band. Sister Na's reminder might be a bit vague, but Lucien understood it as soon as he heard it. Little Yi was Yi Zhenyang, the resident singer of Daylily Bar. Qin Hanyang said, Let's sit down first. We have to sing well tonight. This time we will be on stage for a long time. The Blue Lotus Music Carnival was extremely famous in the circle. Which singer in the bar didn't want to go on stage and try their luck? However, the duration of the performance was always limited, so there were often too many monks and not enough gruel. In the past, Forget Worries Bar's singers had also appeared many times, but at most they were given 15 minutes of stage time. This year's Light Blue Music Night was the grandest, and it was sponsored by a new media company in the industry. Who knew how many people would break their heads just to get in? Forget Worries Bar was allocated 2 singers and a band, giving them a full 30 minutes. Even Qin Jianhao said that Boss Chong was giving him too much face. As for how the time was allocated, Blue Lotus didn't care. They only cared about the order in which the singers would appear. Everyone sat down around the table. Qin Hanyang said, The performance is about to start. Let's allocate the time on stage first. Sister Na? Who allocated the time was very important. As the big brother of Forget Worries Bar, Qin Hanyang naturally wouldn't pass on this responsibility. However, he still had to respect Sister Na's opinion. Sister Na said, I will only sing one song. Give me 5 minutes. Xiao Lu, give me 10 minutes. 2 songs. Under normal circumstances, the allocation of time on stage was based on the status of the industry. Qin Hanyang and Sister Na would both sing 2 songs, leaving 1 song for Lu Chen. A total of 5 songs and 30 minutes was just right. The duration of a song was usually around 4 minutes. After entering and exiting the stage and saying a few words, it would be done in 5 minutes. A single singer was enough, but the band was a bit more troublesome. So, half of the time was given to Qin Hanyang. However, Sister Na actually gave her time to sing a song for Lu Chen. This was really unexpected. Lu Chen quickly said, Sister Na, 1 song is enough for me. Sister Na smiled and said, How is 1 song enough? You, who sat next to me, and Cinderella. It would be a pity to have 1 less song. We should let everyone know that Forget Worries Bar has a talented singer. I will sing the song you wrote for me. Qin Hanyang actually nodded his head and said, Sister Na is right. The song you wrote for her is very good. In Lu Chen's impression, Qin Hanyang was a serious singer. As the lead singer and leader of the Bionics, he spent most of his time in Forget Worries Bar with his band members. He would only come out when it was time to perform. Lu Chen had been working at Forget Grass Bar for 3 years. The number of times he had spoken to this big brother added up couldn't be compared to now, so, when he heard Qin Hanyang's praise, Lu Chen actually felt a little flattered. It's my luck that I got to know Xiao Lu. Sister Na smiled happily and said, Xiao Lu, this song of yours has already been arranged by De Qin. Tonight, I will go on stage with the Bionics. They will accompany me. After that, the rest of the time is up to you. When it comes to arranging music, Lu Chen is really ashamed. Although he has countless classic works in his memory, and there is no problem in sorting out the melody notation, it is not enough to arrange a complete music again. The main reason was that Lu Chen lacked experience in this area. He also needed to learn and recharge. Otherwise, in the future, if he only knew how to write melodies and didn't know how to arrange songs, it would be easy to be criticized by others. No matter what, Sister Na insisted and Qin Hanyang didn't have any objections. The time given to Lucian for the two songs was set. The lead guitarist, bassist, drummer, and keyboardist of the Bionics all looked at Lucian with a "you lucky kid" expression, which made him feel very embarrassed. Qin Hanyang picked up the form on the table that Lucian had not seen yet, browsed it, and frowned. Sister Na was very sensitive. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Qin Hanyang shook his head and said, "There's no big problem. It's just that Xiaolu isn't arranged to go on stage with us. In front of him is the Fit Band, behind him is the North Needle Band, and then it's our turn." In the past, singers from the same bar would be arranged to go on stage together. This was because many singers would be accompanied by their own band, such as Sister Na and the Bionics. But situations like Lucian's were deliberately separated were very rare. Sister Na didn't care. "Is this okay? Xiaolu's level of playing and singing is most suitable for a solo performance." Qin Hanyang muttered, "I heard that the main purpose of this music festival is to promote the North Needle Band." The North Needle Band was formed 2 years ago. The band's lead singer, Gan Lang, was a very strong singer and was currently signed to the Blue Lotus Bar. The North Needle Band was famous for their light rock style and was much more famous than the Bionics. The news that Qin Hanyang received was that the North Needle Band had changed their contract to Light Rain Media. This music festival was held to promote the North Needle Band and would be officially announced at the end of the performance. Light Rain Media even invited a group of industry insiders and media reporters. Therefore, the North Needle Band's performance at night was the most important part of the festival. Lucian was in front of them, and the Fit Band was in front of him. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like they were caught in a pincer attack. Qin Hanyang and Sister Na were both experienced and understood after a moment of analysis. Sister Na hesitated for a moment and said, "Xiaolu, do you want to change songs?" The Fit Band and the North Needle Band were both rock bands. Their performances were definitely passionate and could easily stir up the emotions of the audience, which in turn ignited the atmosphere of the venue. If it was the Bionics in the middle, Qin Hanyang would be able to control the scene. But if everyone was excited and Lucian went up with a guitar and sang "You Who Sat Next to Me" or "Cinderella," he would probably be booed off the stage after singing a few lines. The style was completely wrong. The audience who came to the music festival weren't fans of anyone. If they felt that the song wasn't good, they would just boo. Very few singers would be able to persist in such a humiliating situation. Qin Hanyang agreed, "Yes, change to a more energetic song. Our band will accompany you." The order of the lineup had already been set. Changing people on stage at the last minute was definitely not possible as it would be disrespectful to the organizers. However, there was no problem for the band to go on stage with the singer. With the support of the Bionics, Lucian's momentum would certainly not be bad. However, he could only give up on the 2 original songs. At this time, how could Lucian still not understand that he was being used as a stepping stone? No wonder the people from the Fit Band came to provoke him. "Thank you, Brother Qin, thank you, Sister Na, but I think I can go on stage by myself." Lucian was very grateful for Qin Hanyang and Sister Na's kindness and reminder, but he didn't have any intention of backing down. Instead, his fighting spirit was completely aroused. "Want to step on me? Then let's see who will step on who." Lucian insisted on going on stage by himself. Qin Hanyang and Sister Na looked at each other and tacitly didn't try to persuade him. Because the two of them were young and hot-blooded, they struggled to resist oppression and injustice. No matter if the result was success or failure, they still tried their best, so they understood Lucian's insistence and didn't want to use their status as a senior to teach Lucian a lesson, even if it was out of good intentions. There are no failures in youth. Only by experiencing setbacks and failures can a person truly mature and grow up. Sister Na encouraged, "Good luck, we all support you." Qin Hanyang also nodded his head. However, the other 4 members of the Bionics had a strange expression on their faces. They looked at Lucian with a strange expression. From their point of view, Lucian simply didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He treated Brother Qin and Sister Na's good intentions as ill intent. If he went on stage like this, he would definitely suffer. They were afraid that he would be booed to the point where he couldn't even get off stage. The atmosphere of Blue Lotus Music Festival was definitely not something a bar could compare to. 2,000 to 3,000 people gathered together to shout and scream. The sound waves created could flip the roof. If one didn't have a strong mental fortitude, it would be too easy to lose face because of stage fright. If it wasn't for Qin Hanyang not saying anything, they all wanted to wake Lu Chen up. "Who do you think you are?" Lu Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Sister Na, I prepared a new song today." Out of everyone present, Sister Na was undoubtedly the one who cared about him the most. So, Lu Chen didn't want to hide it anymore. He simply revealed his burden and said, "I believe it won't make Forget Worries Bar lose face." Sister Na's eyes suddenly lit up. "Really? Since you're confident, then there's no problem. I believe in your ability." To be able to write such a good song for her, how could there be a problem when Lu Chen was prepared? From a certain point of view, Sister Na could now be considered Lu Chen's fan. Qin Hanyang's thoughts were a bit more complicated. Originally, he didn't have much of an impression of Lu Chen. Even though Lu Chen had worked at Forget Worries Bar for half a year, the two of them didn't talk much. It wasn't until she arranged the music for Sister Na that she realized there was such a talented young man by her side. However, Qin Hanyang believed that Lu Chen's two ballads were not as good as the song he wrote for Sister Na. Now that he heard Lu Chen say that he had written a new song, he felt very emotional in his heart. Qin Hanyang had been involved in music composition before, so he deeply understood the difficulty of originality and how difficult it was to come up with a good song. With just these 3 songs, Lu Chen was fully qualified to be ranked among the second-rate or even first-rate songwriters. Moreover, his desire to compose was so strong. If he could have a steady stream of fresh inspiration, it would not be a dream for him to achieve great things in the future. "I hope so." Outside the French windows, the sky was already dark. All the lights in the performance venue were lit, and the bright light shone on the crowded crowd. The atmosphere was warm and noisy, making people feel like they were in the middle of summer. There was still half an hour before the official start of the Blue Sky Music Festival. The audience had basically all arrived. Young men and women sat on small plastic stools, chatting and laughing. There were also some who held up fluorescent signs and glow sticks. On the stage, the large LED screen flashed a blurry and illusory image. The drums, electronic organs, synthesizers, and other heavy equipment had already been set up, waiting for the band to come up and use it. According to the usual practice, the inconvenient instruments were provided by Blue Lotus Bar. Therefore, some of the band's drummers and keyboardists ran over in advance to try it out. Their actions caused the audience to clamor from time to time. And on the balcony of the top floor of Blue Lotus Bar, the atmosphere in the VIP area was undoubtedly a lot more relaxed. Immaculately dressed gentlemen and meticulously dressed ladies carried champagne or red wine. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s to socialize. Uniformed waiters carried plates of refreshments and drinks. They walked through the crowd without looking sideways. Everything seemed to be orderly. Among them, the most eye-catching was a slender and graceful woman wearing a Prada summer dress. She was surrounded by many people like stars surrounding the moon. She became the focus of the audience. This woman wearing Prada had a delicate and beautiful appearance. Her fine black hair was tied into a bun and she used a pair of black titanium glasses to cover her enchanting almond-shaped eyes. Her jade-like face was lightly made up and her temperament was especially outstanding. Chief Dong, long time no see." Although she was surrounded by many people and they all flattered her, the woman who was called Chief Dong maintained a polite smile on her face. She politely responded to the greetings and intimacy of others. However, hidden behind the glasses, a trace of helplessness flashed through her eyes. This was the true expression of her inner feelings. Dong Yu, 27 years old, the general manager of Light Rain Media Company. She had just returned from overseas at the beginning of the year. Even if she had an extraordinary family background, it wasn't good for her to have a cold expression towards these men who were coveting, drooling, or admiring her. After all, in this line of work, networking was incomparably important. Fortunately, Su Qingmei appeared and rescued Dong Yu in time. The two sister partners hid in a corner and had a private chat. The men who couldn't find an opportunity could only resentfully retreat. "I shouldn't have come tonight." Dong Yu opened her carry-on bag and skillfully took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Then, she lit a mint cigarette and took a puff. She complained to Su Qingmei, "You left me here and ran away." She developed the habit of smoking when she was studying abroad. She didn't really like it, but when she was annoyed, she would light a cigarette and it could more or less relieve her mood. Su Qingmei smiled and said, "Aren't I here to save you now? It's also good to make more friends. You can't always shut yourself in the office. You'll be bored to death and become a perverted old virgin." Su Qingmei. Dong Yu extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and glared at her with her almond-shaped eyes. "Have you been itching for a beating recently?" "I don't dare," Su Qingmei hurriedly begged for mercy. "Sister Yu, I know I was wrong. I just ran off to pick talents for the company." She pretended to be afraid and pitiful, which made Dong Yu feel both angry and amused. But in his heart, he was thinking, such a beautiful and charming woman, who knows which bastard would end up taking advantage of her. Dong Yu asked, "Did you find anything?" Su Qingmei pouted and said, "Nothing much. I'll see later." Dong Yu's heart moved and she asked, "Didn't you unearth a promising newcomer from Brother Kenho last time? Why is there no news now?" Su Qingmei was stunned and asked in surprise, "Sister Yu, how did you know?" She had been snubbed by Lu Chen. How could she take the initiative to tell Dong Yu? She didn't expect Dong Yu to already know. She suddenly felt her teeth itch. She wanted to eat someone. Dong Yu lightly laughed and said, "I heard you talk in your sleep. Is that person not suitable?" Light Rain Media Company was a joint venture between Dong Yu and Su Qingmei. When they first opened, they didn't walk the path of unbridled poaching. Instead, they focused on cultivating and uncovering promising newcomers. For example, Blue Lotus North Needle, a band with great potential, was successfully signed by the company. Dong Yu accidentally heard about Su Qingmei being snubbed by a newcomer, so she couldn't help but be curious. What kind of person could actually make this young miss hit a wall twice in a row? Therefore, she poked at Su Qingmei's sore spot and teased her, wanting to find out the truth. Su Qingmei grinded her teeth and said, "I won't talk in my sleep. However, Sister Yu, you will see that guy soon. I'm afraid you will be disappointed." Her face revealed a secretive smile, like a fox that just stole a hen. "Oh?" Dong Yu raised her eyebrows and said, "He will also go on stage tonight?" "Yes." Su Qingmei forcefully nodded her head. She pulled Dong Yu's hand and said, "Let's not talk about this. The performance is about to start. Let's go to Brother Chang's place. Tonight, he is the main character." It was already 6:50 in the evening. Light Rain Media and Blue Lotus Bar's Light Blue Night Music Carnival was about to begin. The first performing band had just stepped onto the stage. "It's starting, the performance is starting. So excited. So excited. So excited. So excited. So excited. Who can tell me when Lu Feida will go on stage?" "Same question, I also want to know. There are so many people, I really want to see it live, the feeling of being there is the best. The anchor is so powerful, he's going to have a concert. I'm deeply worried about the IQ of the child who is going to have a concert, waiting for the anchor to go on stage." At 7 p.m. sharp, the popularity of Lu Fei's live broadcast on Whale TV soared, the number of online viewers continued to skyrocket, and the momentum was so high that it reached the 100,000 mark. The growth rate was so high that people were simply stunned. A lot of Fish fans logged in at the right time, and the barrage filled the entire screen, making the live broadcast extremely lively. Because Lu Chen was going to perform on stage, Li Feiyu was the host of the live broadcast. Peter Pan had already started the live broadcast at 6 p.m. Relying on his silver-level salesman's mouth, he fooled more than 20,000 fans and persisted until his popularity exploded. It was accompanied by a large number of fishball tips, and the hardcore local tycoon Li Bai even threw 3 aircraft carriers. He said in a domineering manner that after Lu Chen went on stage, he would give out 7 more aircraft carriers, and give a perfect performance on stage. Then the number of people who wanted to hug his thigh would increase tenfold. Others who don't know the inside story, seeing such a noisy and enthusiastic scene, it is estimated that they will really think that Lu Chen is holding a solo concert in the evening, so everyone will be so excited and enthusiastic. Li Feiyu smiled crookedly, ignoring the strange gazes cast by the surrounding people. This was the scene of a music carnival, and it was a normal atmosphere to be noisy, so he wasn't worried that his live broadcast would affect others and bring shame to himself and Lu Chen. The more lively it was, the better. The lights around the performance venue were extinguished one by one, and the lights on the stage were fully turned on, focusing on the first Watchman band on stage. The scene gradually quieted down, waiting for them to start singing. The Watchman band, as the opening performer, was a legend in Hohai. The Watchman was a national rock band that was founded 20 years ago and had persisted in pure rock for 20 years. National rock began in the early 1980s. At that time, under the influence of Western liberalism, domestic rock music began to sprout and develop, and new bands were born. By the end of the 1980s, it ushered in its heyday. At that time, there were as many as thousands of national rock bands, and many classics emerged. However, in the 1990s, with the rise of commercial pop music, pure rock suffered a serious market impact. Some rock singers followed the trend and took the initiative to change their overly personal and idealistic style, singing light rock or folk songs. However, there were also many rock singers who stubbornly defended the last position of national rock and refused to bow to the market. By now, national shake had already become a distant term, and only an extremely small number of people were still struggling bitterly. The Watchman was such a band. When they were founded, the national rock scene had already declined, but relying on their firm belief and the support of a small number of fans, they persevered in the underground music circle of Hohai for 20 years. The Watchman band had never been very popular, nor had they produced any works that the public was familiar with. They firmly believed that rock and roll would not die, and persisted in their ideals, so they won the respect of many people in the circle. Qinglan Music Carnival invited them to be the opening performers, which was also a sign of respect for their spirit. This was the best era for idealists, but also the worst era. The Watchman band had a total of 4 members, with an average age of 40 plus. All of them were uncles, and the songs they sang were obviously not liked and appreciated by young people. To live is equal to death and a bullet to the chest. Lu Chen had never even heard of them. However, it was undeniable that their singing was full of vicissitudes of life. The passionate singing swept across the crowded venue, through the large format floor-to-ceiling glass outside the bar, and passed into the ears of everyone in the inner seats. Qin Hanyang suddenly said, "The lease of Nirvana Bar will end at the end of the year. I heard that it will be transferred out." His voice was bleak, and there was a trace of sadness. Sister Na was stunned, and then came to her senses. What about Big Mai and the others? Nirvana Bar was the territory of the Watchman band, and was also a member of the underground music circle in Hohai. The owner of the bar was a true lover of rock and roll. Without his support, the Watchman band would not be able to last until today. The Big Mai that Sister Na said was the lead singer and soul of the Watchman band, Mai Tian, a rock and roll veteran. What else can we do? Qin Hanyang said, other than Nirvana Bar, which bar can give them a place to sing, we can only disband. Nirvana Bar was an old brand in Hohai, but it never made much money. As for the reason, everyone knew. Now that Nirvana Bar was about to close, the Watchman band naturally followed suit. He said with flagging interest, "It's good that they disband. Big Mai and the others are already in their 40s, they should spend more time on their own lives, and find a stable job that can make money, such as going to a music school to be an instrument teacher." As he spoke, he smiled bitterly. Qin Hanyang laughed at the Watchman band, but in fact, he was laughing at himself. Every circle has a pyramid structure, and below the winner are countless stepping stones. The Watchman band struggled to survive at the bottom, and the Bionics were the same. Sister Na was silent. On this topic, Lu Chen had nothing to say. When the Watchman band was formed, he had just learned how to walk and didn't know much about rock and roll music. But in his memory, there were a lot of rock and roll classics in the dream world. Qin Hanyang raised his beer glass and said with emotion, "We are all behind the times, the future world belongs to young people like Xiao Lu, let's all drink to him." Cheers. Who wouldn't give him face when he spoke? Everyone in the room raised their glasses together. Whether it was a toast to Lu Chen, or a toast to the dying rock and roll, perhaps only everyone knew. Lu Chen quickly said, "Big brother Qin, you and Sister Na are not behind the times, I'll drink first." He drank the beer in his glass in one gulp. This made the other 4 members of the Bionics have a better impression of Lu Chen. They respected their seniors. On the big stage outside, the Watchman band had just finished their performance. As expected, the 2 original works that they brought out did not resonate with the audience. The complex structure, obscure lyrics, and cathartic emotions made it difficult for the audience to understand. Finally, the intense rhythm and roars more or less brought up the atmosphere, and many people were waving glow sticks. The band and singer that came on stage were much smarter. They didn't play any independent original works, but directly covered popular songs that everyone was familiar with, light rock, rap, fast songs. It brought about wave after wave of popularity. More than 2,000 people in the audience all stood up. They raised their arms and swayed with the surging rhythm of the music, or sang in unison in response to the performance on the stage. Cheers, shouts, and screams rose one after another, and there was even a loud whistle in the midst of it. This kind of atmosphere could only be felt live. It was completely different from in front of the screen. Lu Chen's phone suddenly rang. The caller was Li Feiyu, who was doing the live broadcast. He called to ask Lu Chen's exact appearance time. "Everyone is anxiously waiting for you, the voice of the people is extremely strong." Lu Chen smiled and said, "In half an hour, it should be my turn to go on stage. Apologize to everyone for me." After hanging up the phone, Sister Na curiously asked, "You have friends that came to watch?" Lu Chen had to briefly explain the matter of his live broadcast. "This is very interesting." Sister Na's eyes lit up and said, "I know, it's very popular on the internet. In fact, you can do a live broadcast in our bar, and at the same time help Forget Worries Bar gain some fame." Lu Chen really did have this idea. He was about to answer when he saw a staff rushing over, waving the form in his hand and said, "Fit Band, and Forget Worries Bar's teacher Lu Chen, please go backstage to prepare." This was the first time Lu Chen had been called a teacher. Of course, it wasn't a real teacher that taught and educated people. Instead, it was an elegant title given to those who had made their debut earlier or those who already had a reputation in the entertainment industry. It was suitable for both men and women. The Blue Lotus Music Festival had been held many times and was very influential in Hohai's small circle. Those who were able to perform on stage weren't ordinary people. In comparison, Lu Chen's qualifications were the lowest. So when he heard the title teacher, he was a little embarrassed. Sister Na stood up and said, "Great Qin, I'll be going first." She was still worried for Lu Chen. After all, he had to face thousands of people tonight. Going early was to support Lu Chen and at least let Lu Chen know that he wasn't alone. Qin Hanyang hesitated for a moment and also stood up. "If you want to go, then let's go together. We're all family." Lu Chen understood their intentions and gratefully said, "Thank you Brother Qin, thank you Sister Na." "No need to be so polite." Qin Hanyang reached out and patted his shoulder. "You have real talent, so you should be more confident." Lu Chen silently nodded. What Qin Hanyang said was right. He should be more confident. With 3 rich life memories and a world of spiritual wealth, he was no longer the original him. Lu Chen didn't fear any challenges. He couldn't help but look at the Fit Band not far away. Coincidentally, the lead singer of the band, Qing Xiaodong, turned his head and their gazes collided in the air. It was as if an invisible flame was shining. Qing Xiaodong's lips curved into a mocking smile as he disdainfully left with his companion. Lu Chen didn't get angry. He picked up his guitar case and went backstage. He would use his singing to fight back. The backstage was on the left side of the stage. It was used by the band and singers. Because the space wasn't big, only when it was almost time would the staff come to take attendance. When Lu Chen, Sister Na, and the Bionics arrived backstage, there were already a lot of people there. This also included the Fit Band. Qing Xiaodong saw Qin Hanyang and the others walk in but didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he just chatted and laughed with his friends. Great Qin, Sister Na, a man in a jacket in his 30s stood up and smiled. "You guys came so early?" His figure was slender, his cheeks were reserved, his cheekbones were high, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. His messy long hair draped over his shoulders, making him look a bit like a down-and-out artist. He was a common sight in Songzhuang village in Tongzhou. Qin Hanyang shook his hand and gave him a big hug. Then he introduced him to Lu Chen. "This is Big Brother Gan Lang, and this is our little brother, Lu Chen." Lu Chen was neither humble nor arrogant as he extended his hand. "Big Brother Gan Lang." Gan Lang shook his hand and smiled. "I saw you at Forget Worries Bar. Your 2 original ballads were good." The fact that the lead singer of the North Needle Band had seen Lu Chen perform at Forget Worries Bar surprised Lu Chen. "Thank you, please give me some pointers, big brother gone." "I don't dare to give pointers, but I don't have the ability to create original songs," Gan Lang asked seriously. "Xiao Lu, are you going to sing those 2 songs tonight?" Lu Chen shook his head and said, "No." "That's right." Gan Lang said, "The style of your 2 ballads isn't suitable for a live performance. Something else would be better." Lu Chen smiled and didn't say anything. His mind was very sharp and he could hear the meaning behind the other's words. The lead singer of the North Needle Band might have a straightforward personality, but under his generous appearance, there was a deep arrogance. He bluntly reminded Lu Chen that he wasn't really thinking about Lu Chen, but that he didn't want to win too easily. Or maybe it was too easy. Gan Lang continued to chat with Sister Na while Qing Xiaodong looked at Lu Chen with a gloating expression. Lu Chen calmly found a seat in the corner of the backstage, took out his guitar and began to tune it. Warm applause and cheers could be heard from outside as the band's performance was coming to an end. The staff came in and told the band to get ready to go on stage. Qing Xiaodong immediately jumped up and jumped twice on the spot. The shiny accessories on his body clattered noisily. "Brothers, let's go." Before leaving, he glanced at Lu Chen again, his eyes full of provocation. The appearance of the fit band caused quite a stir in the audience. Dozens of boys and girls were holding up fluorescent signs with the words Fei Du and Qing Xiaodong written on them. They were shouting each other's names in unison. They were so excited that they looked like they were about to cry. Qing Xiaodong held his electric guitar in his right hand as he raised his left hand and waved at the fans. "Good evening everyone, I'm very happy to be able to participate in the Light Blue Night. I am Qing Xiaodong from the Fit Band. Ching ching. Ching ching. Ching ching." Many female fans screamed as they desperately waved the fluorescent sticks in their hands. "This Fit Band seems to be very popular?" In the VIP seats on the top floor of the Blue Lotus Bar, Dong Yu whispered to Su Qingmei who was sitting next to her, "Have you ever thought of poaching them?" Light Rain Media had only been established for a short period of time. The job of recruiting artists had always been done by Su Qingmei. Su Qingmei bitterly said, "The Fit Band has already been poached by other companies. The other party's offer was much better than ours, so I gave up because the price was too high." Dong Yu nodded in understanding. She had set a stable development path for Light Rain Media. She didn't seek to reach the sky in one step, but rather to slowly consolidate the foundation. She wanted to accumulate enough experience and strength before she planned to break out. Therefore, in the beginning, they wouldn't spend too much money to sign new people. There were a lot of people sitting around Su Qingmei and Dong Yu. Chang Wei and Chen Jianhao were both there. There were also famous people in the entertainment circle such as entertainment company executives, music website editors, songwriters, and professional music critics. The lineup was quite strong. Chang Wei turned to Chen Jianhao and smiled, "Old Chen, after the Fit Band's performance, it will be your Xiao Lu's turn." Chen Jianhao smiled bitterly, "Boss Chang, who arranged the order of appearance this time?" Chen Jianhao had many years of experience. How could he not see the trick in the order of appearance? Previously, he didn't say anything. Now that Chang Wei mentioned it, he took the opportunity to ask. He believed that Chang Wei wouldn't do such a thing. Chang Wei laughed and said, "This matter, you have to ask your own family. I can't do anything about it." Although he had already guessed it, now that he had confirmed it, Chen Jianhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Su Qingmei was his cousin. Wasn't she his family? Chang Wei understood his feelings and comforted him. "In fact, it's a small matter. It's good for young people to hone themselves." Chen Jianhao was speechless. At this moment, on the stage, the Fit Band had just finished performing a famous rap song. Qing Xiaodong sang and danced very hard. He easily stirred up the emotions of the audience. Waves of cheers came one after another, showing his talent and strength. The band's lead singer shook his hair and raised the electric guitar in his hand. He loudly said, "The next song is dedicated to the audience. It's called Transcendence. Let us surpass ourselves." As soon as his voice fell, the cheers from the audience suddenly increased by dozens of decibels. Ching ching. Several female fans excitedly squeezed out of the crowd and wanted to rush to the stage. However, they were stopped by the security guards. Qing Xiaodong put down the electric guitar and bowed his head. He arched his body and suddenly plucked the steel string. An intense prelude sounded. Transcendence, Qin Hanyang and Sister Na, who were sitting backstage, looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Transcendence was a classic rock song. It was very popular in the 1990s, but it was very difficult to sing it, especially the high notes. Many people sang it until they were out of breath, to the point where they could not sing it without dropping it. Qing Xiaodong actually dared to challenge Transcendence on stage. There was no doubt that he was very confident. The two couldn't help but worry for Lu Chen. His opponent was very strong. Beyond light. Beyond electricity. Beyond everything. Qing Xiaodong's voice, accompanied by the passionate music, continued to fiercely impact the eardrums of everyone present. His voice was high-pitched and sharp, with a penetrating power that pierced through the clouds. The classic rock song Beyond had a different flavor to it, especially in the high-pitched parts. Whether it was the transition of breath or the handling of details, the lead singer of the Fit Band was able to control it with ease. If one didn't hear it with their own ears and see it with their own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that such a small body could have such a golden voice. There was no doubt that Qing Xiaodong's singing talent was unquestionable. The more than 2,000 audience members at the scene were excited by his singing. Regardless of whether they had glow sticks in their hands, everyone waved their arms and danced to the rhythm of the music, getting high. After listening to the first two parts, those who understood music understood that Qing Xiaodong didn't choose this rock song for no reason. He must have asked an expert to rearrange Beyond, making the song more suitable for his voice and singing skills. This was equivalent to taking a shortcut. However, this shortcut was very clever and pleasing to the audience. This could be seen from the reaction of the audience. The Fit Band was obviously a very creative and capable band, and Qing Xiaodong's strength was unexpected. There was a reason why they were so popular in the industry. However, the stronger the Fit Band was, the more pressure the Fit Band put on Lu Chen. This was something that many people in the audience were well aware of. For example, Su Qingmei, who was sitting in the VIP area on the top floor of the bar, had a gleam in her eyes. Qin Hanyang and Sister Na, who were backstage, were silent. Sister Na was secretly worried for Lu Chen, who was sitting in the corner. She was afraid that Lu Chen wouldn't be able to adapt to the climax of the Fit Band and Qing Xiaodong's performance. The same thing had happened many times in the music carnival. The competition between singers and bands was never a gentle one. On the other hand, Gan Lang, who was also backstage, sat steadily with a relaxed look on his face. He represented the North Needle Band, who would go on stage after Lu Chen. First of all, they avoided a direct collision with the Fit Band. Then, they had Lu Chen to pave the way for them. There was no reason for them to be suppressed. Most importantly, Gan Lang still had a trump card. The Fit Band performed Transcendence brilliantly and Qing Xiaodong sang it well. In the end, this was an old song from 20 years ago. It was a classic that everyone was familiar with. Of course, it was easy to resonate with people when they sang a cover of a classic, but people were used to thinking that it was only natural to sing well. They would not be surprised or moved, but would instead feel nostalgic. The North Needle Band's trump card was the two new songs that they had spent a lot of money to hire famous musicians to compose 2 months ago. Gan Lang and his band members had rehearsed them for a long time, and they were ready to amaze the world tonight. One of the songs had been sampled by industry insiders and was considered to be eligible for the top 100 songs of the year. This song would also be the cornerstone of the North Needle Band joining Light Rain Media. Gan Lang was full of confidence. In contrast, on Whale TV, many fans of Lu Fei's live broadcast were not calm. Damn, this guy is that good? Transcendence is very difficult to sing, but he sang it well. Our Lu Fei De is under pressure. The anchor is going to go on stage later? Yeah, the ranking has been announced. Our anchor is going to go on stage next. That's not going to be easy. The anchor's folk songs aren't suitable here, right? Why are all of you guys like this? We have to believe in Lu Fei De. Come on, Big. I remember the anchor saying that he was going to sing a new song. I hope the new song will be good. No matter what, I will support Lu Fei de. The number of viewers in the live broadcast had reached more than 100,000. Among these viewers, there was no lack of people who were knowledgeable. They quickly saw the problem and voiced out their concerns. Others didn't know about it, but they also understood it under their reminders, so the whole rhythm was deviated. Originally, the excitement of Lu Chen going on stage quickly evolved into a repressed worry. No one wanted to see their favorite anchor being trampled under the feet of others. Even the fishball reward disappeared. Seeing such a situation, Li Feiyu, the host of the live broadcast, was so anxious that sweat appeared on his forehead. But before Lu Chen went on stage, he had no way to reverse the current situation. He could only encourage everyone to support Lu Chen over and over again and ask everyone to have confidence in Lu Chen. The effect was not big. System prompt: Call me Li Bai, Silver 3, presents the anchor with an aircraft carrier. System prompt: Call me Li Bai, Silver 3, presents the anchor with an aircraft carrier. System prompt: Call me Li Bai, Silver 3, presents the anchor with an aircraft carrier. At this time, 3 eye-catching system notifications popped up on the screen. 3 majestic aircraft carriers lined up and drove past the viewers in the livestream channel. They were so domineering that they could not be more domineering. The negative atmosphere in Lu Fei's livestream was instantly crushed into powder by the 3 aircraft carriers, disappearing into thin air. Long live Li Bai! The local tyrant is mighty! Out of habit, a barrage of shouts and howls of worship appeared on the screen. Most of the audience's attention was diverted, and not many people paid attention to the fit band's performance. Call me Li Bai, General Lu will win, Lu Jiejun will never give up. Never give up. The same barrage instantly occupied the entire screen. If people wanted to see the live broadcast clearly, they would have to cancel the barrage or put it at the top. Otherwise, it would just be a vast expanse of white. Never give up. This was Lu Jiejun's slogan. Today, Lu Jiejun's scale had expanded by more than 10 times. The original 5,000 members had already been filled and 2 new groups had been created. The army is out, not even a blade of grass will grow, Li Feiyu excitedly said. On behalf of Lu Fei, I thank Li Bai, Chief of Staff, and all the members of Lu Jiejun. I also believe that our Lu Fei De will not lose to others. Lu Jiejun will never give up. He couldn't help but clench his fists as he looked at the big stage in front of him. De Chen, you must work hard. On the stage, Qing Xiaodong was using a high-pitched dolphin sound to end his performance. This ending was obviously added by Qing Xiaodong himself. He was showing off his voice and skills. Without any suspense, he pushed the audience's emotions to the peak. After 20 seconds of singing, he once again flung his wet hair and said coolly, "Thank you everyone. Tonight belongs to you. Let's continue." Yes. Countless people in the audience responded loudly as they cheered enthusiastically. Seeing the perfect effect, Qing Xiaodong smiled proudly as he held his electric guitar and slightly bowed to the audience. Then he turned around and left the stage. Ching Ching. Ching Ching, sing another song. Many female fans screamed with all their might, and some even burst into tears, as if they had lost their most beloved thing. After the fit band's performance ended, it was Lu Chen's turn to go on stage. Sister Na gave him a big hug. "Good luck, we support you." Qin Hanyang also patted his shoulder. "Sing well." Lu Chen nodded, then walked out of the backstage with his guitar and stepped onto the stairs leading to the stage. At this time, Qing Xiaodong came down with the members of the fit band. He held his head high as if he was a victorious king who had just received the worship of his subjects. He was in high spirits and insufferably arrogant. When he saw Lu Chen walking up the steps alone, the corners of his mouth hooked up to reveal a proud smile, and he stood still. Lu Chen stepped up 2 steps. Although he was still 2 steps behind Qing Xiaodong, he was already able to look at him. Noticing Qing Xiaodong's provocative and proud look, Lu Chen nodded and said, "Good singing." Qing Xiaodong disdainfully curled his lips and didn't have the slightest intention of giving up his position. Lu Chen smiled indifferently as he squeezed to the left side of Qing Xiaodong. He didn't try to compete with Qing Xiaodong. This kind of small trick had no effect on the current Lu Chen. As he walked up the stage, he heard the clear laughter of the fit band behind him. Lu Chen's expression didn't change as he walked steadily to the front of the microphone. Then he faced the audience of more than 2,000 people. Lu Chen never thought about it. One day, he would be able to stand in such a place and sing in front of such a large audience. The spotlight shone brightly on his body, but Lu Chen's heart was surprisingly calm. The ones who weren't calm were the 150,000 plus fans of Lu Fei's live broadcast. Lu Fei De is on stage. I saw it. I'm so excited. So excited. So excited. So excited. So excited. You can do it. We support you forever. Host is mighty. As the host, Li Feiyu didn't even look at the screen. He curled up his body and stared at the stage with his eyes wide open. He clenched his right hand into a fist and pressed it against his mouth as if something was about to gush out. He was nervous, extremely nervous. It was as if he was the one standing there at that moment. Li Feiyu's position was 3.5 meters above the stage. In the VIP area, the people in the industry were still talking about the Fit Band's performance. They all expressed their appreciation and recognition of Qing Xiaodong's performance. Qing Xiaodong's performance was the highest out of all the bands that had performed so far. Su Qingmei didn't care. She pulled Dong Yu's hand and said, "That kid is on stage. Just wait for a good show." There was a charming smile at the corner of her mouth, like a fox eyeing a chick. Dong Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you have to be like this? Even if he doesn't sing well, what do you get out of it? To vent your anger? Sister Yu, am I that shallow? Su Qingmei proudly said, I attacked him because I wanted him to clearly understand his own status. Then I will sign him and train him well. Only people who have experienced setbacks will know how to appreciate it. Dong Yu was speechless. Su Qingmei actually wanted to say that what she had prepared for Lu Chen was not just the appetizer of the appearance ranking. The real feast was yet to come. The scene quickly quieted down. The excitement caused by the Fit Band and Qing Xiaodong quickly subsided. More than 2,000 people looked at Lu Chen with surprise, curiosity, doubt, and confusion. The performers who appeared in front of Lu Chen were all in groups. They were either a full band or singers accompanied by a band. No one ran onto the stage like him with an ordinary wooden guitar. Was Lu Chen going to sing a love song or a ballad, that kind of soft and powerless song? How could it match the atmosphere of the scene? How much courage did he need to stand in front of everyone? Many of the audience felt that their mood had been ruined and were a little dissatisfied. There were even boos in the crowd. Although most of the audience members were well-mannered and wouldn't jeer before Lu Chen's performance, the booing of just 3 or 4 people was particularly ear-piercing. Imperceptibly, it gave the people standing on the stage a huge amount of pressure. Lu Chen ignored the boos and said into the microphone, "Good evening everyone, I am Lu Chen from Nepenthes Bar. I will be bringing you my original work. This is the first time I will be singing this song in public. Its name is In the Spring." Original work? First time singing? In the spring, the audience was a little confused and felt that the information was a little too much. Lu Chen didn't explain anymore and played the prelude neatly. The moment the steel string was plucked, his eyes looked into the void in front of him. His dark eyes seemed to be jumping with flames. Countless memories emerged in Lu Chen's mind. Those were the memories of Su Bo. The flames in his eyes turned into endless vicissitudes and a slightly hoarse voice rushed out of his mouth. Still remember many years ago in the spring, at that time, I didn't have my hair cut, no credit card, no her, no home with 24-hour hot water. But I was so happy at that time, although I only had a broken wooden guitar on the street, under the bridge, in the field, singing the song that no one cared about. At the beginning, the melody was very soothing. It was telling the people the story of the past, with a little vicissitudes and nostalgia for that period of time that would never be forgotten. However, when everyone thought it was a nostalgic folk song, the rhythm of the song suddenly sped up and the sound of the piano was sonorous. If one day, I have no one to rely on, please leave me here. In that time, if one day, I leave quietly, please bury me here, in the spring. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching roar rang out. The intense emotions were like artillery fire on the battlefield, bombarding everyone's heart with lightning speed, causing their scalps to go numb. It really touched the soul. But at this time, the singing returned to the rhythm of the previous melody. Still remember those lonely spring days. I didn't have a beard at that time, no Valentine's Day, no gifts, no my cute little princess, but I don't think everything is that bad, although I only have the illusion of love in the morning, in the night, in the wind singing the song that no one cared about. The people who had been caught off guard finally came to their senses and became excited. It was the first time for everyone present to hear this song. Normally, it was difficult for a new song to arouse the emotional resonance of the audience. Many good songs needed to be listened to several times before they could hear the true flavor. But this song in the spring was not like that. Its melody and lyrics were not complicated. There was not the slightest bit of obscurity. Instead, it was full of burning, vicissitudes, nostalgia feelings. It was so sincere and moving that it was impossible to resist. Everyone understood, and was irresistibly moved. People were moved, not because of the sadness contained in the lyrics, but because of the loss of the soul, the entanglement of emotions, the hesitation of losing after obtaining, and the frustration of being unable to recover the past era. Listen, maybe one day, I have no one to rely on, please leave me here. In that time, if one day, I leave quietly, please bury me here. In the spring, the whole scene was completely quiet. Only the accompaniment of the guitar and Lu Chen's singing echoed. The harsh boos had long disappeared, which made people feel ridiculous and pitiful when they thought about it. The biggest impact of this song was not on the more than 2,000 audience members, but the singers who performed with Lu Chen on the same stage. They came from all over the country. Many people came to Beijing to pursue their musical ideals. They longed to be famous, to be appreciated, and to be the object of attention. However, the reality was always so cruel. When ideals were replaced by the need to survive, and youth passed away without any gain, they gradually became numb, no longer stuck to their beliefs, forgot their original intentions, and became accustomed to it. Until now, when they heard Lu Chen's song in the spring, the deep scars hidden in their hearts were torn open layer by layer, and they experienced unspeakable pain. How could such a song be sung by Lu Chen? He's so young, he's just a newcomer. At the entrance of the backstage, Qin Hanyang and Sister Na stood side by side. The former's face was flushed red, and his body was slightly trembling. The latter's eyes were filled with sparkling tears, and she used her teeth to bite her lips. Inside, the members of the North Needle Band were all silent. Gan Lang sat blankly as if he was petrified by magic. He felt that he was very sad. Qin Xiaodong stopped in the staff passageway. His expression was incomparably ugly. At the bottom of the Blue Lotus bar, whether it was the singers or the band members who had already performed or were waiting to go on stage, they all spontaneously rushed to the large floor-to-ceiling window. They looked at the stage through the glass as if they were on a pilgrimage, because they knew that they were witnessing the birth of a classic. In the middle and upper VIP areas, no one spoke. At this moment, there was no need to say anything, just listen to the song. If one day, I quietly leave, please bury me here. In the spring, gazing at this moment in the gorgeous spring, it's still as warm as it was then. The song gradually faded, but the emotions remained, as if spring had never left. Note, in the spring lyricist/composer, Wang Feng. The crowd of more than 2,000 people was very quiet. It was so quiet that if someone coughed in a corner, everyone would be able to hear it. However, an indescribable emotion was surging in the crowd. Lu Chen put down his guitar. The vicissitudes of life in his eyes receded like the tide, returning to their original brightness. He simply said, "Thank you." Applause suddenly rang out. At first, there were only a few small claps. Soon, people seemed to be awakened from their slumber as they applauded. They stared at Lu Chen's clapping. From sporadic to concentrated, from messy to orderly, one after another. Charge. No one knew who shouted in the crowd, but it quickly infected everyone around him. Charge. 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 Thousands of pairs of arms were raised high as countless people roared in unison. In an instant, a huge wave of sound was set off at the scene. Even the calmest person would feel their scalp tingle and their body tremble. They were so excited that they couldn't help but want to join in and charge together. Such a scene would usually only appear at a large-scale music festival when the audience's emotions had reached a boiling point. Rush also meant that the singer should sing one more time or one more song. The original origin of this was the classic rock song Geo performed by the famous Bluebird Band in the United States. When fans heard this song, they would shout go along with the passionate melody. Even after the song was finished, they wouldn't stop until the Bluebird Band sang it again. This caused a wave to spread to China. The Chinese music fans changed go to charge, which was more suitable for them. The meaning was the same, but the sound was more powerful. Charge. 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 I'll accompany you to the skies. The other singers who also came to participate in the Bluebird Festival couldn't help but feel envious. This was because they knew what charge represented. Except for a few fans, the audience was basically a true music lover. It was very difficult to get their approval. In the past, it had only happened a few times. In contrast, the warm atmosphere brought by the Fit Band and Xianxia was nothing. Moreover, they also hoped that Luchen could sing the song in the spring that struck their souls again. I didn't get enough of it just now. The sound of charge engulfed the entire area and also gave the people in the VIP area of the Blue Lotus Bar a strong impact. The people in the industry looked at each other. Apart from being shocked, they were speechless. Dongyu stared blankly at Lu Chen, who was standing on the stage. Her almond-shaped eyes, hidden under her black-rimmed glasses, revealed a strange look. She said as if to herself, "What a wonderful show." Su Qingmei, who was sitting next to her, blushed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. She had just vowed that she would teach Lu Chen a lesson, but she didn't expect that in the end, Lu Chen would teach everyone a lesson. At the same time, it was a heavy slap to her face. Her little scheme against Lu Chen, whether it was the appetizer or the delicious meal, did not have any effect at all. Everything was swept into the trash can. How could someone as arrogant as Miss Su endure this? Dongyu didn't continue to ridicule her sister. She turned around and very seriously said to Su Qingmei, "Your eyes weren't wrong. Let me go negotiate his contract." Su Qingmei bent down and buried her head deep into Dongyu's bosom. Then, she cried out, "Ah!" Dongyu smiled. At the table next to her, Chang Wei, who usually didn't show his emotions, had a shocked expression on his face. He looked at the similarly flabbergasted Qin Jianhao with an incredulous gaze and murmured, Old Chen, you really hit it well. You actually buried such a big bomb for me." This music festival was jointly organized by Light Rain Media and Blue Lotus Bar. The main party was still Light Rain Media. The goal was to promote the North Needle Band, which had just been signed by them. The North Needle Band and Gan Lang had also made careful preparations. They spent a lot of money to invite famous musicians to create 2 songs for them. Moreover, they received good reviews from industry insiders. They were waiting to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Lu Chen, who came from Forget Worries Bar, was originally just a foil. He was only a stepping stone for the North Needle Band. Who would have thought that Lu Chen would actually bring out such a wonderful original work and cause a huge sensation at the scene? It was as if this music festival existed just for him. Although this didn't affect Chang Wei and Blue Lotus Bar and instead had a lot of benefits, he still felt that it was ridiculous. Among the people sitting at the same table as Chang Wei and Qin Jianhao, there was a refined middle-aged man. When he heard Chang Wei's complaints, he shook his head and said, This song. This middle-aged man was also someone in the music industry. His name was Chen Ku. He was the editor of Beijing Pop Music magazine and a music critic. His pen name, Jiang Hu's Carefree Guest, was quite famous in the music industry. Chen Ku and Chang Wei's relationship was very good. He had participated in Blue Lotus Bar's music festival many times. The North Needle Band's new song was recognized by him and he gave a good review. But now he had to admit that the 2 original songs couldn't be compared to In the Spring at all. It was just that Chen Ku didn't know what to say. This was because such a work full of vicissitudes of life shouldn't have been created by a young man in his early 20s. But the facts were in front of him. Not only did Lu Chen write In the Spring, but he also sang it with real feelings. It was really incredible. He shook his head not to deny it, but because his common sense had been subverted, and his brain couldn't process it. In this regard, Qin Jianhao smiled bitterly and said, Boss Chang, you really wronged me. I'm innocent. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. It was rare to see this old man act like a rogue and act cute. At the same time, the atmosphere in Whale TV, Lu Fei's live broadcast room was even more explosive. Like. Lu Fei Da's new song is too good. I agree. I want to cry after listening to it. My heart aches for the anchor. Can anyone tell me who the anchor's little princess is? I promise I won't hack her to death. To be able to hear such a song, my life is worth it. I really want to listen to it again. I really want to go to the live venue to listen to it. I really want to listen. Ha ha ha, who said that Lu Feido was under pressure just now? Is his face swollen? Okay, my face is swollen, but I'm happy. Go. 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 System notification, Call Me Li Bai, Silver 3, has gifted the Anchor 1 aircraft carrier. System notification, Call Me Li Bai, Silver 3, has gifted the Anchor 1 aircraft carrier. System notification, Big Brother Whale, Gold 6, has gifted the Anchor 1 aircraft carrier. System notification, Don't Stop Me, Silver 3, has gifted the Anchor 1 aircraft carrier. Seeing the domineering aircraft carriers appearing on the screen one after another, Li Feiyu smiled until his mouth was crooked. So far in this evening's live broadcast, the total value of the newly increased fish balls from the fish fans had exceeded 20T, completely exceeding the 5T goal he had promised to Lu Chen. Not only that, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room had exceeded 150,000, and it was still growing significantly. Such a hot situation made Peter Pan want to immediately pick up the phone and call Lu Chen. Sing 2 more songs. Go. 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 The audience rushed for more than a minute. Lu Chen, who had been deeply moved by their enthusiasm, finally calmed down. He smiled, and his eyes flashed with a little light. Then he said to the microphone, "Thank you for your support." The shouting instantly quieted down, and everyone listened carefully to what Lu Chen had to say. Lu Chen continued, "Next, I'm going to bring you the second song I composed. Similarly, it's also the first time I've sung here." What? The second original work, many people thought they had heard wrong, and all of them showed a look of astonishment. Under the current atmosphere, everyone thought that Lu Chen would cater to their enthusiastic request and sing in the spring again, so that everyone would be satisfied and thoroughly satisfied. They never thought that Lu Chen would actually come up with a second new song. Is he going against the natural order? Facing the countless surprised, doubtful, and shocked gazes from the audience, Lu Chen smiled calmly. He said, "Before I start singing, please allow me to change this guitar." Lu Chen held the guitar pillow and picked it up. He turned to Qin Hanyang, who was standing at the backstage exit, and asked, "Big brother Qin, can you lend me an electric guitar?" "Wait." Qin Hanyang replied loudly. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran back inside to grab his electric guitar. Then, he rushed onto the stage in 2 or 3 steps. His electric guitar was an American-made Fender. Fender had the best quality among similar brands. Of course, its price was also very shocking. After Qin Hanyang bought it, he treated it like a treasure and never lent it to anyone. But now, without the slightest hesitation, he lent his Fender electric guitar to Lu Chen. Not only that, but Qin Hanyang also personally connected the electric guitar to the cable and gave it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't think that Qin Hanyang would actually give his electric guitar to him. He took the electric guitar from Qin Hanyang's hands and gave the wooden guitar to Qin Hanyang. Then, he said, "Let me introduce everyone. This is the lead singer of the Bionics, Qin Hanyang, Big Brother Qin." Qin Hanyang was caught unprepared. He immediately waved to the audience and said, "Hello everyone." The audience responded with warm applause and whistles. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you, Big Brother Qin. Big Brother Qin will also be performing on stage in a bit. Everyone will see you again. And then, I also have to thank the Blue Lotus Bar. It was the Blue Lotus Bar that gave many singers like me a chance to meet each other on such a beautiful night." The following song is called Blue Lotus. I will give it to the Blue Lotus Bar and to all those who yearn for freedom and pursue their dreams. That's you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen raised his head and looked straight ahead. His eyes were incomparably firm. "Nothing can stop me." When he sang the first line, Lu Chen strummed the strings. The prelude sounded. It wasn't intense, but it contained power and instantly rushed into everyone's ears. You're yearning for freedom, the life of a heavenly steed. Your heart is free of worries. Through the dark years, I also felt hesitant. When you lower your head, only then did he realize the path under his feet. The world of freedom in his heart. So clear and lofty. Blooming and never withering. Blue Lotus. This song was completely different from In the Spring. It did not have the sadness of vicissitudes, the melancholy of nostalgia for the past, or the excitement of blood boiling. It brought people to the boundless plateau. That was the place closest to the sky. It was pure, clear, lofty, and able to cleanse one's soul without restraint. Embracing the ideal, loving all the beauty in the world, resolute, calm, and quiet, he sang loudly. Nothing can stop me. You're yearning for freedom, the life of a heavenly steed. Your heart is free of worries. Through the dark years, I also felt hesitant. When you lower your head, only then did he realize the path under his feet. The world of freedom in his heart. So clear and lofty. Blooming and never withering. Blue Lotus. All the people and the audience listened quietly, as if they were bathed in the warm sunshine. They could clearly feel the power of the song and couldn't help but be reminded of countless beautiful memories. This song Blue Lotus doesn't have many heroic words in its lyrics, and the melody doesn't have many ups and downs. However, the impact and shock it brings to people is not the slightest bit weaker than In Spring. A song, a baptism of the soul, the whole performance site quieted down again. More than 2,000 people froze into lifelike sculptures. No one spoke, no one applauded or cheered. They were all listening and moved. Until the end disappeared. Changwei suddenly woke up as if he had just woken up from a dream. He grabbed Qin Jianhao's arm hard and said in an unquestionable tone, "Old Chen, I want this song. No one can take it from me." Qin Jianhao felt pain in his arm. He smiled bitterly and said, "Boss Chang, you have to discuss this with Xiao Lu." Qin Jianhao could understand Changwei's excitement. A truly good song could only be found by chance, especially the kind of classic that could be sung for a long time. Changwei did not ask for this song to become famous, but to his bar, this song was simply a priceless treasure. Imagine a band singing Blue Lotus in the Blue Lotus bar. That kind of scene, Qin Jianhao suddenly felt a trace of jealousy. Lu Chen actually wrote Blue Lotus for Blue Lotus. Why didn't he write Forget Worries Bar for Forget Worries Bar? Changwei laughed and let go of his hand. His eyes revealed a crafty look. You're his boss, so he has to listen to you. Moreover, he already said that this song is for Blue Lotus. How could Qin Jianhao fall for this trick? He shook his head and said, he also said that it's for everyone. Actually, Xiao Lu, he's quite short on money. As long as you're willing to spend it. Well, don't tell anyone. He's a bit stubborn. Changwei stared at Qin Jianhao. They're both 1,000-year-old foxes, why talk about strange stories? The meaning behind Qin Jianhao's words was very clear. As long as Changwei was willing to spend his hard-earned capital, he would naturally be able to win this song. If he didn't want to spend too much, then there was no need to say anything else. Lu Chen's temper was a bit stubborn. Changwei thought for a bit. He waved his hand and ordered a waiter, quickly go backstage and invite teacher Lu Chen over. Tell him that I have something to discuss with him. The waiter bowed and replied, yes boss, I'll go invite him right away. Changwei was still worried, so he ordered again, remember to be polite. Go. 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 At this moment, familiar cheers once again rang out from the audience. The audience that was moved by Lu Chen's second new song was not satisfied. Instead, they were even more eager to hear that beautiful music again, it's just that their enthusiasm can't continue to keep Lu Chen. Lu Chen held his electric guitar and bowed to the audience, thank you, everyone, thank you. Then, he stepped off the stage amidst the wave of go. The audience felt regret, helplessness, and sorrow. Warm applause rang out. It was to keep him here, but it was also to praise him. Lu Chen's performance tonight could be said to be perfect. One song, In the Spring and Blue Lotus, took all the limelight tonight. All the bands and singers that appeared before him couldn't compare, and he believed that there wouldn't be anyone that could compare either. Therefore, he couldn't continue to be in the limelight. After all, this wasn't Forget Worries Bar's home ground. Behind him was the pillar of Blue Lotus, the North Needle band that had just signed with Light Rain Media. What Lu Chen didn't know was that while he was walking off the stage, the lead singer and captain of the North Needle band, Gan Lang, was suffering indescribably in the backstage. Originally, he had full confidence in himself and the North Needle Band. He believed that they would be able to amaze the world with their 2 original songs and become the absolute protagonist on the stage, which would be a good start for him to sign with a new company. In the end, Lu Chen, who went on stage first, used In the Spring to crush his confidence to pieces, and then used Blue Lotus to make him lose all his courage. He couldn't compete, he didn't want to compete, and he didn't dare to compete. What was incomparably ridiculous was that before this, Gan Lang was still condescendingly giving pointers to Lu Chen, not wanting the latter to lose in an ugly manner. Now that he thought about it, he felt that his old face was flustered. Gan Lang suddenly stood up and said to Qin Hanyang and Sister Na, "De Qin, Sister Na, next up, you guys should go on stage. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first." Without waiting for the two to reply, Gan Lang turned around and left through the staff passageway. He didn't even greet his own bandmates, his companions were all stunned. Qin Hanyang and Sister Na looked at each other in dismay. The two were well aware that Gan Lang was hit so hard by Lu Chen's new song that his mentality was unbalanced. Under these circumstances, it was very wise for him to give up on stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sing well. Regarding this, whether it was Qin Hanyang or Sister Na, they didn't know what to say. Gan Lang's luck was too bad, or it could be said that the opponent he chose was too strong, but who would have known beforehand? "Brother Qin, Sister Na." The clueless Lu Chen returned backstage, smiled and asked, "What are you guys talking about?" Sister Na laughed and opened her arms to hug Lu Chen. "Xiao Lu, congratulations. Note, Blue Lotus lyrics/composer, Su Wei. You're going to be famous." Sister Na said with certainty, 100%. Qin Hanyang, who was next to her, nodded his head, agreeing with Sister Na's assertion. "You who sat next to me, Cinderella, In the Spring, and Blue Lotus, for original works and 4 masterpieces. Lu Chen has already fully demonstrated his amazing talent. Coupled with his singing and appearance, there is no reason why he is not famous. Oh right, there is also the song he wrote for Sister Na. These are 5 original works that are qualified to become classics." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you, Sister Na." He was not that optimistic. During this period of time, in addition to sorting out the songs in his memory, Lu Chen also searched the internet for a lot of information related to the entertainment industry. Whether it was public information, insider information, or groundless things, he did not let it go. He tried to deepen his understanding of the mainstream circle that he was about to step into. The current era is no longer the 80s or 90s. Compared to 10 years ago, there has been a tremendous change. In the past, singers and musicians could rely on an outstanding work to become famous, and then use that song to eat for a few years or even more than 10 years, earning a lot of money that made people's hearts beat faster. In the new century, with the big development of the entertainment industry and the rise of the internet world, such a good thing is very rare. Because people's horizons have been broadened, the level of appreciation has greatly increased, and the demand for audiovisual enjoyment has also risen. If traditional singers want to become famous with a song, they have to spend a lot of effort to promote it. At the same time, the new generation of online singers is rapidly rising with the advantage of new media. A good song can quickly become popular through the viral spread of the internet. Even if you don't sell the album, you can still make a lot of money by relying on various channels such as ringtone downloads. But now, becoming famous is already a hellish task. It doesn't mean that you can stand out just because you are handsome, sing well, or can create original works. It still requires a lot or even a huge amount of publicity and hype. Some people, in order to become famous, use all kinds of inferior means to create hype. This causes the entertainment industry to be covered with a layer of strange and dazzling colors. It is unknown how many talented people have fallen into this and then quietly disappeared. If Lu Chen wanted to rely on his own original works to become a celebrity, the best way was to sign a contract with an entertainment or media company and have professionals package and promote him. It was the fastest shortcut. But this was exactly what Lu Chen didn't want. Nothing could stop his yearning for freedom. Lu Chen already had a preliminary idea about the future. Of course, at this time, Lu Chen would not say what he was thinking and spoil everyone's mood. He looked backstage and asked doubtfully, "Where did Brother Gan Lang go?" It was really not that Lu Chen was deliberately slapping his face. After he finished his performance and left the stage, it was Gan Lang and the North Needle Band's turn to perform. However, Gan Lang had already given up and left. His companions wanted to cry but had no tears. How could they still stay? Qin Hanyang coughed twice and said, Big Brother Gan has something to do at the last minute. Sister Na, let's go on stage. If he didn't go on stage soon, the performance would be interrupted. Lu Chen understood and didn't continue this topic. He smiled and said, then I'll cheer for Sister Na here. Sister Na said, I won't be singing a new song tonight. Her reason for not singing a new song was completely different from Gan Lang's. The latter was defeated by Lu Chen and lost the courage to go on stage. Sister Na, on the other hand, didn't want to divide the glory that belonged to Lu Chen. From the outside of the stage, there was still the sound of charge. Tonight, in this light blue music carnival, Lu Chen should be the brightest star. Qin Hanyang understood her and said, then let's collaborate on 2 old songs. The two brought the bionics on stage. Lu Chen, like Qin Hanyang and Sister Na, stood at the exit of the backstage, ready to enjoy their performance. Although Lu Chen worked at Forget Worries Bar for more than half a year, he really didn't see the two of them collaborate more than a few times. Because when the bionics performed, he got off work and rushed home. Excuse me, are you teacher Lu Chen? At this time, a waiter rushed over and politely asked Lu Chen. Lu Chen was stunned and said, yes, what's the matter? The waiter showed a relieved smile and respectfully said, our boss Chang wants to invite you over. He has an important matter to discuss with you. I don't know if it's convenient for you right now. It really came, Lu Chen was very clear what Chang Wei wanted to discuss with him. He thought for a moment and said, it's a bit inconvenient right now. After Brother Qin and Sister Na's performance is over, I'll immediately go over. First, apologize to Boss Chang for me. It wasn't that Lu Chen was deliberately acting like a big shot, but Qin Hanyang and Sister Na specifically came over to support him. Now that it was their turn to perform on stage, whether it was useful or not, Lu Chen had to stand here to express his attitude. In addition, stretching the other party a bit would undoubtedly give him some initiative in the subsequent negotiations. Compared to Chang Wei, Boss Chang, Lu Chen was undoubtedly the weaker party. After hearing Lu Chen's reply, the waiter really felt like he was being beaten by a dog. He didn't think that Lu Chen would actually want to delay. Huan Ho Hai didn't know of Blue Lotus Flower's great name. Since Big Boss Chang was personally greeting him, shouldn't a small singer like Lu Chen immediately run over to greet him? This kid is too arrogant, the waiter secretly ridiculed in his heart, but he didn't forget Chang Wei's warning. Thus, on the surface, he didn't show it. After hesitating for a moment, he said, okay then, I'll go back and report to the boss first. Lu Chen nodded and returned his attention to the stage. The first song that Sister Na and the Bionics collaborated on was the famous song Never Lower Your Head by the American country queen Jennifer. This song was also the theme song for a Hollywood blockbuster of the same name. The latter once set a record of over $1 billion in the domestic box office. Therefore, this song, Never Lower Your Head, was very familiar to everyone. Although Sister Na's cover couldn't be said to be perfect, she used her wide vocal range and skilled breathing techniques to control it with ease. There were many people in the audience who knew what was good for them. When Sister Na sang to the climax, they all applauded and cheered. The atmosphere that had gradually cooled down because of Lu Chen's departure once again heated up. The second song was The Little Lover, sung by Sister Na and Qin Hanyang. This song has been very popular recently. The two of them sang and matched each other seamlessly. The humor in the lyrics was vividly expressed. Coupled with the small actions that made people smile, it attracted a burst of applause from time to time. In the last song, City Sky, Qin Hanyang was the main character. He used his unique voice and powerful singing to shock the audience a little, and won the applause of the audience. Although there was a gem like Lu Chen in front of them, the two veterans still relied on their own outstanding performance to win the love and recognition of more than 2,000 audience members. When the curtain call came, the warm applause lasted for a full half a minute. Lu Chen also applauded and cheered for them. When the two returned to the backstage, he congratulated them and gave them a thumbs up. He also gave Sister Na a warm hug. Sister Na smiled and said, "Today is really a happy day." Although her appearance was very ordinary, and even a little ugly, the happy smile on her face at this moment was also very moving. Qin Hanyang also sighed, I haven't been on the scene for a long time. It feels really good. Singing in front of hundreds of customers in a bar and performing in front of more than 2,000 audience members are absolutely different experiences. Standing on a big stage will make people's adrenaline secretion speed up, and they will be so excited and nervous that they can't control themselves. Fortunately, both of them are experienced and can hold the scene. Brother Qin, Sister Na, Teacher Lu Chen. The waiter from before appeared again and said submissively, our boss Chang invites the three of you over. Compared to before, his attitude was more respectful and polite. Qin Hanyang and Sister Na didn't know what was going on, so they looked at each other in surprise. They didn't understand why Chang Wei invited them and Lu Chen to go together. Lu Chen immediately understood and said, Brother Qin, Sister Na, since Boss Chang invited us, then let's go together. Our boss is probably up there. Qin Hanyang and Sister Na were relieved. They thought it was because of Qin Jianhao. Xiao Lu has talent. An editor of a certain website said. Xiao Lu's song is pretty good. An owner of a well-known bar said. Xiao Lu is very handsome. A female radio host said. Xiao Lu. The VIP seating area on the top floor of Blue Lotus Bar seemed to have suddenly turned into a deer farm. Enthusiastic greetings of little deer continuously rang out. Under the introduction of the two bosses, Chang Wei and Qin Jianhao, Lu Chen got to know many people in the industry. They were all invited by Light Rain Media and Blue Lotus Bar and each had their own reputation and status in the industry. Whether it was true or false, these seniors in the industry all expressed their appreciation and friendliness towards Lu Chen. Very few newcomers who had just entered the industry were able to receive this kind of treatment, and Lu Chen's performance made people have a whole new level of respect for him. No matter what the other party's background was, his etiquette was impeccable. He was calm and unhurried, neither servile nor overbearing. His calm and composed demeanor made Chang Wei secretly amazed. Chang Wei understood from Qin Jianhao that Lu Chen's family circumstances weren't good. However, now that he paid attention to Lu Chen's performance, it didn't seem like he came from an ordinary family. This was because temperament wasn't something that could be easily faked. As a veteran in the industry for many years, Chang Wei had a pair of sharp eyes, but he couldn't see through Lu Chen's depth. This made him a little worried about the upcoming negotiations. This is the general manager of Light Rain Media, Chief Dong Yu. The last person to be introduced was a woman wearing a Prada summer dress. Her appearance and figure, as well as the black-rimmed glasses she wore, made Lu Chen's mind suddenly appear the three golden words glasses girl. Hello, Chief Dong. Lu Chen lightly shook the delicate hand of the other party and politely said, thank you. Dong Yu looked at the handsome man standing in front of her with interest and lightly smiled. You're welcome. Lu Chen was naturally grateful to Light Rain Media for putting in the money and effort to organize this music night, giving him the chance to stand on the big stage and sing his dream song to thousands of people. From the corner of his eye, he saw Su Qingmei, who was sitting not far away and pretending to be indifferent. Chang Wei said in a timely manner, let's go inside and talk. The performance outside was still going on, and the noise was not conducive to discussion, so everyone went into the bar together. They chose the largest table. In addition to Lu Chen, there were also Dong Yu, Chang Wei, Qin Jianhao, Gong Kai, Qin Hanyang, Sister Na, and Su Qingmei. Qin Hanyang and Sister Na were very clear that if it wasn't for Lu Chen, the two of them wouldn't have the qualifications to sit here. Therefore, they each ordered a cocktail and slowly sipped it, pretending to be passers-by. As soon as the drinks were served, Chang Wei directly asked, Lu Chen, Chief Dong and I are very interested in the two original works you performed tonight. I wonder if you're willing to part with them. He originally didn't want to appear to be so eager, but Lu Chen's calmness made him give up on some ideas. Might as well be straightforward, Lu Chen's eyes flashed and smiled. Since Chief Chang and Chief Dong like it, I'm very willing to help you. I just don't know how much money you two are willing to pay for the copyright. Chang Wei and Dong Yu looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. Lu Chen was not like a newcomer at all. His calmness was beyond everyone's expectations. Dong Yu pondered for a moment, raised two slender white fingers and said, 2 songs, 200,000. 100,000 per song, including the lyrics and music, was the treatment of a famous person. It could be said to be very sincere. Dong Yu originally didn't want to offer such a high price, but Lu Chen's attitude made her change her mind. She simply revealed her trump card, trying to achieve a one-hit kill effect. For a newcomer, this kind of price was not only a real benefit, but it could also increase one's status. As long as Lu Chen signed the copyright transfer contract, he would have the qualifications to enter the ranks of famous people. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had reached the heavens in one step. However, Lu Chen didn't reveal a trace of excitement, as if this price was already within his expectations. His indifferent expression made Dong Yu feel like she was punching the air with all her strength. The atmosphere at the banquet suddenly became subtle. After a moment, Lu Chen said, "Blue Lotus, 200,000. Apart from the authorship, all the copyrights will be transferred." 200,000 per song. Lu Chen actually doubled the price. 200,000? Su Qingmei, who was sitting next to Dong Yu, finally couldn't take it anymore and tenderly scolded, "Do you think you're Xianxia?" Xianxia was a big shot in the domestic music industry. He was a top-notch songwriter and had produced albums for many Heavenly Queen-level singers. Over the years, he had created many classic works. Asking him for 200,000 wasn't easy, but it was possible to use some connections. Perhaps it was because she hit a wall with Lu Chen, but Su Qingmei now didn't like Lu Chen no matter how she looked at him. Moreover, wasn't 200,000 10 times the price she paid Lu Chen for the song? This was simply a slap in the face. Was Miss Su that easy to bully? Lu Chen smiled but didn't say anything. He acted as if he didn't hear this director Su's roar. Whether it was Blue Lotus or in the spring, he took them out tonight to sell. Lu Chen was in need of money, extremely in need of money. That heavy debt was like a mountain pressing down on him and his family, making it hard for them to breathe. He wanted his mother, sister, and sister to live a relaxed and happy life. Taking out a portion of the wealth from the dream world and selling it was undoubtedly the fastest, most convenient, and simplest way. However, how to sell it was very particular. If Lu Chen took a thick stack of music scores to someone else or an entertainment company, he would only end up selling it like gold. The other party wouldn't be able to give a sky-high price. Lu Chen wasn't that stupid. What he needed to do was to first prove the value of his work to everyone and then wait for the highest price. If you want to buy it, please bid. If you want to take advantage of it, dream on. Right now, Lu Chen had this kind of confidence. Even if Light Rain Media didn't want it, there would still be people who would be tempted. For example, Gong Kai, who was sitting next to Chang Wei, had an obviously nervous expression. Although Lu Chen didn't know that the leader of the North Needle Band was defeated by him to the point that he lost the courage to go on stage, he believed that the other party would definitely be willing to take out his savings in exchange for a truly good song. As for Chang Wei, Blue Lotus and the Blue Lotus Bar were very compatible. Dong Yu reached out her hand and patted Su Qingmei. She calmly asked, "Then what about the other song? Are you going to sing it yourself?" In her opinion, In the Spring was more valuable than Blue Lotus. No. Lu Chen unexpectedly shook his head and said, "In the Spring isn't suitable for me to sing, so I'm preparing to sell it to my own boss. I think this song would be very suitable for Big Brother Qin's The Bionics." He smiled and looked at Qin Jianhao, who had a stunned look on his face. What? Qin Hanyang never thought that Lu Chen would actually sell In the Spring to Forget Worries Bar for him to sing. He almost choked on the mouthful of wine in his mouth. His face immediately flushed red. Qin Jianhao was, after all, an experienced person. He quickly came back to his senses and said in a deep voice, "I'll buy it." If he missed this kind of opportunity, he wouldn't be able to mingle in Ho Hai anymore. The price didn't need to be discussed. In the Spring had an owner. The pressure on Dong Yu and Chang Wei suddenly increased. Gong Kai almost stood up. The Bionics obtained In the Spring. Crushing North Needle Band was simply a piece of cake. He wanted to buy Blue Lotus with his own money. Su Qingmei stared at Lu Chen and asked, "Since it doesn't suit you, then how did you write this song?" Although it was a bit overbearing, this was a question that everyone present wanted to ask. In the Spring didn't seem like a song that a young person could write. Without enough experience, without the precipitation of time, how could one express the vicissitudes of life? Also, the content of the lyrics didn't seem to match Lu Chen at all. However, this song was indeed an original work. Since Lu Chen dared to take it out and sell it for a high price, he naturally wasn't afraid of copyright issues. Everyone present didn't have any sand in their eyes. Everyone's gaze was focused on him. Lu Chen faintly smiled and said, "Not long ago, by chance, I met a wandering singer. He once walked through Tibet and drifted everywhere. He was very tired, very haggard, but also very strong. He told me a lot of things and taught me a lot. He was my teacher." After listening to Lu Chen's story, everyone was silent. After a while, Dong Yu asked, "Lu Chen, can you tell me his name?" "Su Bo," Lu Chen very seriously said, "his name is Su Bo. Although I can't tell the truth, I can make your name a legend in this world." Su Bo, Dong Yu softly repeated this ordinary name. Her heart was filled with a wonderful feeling. Through Lu Chen's narration, the image of a wandering, unrestrained vagabond singer was clearly outlined in her mind. 40 or 50 years old, still without a fixed residence, no savings, and no home. His beard was unshaven and his face was weathered and full of vicissitudes. Wearing a set of old rags, he held a guitar that was not worth 300 yuan and sang in the wind, "If one day I quietly leave, please bury me in this, in the spring." All the doubts seemed to have been answered. Sister Na sighed with emotion and said, "I really want to know this Xiao Lu. If there's a chance, invite him to the bar." Lu Chen smiled and said, "I don't know where he is now. I don't even have his phone number." Xianxia regretfully said, "What a pity. What a pity." Dong Yu and Su Qingmei looked at each other. Dong Yu decisively said, "Blue Lotus, 200,000 yuan. We want the entire copyright. Of course, the authorship is still yours." The price of 200,000 yuan for a song was really high. It reached the level of a big shot in the industry. For a newcomer, it was really inconceivable. But Lu Chen's wisdom was that the condition he proposed was to buy out the entire copyright. This meant that the other benefits of the song would have nothing to do with him after the buyout. He wouldn't be able to enjoy the slightest bit of benefits. A good song, especially a classic, was actually a small gold mine. As long as one was good at digging, there was a lot of wealth that could be created. It could be used as the main theme of an album, or directly released as a single. It could be made into a ringtone for download, and at the same time, it could be used as a network authorization fee. If one was lucky enough to be chosen by a film company, it could be used as a theme song. In addition, there were adaptations and covers. A powerful music and entertainment company could squeeze out the value of a song to the extreme. The most important thing was the influence on the singer himself. It was common in the past for a song to make a singer star, and it still exists now. Lu Chen gave up these rights, so the price of 200,000 yuan became acceptable. It must be known that those big shots in the industry and many famous songwriters would ask for a share of the rights and retain part of the copyright. He nodded and said, "This is what I want." Of course, Lu Chen knew the importance of copyright, but for him, those long-term benefits were too vague. It was really unrealistic for a newcomer to share the cake of an entertainment media company. There was no way that the shrewd, bespectacled girl in front of him would agree to the terms of the split. Therefore, it was enough for Lu Chen to ask for a high price. Moreover, through this deal, he had established his own reputation in the industry. If anyone wanted to buy songs from him, they would have to consider it carefully. 30,000 or 50,000, you still have the nerve to take it out. No matter how many good songs there were in Lu Chen's memory, he would not sell them at a low price. He would even ask for a share in the future. Dong Yu acted very neatly. After finalizing the deal, she immediately called her company's lawyer and signed a formal contract on the spot. After the signature was signed, 200,000 yuan was immediately transferred into Lu Chen's bank account. Lu Chen borrowed a laptop from the other party, logged into the Greater China Music Library account, and transferred the copyright of Blue Lotus to Light Rain Media through the online platform, thus completing the entire transaction. Although the fees for Greater China Music Library were black to the dogs, their service was very thorough. Even if it was Lu Chen's first time transferring copyright, it only took him a few minutes to complete. This also made Dong Yu and the others look at him in a higher light. Very few newcomers were willing to spend money to register the copyright of Greater China Music Library because they couldn't guarantee that their works would be able to earn back the price they paid. Lu Chen was bold and ambitious, but his thoughts were meticulous. he considered all aspects. This kind of young man had boundless prospects. It was a pleasure working with you. Dong Yu stood up and extended her hand towards Lu Chen. In the future, if you have any good songs, please consider Light Rain Media. Lu Chen shook her hand and smiled. It was a pleasure working with you. Light Rain Media is a company with strength and courage. I look forward to working with you again. Saying nice words didn't cost anything, so Lu Chen was naturally willing to form a good relationship with the other party. In the entertainment circle, connections were very important. Thus, he pretended not to see Su Qingmei rolling her eyes at him. Among the people present, the happiest was Gong Kai. With this Blue Lotus, in addition to the 2 original works of famous artists, producing an album wasn't just a dream. For the countless singers and bands in Beijing, producing an album was probably their lifelong dream. Thus, he also stood up and expressed his goodwill towards Lu Chen. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Chang Wei held a glass of champagne and smiled at Qin Jianhao. Old Chen, we're done talking. Now it's your turn. We contributed so much, how much of in the spring are you going to give to Xiaolu? Originally, this matter was between Lu Chen and Qin Jianhao and didn't need to be discussed here. However, Chang Wei had a grudge against Qin Jianhao. If it wasn't for Qin Jianhao expressing his support for Lu Chen and giving Lu Chen enough confidence, then Light Rain Media could have gotten both songs, or they wouldn't have had to pay such a high price to buy Blue Lotus. Chang Wei and Light Rain Media had a beneficial relationship. Thus, Big Boss Chang wanted to squeeze on Qin Jianhao and deliberately let him name a price. In any case, he couldn't let him get away with it. Dong Yu and Su Qingmei were also very curious. This time even Lu Chen didn't know what to say. He was a person who clearly distinguished gratitude and grudges. The reason he sold in the spring to Forget Worries Bar was to thank Qin Jianhao for giving him a good paying job during his most difficult time. Of course, he wouldn't give it for free. Qin Jianhao also wouldn't ask for it for free. As for the price, it was really negotiable. It was enough for Lu Chen to sing in the spring once. It was too old and not suitable for a young singer. Even if he could borrow Su Bo's memory and perform it to perfection, it still wasn't his style. Giving it to Qin Jianhao was also giving it to Qin Hanyang and the Bionics. But now that Chang Wei directly mentioned it, Lu Chen couldn't say that he wanted to sell it for a cheap price. Wouldn't that be the same as Chang Wei running on Qin Jianhao? But what kind of person was Qin Jianhao? How could he be stumped by Chang Wei's little tricks? He smiled and said, "It's too vulgar to talk about money. I'm prepared to not pay a single cent." The counterattack that was neither light nor heavy made everyone stunned. Not a single cent? Was he going to take it for free? Qin Jianhao immediately revealed the answer to the riddle. "Xiao Lu, didn't you say that you wanted Forget Worries Bar's shares? Then I'll use 5% of Forget Worries Bar's shares to exchange for this song. How about it? 5% of Forget Worries Bar's shares." This answer was too unexpected. Even Lu Chen didn't expect it. Lu Chen did say that he wanted to buy some Forget Worries Bar's shares from Qin Jianhao, but at that time it was just a joke. It was to express that he didn't forget his roots. Unexpectedly, Qin Jianhao still remembered it. Chang Wei was stunned for a moment. Then, he gave Qin Jianhao a thumbs up. "Old Chen, good job." Out of all the people present, he was undoubtedly the one who understood Qin Jianhao the most. Forget Grass Bar's fixed asset value was at most 1 or 2 million. Because the bar was rented, it wasn't like Blue Lotus Bar, where even the land was their own. 5% wasn't much. However, Qin Jianhao had been in business for so long. The bar's business had always been good. It had a stable and loyal customer base. If he were to sell the bar now, there would definitely be people fighting to buy it for 3 or 4 million. That would be a net profit of several $100,000 a year. 5% of the shares didn't sound like much, but it was a long-term benefit. Qin Jianhao was willing to give some shares to Lu Chen. Obviously, it wasn't to buy in the spring because Qin Jianhao could easily fork out 100 or 200,000. His real intention was to keep Lu Chen. Keeping him didn't mean that Lu Chen would always be singing in Forget Worries Bar. That was simply impossible. Instead, he wanted to use Lu Chen's name to increase the reputation of Forget Grass Bar. In the future, the more promising Lu Chen's future was, the more light Forget Worries Bar and Qin Jianhao would be able to bask in. And what he had to pay was only 5% of the shares. A win-win situation, Xianxia smiled. He asked Dong Yu, Boss Dong, can I borrow your lawyer to draft a contract? Dong Yu naturally wouldn't refuse this small request. She also admired Xianxia. Even in the wilderness of the pugilistic world, there was a dragon hibernating. Sister Na smiled at Lu Chen. Congratulations, Boss Xiao Lu. Lu Chen bitterly smiled. He felt like a duck being forced onto a perch. On Saturday, May 23, 2015, Lu Chen experienced a dream night. That night, he sang in front of more than 2,000 people, winning the most enthusiastic applause from the audience. That night, he earned the largest sum of money he had ever earned in his life. He sold an original work for 200,000 yuan. That night, he obtained 5% of Forget Grass Bar's shares, transforming from a worker to a minor partner. When Lu Chen signed his name on the share transfer contract, his heart was filled with gratitude. He was grateful for the long dream, grateful for the 3 lives he experienced in the dream, grateful for Su Bo, Mo Ran, and Fang Mingyi. Lu Chen didn't know if the world in the dream really existed, but he knew that he was extremely lucky, and that wasn't the only lucky thing. When he arrived at the VIP area of Blue Lotus Bar, the live performance was coming to an end. Li Feiyu was still broadcasting. When he saw Lu Chen, he was so excited that tears streamed down his cheeks. Look. He pointed at the laptop screen, his eyes were filled with passion, scaring Lu Chen to the point that he had goosebumps all over his body. What are you looking at? When he took a closer look, what the heck? Lu Chen saw that the number of online viewers in his broadcast room had exceeded 300,000 plus popularity. Lu Chen was really surprised and happy, as if a huge pie suddenly fell from the sky, and then smashed on top of his head with a bang sound. He felt dizzy. In online broadcasting, the number of online viewers was extremely important. It was easy to fake the number of followers, but the number of online viewers was different. Unless the website helped to fake it, it would reflect the value of the anchor to a large extent. The number of online viewers in Lu Fei's broadcast room had always been growing, but from the original peak of 100,000 plus, it had skyrocketed to 300,000 plus in just 2 hours. It was really a bit unbelievable. After all, he had only started broadcasting on Whale TV for a short time, so the number of fish fans was not much. Now, the number of fish fans had also reached 170,000 plus. What's going on? Lu Chen couldn't help but ask, tell me honestly, what good things did you do? Li Feiyu laughed heartily. We've made it to the top of the homepage. On the homepage of Whale TV, there are many lists that are used to recommend popular live programs and anchors. One of the most important ones is the site-wide hot list, which is also the most competitive list. The principle of the website's hot ranking was based on the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room, the number of bullet comments, and the number of donations. The corresponding value was calculated using a fixed formula. Those with high numbers would automatically be on the list. Unless there was a case of cheating, the website would not interfere. There were only a total of 12 spots on the website's trending list, and their positions were very eye-catching. Therefore, once they rushed to the trending list, they would definitely attract even more popularity. Lu Fei's live broadcast room had rushed to the bottom of the popularity chart when Lu Chen went on stage to sing, and then his popularity skyrocketed and had not subsided until now. As the new anchor of Whale TV, in the absence of Lu Chen's on-site host, his live broadcast room actually rushed to the home-page list, which can really be said to be a miracle. After Li Feiyu finished explaining, he proudly shouted, "Long live Lu Jiejun." To be able to win such a result, Lu Chen's fish fan group, Lu Jiejun, absolutely contributed. Li Bai alone rewarded 15 fish balls, which drove the atmosphere of the entire live broadcast room. Because the live broadcast was always going on, although the camera was facing the direction of the stage, the microphone was omnidirectional. Therefore, the dialogue between the two was clearly heard by the fans in the live broadcast room. Anchor, is the anchor back? I heard the voice of the anchor. It's Lu Fei Da. Long live Lu Jiejun. Anchor Big, I want to see your face. The anchor is handsome, really handsome. I saw the performance of the anchor just now. Those 2 songs were so good. I want to listen to it again. Listen to it twice. 3 times. When Lu Chen saw it, he immediately adjusted the camera and microphone. He waved to the camera and said, "Hello everyone, I am anchor Lu Fei. Welcome to my live broadcast room. I hope you like my songs and this music carnival performance. At the same time, I also thank everyone for their support. Thank you very much." As soon as his voice fell, the screen was instantly filled with enthusiastic barrage, accompanied by countless fish balls. Like, 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 like. The music carnival is great. I really want to see it live. Anchor, you're welcome. Take the fish balls. I just want to hear Lu Fei to sing. I like it too. System notification. Call me Li Bai, Silver 4, gifted the Anchor 1 aircraft carrier. System notification. Big Brother Whale, Gold 6, gifted the Anchor 1 aircraft carrier. In the hustle and bustle, the two aircraft carriers rumbled and crushed all the barrage, bringing a screen full of fireworks, as if to celebrate the success of Lu Chen. Two familiar nouveau riche friends, Lu Chen looked at the number of fish balls and found that the increase of fish balls tonight was more than 40t. It was really normal to be on the home page's hot list. He quickly expressed his gratitude to the two nouveau riches. Although it was a bit vulgar, it was also sincere. The live broadcast ended at 11 o'clock in the evening. This real live broadcast brought great popularity to Lu Fei's live broadcast room. By the end of the live broadcast, the highest number of online popularity had climbed to more than 350,000, the number of fish fans was more than 180,000, and the number of new fish balls was 45t. 45t fish balls, according to the 65% after-tax share. Then Lu Chen earned nearly 30,000 yuan in the evening. In addition to the fish balls accumulated some time ago, he directly withdrew 50,000 yuan in cash. The 50,000 yuan signing fee of Whale TV had been received, and the two added up to 100,000 yuan. Then he sold the song for 200,000 yuan. Lu Chen could transfer 300,000 yuan to his home tomorrow. In the past, he would have to work hard for at least 4 or 5 years to earn this kind of money. Now it was less than half a month. Lu Chen turned off the computer, stood up and said, "Let's go. Let's go for supper. There will be enough spicy crayfish. 3 basins." Li Feiyu raised 3 fingers and said proudly, "I want to eat at least 3 basins." Lu Chen laughed, "As long as you can eat it, 30 basins is no problem." In his mind, an incomparably loud and majestic song suddenly rang out. "I'm making money, I'm making money, I don't know how to spend it. I buy a Nokia with my left hand and a Motorola with my right. I change my mobile phone number every day with my little smartphone. I sit in a Mercedes-Benz and drive a BMW. I'm making money, I'm making money." Stop, stop, Lu Chen shivered and quickly dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind. He took his equipment and went for supper with Li Feiyu. Walking south of Hohai's pedestrian street, after crossing a crossroad, there was a small street that was filled with the style of the old capital. Various kinds of snacks were its biggest specialty, and even though it was almost midnight, it was still bustling with people. The Jiaji crayfish restaurant was on the small street. Its main dish was shui crayfish, which was very famous. When Lu Chen and Li Feiyu went in, the restaurant was almost full of people. Business was very good. The two of them were lucky enough to grab a seat in the corner of the hall and ordered a 3 prawns don't exchange. A plate of spicy crayfish, a plate of braised crayfish, a plate of salt and pepper crayfish, and 2 jugs of iced beer. They wouldn't exchange it even for a deity. Lu Chen and Li Feiyu didn't waste any time and directly started eating. After finishing 2 plates of crayfish and 2 jugs of beer, Li Feiyu touched his oily mouth and said, "De Chen, your broadcast is very strong. It's time to show off your skills. It's not suitable to continue living in a basement." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yeah, I'm also considering changing to a smaller apartment. How about we share it?" The basement he was currently living in was too simple. It was hot in the summer and there wasn't any heating in the winter. Furthermore, there wasn't much privacy to speak of. He had to worry about affecting his neighbors during his live broadcast at night. Lu Chen's lease was going to end this month. If Li Feiyu didn't mention it, he would have thought about changing. "My lease is until next year. Also, the renovation cost quite a bit." Li Feiyu shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Xiaomei's sister has a single apartment. She wants to rent it out. The location and environment are pretty good. The apartment is also new. Are you interested? Lu Chen laughed. Since it's sister Xiaomei, I definitely have to go take a look. Li Feiyu giggled. Early in the morning, the bell rang, got up, dressed, washed. On Sunday morning, when most people were still in dreamland, Lu Chen woke up early as usual and began a new busy day in the misty morning light. He sweated for 2 hours in the park by the artificial river, and ate a hearty breakfast to replenish enough water and nutrition, just in time for the opening of the nearby bank. Lu Chen transferred the 300,000 yuan in his account to the account that could not be more familiar. As soon as he stepped out of the bank, the phone in his pocket rang. Lu Chen immediately picked it up. Mom, I was just about to call you. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Little Chen, did you transfer the money? Where did you get so much money? There was uncontrollable anxiety in the voice, as well as concern and worry from the bottom of his heart. Lu Chen said with a smile, of course, I earned it. It was his mother, Fang Yun, who called Lu Chen. Fang Yun was an ordinary accountant in the local taxation bureau of Binhai City, Zhejiang Province. After the death of Lu Chen's father, she strongly took up the burden of the family that had lost its backbone. Lu Chen went to the capital to work. Every month, he would transfer money to Fang Yun's account and let Fang Yun arrange to repay those creditors. Although it was not much, at least it would not make people lose hope. These creditors were all Lu Qingxing's relatives, friends, classmates, and clients when he was alive. Many of them had lent out their life savings out of kinship, trust, and friendship. If there was no hope of returning the money, then the Lu family would forever bear the heavy responsibility. Lu Qingxing died, and what he left to his family was a huge debt that could not be repaid. Lu Chen had been angry, painful, desperate, and lost because of this, but he finally survived and saw the dawn. Just like now, the warm sunlight shone through the leaves of the sycamore tree, shining on his body and face. Fang Yun said eagerly, you child, tell me the truth. It had been almost a year since Lu Chen left the university to work in Beijing. In order to save money, he did not go home during the Chinese New Year. How could Fang Yun not miss him, now that Lu Chen suddenly transferred 300,000 yuan to her? Her first reaction when she saw the message was not joy, but panic and fear. She was afraid that Lu Chen had done something bad. Otherwise, how could he earn 300,000 yuan? Lu Chen said, Mom, open your feb and you'll understand. He had already predicted this situation yesterday, so he took a picture of the contract signed with Light Rain Media and Qinjianhao, and sent it to Fang Yun after transferring the money. After 5 minutes, Fang Yun finally confirmed that her son had not done anything illegal in the capital. Lu Chen earned so much money by writing songs and singing. He even owned 5% of a bar's shares. She was surprised and proud. She sighed with emotion and finally said, when are you coming home? Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, I'll be back in early June, and I still have to go to school to attend the graduation ceremony. By the way, Mom, tell sister, don't let her go to work. Let her stay at home and prepare for the exams in December. Lu Chen's sister, Lu Shi, had always been excellent in her studies. She was recommended for postgraduate studies before graduating from university, but because of the changes in her family, she had to give up her postgraduate studies to work to earn money. Lu Chen knew that Lu Shi's dream since childhood was to get a PhD. She also had the ability to do so it was still not too late. Don't let her worry about the family's debt. I can pay it off in 3 years at most. Lu Chen made a bold statement. He really had this kind of confidence. Fang Yun was not optimistic. I'll try. You know your sister's temper. She is as stubborn as your father. Lu Chen hurriedly said, let her come to Beijing, too. Lu Chen was already prepared to develop in Beijing for a long time. If there was a family member by his side, that would naturally be the best. After ending the call with his mother, Lu Chen returned to his underground dwelling. Li Feiyu had already woken up. He was standing at the door holding the phone. When he saw Lu Chen return, he immediately felt relieved. I was just about to call you. Xiaomei and the others are already waiting at Guangyuan building. I'll leave after I change my clothes. Lu Chen quickly ran into his room and changed into a set of clean clothes, which was a t-shirt, jeans, and a pair of casual shoes. Then, he followed Li Feiyu out of the house and took a taxi to Guangyuan Building. Guangyuan Building was less than 5 minutes away from Lu Chen's rented place. At the entrance of the building, Lu Chen finally saw the legendary sister Xiaomei. Actually, he had seen Xiaomei's photo before, but this was the first time he saw her in person. Xiaomei was very young and beautiful. She was petite and cute, but her makeup was a bit too thick. Her friend had the temperament of a businesswoman. She wore a white short skirt and had long hair that fell over her shoulders. She carried her handbag and held on to her phone. She looked a bit shrewd. Sorry. Li Feiyu repeatedly apologized. I've made the two beauties wait for a long time. I'm really sorry. Xiaomei rolled her eyes and snorted. She had a "I'm very unhappy" expression on her face. However, her friend was very understanding. She smiled and tried to smooth things over. It's all right. We just arrived. Is this handsome guy looking to rent a place? Her gaze fell on Lu Chen. Her eyes revealed a bit of curiosity. Yes. Li Feiyu quickly nodded and introduced, this is my good brother, Lu Chen. De Chen, let me introduce you. This is Chen Xiaomei, and this is her friend, Zhang Ying. Lu Chen smiled and said, I've long heard of Sister Xiaomei's name. Today, I finally get to see you in person. A handsome guy was a handsome guy. Especially a tall and witty guy like Lu Chen. He was usually liked by people. Especially when he smiled, it was full of sunshine. It made people unconsciously have a good impression of him. Sister Xiaomei really had a good impression of him. She pursed her lips and said, I know you. Li Feiyu has mentioned you many times. Lu Chen said, Li Gu is a warm-hearted person. Let's go see the house first. The house was located a few hundred meters away from Guangyuan Building in Jinqingyuan. The size of Jinqingyuan was not large. It had 9 independent small high-rise buildings. However, the facilities in the community were very complete. The green area reached at least 50%. The property management was very strict. Visitors had to register when entering and leaving. The surrounding environment was even better. It was adjacent to the business district. A few minutes walk to the nearest subway station. Zhang Ying's house was Building 7, room 1502. It was a standard single apartment with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and a kitchen. The area of the apartment was about 35 square meters. It was well decorated and fully equipped with appliances. It looked completely new. The interior was very clean. At least, Lu Chen could not find any problems. This single apartment was rented by Zhang Ying 2 years ago. She signed a 5-year long-term contract. She spent money to renovate the apartment and equipped it with a full set of appliances and furniture. Sister Xiaomei's friend was a cosmetics agent in the capital. Now the competition in the capital was too fierce. So, she was going back to her hometown to open a brand store. This apartment naturally became a problem. The cost of breaking the contract was too high. Subletting was undoubtedly the best choice. However, the current agents were not reliable. In order to avoid trouble, Zhang Ying sent a message on her WeChat Moments to look for a rental apartment. In the end, she found Lu Chen. As for the rental price, Zhang Ying said straightforwardly, since you are Li Ji's friend, then I will be straightforward. 5,000 yuan per month. You can use all the appliances and furniture for free. Water, electricity, heating, and broadband will be paid by you. It was not easy to live in the capital. The housing prices in the capital were the highest in the country. Although the single apartment was small, it could not be bought without 2 million yuan. It was fully renovated with a full set of appliances. 5,000 yuan per month was the normal price. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, 4,000 yuan. I will sign with you for 3 years. How about paying half a year's rent first? He wanted to sign the rest of Zhang Ying's lease. Naturally, they had to negotiate the price. Of course, Zhang Ying was willing to sign all of it. However, she was a shrewd businesswoman. It was impossible for her to accept Lu Chen's offer. Both sides bargained back and forth. Finally, they settled on 4,500 yuan per month. Then, Zhang Ying gave a 90% new computer in her living room to Lu Chen as a bonus. Both Lu Chen and Zhang Ying were very satisfied with this deal. After the two of them negotiated, they went to a nearby printing shop to print the contract. They signed the contract on the spot. It did not take long for Lu Chen to rent the new apartment. At the same time, he emptied his pocket. Zhang Ying invited them to lunch. The location was a Sichuan restaurant in Jingtai Commercial City near Jincheng Garden. Zhang Ying came from Sichuan. She had the straightforwardness and shrewdness of Sichuan people. She was also smart in the capital. She came to the capital at the age of 19 and drifted in the capital for 5 years. Although she was not successful, she had opened up her own career. At least compared with Li Feiyu, Qin Xiaomei, and Lu Chen half a month ago, she was doing very well. But although the capital was good, it was not her home. So this meal was also a farewell meal. After dealing with the house, Zhang Ying would go home. Li Feiyu and Qin Xiaomei were a little sad. The latter even had red eyes and was very reluctant to leave. Zhang Ying hugged her little sister and said, "Xiaomei, if you miss me, come to Chengdu. And Li Gu is really good. If he is willing to work hard, you can also give him a chance." Her voice was not soft, so Lu Chen and Li Feiyu, who were standing next to her, heard it clearly. The latter's face suddenly turned red and could not help but look at Qin Xiaomei with hot eyes. Everyone could see his feelings for Xiaomei. Qin Xiaomei said shyly, "Don't mention him. If he wants to chase me, he has to show some real ability." Zhang Ying smiled and hugged her. She said to Lu Chen, "Handsome, I will leave with Xiaomei first. If there is anything, you can call me. If there is nothing, you can chat with me." Lu Chen smiled and said, "I wish you a safe journey." The landlord of the new house lived abroad and basically did not come back. Zhang Ying first signed a lease with the landlord's agent in China. As long as the rent and property fees were paid on time, there would be no problem. Of course, the two of them exchanged contact information. Zhang Ying and Qin Xiaomei left. Li Feiyu looked at their backs and was stunned. Lu Chen patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't look anymore. There's still a chance. Help me move first." In fact, Lu Chen really wanted to tell Peter Pan that his chances of chasing after Xiaomei were really very small, but people always had something to pursue in life. Whether it was pursuing a career or a girlfriend, it was better to have a goal than to be muddle-headed. Moving was actually very simple. The apartment was fully furnished. All he had to do was change the door lock. Originally, Lu Chen wanted to call a locksmith to install the locks, but he didn't expect Li Feiyu to volunteer and actually bought the locks himself, saving Lu Chen at least 100 yuan in service fees. Jingming community was a little more troublesome. Lu Chen had to find the landlord to cancel the lease and get his deposit back. A basement rental with a good location like this was very popular in Beijing. There was no need to worry about not being able to rent it out. Lu Chen had also returned the rental in advance, so the landlord did not make things difficult for him. As for luggage, in addition to a few clothes and a few books, Lu Chen only had the broken computer. The new house already had a new computer. This old computer should be retired. However, Li Feiyu was well informed. He helped Lu Chen find a tenant in the same community. 450 yuan, along with the mouse and keyboard, was given to the other party. Let this old computer continue to play its residual heat. Lu Chen did not accept the money. He added 150 yuan to make up 600 yuan. He asked Li Feiyu to go to Master Chen's private kitchen to book a table and set meal. In the evening, he invited his neighbors to dinner. During this time, Lu Chen's live broadcast at night inevitably affected the neighbors who lived in the basement. Although no one said anything to him, he still felt a little embarrassed and took the opportunity to make up for it. As long as anyone was at home and was willing to come, he would invite them all. While Li Feiyu invited people to order food, Lu Chen ran to the nearby shopping mall and bought a lot of new daily necessities for himself, such as bedsheets, pillows, towels, bath towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes and so on, and put them in his new home. In the morning, he had transferred 300,000 yuan to his family and then paid another 30,000 yuan to rent the apartment. Now, with all his expenses, his bank account, Yifubao, and the money in his pocket did not even add up to 1,000 yuan. Overnight, he was back to square one, but Lu Chen did not mind at all. He was full of confidence in his future. Dinner was also considered a farewell meal, but the target was different. The table for 12 people was filled to the brim. Those who could come were all here. Except for Li Fei, they were all Lu Chen's neighbors. There were 11 men and 11 women. They were all seated after adding seats. In the past, everyone just nodded at each other and didn't have much to say when they met. Today, Lu Chen was treating them to dinner, so everyone opened up a conversation. No matter if they were familiar with each other or not, they all had a good chat. When they learned that Lu Chen was moving to Jincheng Yuan, they were all very envious and congratulated him. Being able to move out of the basement and live in a single apartment with a high rent was already considered a success for many Beijing drifters. The dinner was very lively. It ended at 8 p.m., and 3 boxes of beer were finished. Li Feiyu was obviously a little drunk. His eyes were wide open, and his voice was trembling. After Lu Chen paid the bill, he sent him back to his home. As a result, this guy lay on the bed and fell asleep. When Lu Chen returned to his new home, it was already 9 p.m. The new house was very clean, and there was still the smell left by the previous owner. It was the smell of a woman mixed with perfume. In the bathroom, there was a new toothbrush that he just bought, and a new towel and bath towel. Lu Chen first took a hot bath, and then lay comfortably on the bed with new sheets. Gazing at the beautiful patterns on the metal ceiling, he felt a little surreal. It was as if he had returned to a few years ago, when Lu Chen's father hadn't passed away, and his family was still very well off. The room he lived in was bigger than this, and the decorations were more exquisite and luxurious. He closed his eyes, and after a while, he opened them again. The scene was still the same. It really wasn't a dream. The phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Lu Chen suddenly woke up, quickly turned over, grabbed the cell phone, and pressed the call button. Hello. The voice coming from the phone was very strange. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Chen? Lu Chen didn't look at the phone, and he couldn't tell who it was. He couldn't help but ask, yes, and you are? Hello, Mr. Lu Chen, the other party said. I'm Wu Xianxia from Whale TV, also known as Coral Fish. Lu Chen suddenly realized, hello, it turns out to be Miss Wu. What's the matter? When Lu Chen was kicked out of Starlight Show, this Coral Fish invited him to join Whale TV and gave him a formal contract with a signing fee of 50,000 yuan. For Lu Chen at that time, it could really be said to be charcoal in snowy weather, and Lu Chen has always been grateful. Now his career as an anchor at Whale TV is thriving, and the other party's support and help is also a factor. Lu Chen and Wu Xianxia have always been in contact, but they basically chat on QQ. Wu Xianxia said, it's not convenient on the phone. Can we talk on QQ? Lu Chen quickly replied, no problem, please wait a moment. He got up and left the bedroom and ran into the living room. The living room area of this single apartment is not much bigger than the bedroom, so there is only a simple 3-person sofa and a computer desk. The large-screen LCD TV is hung on the wall, and the space is already full. The desktop computer was also left by Zhang Ying and was sold to Lu Chen at a discount. At that time, Lu Chen did not open it. He just saw that the screen case, keyboard and mouse were very new, and it was a famous brand product, so he agreed to buy it for 3,000 yuan. Plus the rent, it was 30,000 yuan. Zhang Ying did not ask Lu Chen to pay a deposit, so he was embarrassed to continue to bargain. After turning on the computer, the system startup speed was very fast, and in less than 10 seconds, it entered the desktop. Lu Chen immediately knew that 3,000 yuan was absolutely not a loss, but out of habit, he still checked the configuration. What the hell? Lu Chen was dumbfounded. The configuration of this computer is very high. It belongs to the mainstream flagship level. It has a 6-core ultra-high-frequency CPU, 32 GB of memory, 1 TB SSD solid-state hard disk, and the graphics card is also the latest generation. It can play all the games on the market. Lu Chen studied computer application in university. Some time ago, he also thought about replacing the old computer, so he knows computer hardware very well. He knows that even if all the online accessories are installed by himself, it will be impossible to take it down without 15,000 plus. The 27-inch monitor is a high-end product with 2K resolution. He suddenly remembered that Zhang Ying mentioned that this computer was given to her by someone else, and she has not used it much. Lu Chen was speechless. Dare I ask which local tyrant it is? Finally, he did not forget his business. He opened QQ and logged in, so as not to let Wu Xianxian wait for a long time. Coral Fish has been waiting on QQ for a long time. She sent several messages to Lu Chen and waited for Lu Chen's reply before calling. What Wu Xianxian and Lu Chen want to discuss is a good thing. Whale TV is going to hold a competition in the near future. The rewards are very generous, and as a representative of the new anchors, Lu Chen is also among the invitees. That's right, Lu Chen is now the #1 among the new anchors of Whale TV. In less than half a month, he has jumped from a pure newcomer anchor to a leader in Whale TV. Without the strong recommendation of the website, he has created the record of the largest increase in popularity. The amount of rewards has reached new highs, and he has a large number of loyal fans. Although Lu Chen's number of fish fans and online viewers are still far from being comparable to several big anchors, his growth rate is too astonishing. Moreover, he did not rely on the bad means of surfing the rankings. Therefore, he has received the attention of Whale TV. In particular, last night's live broadcast of the music carnival, Lu Fei's live broadcast room rushed to the home page's hot list, which caused a small sensation in the operations management department. Wu Xianxian also watched the whole live broadcast. Based on the above factors, Lu Chen has become one of the 24 candidates for the competition. It should be known that those who are eligible to be selected are all popular anchors of Whale TV. Some of them have more than 1 million popularity, some have signing fees as high as 1 million, and some are senior in the industry. There are only 4 newcomers like Lu Chen who have just joined. Lu Chen is undoubtedly the most junior. The name of this competition is called Whale PK Theme Show. Wu Xianxian said to Lu Chen, the format is very simple. The competition anchor will choose a themed show and perform it live within 90 minutes. Finally, based on the popularity index, audience votes, and the bureau score, the 5 winners will be decided. Lu Chen replied, it looks interesting. Do I have to think of the contents of the theme show myself? Wu Xianxian, that's right. Nostalgic, sad, humorous, inspirational, and so on are all fine, but they must have a clear theme. Because when the time comes, they will all be advertised on the homepage. The more eye-catching the theme, the better. Of course, the prerequisite is that they can't violate the rules, or else they will be disqualified. Lu Chen had completely understood. Understood. Thank you, Sister Xianxian. Wu Xianxian, *****, you're welcome. I signed you. The more outstanding your performance is, the more glorious it will be for me, so you must work hard. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Lu Chen, what are the rewards for the top 5? He definitely couldn't miss such an event, but he was more concerned about the rewards for the website. Only with rewards would there be motivation. Wu Xianxian, the prize for the PK champion is 300,000 yuan and the most popular anchor on the front page will be pushed 3 times. The prize for the PK runner-up is 200,000 yuan and 2 pushes. The prize for the 3rd place is 100,000 yuan and 1 push. The prize for the 4th and 5th place is 50,000 yuan. Whale TV really has a lot of money to spend. Lu Chen was very excited when he saw it. When will the event be held? Wu Xianxian, I forgot to say the most important thing. The Whale PK theme show will be held on May 30th, that is, from 8 to 10 o'clock next Saturday evening, but you have to send me the theme content before the 29th. Remember to warm up in advance and let all fans know that you are participating in this event. Lu Chen, okay. After talking with Wu Xianxian, Lu Chen began to reply to many messages on QQ. Tonight, Lu Chen did not open a live broadcast. Although he had already announced it in the live broadcast room and the group, there were still many enthusiastic fans who sent letters to inquire with concern. He replied to all that he could. While replying to the message, Lu Chen was also thinking about what theme he would use to participate in the PK show. He already had a preliminary idea in his mind. After dealing with the QQ messages and emails, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Lu Chen turned off his computer and hurried out of his new residence. He stopped a taxi and rushed to the bar. His current performance time at Forget Grass Bar has been postponed to about 11 o'clock in the evening, so as to avoid conflict with the live broadcast and ensure that both can be taken into account. Of course, Luchin knows very well that he won't have much time to stay and forget Grass Bar. The world there is too small. It's so small that it can't accommodate his ambition at all, but tonight is very important, and Luchin doesn't want to be late. Today is Sunday, and the business in Forget Grass Bar is still very good in the evening. All the tables are full of guests, and even the front of the bar is crowded. It looks very lively. On the stage, there is a female singer singing folk songs. The song is a familiar old song, and the person's face is very strange. Luchin knows that this is the singer who came to Forget Grass Bar for the first time. The singers who mix in the bar, even the contracted singers, will often come and go. Communication in this circle is very important. Otherwise, there are only a few familiar faces coming and going, and even the most loyal customers will be tired and aesthetically tired. Oh, our boss Xiaolu is here. Luchin was just about to slip into the backstage. He didn't expect to be seen by David, who was mixing drinks for the guests. The guy immediately shouted in a strange voice, causing the customers sitting in front of the bar to turn their heads and look. It's really Xiaolu. Now it should be Boss Xiaolu, hee hee. Boss Xiaolu, I watched your performance live yesterday. Your 2 new songs were really good. We should ask Boss Xiaolu to give us a discount. Xiaolu, most of the people who like to stay in front of the bar are old drivers. Most of them know Luchin and joked with David. Everyone, please spare this kid. Luchin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he stared at David. He then bowed to the old customers and begged for mercy. I'll treat everyone to a drink. In the future, just call me Xiaolu. I really don't deserve to be called a boss. He didn't expect that the news of him obtaining shares of Forget Grass Bar would spread so quickly. Now everyone knows about it. It should be David's big mouth that spread it. In fact, Luchin only holds 5% of the shares. He can barely be considered as a small shareholder. Qin Hanyang and Sister Na also have some shares of Forget Grass Bar, but it is a non-transferable bonus share. The old drivers got the benefits and happily let Luchin go. The big room backstage of Forget Grass Bar was also very lively. Other than Sister Na, Li Hong, Yi Zhenyang and Wang Xiaoshui, the members of the Bionics who rarely come out of their small room were also there. There were also many others who came to run the show. Xiaolu is here. Seeing Luchin come in, Sister Na was the first to express a warm welcome. Everyone is waiting for you. Luchin smiled and said, I moved today, so I came a bit late. I didn't miss Sister Na's first song, right? Tonight, Sister Na will sing the song he wrote for himself for the first time. Originally, the first song was scheduled for yesterday's music festival, but because the North Needle Band gave up performing after Luchin, Sister Na temporarily changed the song. She didn't want to take away the glory that belonged to Luchin. Therefore, this new song that she prepared for a long time was placed in the Forget Grass Bar tonight. Sister Na complained, if you don't come, how can I sing? If you're not here, I can't even open my mouth, ha ha ha. As she spoke, she began to laugh. She laughed very happily. The others, regardless of whether they were familiar with him or not, all greeted Luchin enthusiastically or politely. After experiencing last night's Light Blue Music Festival, Luchin has already become famous in the circle of Hohai. His outstanding singing ability has gained everyone's recognition. His status has undoubtedly exceeded that of ordinary singers. Young and talented, who wouldn't want to be friends with such a person? Among the people present, only Yi Zhenyang didn't dare to speak much with Luchin. His polite words were dry. Those who didn't know would think that the two of them didn't know each other. Their eyes flashed with a guilty conscience. Luchin was very clear about the other party's ulterior motives, but he was too lazy to care about it. If in the past, Luchin would still envy Yi Zhenyang, then now he can completely ignore the other party. As for the little tricks that Yi Zhenyang invited people to play at Light Blue Music Festival, not only did it not affect Luchin, it instead made him full of fighting spirit and he displayed 100% of his strength on the stage. Yi Zhenyang was just a villain in vain. Luchin's vision has long been set on a wider world. At 12 o'clock in the evening, many people were already in dreamland. But for the other group of people, their nightlife had just begun. After the magic show ended, Sister Na stepped onto the stage. The stage of Forget Grass Bar wasn't big. She couldn't count how many times she had sung on it. Even with her eyes closed, she could still stand in a familiar position. However, tonight, Sister Na was particularly excited. It was like the first time she went on a date with a boy. Even if the result wasn't perfect, the process was undoubtedly worth remembering. Facing more than 200 customers in the bar, both acquaintances and strangers, she clenched the microphone in her hand. For this debut, Sister Na had made a lot of preparations. She had rehearsed with the Bionics again and again. Although Dachin was very supportive and didn't mind, she really felt that she couldn't let her friends down. Therefore, she would never allow herself to sing badly. Behind Sister Na, Qin Hanyang was bringing the Bionics on stage. They were also going to accompany Sister Na's performance. Finally, it was Lu Chen's turn. Before rushing to the Forget Worries bar, Lu Chen never thought that Qin Hanyang would leave a place for him when arranging the music. The guitar accompaniment of the two bars was very simple and light, but the meaning was completely different. It was a surprise. Pa. 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 Before Sister Na started singing, warm applause sounded in the bar first. Among the people who came to Forget Grass Bar tonight, many of them knew and were familiar with Sister Na's old customers, and many of them were her friends in the circle. Everyone already knew that she was going to sing a new song. Come on, Sister Na. Enthusiastic shouts and loud whistles followed, easily pushing the atmosphere to a climax. This also caused Sister Na's eyes to be filled with sparkling tears. She was a veteran who had experienced the ups and downs of life. Normally, she wouldn't be easily moved by something. Thank you everyone. Sister Na took a deep breath, then raised the microphone and said, I'm very happy that so many friends came to support me tonight. I'm really happy. I'll first bring Thank You to everyone. Thank You was a light rock song that was very popular in China in the early 1990s. The melody was passionate and full of passion and vitality. The lyrics were positive and sunny, containing the power of hard work. The charm of a classic would not easily fade with time. Instead, it would become more mellow and touching. This song had been covered countless times. It could often be heard in the bars of Hohai, and there were many different versions. Lu Chen had also played and sung Thank You here. Sister Na's singing style was completely different from his. Under the accompaniment of the Bionics, she dug out the inner spirit of the song incisively and vividly, using her unique voice to sing a real rock and roll flavor. Thank you for accompanying me for every minute of my life. Thank you for giving me sunshine and strength. Thank you for supporting me without any complaints or regrets. You helped me escape from the darkness and made me no longer a coward. Thank you. When the song ended, the audience burst into thunderous applause. Although it was a warm-up song, Sister Na performed very well. Her skills and emotions were very good, showing her deep foundation and experience. She was worthy of her position as the big sister of the Forget Grass Bar singers. Many of the customers present were knowledgeable about music. Naturally, they would not be stingy with their applause. Thank you. After singing Thank You, Sister Na bowed to everyone to thank them. When the applause subsided, she continued, Next, I will sing the second song. I believe many of you already know that it will be a new song. A new song that I have been preparing for a long time. And this song was specially written for me by our music genius, Lu Chen. Sister Na turned around and looked at Lu Chen, who was sitting with the Bionics, with a trace of gratitude in her eyes. Music genius was a new nickname for Lu Chen that had just spread in the circle of Hohai. The circle of Hohai was not big, so news often spread quickly. The two original works he sang at the music carnival were sold at an astonishing high price, and it had already spread throughout the circle. In addition, Lu Chen had been singing You Who Sat Next to Me and Cinderella in Forget Grass Bar. Sister Na added another sentence, to be precise, it should be our handsome little genius. Xiao Lu handsome genius. Applause and laughter sounded at the same time. Lu Chen stood up with his guitar in embarrassment and waved to everyone. Don't tease the handsome guy anymore. I'm not the main character tonight. The next moment, the prelude quietly sounded. The spotlight on the stage shone on Sister Na, making her the focus of the audience. The name of this song is, I Want to Have a Home. She faced the audience and stopped smiling. She half closed her eyes and quietly listened to the prelude that had just begun. Then, very naturally, she opened her mouth and sang the song that she had practiced countless times. I want to have a home, a place that doesn't need to be gorgeous. When I am tired, I will think of it. I want to have a home, a place that doesn't need to be big. When I am scared, I will not be afraid. The beautiful and moving melody, straightforward and realistic lyrics, coupled with the just right arrangement, under the perfect interpretation of Sister Na's unique voice, it was like flowing water in everyone's heart, touching the soul. Who doesn't want a home? But some people don't have it. Tears flowing down his face, he can only wipe it gently by himself. I envy him so much. He can go home after he is injured, and I can only be alone looking for my home. Tears, once again, appeared in Sister Na's eyes. She closed her eyes, afraid to shed tears. Happy families are always similar. Unfortunate families have their own misfortunes. Sister Na's family is undoubtedly one of the most unfortunate. She drifted away from home when she was young and has never returned home for more than 20 years. Because that home no longer exists, it belongs to a distant memory that she wants to forget. However, in the depths of her heart, how could she not desire to have a real home of her own? Tears, still uncontrollably, flowed down, but the accompaniment and singing became high-spirited and fierce. Although I don't have a warm home, but I also gradually grow up. As long as the heart is full of love, will be cared for. Who can't blame? Everything can only rely on oneself. Although you have a home and you don't lack anything, why can't I see your smiling face? Always say there is no love. Don't go home all day. The same age, different hearts. Let me have a home. While singing and venting her emotions, Sister Na resisted looking at someone who was sitting in the audience at this moment, because she was afraid that her eyes would expose her heart, and she was afraid of the pain of being rejected. She has been rejected too many times. Under her strong and optimistic appearance, hidden is a fragile and sensitive heart. After the first song, applause sounded again, neat and warm. Many people stood up and applauded hard, and even tears appeared in some people's eyes. They are all like Sister Na, drifting in the capital for many years. Although some people have already achieved a career, some people have an annual salary of hundreds of thousands, can afford to live in apartments, hotels, and car loans. But they have lived in the basement, used to be crowded in the subway, used to rely on instant noodles to survive day after day, faced countless difficulties and setbacks, and in the increasingly heavy work and entertainment, numb like walking corpses. At that time, even now, they also long to have a warm home, long to have a considerate and kind husband or a gentle and beautiful wife, and an obedient and sensible child, can go out and play happily with the family on weekends. No matter what they experience outside, home will always be a peaceful harbor, a holy place for healing. This song, I Want to Have a Home, sings the voice of everyone, causing a resonance from the soul. They feel the same, they can't help but feel. I want to have a home, a place that doesn't need to be gorgeous. Lu Chen sat on the piano stool, holding the guitar and looking at Sister Na on the stage, but his mind flew thousands of miles away. At this moment, he missed his home. Note, I Want to Have a Home lyrics/composer, Pan Mei-chen. After singing I Want to Have a Home for the second time, Sister Na was already in tears. When she sang the last two sentences, her voice was trembling, but it contained a heart-wrenching power. Whether it was familiar or unfamiliar customers, friends in the circle or bar staff, they all stood up and applauded Sister Na. There was no cheering, no noise, just applause. The pure and warm applause penetrated the doors and windows of the bar and passed to the pedestrian street outside, causing several passers-by to look back, not knowing what happened inside. Qin Hanyang put down the electric guitar in his hand, got up and strode over, opening his arms and hugging Sister Na. Good singing, he said loudly. Great. Sister Na hugged Qin Hanyang back, put her chin on his shoulder, and wiped her tears on his t-shirt. Her face showed a smile. Thank you. Qin Hanyang patted her back, released his embrace and stepped back. Then Lu Chen came up and hugged Sister Na. Sister Na is mighty. Sister Na laughed with tears. Nonsense. Then the drummer, keyboardist, bass player of the Bionics. Everyone hugged again and again, not only to congratulate her on the success of her first song, but also to express their support. The applause in the bar never stopped, and it reached a climax when Sister Na hugged all the band members and bowed to them to thank them. Someone shouted, "Sing it again." Sister Na reached out to wipe the tears from the corner of her eyes, smiled and said, "Thank you so much everyone. I can only sing this song once tonight, but I have signed a contract with Light Rain Media. After the single is released, I will give everyone here a copy, okay?" Sister Na is going to release a single? Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment before they cheered one after another. Although it is not a real album, being able to sign a contract with a media company to release a single is already a dream for many singers. Of course, it is worth being happy. As Sister Na's friends, they are honored. Congratulations, Sister Na. Lu Chen was the first to congratulate Sister Na. He also just learned the news. Sister Na said, "Xiao Lu, thank you so much." What Lu Chen gave her was not only a good song, but also a chance for her to realize her dream. In the Forget Grass bar, it was a sleepless night. Time slipped away unknowingly, and the weather in the capital became hotter and hotter. In the blink of an eye, it was already the end of May. It had been almost a week since the Light Blue Music Festival, and Lu Chen's life had changed a lot. First of all, he moved to a new house and owned a comfortable single apartment. The quality of his life had obviously improved. After that, Lu Chen spent more time and energy on his webcasting career. Naturally, the number of times he went to Forget Grass bar at night decreased. It was more like he went there for a guest appearance. Chen Jianhao had no opinion on this. After all, Lu Chen was now a small shareholder of the bar, and the bar's business was better now. There were a lot of singers who came to perform and stay, and many of them came for Lu Chen. Relying on Chen Jianhao's connections, Sister Na and the Bionics were successful in signing with Light Rain Media. However, the contract signed by the two was a short-term cooperation. The focus was on the two songs, I Want to Have a Home and In the Spring. At that time, Sister Na and the Bionics would be a group to carry out packaging and publicity, and release a single and mini album. As for Lu Chen himself, there was a management company and an entertainment company that came to his door. They both wanted to sign Lu Chen, but the scale of the two companies was small, and the contract also had a lot of restrictions. How could Lu Chen be willing to sign? So he politely declined, saying that if there was a chance in the future, everyone could cooperate. Even if the business couldn't be done, there was no need to be unhappy. In this regard, thanks to the experience of the three memories in the dream, Lu Chen handled it well and didn't offend anyone. As for the singers in the circle, when Lu Chen performed at Forget Worries bar, there were a lot of people who came over to get close to him, but no one asked or bought songs from Lu Chen. Basically, they were all familiar faces. In fact, this was very normal. Although Lu Chen showed amazing talent, whether it was You Who Sat Next to Me, Cinderella, or In the Spring, Blue Lotus, I Want to Have a Home, they could all be regarded as masterpieces or even classics. But his works, after all, have not passed the test of the market. It was useless to just praise it in the circle. Moreover, the price of a work was so expensive, how many singers would be willing to take a gamble? As for this, Lu Chen had already expected it. He wasn't in a hurry, and waited for the three songs to go on the market. Speaking of which, it was very interesting. Back then, Su Qingmei wanted to sign him, but was rejected by him. Now, the three songs that he had sold were all managed by Light Rain Media. Light Rain Media is a new company in the industry. It doesn't lack background and contacts. What it lacks is experience and heritage. In addition, the promotion and publicity of a song is not a simple matter. Therefore, if Lu Chen wants to use the east wind of Light Rain Media to make his reputation, he needs to wait patiently. It is precisely because of this that he has spent more time on online live broadcasts that can make more money. Now the number of Fish fans in Lu Fei's live broadcast room has reached more than 250,000, and the online popularity is maintained between 150,000 and 300,000. The average daily Fish ball reward is 5T, and he has successfully entered the ranks of Whale TV A-list anchors. However, Wu Shanshan told Lu Chen that it would not be easy to rush up again at this point. Lu Chen himself has the same feeling, so he attaches great importance to the PK theme show on the evening of the 30th, because this will be his best opportunity to break through the bottleneck. At noon on the 29th, Lu Chen sent the theme of his carefully prepared live broadcast to Wu Shanshan. Just after finishing the conversation with Wu Shanshan, the QQ in the lower right corner of the screen jumped up with a lovely girl's head. Lu Chen clicked on it and couldn't help but smile. Yi Zitong, a sophomore girl in the Department of Literature at Beijing Normal University, once came to Forget Worries bar with her classmates to listen to him sing. Thus, the two met and added each other's QQ number. The beautiful girl and her classmates also uploaded the videos of Lu Chen's playing and singing You Who Sat Next to Me and Cinderella during the live broadcast to the Beihai City Forum. He once browsed the post and quietly clicked a like. That post was really popular. Unfortunately, the influence of the Beihai City Forum was limited. If there were no professional internet pushers to add fuel to the fire, it would not set off much of a storm on the internet. Lu Chen and Yi Zitong have always been in contact on QQ, but the number of conversations is very few. In the past, when his family was well off, Lu Chen may have taken the initiative to pursue, but now he is burdened with a heavy mountain of debt. He only thinks about how to make more money and really doesn't have much mood to talk about love. Yi Zitong, Senior Lu Chen, are you free this afternoon? Lu Chen, I'm free. What's the matter? Yi Zitong, it's like this. My computer is broken and can't be repaired, so I want to buy a new laptop. Senior, you are a computer science major. Can you accompany me to Computer City to help take a look, so that I won't be cheated? Lu Chen, that's no problem. Why don't I come to you now? During this time, in addition to exercising in the morning, he stayed at home most of the time. In addition to writing songs, he sang live. He hasn't been out for a long time and he needs to relax. In addition, Lu Chen also wants to buy a laptop for himself. He is going to take it back to his sister, Lu Shui. Just together. Yi Zitong, that's great. I'll wait for you at the gate of Beijing Normal University. Lu Chen, okay. Turning off the computer, he got up and went to the bedroom to change into a new suit, and then ran to the bathroom to wash his face. Clean and refreshed, he went out the door. When he walked out of the door, Lu Chen suddenly thought of a question, is this a date? He shook his head with a wry smile. But it is undeniable that he has a very good impression of Yi Zitong. After stopping a taxi at the intersection of the front gate of the community, Lu Chen quickly arrived at Beijing Normal University in the university town. At the main gate of Beijing Normal University, he saw Yi Zitong and Zhuo Xintian. Zhuo Xintian is Yi Zitong's classmate and roommate. She also came to Forget Grass Bar that day. The live video post of Lu Chen's 2 songs was posted by Zhuo Xintian on the Beihai City Forum using her own account. Seeing Lu Chen, Zhuo Xintian smiled and asked, Senior Lu Chen, are you disappointed? Zhuo Xintian, as her name suggests, has a sweet and lovely appearance. Especially when she smiles, her head will tilt slightly to the right, and then 2 shallow dimples appear on her cheeks, making people have the urge to poke them with their fingers. Her smile is a little sly, probably because she wants to see the disappointed and depressed expression on Lu Chen's face at this moment. But she thinks too much. There is no disappointment, only surprise. It is my honor to be able to accompany the 2 junior sisters. Lu Chen is not a fledgling boy. He was also a very famous romantic figure at Jianghai University. How could he be squeezed by Zhuo Xintian's little teasing? He laughed and said, others are envious of me. Lu Chen is right. People come and go at the main gate of the capital. Many people notice him and Yi Zitong and Zhuo Xintian. Their eyes are full of curiosity and envy. Yi Zitong is graceful and beautiful, Zhuo Xintian is small and exquisite and has a smile like a flower, and Lu Chen is tall and handsome. The combination of the 3 is easy to be the focus of attention no matter where they go. Yi Zitong noticed the gazes of others and pushed her friend shyly, Tian, let's go. Zhuo Xintian smiled and hugged her arm and said, Yi Zi, don't you think I'm a light bulb? Yi Zitong's pretty face was suddenly stained with a faint blush, and she said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm asking Senior to accompany me to buy a computer. What do you think you are doing? Zhuo Xintian smiled and winked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems like the 2 of them are really dating. Okay, I won't joke around. Zhuo Xintian said, Yi Zi wants to buy a computer, and I also want to change a keyboard. Where is Senior going to take us? Lu Chen thought about it and said, let's go to the Bay Digital City. It's relatively more reliable there. When Lu Chen first came to Beijing, the place where he worked was a digital city. Although he didn't work in that job for long, he also learned a lot of inside information. He knew the reputation of several big computer cities. Bay Digital City? Zhuo Xintian said, I've been there before. It's just 7 stops away from Line 3. Yizitong nodded and said, yes, I brought my transportation card. I won't be stuck in traffic even if I take the subway. Luchan originally wanted to hail a taxi by the roadside. Since they all said to take the subway, he naturally followed their advice. The subway station was very close to Xianxia University. The three of them walked over the bridge at the crossroads and arrived at the university in just a few steps. Everyone swiped their cards and quickly boarded the subway. It was a Friday afternoon. Although it was not rush hour yet, Line 3 had always been a popular line, so the carriages were almost full of people. The two beautiful girls inevitably attracted attention when they got on the train. Luchan quietly took them to the corner of the carriage. He took advantage of his height and long arms. His left hand held the vertical bar on the left side, and his right hand held the bracelet on it. He opened his arms and protected the two of them inside, isolating them from some malicious eyes. Xianxia took Yizitong's hand and whispered in her ear, "Senior is very manly." Yizitong and Luchan were very close. It was not known if it was because there were too many people in the carriage and it was too hot, but her face was red. When she heard Xianxia's whisper, the color deepened. The car started to move forward. The speed increased and the vibration became frequent. The two girls inevitably touched Luchan's body. Luchan tried to stabilize himself and not move. He did not want others to misunderstand that he was taking advantage of them. But in the summer, everyone's clothes were very thin. When they touched each other, they could clearly feel each other's softness or firmness. Yizitong lowered her head and did not dare to look at Luchan. Even Xianxia did not speak. Luchan smelled the intoxicating scent of the girls. It took a great deal of willpower to control the thoughts that arose in his heart. Fortunately, the 7-stop road was not very long. Luchan's suffering did not last too long. After leaving the subway station, the Bay Digital City was opposite. As soon as Luchan led them over, a group of people immediately surrounded them. "Brother, what computer do you want to buy? For your girlfriend? If you want to buy a computer, you must come to our store. We guarantee a 10-year reputation. We are now promoting it. This is a rare opportunity. Please come to our store and have a look. If the things are not good, we don't need to pay. We have all kinds of configurations." Our store. Luchan knew that these people had been soliciting customers at the entrance of the digital city all year round. Their eyes were very sharp. They could see that he was really here to buy something, so they were very enthusiastic. But if he was fooled by them, he would be a sucker. At that time, even if he cried to the heavens, he would not be able to find anyone. Luchan quickly blocked them and said, "We have already seen it, so you don't have to worry about it." As soon as his voice fell, he immediately pulled Yizitong, who was still a little confused, and quickly walked into the digital city. After smoothly breaking through the other party's encirclement, Luchan let go of Yizitong's small hand and explained, "Coming to the digital city to buy a computer, the most frightening thing is to be entangled by them. None of them are good." Yizitong's expression was very strange. She seemed shy and angry, but she did not speak. Xianxia held her arm and smiled ambiguously. They were holding hands. Luchan coughed a little awkwardly and said, "Let's go up and have a look." He wanted to say that he really didn't mean it. It was purely an accident. Fortunately, the girl did not care. Along the escalator, the three of them came to the 3rd floor of Bay City. In order to resolve the embarrassment just now, Luchan asked, "Why don't you consider buying it online? Nowadays, online shopping is very convenient. You won't lose out if you place an order in a brand flagship store." Yizitong's expression returned to normal. She said, "We can't buy the real thing online. We have to try it first and see if we like it. If the price in the store is not right, then we will go online to buy the same model." Xianxia laughed and said, "We often buy clothes like this. We only try it and don't buy it. We will piss off those who rip us off." Luchan was dumbfounded. They were much smarter than he thought when it came to shopping. In the past 10 years, online shopping had developed rapidly and had become an important driving force of the domestic economy. Correspondingly, it had also dealt a heavy blow to physical retail stores. For example, of the original 7 major digital electronic cities in Beijing, there were now only 4 left, and they were basically struggling at death's door. Strictly speaking, the decline of many physical stores and shopping malls could not be blamed entirely on online shopping. For example, the computer city in Beijing had always been known for its chaos and disorder. The phenomenon of ripping off customers and bullying customers continued despite repeated prohibitions. It had become a cancer in the industry. When Lu Chen first worked in the computer city, it was because he could not accept this bad atmosphere that he left. It was true that he was down and out, but he would never use swindling and cheating to make a living. There was plenty of time in the afternoon. Lu Chen took Yizitong and Xianxia to visit one store after another. They mainly looked at the brand stores, especially the flagship stores. Even if the price was expensive, they had to buy with confidence. The help he could provide to Yizitong was to pay attention to the computer's configuration. As for the style and color, it was up to the latter to decide. Girls did not have high requirements for hardware and paid special attention to appearance. The three of them looked around as if they were shopping. Finally, Yizitong saw a light notebook in a flagship store of a joint venture brand. The price was 5,500 yuan. Lu Chen checked the computer's configuration. Although the performance was not very strong, it was enough for girls. The price was a little expensive, but the design was very fashionable and beautiful. He asked the salesperson in the store, "If I buy two, how much discount can I get?" The price of the flagship store's display was also inflated. Lu Chen did not want to be long-winded with the salesperson, so he directly showed his cards. The salesperson, who was originally smiling, immediately showed an aggrieved expression and said, "Sir, we are a flagship store. The price is not discounted. The goods are genuine and fair." Lu Chen smiled and immediately took out his mobile phone to search for the same brand on the internet and showed the online price to the salesperson. The salesperson was very experienced and quickly said, "Sir, things on the internet are not reliable, let's not talk about anything else. Online is also a flagship store." Lu Chen said straightforwardly, "Two computers add up to a total of 10,000 yuan. You can also give me a matching set of keyboard and mouse. If it's okay, then it's okay. If it's not okay, I will go back and buy it online myself." Seeing that Lu Chen was so determined and that the two girls were following his lead, the shrewd salesperson knew that if they wanted to make this deal, they had to agree to Lu Chen's conditions. Of course, they could also make a profit. It was just a matter of how much. The salesperson hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, we are really going to lose money." Lu Chen grinned and said, "Go to the warehouse and bring the stock over. Let's make this clear first. If you bring goods that have been exposed, then I will not accept it." The so-called exposed was a jargon. It referred to unscrupulous merchants who would use a hairdryer to heat up the seal at the bottom of the packaging box and unseal the newly packaged goods. Then, they would take out the accessories or even the host computer and replace it with refurbished goods or even counterfeit goods to make a huge profit. As long as the technique was right, ordinary customers would not be able to see through the flaws. They would think that the goods had not been unsealed, and they would not even know that they had suffered a loss. Lu Chen saw that the salesman agreed readily, so he gave the salesman a heads-up in advance, letting him know that he knew the business and could not be fooled, so that he would not have to negotiate later. In fact, when encountering a more shady shop, the salesman often tricked the customer into paying first, and then deceived them with the same model but a lower version. The water in the computer sales industry was very deep. However, the customers learned to be smart after being fooled so many times. Coupled with the rapid transmission of information on the internet, everyone was willing to go to reliable shopping websites, so these notorious digital malls could not survive. The salesman's face stiffened, and he showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Sir, please rest assured that our shop is about credibility. We will not deceive our customers." Lu Chen smiled and did not say anything. Of course, he did not dare to deceive those who knew the business, but those who did not know the business were just sharpening their knives to become pigs and sheep. The salesman ran to the warehouse to transfer the goods. Xianxia said with great admiration, "Senior, you are really amazing." She and Yizitong were very smart girls. How could they not see the salesman's guilty conscience? If they had not asked for Lu Chen's help today, how could they know so many tricks and schemes? They probably bought it according to the online price, and the goods inside had already been changed to unknown goods. Yizitong was a little worried. Will it be troublesome to find them for warranty in the future? The salesman had been crushed by Lucien like his father had died. It was hard to guarantee that he would not take revenge in the future. Lucien smiled and said, "Why look for them for warranty? Just go directly to the brand's after-sales service. If you look for them for repair, you will be cheated again. There is no need at all." The water of repair was deeper than that of sales. Yizitong was relieved. Her beautiful eyes were shining, and she bit her lip and asked, "Senior Lucien, why did you say you wanted to buy two? Are you going to buy one for yourself as a gift?" This kind of notebook suitable for girls is obviously not for Lucien's own use. Lucien explained, "Yes, the other one is for my sister. She's going to college next year." Yizitong smiled and said, "So that's how it is. You are so good to your sister." As a result, she inadvertently saw Xianxia casting an ambiguous look at her, and suddenly blushed. Lucien smiled, but he was sighing in his heart. His sister Lu Shui used to have a computer. Later, something happened to her family, and she became a Cinderella from a little princess. Lucien has always wanted to buy her a new computer, and it wasn't until now that he got his wish. The two new computers were brought over. Lucien checked them twice, and after confirming that there were no problems, he opened the box and checked the machine, and finally paid for them. At this time, the two girls finally had a chance to show their talent. Under their insistence, the store finally gave them 2 sets of matching keyboards and mice, which were cheaper than online shopping. In the end, the salesman sent the 3 of them out of the door with a black face. After buying a suitable new computer, Yizitong was in a good mood. "Senior, I will treat you to dinner tonight." "Thank you." It was already 5 p.m., just in time for dinner. Xianxia said faintly, "You invited Senior, but not me. Heartless is the best sister." "Ah." Xianxia's voice suddenly rose an octave. It turned out that Yizitong, who could not bear it any longer, had used her magic tickling skill. Yizitong was so scared that she hid behind Lucien. "Senior, save me." The two girls sandwiched Lucien, who did not know whether to laugh or cry, in the middle, attracting the attention of many passers-by. And Lucien had a feeling of returning to his old school, very warm and happy. Dinner was also very happy. In the end, Yizitong paid the bill. Originally, Lucien was going to pay the bill, but he could not resist the former's insistence. He could see that Yizitong was the kind of girl who had a lot of self-respect. She was smart and reserved, beautiful but not arrogant. She had a good family background, so she did not like to take advantage of others. Such a girl, there might not be one in 1,000 people. Lucien did not deny that he had a good impression of Yizitong, but his current attitude towards feelings was to leave it to fate. Even if they could not be lovers, being friends was also very good. After leaving the restaurant, it was still early. Lucien said, "Can you do me the honor of inviting the 2 of you to Forget Worries Bar?" Before Yizitong could answer, Xianxia clapped her hands and said, "Great, then Senior, can you sing a new song?" Lucien asked, "New song? Don't you like You and Cinderella?" These 2 songs had become his signature in Forget Worries Bar, and many customers specially came to listen to him sing. "You and Cinderella are both very good," Xianxia said with a smile, "but if Senior can give a song to Yizi, that would be the best." Obviously, she was the one who liked the new and hated the old, but she wanted to use Yizitong as a signature. Yizitong covered her face with her hands, with a helpless expression of being defeated by her. Lucien smiled and said, "Then let's go together, I will send you back to school before 10 o'clock. Xianxia shouted, "Long live Senior." Yizitong hurriedly moved 2 steps away, showing that she had nothing to do with this crazy girl. But she did not refuse Lucien's proposal. After stopping a taxi, Lucien and the 2 girls went to Forget Grass Bar. On the first night of the weekend, the bar's business was very good. It was just after 7 o'clock, but there were no empty tables. Fortunately, there were still seats in front of the bar. Lucien brought people over and said to the bartender, "Brother David, these 2 are my friends, please take care of them." 2 beautiful girls sitting in front of the bar would inevitably attract the attention of some crazy bees and butterflies. The atmosphere and customer quality of Forget Worries Bar were good, but there was no rule that said that girls couldn't be picked up. With David's care, he could help them avoid trouble, and if there was an empty table, he could arrange it as soon as possible. Seeing Yi Zitong and Zhuo Xintian, David's eyes suddenly lit up. He held the shaker, raised his left hand to his chest, and bowed in a very gentlemanly manner. "Good evening, two beautiful ladies, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is David Li." Yi Zitong and Zhuo Xintian both felt that it was very interesting, and replied with a smile, "Hello." David pretended to be deep in thought. "Let me guess, which one of you is Boss Xiaolu's girlfriend?" Zhuo Xintian used her finger to poke Yi Zitong's arm, causing the latter to roll her eyes in a very unladylike manner. Zhuo Xintian smiled and said, "We are just Senior Lu Chen's junior sisters." "Brother David, does Senior Lu Chen not have a girlfriend now? And why do you call him Boss Xiaolu?" "What?" David was surprised. "You guys don't know?" Lu Chen finally couldn't listen anymore. "You guys chat, I'm going backstage to prepare to sing." He could only flee. Zhuo Xintian shouted behind him, "Senior, don't forget." After running backstage to say hello to Sister Na and the others, Lu Chen borrowed a guitar from Qin Hanyang, and then went on stage. There were many customers in the bar who knew Lu Chen, and they were very happy to see him appear. Lu Chen's performance time had long been changed to after 11 o'clock, and he no longer sang every day, so it was really a surprise to see him on stage so early. Applause and whistles rang out at the same time. Lu Chen sat in front of the microphone with his guitar and said, "Thank you everyone, tonight I will sing 3 songs, the first 2 are the ones you like and are familiar with, as for the third song," he paused, and looked at the 2 girls sitting in front of the bar. "It will be a new song. It will also be the first time singing in Forget Worries Bar." The applause that had just subsided sounded again, and it was at least 10 times more enthusiastic than before. Who among those old customers didn't know Lu Chen's talent, who didn't like his original works? To be able to hear his new song again, it was simply a surprise among surprises. Zhuo Xintian tightly grabbed Yi Zitong's arm, and said excitedly, "Yi Zi, Senior is really going to sing a new song." Yi Zitong nodded, her eyes shining with a moving light. That day dusk white snow began to fall. Sadness blooming all over the hills waiting for youth to leave. Midnight movies full of ancient love in the darkness singing for young. The Forget Grass Bar, which was full of people, was very quiet. Everyone was quietly listening to Lu Chen's playing and singing. Listening to a new song that they had never heard before. Although the melody was different, it was still the familiar style. The sound of the piano was melodious, and Lu Chen was singing. There was no hoarse roar, nor was there any blood-boiling excitement. He was just telling the story of the past, with a little sadness and nostalgia in the warmth and romance. The song he wrote seemed to be like a glass of clear and transparent white water, which could be tasted carefully. "Let's go, girl, to look at the red morning glow. Bring my love song you sing in the wind. Dew hangs on the ends of hair full of transparent melancholy is the first confusion of my life." Yi Zitong sat in front of the bar. Her position was very good. She could clearly see Lu Chen on the stage. She couldn't help but stare at the face that she was not very familiar with. It was a clean and handsome face, with thick and neat eyebrows and a straight nose, but the thing that left the deepest impression was that pair of bright and spirited eyes. That kind of deep darkness seemed to contain countless secrets, causing people to be unable to help themselves from wanting to explore them. Yi Zitong's pretty face suddenly turned red, so red that it was a little hot. Because Lu Chen's gaze looked over, as if he was singing for her. "When the years and beauty have become a sigh in the wind. In your sad eyes there are tears of the old days, the age of believing in love, the song that I couldn't sing for you, let me often recall in my life." Gently playing the last note, the song came to an end. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze. He put the guitar on his lap and said to the microphone, "A song Love in the Wind is also my original work. I hope everyone likes it." As expected, the applause rang out, lasting and warm, pure and sincere, whether in terms of melody or style. This song Love in the Wind did not exceed the scope of You Who Sat Next to Me and Cinderella. It was still a nostalgic folk song, but it still brought a lot of surprises to everyone. There were many talented singers who often fell into a dilemma after creating 1 or 2 masterpieces. Their subsequent works lost their spirit and soul. Some were even satisfied with the reputation and benefits brought by their previous works, and went to pursue flashy things. Lu Chen was obviously not like that. His inspiration seemed to be endless, and the works he created in succession could be said to be fine or even classic. Whether it was lyrics or music composition, there was no perfunctory. Even if this song Love in the Wind is not better than other songs, it is enough. When love has become a song, when the singer has left, when the past gradually drifts away, who among the passers-by can forget such a touching love song? So at this time, all they had to do was applaud. Xianxia was also applauding, and her little palms were red. She leaned close to Yi Tong's ear and said, Yi, Lu Chen Sr. sang for you, so you should follow him. Yi Tong gritted her teeth and pinched the little girl with a broken mouth. She said, if you like it, you can take it away. Don't take me with you. Today, Xianxia made a lot of jokes with her about Lu Chen. She was simply trying to rob the matchmaker's job. Xianxia smiled and said, don't regret it if I really take you away. Yi Tong snorted and said, there are many people who want to chase me. Xianxia commented, insincere. Yi Tong was speechless. At this moment, on the stage, Lu Chen did not respond to the enthusiastic customer's request to sing a few more songs. He thanked them and left the stage. Lu Chen liked the atmosphere of Forget Grass Bar very much, but this was just a station in his life. He was destined to be unable to stay here, and he would only have less and less time to come here in the future. After returning the guitar to the Bionics, Lu Chen returned to the bar. Xianxia praised, Senior Lu Chen, you sang so well. Why don't you sing a few more songs? Lu Chen explained, 3 songs are enough. Because I need to protect my throat. What would you like to drink? It's my treat. Xianxia was just about to say yes, but Yi Tong said, thank you, Senior. I want to go back. Xianxia was surprised. Yi, are you serious? Lu Chen was also stunned, and then said, okay, then I'll send you back together. Yi Tong smiled and nodded. Xianxia was very unhappy, but she could not stay here alone, so she reluctantly left with them. Lu Chen first sent them back to Beijing Normal University. After getting out of the car, Yi Tong said to him, Senior, thank you for your trouble today. She was suddenly much more polite to Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and said, you're welcome. If there is any problem with the computer, you can contact me at any time. Yi Tong said, okay. Xianxia looked at Yi Tong, and then looked at Lu Chen with a puzzled expression. Lu Chen waved at her, goodbye. After Lu Chen left in a taxi, Yi Tong and Xianxia walked towards the university. Xianxia hesitated. When they were about to reach the dormitory building, she cautiously asked, Yi, are you angry? Yi Tong smiled and said, no, I'm just thinking about how to deal with you later. Huh. Xianxia said disdainfully, you're so stubborn now, but when we really go to bed, who knows who will deal with who? Ah. The crisp laughter and playfulness of the two spread far and wide in the campus at night. Unfortunately, Lu Chen could not hear it. He returned to the single apartment in Jincheng Yuan, took a shower first, and then turned on the computer and logged into Whale TV. Just as he was about to open the live broadcast, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the name displayed on the screen, Lu Chen quickly took the phone and pressed the call button. Sister? It was his sister, Lu Shi, who called Lu Chen. Lu Shi was 3 years older than Lu Chen. She also graduated from Jianghai University. She was an alumnus of Lu Chen, but she majored in finance. It has been 2 years since she graduated, and she is currently working in a private company. Lu Chen, I heard from Mom that you are very promising now. Lu Shi's voice was still familiar, still with a teasing tone. Did you give 300,000 yuan to your family? Ahem. Lu Chen coughed twice and said, I was lucky. I wrote 2 songs and sold them at a high price to earn money. Such a promising thing that can make money, then you should do it well. Lu Shi said, you don't have to worry about my affairs. I'm not going to take the postgraduate entrance examination. You just take care of yourself. As soon as her voice fell, she hung up the phone. Lu Chen smiled bitterly at the busy tone of the cell phone. Lu Chen's sister had a tough temper. She inherited the strength and stubbornness of her parents. Her relationship with him was not very good. Before his sister, Lu Shui, was born, because Lu Chen was a boy, he was always the most favored at home. He more or less developed a little arrogance and willfulness of a rich child. When Lu Qingxing's career was in trouble, Lu Chen was still addicted to the romance of college. He was indifferent to the situation of his family. He only knew how to ask for money. It was not until his father died of overwork that he suddenly woke up. Although at that time, no matter how hard Lu Chen worked, it was useless. But Lu Xi insisted that if he didn't want to earn a family business for Lu Chen, Lu Qingxing would not work so hard. Since then, the sister and brother haven't talked much. Lu Chen felt guilty, so after making money, he wanted her to go back to school to continue her postgraduate studies and take the doctoral examination to fulfill her dream. Unexpectedly, Lu Xi didn't appreciate it at all. She also called to ridicule him. Lu Chen turned off the computer that he had just turned on. Because of this phone call, he was not in a very good mood and it was difficult to force a smile in front of the camera. Tomorrow night is the PK theme show of Whale TV. Lu Chen has been preparing for this for a long time. He doesn't want to compete with others in a depressed mood. Lu Chen's goal is to win the top 3 rewards of the PK theme show. This sounds incredible. It should be known that the number of viewers in his current live broadcasting room is the least among all the 24 competitive anchors, and his popularity is far from that of the really popular anchors. But Lu Chen doesn't think that he has no chance to get into the top 3. He firmly believes that his efforts will win success. He will succeed. Note, Love in the Wind lyrics/composer, Gao Xiaosong. Hey! Lu Chen stepped forward and punched, suddenly exhaled, as if to release all the strength of his body. His clothes had long been soaked with sweat, and every bit of potential in his body had been squeezed to the extreme. His muscles and bones were sore and numb, but he insisted on finishing this set of boxing. Although it was very hard, Lu Chen had been used to and liked this kind of exercise. In just over half a month, he clearly felt that there had been a good change in his physique. The most important thing was that through this almost masochistic exercise, the negative emotions accumulated in his heart could easily flow out with the sweat, leaving behind the relaxation and joy after persevering. Young man, this set of boxing you are practicing is very interesting. As soon as Lu Chen stopped, an old voice suddenly came from behind him. Who did you learn it from? Lu Chen turned around and saw that the person who spoke was an old man with a head full of silver frost but a ruddy complexion. He was wearing a set of white cotton linen shirt with a lotus leaf collar buttoned at the lapel and a pair of black flat shoes on his feet. He had a sage-like temperament. He replied with a smile, "Hello, old sir. I just practiced blindly. Sorry to make you laugh." Lu Chen came to the small park by the river every day to exercise early. He had seen the old man who liked to do Tai Chi many times, but he just nodded when he met him before and didn't say anything. The boxing he practiced came from Mo Ran's memory. In the world of dreams, martial arts culture prevailed for a long time, and countless classic martial arts films and martial arts films emerged. There were also many stars and martial artists in the film and television circle who were good at martial arts. Interestingly, in the world of Lu Chen's dream, Hong Kong, an international metropolis at the southern end of the motherland, returned in 1997. It was the birthplace of martial arts culture, and there had been several master-level figures in its literary and artistic circle. In reality, Hong Kong returned at the same time as Taiwan in 1967. Together with Macau, which returned in 1969, it was one of the 3 special administrative regions implementing the policy of one country, 2 systems, which was very different from the situation in the dream world. Similar to the dream world, in reality, the cultural industry of Xianxia had an incomparably glorious period in the 1980s and 1990s. A large number of films and TV works, such as Police and Robbers, Gods and Ghosts, romance, urban, business war, and even erotic, as well as Cantonese songs, were all popular for a time, and had a profound impact on the popular culture of the mainland. Mo Ran had been practicing martial arts since he was a child, and in order to broaden his acting career, he had worked hard in this area. He could really be considered extraordinary. Unfortunately, until the time of the accident, he had never played the lead role in a movie or television. Life was often like this. It didn't mean that you would get the results you wanted just because you worked hard. However, Lu Chen knew that if he didn't work hard, then he wouldn't be able to win. Hearing Lu Chen's humble answer, the old man became angry and shouted, "Blindly practicing? Do you think I don't know? You might be blind, but my old eyes aren't." If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. With that, he angrily turned around and left. Lu Chen was a little speechless. He didn't expect this old man to be so hot-tempered despite his benevolent appearance. Shaking his head helplessly, Lu Chen trotted all the way home. Compared with the original underground dwelling, Jincheng Garden was farther from the riverside park. Therefore, when Lu Chen ate early on the road and returned to his single apartment, it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. Lu Chen habitually took a shower, then turned on the computer to check his preparation. That's right, the PK-themed show in the evening was a battle. As soon as he went on QQ, countless messages swarmed in an instant, beeping non-stop. Lu Chen has the QQ sharp immunity function, so the message must be from the friend he added, so he opened it to see what was going on. As a result, he found that most of the messages actually came from Li Bai, the local tyrant. "Boss, are you there? If you're there, answer quickly. We all need you. General Liu, why is your phone turned off? I can't get in touch with you. Depressing. Are you there?" Lu Chen took out his mobile phone and looked at it. It turned out that it had run out of power and shut down automatically. He quickly replied to Li Bai. "I just came back from a run. My mobile phone ran out of power. What's the matter?" Li Bai replied in an instant, "Damn, boss, you finally appeared. Our Lu Jiejun is going to be dispatched. You quickly come over to mobilize before the war and inspire the morale of the army." Lu Chen couldn't help but look at the time and replied, "Isn't it too early?" Since he announced in the QQ group that he would participate in Whale TV, PK-themed show, it immediately caused a sensation among Lu Fei's hardcore fish fans, that is, the Lu Jiejun fan group organized by Li Bai. As the founder and biggest supporter of Lu Jiejun, Li Bai immediately said that he would do something big and try to push Lu Chen into the ranks of popular anchors of Whale TV, and aim for the top 5 throne of PK. Now Lu Jiejun has expanded to 3 groups, including Lu Jiejun's 1st Division, 2nd Division, and 3rd Division. All of them are supergroups with an upper limit of 5,000, which can be regarded as a small scale. Those who are willing to join the group to participate in activities are undoubtedly the real hardcore fans. For Lu Chen's ignorance, Li Bai simply hated iron for not becoming steel. It's still early? Others have already started. If we don't take action, we will really fall behind. Anyway, you don't have to worry about the specific affairs. I will organize and arrange it. You just say a few words in the group. This local tyrant, whose real name Lu Chen doesn't know, is definitely a hardcore among hardcore fans. He treats Lu Jiejun's fan group as his own business. He is so serious and responsible that it makes Lu Chen blush with shame. Lu Chen also asked Li Bai if he was worried that the fan group would affect his work and life. As a result, how did Li Bai answer? Li Bai replied that his work is to eat, drink, and be merry. His life is racing, going to prostitutes, and going to nightclubs. After that, he has been tired of playing all these games. Now he has found a new joy in life. If you have money, you can be so willful. In this regard, Lu Chen can only say that the more hardcore fans of this local tyrant, the better. At the request of the local tyrant, he immediately showed up in the fan group. "Hello everyone, I'm here." The 3 divisions of Lu Jiejun that Li Bai created is not only a paid supergroup, but also a group. As an administrator, Lu Chen has the privilege to speak across groups. His words in any group can be synchronized to all the groups belonging to the group. As soon as Lu Chen showed up, the 3 groups boiled at the same time. Lu Feida is online. "Boss, we are all looking forward to your appearance. General Liu, come on, you must get into the top 5 tonight. I will always support you. Don't say anything, just watch our actions. Long live Lu Jiejun." Ha ha ha, the enthusiasm from the fans made Lu Chen very touched. "Thank you everyone for your support. I will definitely work hard." Li Bai coolly said, "What is our Lu Jiejun slogan? When the army goes to war, it is invincible." In an instant, the same messages in the group were like a waterfall, filling half of the screen. There were also a variety of emoticons in the middle. Li Bai immediately sent out 3,000 yuan red envelopes in the 3 groups at the same time. "Chief of Staff is mighty. Haha, I got a 10 yuan red envelope. I didn't get it. I really can't afford to be hurt. Please send it again, local tyrant. I didn't get it either, 55,555. Let's do it again. Li Bai said, don't worry, everyone. Act according to the scheduled plan. If Lu Feida wins the top 3 in tonight's PK show, then I will send a 10,000 yuan red envelope to all the groups, and 5,000 yuan to the top 5. I will never go back on my word. We will fight with Lu Feida, Lu Jiejun will win. Win. Under the command of Li Bai, thousands of group members and fans began to act. Their battlefield is in the forums of major live broadcasting websites. The main battlefield is, of course, Whale TV, followed by related third-party BBS, post bars, QQ groups, and QQ circles, fully publicizing and promoting Lu Chen's live show. Because many websites will crack down on the behavior of the Water Army, ban the account and even block the IP of the violators, Lu Jiejun's first large-scale action is concentrated on today, striving to achieve the best results. The same thing is being done by other anchors who participate in Whale TV, PK theme show. They also have their own fan groups and supporters. A fierce battle is destined to break out in the evening. Original New Power, Whale PK theme show. I accidentally heard 2 very good songs, share them with everyone. Tonight, I will meet the Prince of Folk Songs, Lu Fei, at Whale TV and listen to the most moving original folk songs together. You Who Sat Next to Me, Cinderella, have you heard of it? With the large-scale movement of Lu Jiejun, more and more promotional posts appeared on major popular BBS, especially in the forums of many anchor platforms, where a large number of advertising posts have been brushed. The same advertisements have also emerged one after another in Post Bar, QQ Group, QQ Circle, and other places. The advertisements, without exception, include the anchor promotion of Whale TV, PK theme show, as well as links to 2 original songs by Lu Chen. There are many experts in Lu Jiejun's fan group who understand technology. They use posting robots to save time, send hundreds or even thousands of the same post at the same time, and use zombie accounts to carry out large-scale publicity. Although it is a spontaneously organized amateur water army, because of the large number of fans involved in the event, the promotion effect is very good. Many people who are idle and bored on Saturday are attracted to the internet, and then they know that Whale TV will hold an event in the evening and pay attention to Lu Fei's live broadcast room. Of course, most of the posts are either mercilessly blocked by moderators or group owners, or disappear silently, but even if only 1/10 or even 1/100th of them play a role, they can also pull a lot of passers-by fans. You Who Sat Next to Me plus Cinderella, 2 original folk songs that are at least fine, make these advertisements seem very convincing, and will not make people curse after clicking on them. Lu Jiejun's publicity offensive reached its peak in the afternoon, and the members of the army even had a fierce confrontation with fans of other anchors on the main forum of Whale TV, stirring up the atmosphere. Li Bai personally made the real command in Lu Jiejun's QQ group. The red envelopes were flying all over the sky, which also greatly stimulated the enthusiasm of the group members and fans to participate in the promotion, and they all became tap water. But all this has little to do with Lu Chen. He is doing the final preparations before the live broadcast of the PK theme show on the computer to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Among the 24 Whale TV anchors participating in the PK, Lu Chen's current popularity index is the lowest, and his goal is to get into the top 3, which is very difficult. But Lu Chen has assessed that this is not completely impossible. Because the result of the anchor PK is based on the popularity index, audience votes, and scores, although popularity is extremely important, it can't completely determine the outcome. For his opponents, Lu Chen has learned about them. Are either masters in popular games or popular figures in life and entertainment. They all have their own characteristics and advantages. 4. Whale TV's popular anchor Xiao Xiao Gu, star, Xiao is star is with the life. His live broadcast can attract millions of fans to watch live. The anchor Qinger Baby is beautiful and has a good figure. She has a sweet voice and can sing. Every night, she can attract countless fish fans to stay in front of the computer. She is known as the first goddess of Whale TV. There are also Pure Love Brother, Rain, Sun. They are all strong opponents. If Lu Chen wants to defeat them, he must have his own trump card. His trump card is undoubtedly his original works. In the 2-hour PK theme show in the evening, Lu Chen is going to sing 7 songs. In addition to You Who Sat Next to Me, Cinderella, Blue Lotus and Love in the Wind, he will also come up with 3 new songs. These 7 original songs, which have reached at least the level of fine works, are the magic weapons that Lu Chen used to sweep his opponents of the same level, and they are also the supreme weapons to win the high score of the board. To this end, Lu Chen also spent a lot of time and energy this week to make simple music videos for all 7 songs to match the live broadcast performance in the evening. Lu Chen studied computer science at Xianxia University. He studied computer applications. He has a good talent in this field. He also studied art before. It is not difficult to make music videos with the help of commonly used software. The video material of the music video is all from online resources. After appropriate editing and adding lyric subtitles, it is undoubtedly a big highlight when it is finally played during the live broadcast. The Anchor platform of Whale TV supports video synchronization. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Lu Chen needs to practice repeatedly in the background to ensure that the operation can be accurate. Now Lu Fei's live broadcast room, like all the live broadcast rooms that participate in the PK theme show, is temporarily closed. All 24 anchors cannot open the live broadcast channel before 8 p.m. However, at 9 a.m., the home page of Whale TV was updated, releasing the theme covers of all 24 anchors. Any audience can click on the cover to enter the theme page of the anchor, follow and participate in the chat and lottery activities. The theme of Lu Chen's live show is called Graduation Season. Listen to the pure and beautiful campus folk songs and recall the past of youth in the graduation season. The term campus folk song has not appeared in reality. In the past, folk songs were usually divided into lyrical folk songs, nostalgic folk songs, rural folk songs, and so on. The once brilliant scenery is no longer there. In Lu Chen's dream world, campus folk songs are popular because of people and are like a flash in the pan. Whether it is gratitude or memorial, Lu Chen brings campus folk songs to his own world and let it shine again. Time passed quietly in the busy waiting. When it was dark, Lu Chen did not go out for dinner and ordered takeout directly online. His preparation work has been completed and he is waiting for the live broadcast to begin. At present, the number of viewers waiting for Lu Fei's live broadcast room is more than 100,000, ranking 7th among all 24 anchors. Although there are still 2 hours before the official start of PK, any ranking is irrelevant, but this also reflects the degree of fan participation. Lu Chen's high popularity is inseparable from the efforts of Lu Jiejun Group. Thousands of fans in Lu Jiejun Group have been mobilized and countless posts have been posted on the internet. It is not known how many IDs have been killed and how many IPs have been blocked, bringing a large number of passers-by fans and new audiences. In addition, support activities have been carried out in the group early. Li Bai has sent out 20,000 to 30,000 red envelopes, so it is reasonable for the popularity to be strong, otherwise, he would have just admitted defeat. Lu Jiejun's 3 groups are very lively, and Lu Chen also participates in chatting and interacting with fans. This kind of communication is extremely important. Online anchors are different from real stars. Their aloof attitude will be hated by fans, and the real die-hard fans also like to see the anchors bubbling and spitting water in the group. At 7 o'clock in the evening, 1 hour before the start of the PK theme show, Li Bai suddenly sent a secret message. Li Bai, boss, do you have the confidence to rush to the top 5 tonight? Lu Chen was stunned and replied, what's wrong? Li Bai, I met an enemy who said that it is absolutely impossible for you to rush to the top 5, and he still wants to bet with me. Li Bai, it doesn't matter whether I win or lose, but if I lose to him, I will lose too much face, so I want to ask you, boss. Lu Chen knows that those who can bet with this local tycoon are definitely not ordinary people. His apparent disadvantages are still very obvious. To say that he wants to rush to the top 5, in the eyes of others, it is natural that he is overestimating himself. Li Bai is certainly not convinced, but he is not fully sure in his heart, so he came to ask Lu Chen. It is nothing more than to find some confidence. If you want confidence, then I will give you confidence. Lu Chen did not hesitate and immediately replied, of course I have confidence, what about you? Having come this far, he will not admit defeat to anyone. Even if the opponents are all strong, he will fight to the end. Lu Chen's goal is to be in the top 3, Li Bai, if you have confidence, then I have confidence. Isn't it just 100,000 yuan? I'll bet with him, 100,000 yuan. Lu Chen was a little speechless. He didn't understand the world of the local tycoon. When his family was rich in the past, his monthly pocket money was only a few thousand yuan. Lu Chen suddenly felt that the pressure on him was a lot heavier. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the live broadcast room opened automatically. Whale TV, PK theme show competition officially began. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xianxia logged on to Whale TV, on time. Xianxia is a Northeasterner. Last year, after he graduated from a local third-rate university, he came to the capital to make a living. He changed jobs several times. Now, he finally stabilized and became a member of the Floating Ants. Xianxia is very confused about the future. He didn't think too much about it. Anyway, it is unrealistic to get married and start a career in Beijing. If he can make more money, he will make more money. He will go back in the future. Therefore, he lives a very frugal life, lives in a cheap basement, eats in a cheap fast food restaurant, doesn't have a girlfriend and doesn't go out to play. His only pastime is the internet. Watching movies, novels, listening to pop music, and running to the forum to chat, he can also enjoy himself. Xianxia also likes the live shows that have become popular on the internet in the past 2 years, especially in the life and entertainment category. There are always many beautiful girls acting coquettishly in front of the screen. Appreciating their performances can satisfy many of his fantasies without spending money, so he ran all over the major live platforms and soon became an old driver. The problem with an old driver is that he sees too much and soon gets tired of it. Those girls basically have double eyelids, conical faces, false eyelashes, beautiful pupils, and a thick layer of powder. Even their mother's cute and coquettish actions and expressions seem to be collectively trained by Lanxiang, and it is inevitable that they will lose their appetite after seeing them. Xianxia's appetite is not very good. He is also afraid of his kidney deficiency, so he quickly abandoned these visible, audible, and untouchable girl anchors and went to find new fun. More than half a month ago, Xianxia wandered in Whale TV and inadvertently clicked on the newcomer recommendation on the home page and entered the live broadcast room of a newcomer named Lu Fei. Then he became a member of Lu Jiejun. At that time, what moved Xianxia was that the Lu Fei anchor lived in almost the same place as him. Through the dialogue, he learned that the latter was also drifting in Beijing. Perhaps it was because of mutual appreciation or sympathy, he rewarded 1,000 fish balls in Whale TV for the first time, which was equivalent to the money for his lunch. He likes to listen to Lu Fei's playing and singing. He likes the anchor's optimism and humor, and he likes the other party's original folk songs. He felt as if those songs were written in his heart. Xianxia's economic ability is limited, and he can't spend money like a local tyrant. What he can do is to send a little bit of popularity when watching the live broadcast. Xianxia knew early that Lu Fei was going to participate in the Whale TV PK theme show, so he decided to support him with action. From this morning until evening, he brushed hundreds of promotion posts on major forums. Although these posts were all crushed into powder, and even their accounts were all banned, Xianxia was still very happy, sharing the joy of conquering the internet world with thousands of fans. Moreover, he was lucky enough to get a red packet worth tens of yuan from the group owner, Li Bai. Xianxia decided to give all these red envelopes as fish balls to Lu Fei. At the same time, he also hoped that Lu Fei's theme show in the evening would be exciting and good, and he would win the top 5 in the PK competition. So as soon as 8 o'clock arrived, Xianxia and thousands of fans entered Lu Fei's live broadcast room as soon as possible. Then they were first appreciated for 3 minutes of advertising. I'll go, Whale TV is getting more and more unscrupulous, advertising is vulgar. My life has been wasted for another 3 minutes. Yes, 3 minutes is enough for the brother in front to finish his work, take off his clothes and put on his clothes. Ha ha ha. Don't talk about it, everyone, look at the advertisement, the above companies have closed down. 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 The above companies, although it's advertising time, there are so many happy barrage comments, so it's really not boring. Xianxia happily tapped on the keyboard and typed the same content. Together with the dense barrage, the advertising picture was tightly blocked. At this moment, the online popularity of Lu Fei's live broadcast room has exceeded 300,000, reaching its highest peak in the past. Such a situation is normal. First of all, the organization of Lu Jiejun's fan group is quite high, and the promotion before PK is quite effective. Countless hardcore fans and passers-by fans have come in at the time to support, coupled with the theme recommendation on the homepage of the website. There are also a large number of tourists watching the excitement. But whether these tourists can stay or not depends on the ability of the anchor. Although, Whale TV has carried out a long publicity for this event, and a brief outbreak of popularity is normal, if it is scattered into 24 live broadcast rooms, it will form a fierce competition. Xianxia suddenly worried. He knew that Lu Fei's opponents were very strong, and it was really difficult to get into the top 5. In the midst of worry, the 3-minute advertisement ended. The live broadcast screen was displayed in an instant, and it was still the familiar scene and familiar people. Lu Fei on the screen was smiling. He was holding a guitar, and his eyes flashed with confidence. Good evening, everyone. I'm your anchor, Lu Fei. It's a pleasure to meet you again at the theme show. The theme of the live broadcast I brought to my friends tonight is called Graduation Season. I believe that all of your friends in front of the screen, have experienced the moment of graduation. I also believe that you have or have had a good time on campus. I will use my singing to bring you to cherish and recall the beauty of your school days. Thank you. The opening remarks were very good, pointing out the theme of the live broadcast and easily evoking Xianxia's memories. He suddenly didn't worry anymore. The next moment, the anchor's image was reduced and switched to the upper right corner, and the main interface showed an edited movie picture. The name of the first song is called Love in the Wind, an original campus folk song. I hope you can like it. The prelude of the gentle playing, and the laughing and chasing boys and girls in the movie and video, instantly brought everyone into the youth of campus life. That day, at dusk, snow began to fall, sadness, blooming all over the hills, waiting for youth to end, midnight movies, full of ancient love, in the dark, singing for youth, the beautiful and moving melody, with a slightly sad voice, made those memories of youth suddenly become very vivid. Xianxia and the 300,000+ viewers in Lu Fei's live broadcast room heard this song Love in the Wind for the first time. The barrage on the screen was like a waterfall that suddenly stopped, leaving only a trace of waterline. Until Luchan sang the first time affectionately, the story was just over half. Enrollment, meeting, getting to know each other, first love, misunderstanding, breakup. The pictures perfectly set off the lyrics. The barrage increased again. I've seen this movie. It's so moving. Was this song written by the anchor himself? Nonsense, our Lu Fei De is an original talent and the prince of folk songs. His songs are all written by himself. Throwing the original theme song of the movie 3 Streets. Throwing 3 Streets plus 1, I want to cry, the anchor compensate me. It's really nice, I like it. Luchan ignored all the comments. His mind was completely immersed in the mood of the song and continued to play and sing for the second time. Graduation, travel, struggle, missing, reunion, true love. The long movie was condensed into a few minutes. Commemoration of Youth at the Age of 19-inch was a youth film released in domestic cinemas at the beginning of the year. Its box office of 290 million set a record for the same type of film. Many people have seen this movie. The story in the movie may be cliché, but no one will care about it, because listening to the song is enough at this time. I believe in the age of love, the song that I couldn't sing to you, let me often recall it in my life. As the song came to an end, the style of the barrage changed. Chen Xiaoi, I love you. Sun Yahan, I miss you so much. Li Miao Miao of class 7, 3rd grade, I'll wait for you by the woods after class. Wang Chong, you are a bastard. But I like you. Zhang Jia, I want to make love to you again, the words that she usually wanted to say but didn't dare to say, those words that were pressed in her heart suddenly burst out and wantonly vented. Although it was the beginning, it was close to the climax. After the song Love in the Wind was sung, the barrage was like a tide of rewards. At 8:10 p.m., Whale TV, Lu Fei Live Broadcasting Room, online popularity, 392017. Lin Sarong, I like you. With all his strength and courage, Xianxia typed 7 words on the Fian black keyboard he bought for 29 yuan and sent them out together with all the fish balls in his account. Lin Surong was the flower of his university and the object of his hard love for 4 years. But because of his own ordinary, Xianxia has buried this fiery feeling in the bottom of his heart and never told anyone about it. He thought that time would dilute everything, and those young and naive yearnings would go with the wind and no longer linger in his heart. But now that he heard this song Love in the Wind, he knew that he was wrong. Some feelings are not so easy to forget. The longer the time, the more fermented it is, and it can't be erased. I believe in the age of love, the songs that I can't sing to you, let me often recall in my life. Xianxia hated his timidity. If he had bravely confessed once, then even if he was ruthlessly rejected, at least now he could calmly face his former feelings. Fortunately, after typing out what he wanted to say a long time ago, his mood was inexplicably relaxed. Let bygones be bygones. Oops, Xianxia suddenly slapped himself in the face, neither lightly nor heavily. He was just impulsive and sent out all the fish balls, but the live show has just begun. It should be sent out one song at a time, which is the most economical and correct way to do it. I am such a pig. In a basement of a community in Beijing, a man beat his chest and stamped his feet in annoyance. At this moment, Lu Chen, who had finished playing and singing Love in the Wind, was very satisfied with the opening he deliberately created. For this PK theme show, he made careful preparations and considered all aspects of the situation. Choosing a song is naturally the top priority. There are too many songs in Lu Chen's memory, but in line with the theme of graduation season, his choice is limited. Love in the Wind, which Lu Chen only sang once in the bar, can be regarded as an original work. He used this song as the opening song instead of You Who Sat Next to Me and Cinderella, in order to give his main fan group a big surprise. You Who Sat Next to Me and Cinderella are admittedly real masterpieces, but most of the fans have heard them many times. It's difficult to arouse their hearts again. It may be good to pay the atmosphere, but it's not conducive to gaining the upper hand. The PK theme show is not an ordinary live broadcast performance. It has a strong competitive competition nature. Each of the 24 anchors is extraordinary. In order to stand out among them, Lu Chen must find ways to retain every fan and tourist, increasing himself and weakening his opponents at the same time. Tien, not bad. Therefore, the creation of the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was the key. Big would not only increase the cohesion of the fans, but it would also attract a large number of passers-by to stay and continue watching the fun. In order to enhance the singing effect of Love in the Wind, Lu Chen also specially edited the popular movie clip of 19-year-old Youth Memorial to further enhance the charm of the song. The increasing number of fish balls at an alarming rate proved that his hard work was not in vain. Lu Chen struck while the iron was hot and said to the microphone, "In the memory of youth, there are people we like, and there are our brothers and sisters." The following song is still my new original song, still a campus folk song. The first song was a new song, and the second song was unexpectedly a new work. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Lu Fei De is mighty. The prince of folk songs deserves his reputation, dominating the whale but me. Good. 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 I want to repeat it 10,000 times. All the songs that the anchor sang in the evening were his own original songs. Do you think it's great? Really? Even the students from the Music Academy are not so N13, right? What's the Music Academy? Our Lu Fei did just casually threw out a song and beat the first class. Beat the first class? You can really brag. If it's all original live broadcasts and the first song is good, I'll eat the keyboard. Sit and wait to eat the keyboard. Watch and eat the keyboard, pay attention to the formation below. Watch and eat the keyboard +1. Watch and eat the keyboard +2. Watch and eat the keyboard +3. Watch and watch. Although it was one-sided applause and praise, there were also doubts mixed in. After all, many of the audience were tourists and passers-by, not loyal fans, so it was inevitable that there would be different opinions. And this kind of doubt is obviously very normal. Today's pop music world is not the 80s and 90s. The power of originality has long declined. Most idol stars in the music industry imitate Europe, America, Japan, and South Korea. They are used to directly cover foreign works, which saves time and effort and can please fans and make a lot of money. In this atmosphere, there have not been many classic works in China in recent years. Fast songs, rap songs, and the so-called divine songs are popular for a time, full of noise and impetuosity. Luchen's original folk songs are obviously not like this. Although everyone is not a professional and can't say much, they can listen with their ears and feel with their hearts. Whether a good song is not blown out by the mouth. To be continued. But in the 2-hour live broadcast in the evening, he will sing more than 3 or 4 songs. It's fine if the first song is an original, but who will believe that the first song is a masterpiece? This is where the doubts of passers-by come, but they don't know Luchen, let alone the confidence that Lu Jiejun's fan group has in Luchen. As a result, they were immediately surrounded by countless fish fans, waiting to eat the keyboard. Of course, Luchen saw the contents of the exploded barrage, but he just laughed it off. Whether it's questioning or ridicule, fighting back with quarrels is the stupidest way. Not to mention interrupting his own rhythm and wasting precious time of the live broadcast. If there are media judges watching it on the spot, it will be a big loss of points. This PK-themed show is very important to Luchen, and his mind is very clear. Want to lead the rhythm? Save it. Everyone, don't watch anymore, because I think you will like the following song. Especially my fellow men, this song was written for you. Of course, women, don't be angry, because the third song will be dedicated to the most beautiful and lovely you. Please listen to The Brother Who Sleeps on My Upper Bunk. As soon as Luchen's voice fell, the live interface immediately showed a new movie screen and a new edited MV. The direction of the barrage immediately changed, and no one paid any more attention to the guy who was crushed to powder. My brother. I've seen this film, and I went with my ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend? Then you should go with your gay friend. What a good oil blanket. Go to hell. Everyone, listen to the song. I will always support Lu Fei Da. Long live the men, long live the new song, long live Lu Fei Da. The women express their regret and love the anchor. The brother who sleeps on my upper bunk? Haha, it's a fatty who sleeps on my upper bunk. I'm always worried that the bed will collapse. Brother, My Brother and 19-Year-Old Youth Memorial are both urban youth films. The former's box office is far less than the latter, but its reputation is far better. When it was released last year, it attracted countless praise. The story of the film tells the story of 2 classmates and friends who fell in love with the same girl at school, and then agreed to compete with each other after graduation, thus embarking on their different life paths. My Brother is very inspiring, and the ending is unexpected. The 2 leading actors performed very well, and with this film, both won the Best Actor laurel of the 2014 Capital University Film Festival. Therefore, as soon as Luchen played the edited film video, someone immediately said the name. And this is exactly the effect he wants to achieve. The prelude melody sounded, and the singing followed. The brother who sleeps on my upper bunk, you soundless and unseen. The questions you once asked me, now no one asks again. Give me the brother who smokes cigarettes, give me the happy past, you always can't guess the coin in my hand, shake your head and say it's too mysterious. You write more and more polite letters, you don't mention a word about love, you say you have a lot of friends now, but don't worry about those things anymore. 817, Whale TV, Lu Fei Live Broadcast Room, Online Popularity, 463660. Note, The Brother Who Sleeps on My Upper Bunk lyrics/composer, Gao Xiaosong. Love and friendship had always been the eternal and unchanging theme on campus. Luchen's first song Love in the Wind is about love, and the second song The Brother Who Slept on My Upper Bunk is undoubtedly about friendship, which belongs to the true friendship between classmates and buddies. Many people didn't get love when they were students, and they didn't even know what love was. But there are very few people who don't have friendship. This song, The Brother Who Slept on My Upper Bunk, uses simple words with a faint sad tune, as if inadvertently, it gently hits the softest place in their hearts. Then all kinds of memories that sink in the bottom of their hearts will suddenly come to their minds, blurred faces begin to become clear, strange voices gradually become familiar, and easily evoke everyone's memories of youth. Playing, running, fighting on campus. Until after graduation, they went their separate ways and gradually lost contact. Primary school, junior high school, college, how many figures who used to accompany and know each other disappeared in the memory of time. The brother who slept on my upper bunk sleeps in my lonely memories. The girl you always talked about in those days, did she give you her hairband? You said that every time you look back at the sunset, every time you hear the evening bell, the dribs and drabs of the past will surge in your heart, that you don't have time to be sad. You write more and more polite letters, you don't mention a word about love, you say you have a lot of friends now, but don't worry about those things anymore. You ask me when we can go back together, look at our dormitory, our past, the words you engraved on the wall are still clear, from then on, no one can erase it. The barrage displayed on the screen is getting fewer and fewer. Those who watch the live broadcast listen very carefully to this moving song that touches the heartstrings. The scenes in the movie flashed in front of their eyes. The lyrics and singing seemed to be like gurgling water, slowly flowing in their hearts, moving and melancholy. The brother who slept on my upper bunk sleeps in my lonely memories. The questions you once asked me, now no one asks me. Give me a brother who smokes cigarettes, give me a happy past. The questions you once asked me, now no one asks me, now no one asks me, now no one asks me. At the end of the song, the audience was silent, then, rewards started flooding the screen. System notification, Call Me By, Silver 7, has gifted the host an aircraft carrier, system. Notification, Big Brother Whale, Gold 6, has gifted the host an aircraft carrier, system notification, Prince Lon Ling, Gold I, has gifted the host an aircraft carrier. System notification, Riding a Crane Down to Yangzhou, Iron Centipede, has gifted the host an aircraft carrier. System notification, Tiger Hits Wu Song, Gold 3, has gifted the host an aircraft carrier. A continuous stream of domineering aircraft carriers crossed the screen, mercilessly covering an astonishing number of fish balls. In addition to a few local tyrant fans that Lu Chen was familiar with, there were another 6 or 7 new supporters. After tipping an aircraft carrier, the live broadcast website system would automatically pop up a celebratory message across the entire platform. As long as it was on the platform, whether it was in the live broadcast room or the forum, all online members would be able to see it. Gently clicking on the celebration bar would immediately send you to the corresponding live broadcast room, which would then form a good promotional effect. It is precisely because of such a linkage mechanism that in any live broadcast platform, the strong are often stronger. Popular anchors have the support of a large number of high-level fans, and they can easily gather countless popularity. However, it is still rare for more than a dozen aircraft carriers to appear in the same live broadcast room in succession. While the number of fish balls in Lu Fei's live broadcast room soared, his online popularity also soared. Of course, it was impossible for other PK-themed show anchors to not see it. All of them thought that this was a challenge to them, so the local tycoons who supported them came down one after another, and the aircraft carriers worth 1,000 yuan flew all over the sky. The atmosphere of Whale TV was extremely hot. I'm afraid that even the event officials did not expect such a situation. Less than half an hour after the start of the PK, the major anchors had already started fighting. Tonight will definitely be a fierce battle. Capital Beijing, Ping'an District. Ping'an District is located in the prime area of the Second Ring Road, which belongs to the core hinterland of Beijing. The housing prices are among the best in the country. Those who can buy a house in the district are not ordinary people. In a room on the 3rd floor of the A7 villa, a short-haired young man in his 20s was sitting in front of the computer, his fingers flying on the keyboard, and from time to time, he held the mouse and clicked a few times. Little Bai, you are really capable now. Where did you find this master? Interesting. Suddenly, a message popped up, showing the ID, Arthes. The short-haired young man smiled disdainfully and quickly replied, What? Are you afraid? If you are afraid, then admit defeat. Arthes, afraid? When have I, old saw, been afraid? Why did you throw so many fish balls down? You are really ruthless. What's this fish ball? The short-haired young man despised, It's not enough for you to eat a meal. Don't tell me you didn't throw it on you, Gidge? Arthes, it's a small matter how many fish balls I throw, but it's boring if I throw too many. That will make others laugh at us two fools. Let's talk about a number? The short-haired young man hesitated and replied, How much do you say? Arthes, no more than 5, and I can't let others help me. The short-haired young man, no problem. Arthes, hee, then it's a deal. You just wait to admit defeat. The short-haired young man, in your dreams. After closing the conversation with Arthes, the short-haired young man looked at Lucien on the screen and fell into deep thought. 5 figures equaled 50,000. He had already gifted 15 aircraft carriers, which was equivalent to 1. 5 figures. The number of rewards affected the popularity index, which was one of the ranking indicators of the PK theme show. Although the number of fish balls did not really determine the final ranking, the proportion was still not low. According to the agreement with his opponent, the short-haired young man could continue to throw 35 aircraft carriers in Lu Fei's live broadcast room. If it was in normal times, it would be amazing, but now it was nothing at all in PK. The most popular anchors had millions of fans and popularity, and they could easily get tens of thousands of rewards. In contrast, Lucien's accumulation was too little. The short-haired young man didn't mean to go back on his word or cheat, because he couldn't afford to lose such a person, and the other party was the same. So apart from the rewards, the rest could only rely on Lucien himself. At least so far, Lucien's data is rising steadily, and there is hope for him to break into the top 5. He couldn't help but type 2 words on the keyboard, come on. Lu Fei de, come on. The brother who slept on my upper bunk, give me a cigarette. I also think of my upper bunk, although I am a girl, I also like this new song very much, and I am looking forward to the third song. Like +1, look forward +10,000. Where's the guy who just said he would eat the keyboard? Post the live broadcast address. Haha, be sure to watch. That grandson ran away long ago. Lucien's second song, The Brother Who Slept on My Upper Bunk. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was more lively than before. There were thousands of barrage discussing the song, and many people were recalling their classmates and friends. Most of the people who like live broadcast are single dogs. Compared with Love in the Wind, they prefer this song about friendship. At 8:27, Whale TV, Lu Fei Live Broadcast Room, Online Popularity, 517922. The continuous increase in popularity data shows that the graduation season theme show has been very successful so far. Most of the audience who came in stayed. They were attracted by Lucien's playing and singing performance, and the number of fish powder increased simultaneously, 500,000 plus. The smile on Lucien's face became more confident. He didn't waste time and said, The Brother Who Slept on My Upper Bunk is dedicated to all my male compatriots. Of course, the following song is dedicated to all my female compatriots. Thank you for supporting me here on such a night. A Cinderella, for everyone. The third song is Cinderella, because there is nothing more appropriate than this song. Although he has played and sung many times, this time Lucien prepared a little surprise for his female fans. The vast number of male compatriots is undoubtedly the main audience legion of all live broadcasting platforms. Whether it is a single dog or a loving dog, whether it is a student or a working dog, energetic young people can always find their own fun in different live broadcasting rooms, watching girls act cute and sing, learning about master games, watching outdoor experts fishing and hunting. However, always remember this but the growing number of female compatriots must not be ignored, especially for an anchor like Lucien, who sells his talents, the number of charming fans in his fish fan circle. That is, the number of female fans is quite considerable, and it is a group that must be taken care of. Compared with Wong fans, charming fans have a very valuable quality, that is, they are often very careful, good at using promotional activities on the website to earn free fish balls, and then reward them to the anchor they like. Don't underestimate the promotional nature of free fish balls. The number of 10 or hundreds of people who can receive it is not much. Thousands of people are very powerful, and the average reward rate of charming fans is much higher than that of Wong fans. Therefore, Lucien chose the third song of the PK Live show as Cinderella. The beautiful girls are anchors, not the audience, so this song will definitely arouse their resonance and love. Which girl doesn't have the dream of Cinderella in her heart? In order to show his sincerity, Lucien also specially made a flash animation MV for this song. The previous MV of the new song, because it is edited with movie footage and lyrics, is very simple and easy to produce. However, this 7-minute animation belongs to Lucien's original content. Although it is not a professional level work, it also uses some small materials from the internet, and it took him 3 days. Lu Fei works, first, for exquisite artistic fonts appeared in the live interface. However, the main title gradually faded, and the words, Cinderella/lyrics, Lu Fei/animation, Lu Fei/post, Lu Fei, slowly appeared, and a shadowy sketch of a girl appeared on the screen. Wow! The anchor is so talented. He can play, sing, create original works, and make animation. It's great. Lu Fei de Rape Flower. I must record it and save it on the computer to enjoy. You can obviously rely on your face to eat. Why do you have to rely on talent? I really can't figure it out. Stop talking, let's listen to the song. Listen to music. Just as Lu Chen expected, the animation he made hit the cute spot of the seductive fans. 100 fish balls appeared in waves, and the combo frequently reached 100 plus, fully demonstrating the fighting power of the girls. How did I fall in love with you? I'm asking myself, I can give up anything, but I can't believe I can't leave today. You are not beautiful, but you are extremely cute. Oh, Cinderella, my Cinderella. Simple guitar playing, without any electronic accompaniment, Lu Chen's voice was as clean and clear as ever, full of emotion, like a clear spring that could wash away the impetuosity and worries in people's hearts, making everyone unconsciously fall into the mood of the song. The animation presented in the live broadcast interface perfectly matched the theme of the lyrics. The story of an ordinary girl and a handsome and talented man meeting and falling in love on campus was outlined with plain colors and simplified lines. Although it was not very exquisite, it was still able to deeply move the hearts of the girls who liked and pursued romance. At this time, countless male compatriots have shown their generosity and tolerance. Not many people use the barrage to make noise, leaving the space to the seductive fans. Maybe waiting for you to come. After 5 minutes of playing and singing, the animation continued to play for 1 minute, leaving everyone a happy ending. Those who like, appreciate, admire, and be moved, are all expressed in the barrage and fish balls. 8:45, Whale TV, Lu Fei Live Broadcast Room, Online Popularity, 579020. At the same time, Whale TV's hot list was updated again. The hot list, located in a prominent position on the home page, has a total of 12 places. According to the online popularity of the live broadcast room, the number of barrage, and the number of gifts, a fixed formula is used to convert the corresponding value automatically ranked, which is one of the most important factors to measure the strength of an anchor. On Whale TV's hot list, it is refreshed every 15 minutes. Since the official start of the PK theme show at 8 o'clock, Whale TV's number 1 female anchor Chinger Baby has been firmly occupying the top spot on the hot list. She has not given up the throne even after 3 refreshes, showing her strong popularity. The competition for the 11 positions below her is also fierce, and all the popular anchors on the list are, without exception, popular anchors. In the first 2 updates, Lu Chen was not on the list. But after the list was refreshed at 8:45, he was ranked 11th. Lu Fei De is on the hot list of the whole station. Immediately, a sharp-eyed fan noticed and quickly typed a barrage, 11th. Immediately, there was a tide of response. General Lu is big and mighty. Congratulations to the anchor, you have climbed to the peak again and won the championship. Ha ha ha, let's keep up the good work and help the anchor continue to rush up, rush. The people of Jiangbei send a congratulatory message. The people of Sichuan send a congratulatory message. The people of Beijing send a congratulatory message. The people of Shanghai send a congratulatory message. The people of Taiwan send a congratulatory message. The people of Chaoshan, congratulatory messages filled the screen, all of which congratulated Lu Chen on his first achievement in the PK theme show. It's really not easy for Lu Fei's live broadcasting room to be on the hot list of the whole station, and it is also worth congratulating. Although it has been on the list before, there was no fierce competition like the PK theme show at night at that time, and there was a lot of chance for it to be on the list. Now that he is on the list at this time, it is a real proof of popularity, and Lu Chen's basic data is the lowest among all 24 PK anchors, so it naturally seems extraordinary. Many fish fans understand this, so they feel proud, because Lu Chen's success is inseparable from their support, and his achievements are worth sharing with more than 500,000 online viewers, and countless Lu Jiajun members believe that Lu Chen will definitely be able to rush to the top 5 throne of PK, but for Lu Chen's competitors, especially those with similar rankings, it is quite annoying. This year's Whale TV PK theme show rewards are very rich. It is a rare big deal for Whale TV this year. The publicity and promotion work are in place, showing the official determination to reinvigorate the glory of the website. As a first-line and top anchor in Whale TV, no one wants to admit defeat in this competition. The strong want to be stronger, and the second strong want to replace the position of the strong. It is natural that the competition is fierce. The 24 anchors who participated in the PK theme show were notified by the website early and knew the list of competitors in advance. If they want to win, it is absolutely necessary to know themselves and their opponents in advance. Lu Chen, also known as Lu Fei, was originally not taken seriously by anyone. As a new anchor of Whale TV, his qualifications are too shallow. Although the momentum of his rise is very fast, the lack of enough fan accumulation is a fatal weakness, and he is destined to be a soy sauce character. As for the theme of the graduation season and the original folk song, it is nothing more than a grandstanding move to gain popularity. They will use facts to teach their opponents a lesson and let Lu Chen know that newcomers are newcomers and don't try to challenge the top. However, the facts have given those opponents who despise Lu Chen a loud slap in the face. Nearly half of the live show PK time, Lu Chen has reached the 11th place on the hot list of the whole station, with an online popularity of nearly 600,000. With such data, if you say that you don't have the qualifications to challenge the top 5, you have to lie with your eyes open. Some fan support groups of anchors with similar rankings quickly noticed the threat from Lu Chen. While they strengthened their support for their anchors, they also planned targeted means in the group. There is a possibility of manipulation in any list. There are many ways to suppress a competitor, such as finding violations to report, making a scene in the room to brush black barrage, pretending to be a black fan, and so on. Some fans are fanatical and will not speak any reason at all. With the update of the hot list, an undercurrent rushed towards Lu Fei's live broadcast room. At this moment, Lu Chen was still unaware of it. He was preparing to sing the 4th song. The 4th song is also a new song. For this PK Live show, Lu Chen prepared 5 new songs to debut on Whale TV. He has already sung Love in the Wind and The Brother Who Slept on My Upper Bunk before. The 3rd song, Cinderella, is a foreshadowing. The 4th song will be a new song to maintain the current high popularity and further improve. The audience always likes the new and hates the old. Lu Chen is going to conquer everyone with a steady stream of original works. But before singing, in accordance with international practice, he expressed his thanks to the local tycoons who gave him rewards. Rewarding and thanking is the daily routine of anchors. Many small anchors have to thank others by name even if they give 100 fish balls, in order to win over fans and increase popularity, so that the audience who gave them rewards have a sense of accomplishment. Lu Chen can't do this. It's not that he wants to be a big shot, but there are too many people who have given hundreds or thousands of fish balls. If he thanks them one by one, he won't have to sing in this live show. Just thanking them is enough. The most important thing is that he has won the love and support of fish fans, not by acting cute and brushing his mouth, but by strength. Of course, local tycoons like Li Bai and Big Brother must be thanked. Here too, express my heartfelt thanks. With your support, I have the motivation to struggle. The following song is also my original work. It is also a folk song, and it is also the first time I sang it. I hope you like it. Just as Lu Chen thanked the local tycoons and fans, he entered Lu Fei's live broadcast room. Xueyan is definitely not his real name. His real name is Xueyan, an editor of Yunjing Music Network. Founded in 2007, Yunjing Music Network is one of the top 5 music websites in China. Xueyan has joined the website as an insider for 5 years and can be regarded as a senior editor. In addition, he also has a temporary identity at the moment, that is, one of the 12 judges of Whale TV PK Live show. He has the power to rate and evaluate the 24 participating anchors and has the ability to affect the final ranking. When he clicked into Lu Fei's live broadcast room, Xueyan was in a very bad mood. The live broadcast room he entered belongs to a female anchor named Yugij. In all honesty, the anchor is very beautiful, and she has at least 8 points under careful dressing. Unfortunately, what is she performing? She sings a song for 1 minute, but she has to act coquettishly for 3 minutes. What's amazing is not singing, but pouting, frowning, squeezing face, shaking chest. That chest is squeezed from B cup to C+ cup. Xianxia was defeated after watching for 3 minutes. If it weren't for his duties as a judge, he wouldn't have been able to stay for 3 seconds. As for Lu Fei, the theme of his show was called Graduation Season, which seemed a little interesting and suited to the current season. But what the hell was a campus folk song? And in the theme, he is a new folk song of folk songs of the new generation. Young people nowadays don't even blush when they brag. As a real industry person, Xianxia is very helpless. On the one hand, the original power of domestic pop music is declining. On the other hand, all the newcomers claim to be able to write original songs. In the end, they are all rubbish songs bought with money. Even if they change their appearance and title their own works, they still coax fans to spend a lot of money. As an editor of a music website, Xianxia has encountered too many such things. Now he wants to vomit when he sees original works, so he doesn't have any expectations at all. He is completely in line with the professional attitude of taking money to do things. As a result, as soon as he entered the live broadcast room, Xianxia saw a young man holding a guitar and talking to the microphone. His impression suddenly became very bad. Xianxia instinctively wanted to click the exit option in the upper right corner, but he resisted and moved the cursor to playback. Xianxia logged in with a privileged account issued by the official, Whale TV. The privileged account can't see the barrage or reward messages in the live broadcast room, and it is invisible when entering and exiting, and can play back the past live broadcast content. He wants to start browsing from the very beginning and also gives the young man 3 minutes of time. If 3 minutes can't make Xianxia interested, then he will say goodbye to the anchor. As for the 10 blue whales in the account, he will not waste any of them. The live playback began. 3 minutes later, Xianxia sat motionless, with a look of surprise on his face. Because he found that he almost missed a talent. He never dreamed that the song played and sung by the anchor named Lu Fei turned out to be an original work, but also a very good work. At least in recent years, few folk songs can be compared to it. Love in the Wind, campus folk song, original newcomer. Xianxia suddenly had a feeling of finding a treasure in the utility room, and he couldn't help but get excited. After the first song was sung, Xianxia suppressed the idea of listening to it again and dragged the progress bar to fast forward to the second song. The Brother Who Slept on My Upper Bunk. It was still an original work, and a similar style was played and sung perfectly and very moving. Xianxia was completely speechless. When did such a talented young man appear in the already declining folk song world? Xianxia was 100% sure that he had never heard of these 2 songs before, and the face of the anchor was also very strange. Then the third song, Cinderella. Xianxia's face turned red, not because he was moved. He had long passed the age of being moved, but because he was too excited. Without the slightest hesitation, he sent out 5 of the 10 blue whales in his account. 1 blue whale represents 1 good comment. The more good comments the anchor receives, it will affect the final ranking. The reason why Xianxia didn't send out all the blue whales was that according to the rules, he could only send 50% to one anchor. After sending out 5 good comments, Xianxia was still not satisfied. He copied the link address of the live broadcast room, opened the QQ sticky post and sent it to 2 friends in the circle. You should see this young man and listen to his songs. His 2 friends are also the judges of the Whale TV PK live show. Xianxia would rather keep all the good comments in his account than send them out easily, but for this anchor named Lu Fei, he only hates that his votes are limited. So he needs the support of his companions. If this PK live show is given to those who show off their coquettishness, Xianxia will feel sorry for himself, and Luchin knew nothing about this. When Xianxia played back the live broadcast, he was singing the 4th song of the graduation season. The name of this new song is The Bright Times of Youth. Back in May at the end of spring, there are not many people in the market in the early morning. Children sing in front of the door, the sun warms the stream. Willow catkins blow in the strong wind, people under the shadow of the tree want to sleep, the silent people begin to be happy from this moment, the puppet that takes off the cold winter. My melancholy white shirt, the first cigarette in the pocket of youth, my first awakening of love, never dared to tell you. The first song of the graduation season, Love in the Wind, is about love. The second song, The Brother Who Slept on My Upper Bunk, 4 Boys, represents friendship. And the third song, Cinderella 4 Girls, is about the fantasy of love. Then this song, The Bright Times of Youth, is about nostalgia. Nostalgia for the time of youth, nostalgia for that very innocent era, nostalgia for ignorant love, simple life and carefree days. In the lyrics, the house covered with ivy, the neighbor under the eaves, the persimmon tree, the radio, all reflect a strong nostalgia. Listening to him playing and singing, it is as if returning to that very good time. The people who can most resonate with this song are undoubtedly people born in the 1970s, 1980s, and early 1990s. Because they have a deep memory of that era. The playful teenager holds the comic book and doesn't let go, accompanies me to sleep, is the sorrow of the moon, and the pillow full of dreams, the pillow covered with saliva. Vaguely in the dream, do you often recall the past? Many fans who listen to the song are touched. Nice song, it reminds me of when I was a child, when I was a child plus one, when I was still in the countryside, I played every day, fishing, catching frogs, catching loaches. Now there are no villages, only farmhouses. I want to eat maltose candy, big roll, fruit pith peel, Arctic popsicle, the foodie in front, wait for me. My favorite radio, was thrown away by my mother, 5555. Have you seen the comic strip? I want to say, what a lousy song, the singing is so bad, and there are people supporting it. What a big joke. Is this the level of the hot list? Brushed, right? It's too old, what campus folk song, it's ridiculous. Hee hee, suddenly, in the large and warm barrage, there was a dazzling ridicule. And the number is getting more and more. Note, The Bright Times of Youth, lyric/composer, Zhao Lei. If there are fans, there will naturally be haters. Since Lu Chen started live broadcasting in Whale TV, his popularity has been rising steadily, and his fish fans have been increasing. The momentum of his rise is extremely strong, and it is inevitable that he has attracted some haters. Haters were everywhere. Whether it was in games, forums, QQ groups, or live broadcast rooms, there were always a few active figures. They spared no effort to spit out venom, created rumors, and stirred up trouble without distinguishing right from wrong, and provoked fierce battles. Whoever was popular, they would be eliminated. The composition of haters is very complicated. Some are extremely bored, some are naturally jealous, and some are from competitors. Lu Chen's live broadcasting room has encountered haters several times, but because the 3 moderators, including Li Bai, have good control, they haven't caused much trouble. But this time, the situation is completely different. He has just finished playing and singing The Bright Times of Youth. In the warm and beautiful atmosphere of everyone reminiscing about the past, countless black bullet screens suddenly appeared, which seems very abnormal. Trash anchor, get out of Whale TV. This song is too ugly. It's an insult to my ears. Hee hee, compared to our Chinger baby, it's simply a scum. Pure Brother is 3 streets away from the anchor. Everyone, go and support him. If you want to talk about guitar playing and singing, you have to look at Boss Sun. This person is not even worthy of helping Boss Sun. Let's go, this live broadcasting room is so boring. I'm going to see Miss Rain. When the black bullet screen first appeared, Lu Jijin's fish fans didn't immediately react. After all, it was normal for hundreds of thousands of online viewers to have some objections, and no one took it seriously. Moreover, there are moderators in the live broadcasting room, and the haters can be cleared out with a click of the mouse. But when 10, 100, and thousands of black bullet screens appeared, anyone could see the problem. Lu Feida has been attacked, many fans were furious. It felt like when they were tasting a cup of warm milk tea, they suddenly found a few green flies floating in the cup, and they were immediately disgusted. In anger, they immediately launched a counterattack. Where did these haters come from? Get out of here. Kill the whole family of haters. What Chinger baby, doesn't she only know how to show off? How dare she compare with our Lu Feida? Get out. Get out. Get lost. Scram. What is the housekeeper doing? Why don't you kick these haters out and block their accounts and IPs? When a person is famous, there will be many disputes. Some people are jealous of Lu Feida. These people are too disgusting. In fact, the 3-room managers had already taken action to clear the names and kick people out of the room. However, there were too many black pieces, and they couldn't deal with them in time, so they didn't have much of an effect. Li Bai quickly sent a private message to Lu Chen. Be careful, someone is targeting us. Don't fall into their trap. The haters in the live broadcast platform were best at sowing discord. They deliberately pretended to be fans of a certain host and went to another live broadcast room to slander them, provoking a war between the fans of both sides. Although this kind of method was very low level, because most of the fans were young and not rational enough, they were aroused with just a few words. Regardless of the consequences, they would fight it out first. In the end, both sides suffered losses. Li Bai had played live broadcast for a long time, so he was very familiar with the tricks involved. Moreover, this time he was betting with others. Although there was an agreement to limit the reward, it didn't say that he couldn't play other tricks. He had even guessed the existence of several real culprits behind the scenes. But at this time, Li Bai couldn't explain too much to Lu Chen, because it was easy to affect the other party's emotions and affect the effect of the live broadcast. Moreover, if Lu Chen lost his mind in anger, he would really fall into a trap. Li Bai's scruples were reasonable, but he also underestimated Lu Chen. Lu Chen had never eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run away. He didn't need Li Bai's reminder to be alert. He immediately said to the microphone, "Please calm down, everyone. Don't be led by the haters, and please don't go to other anchors' rooms to quarrel, because that is what the haters want." Lu Chen put down the guitar and showed a relaxed and confident smile on his face. Don't quarrel and curse, because this is what the haters are best at. They are used to using their shamelessness to pull others to the same level as them, and then use their rich experience of shamelessness to defeat their opponents. We are not on the same level as them, we should look down at them from above. At this time, we just need to smile. Just like me, a contemptuous smile. His smile was contemptuous, but it didn't make people feel disgusted at all. Instead, they felt that it was very interesting. Ha ha ha, Lu Feida is right. Contemptuous of the haters. Please look at my contemptuous smile. High-level skill, Lu Fei's contempt, damage plus 1000, psychic impact plus 9, haters plus 500% damage. They are used to using their shamelessness. Haha, Lu Feida said it so well. Wise words, I'm going to take these words away, don't fight with me. Trying to lead the way? That's an insult to our intelligence. Support the host. The direction of the bullet screen was instantly reversed by Lu Chen. A large number of mocking bullet screen directly crushed the haters' words into pieces. A few rich fans even tipped aircraft carriers, boosting their morale, compared to the 600,000 online viewers and the tens of thousands of Lu Jiejun members. A mere few hundred to 1,000 haters could only be arrogant for a few seconds. Regardless of whether they wanted to lead the way or stir up trouble, they were destined to fail. Lu Chen's counterattack method was not limited to just that. What was he best at? Singing. Then he would use his singing to fight back against those with ulterior motives. Tonight, I'm very happy. Because of your support, I've achieved an unimaginable miracle. I've appeared on the homepage's trending list, ranked 11th. But I want to say, this is not enough, because we have unparalleled courage, because we have unparalleled passion, because we are united in love. So, let us come together and fly higher. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen quickly reached out to readjust the camera and microphone, then stood up with his guitar in his arms. Because this song had to be sung while standing up. Life is like a big river. Sometimes tranquil, sometimes crazy. Reality is like a shackle tying me up, unable to break free. The beginning of the song was low and depressed because of the setbacks and pressure. But the depression was short-lived. The greater the pressure, the stronger the rebound. The melody quickly became high-spirited and intense. This enigmatic life is as sharp as a knife, injuring me again and again. I know the kind of happiness I want. It was high up in the sky. I want to fly higher, dance like the wind, break free from the embrace. I want to fly higher, wings swirling up a storm, my heart roars, fly higher. At 8:57, Whale TV, Lu Fei Broadcasting Room, online popularity, 647,310. Countless viewers, especially those who are familiar with Lu Chen and have accompanied him all the way, are all stunned, because what they see now is not the original Lu Chen at all. The Lu Chen who sang Love in the Wind, You Who Sat Next to Me and Cinderella affectionately. Now Lu Chen is young, hot-blooded, passionate, and has a strong fighting power. His singing is no longer clean and clear, but vigorous and vicissitudes, full of endless power, upward power. This new song, which they have never heard before, has a completely different style from the previous ballads. That is the style of rock and roll, but despite being surprised and shocked, everyone likes it all the same. In particular, many people were angered by the haters just now. Now that they heard this hot-blooded rock and roll work, their hearts were filled with joy, incomparable joy. No need to quarrel, disdain to distinguish, arrogant to cynicism, adhere to the true self, just like what is sung in the song, I want to fly higher, fly higher. Dance like the wind, break free from the embrace. I want to fly higher, fly higher. Wings swirling up a storm, heart roaring, fly higher. Fly higher, fly higher. In front of countless screens, countless audiences were moved by Lu Chen's singing. Their blood was boiling, and their enthusiasm was completely ignited. They used countless barrage and countless fish balls to accompany Lu Chen. Fly higher, note, fly higher lyrics/composer, Wang Feng. Many people had seen Lu Chen's live broadcast on Light Blue Music Carnival and heard in the Spring and Blue Lotus. They didn't find it strange that Lu Chen could sing such a passionate new song like Fly Higher. Because Lu Chen had such strength and talent, but for the hundreds of thousands of viewers in Lu Fei's live broadcast room, it was as if they were witnessing a miracle. In this miracle, Lu Chen's gorgeous transformation. He no longer gently sang and narrated affectionately. He no longer brought everyone back to the school days that were worth remembering. Instead, he shouted and roared to his heart's content, unscrupulously expressing his desire and confidence to fly to the top. I want to fly higher, fly higher. Dance like the wind, break free from the embrace. This kind of Lu Chen, this kind of song, made everyone feel excited, moved, and even deeply trembled. The haters that once filled the live broadcast room were like snow that was illuminated by the blazing sun, silently disappearing. They tragically and pitifully became the negative background of the birth of a good song. They were bound to be mentioned for a very, very long time, and become the object of ridicule and satire. System notification, Big Brother Whale, Gold 6, gifted the host 1 aircraft carrier. System notification, Shanghai Tall Rich Handsome, Silver 3, gifted the host 1 aircraft carrier. System notification, I Love Baby Girl, Gold Eye, gifted the host 1 aircraft carrier. System notification, Call Me Li Bai, Silver 7, gifted the host 1 aircraft carrier. System notification, Abyss Dragon Rider, Gold 7, gifted the host 1 aircraft carrier. Before the song finished, the live broadcast room was already filled with the aircraft carriers gifted by the local tycoons, one after another, in an endless stream. Fly higher. Lu Chen let out a long breath. The joy in his heart couldn't be described in words. He looked at the repeated gift notifications on the screen, and his face once again revealed a smile, a happy smile. After calming down his excited mood, Lu Chen sat back in his seat and adjusted the microphone and camera. This song Fly Higher was originally not in Lu Chen's graduation season repertoire. It was added temporarily because of the appearance of the haters, so there was no matching music video. But the effect was so good that it far surpassed the previous ballads. Thank you, Big Brother. Thank you, Li Bai. Thank you, Mr. Perfect. According to international practice, Lu Chen began to thank the local tycoon. Halfway through the PK live show, the total number of fish balls in Lu Fei's live room has reached an astonishing 100+. In addition to loyal fans such as Li Bai and Big Brother, there are also a lot of new tycoon fans. Of course, he had to win over these rich fans. He couldn't let them feel like they were being ignored after tipping them. As for the other fans, they could only thank them together. While thanking his fans, Lu Chen was also adjusting his mood and thinking about the next step of the live broadcast. Therefore, he could not help but be a little distracted as he read the list of rewards displayed by the system. Thank you, I Love My Baby Girl. Thank you, Abyss Dragon Riders. Thank you, Big Breasts Tang Shan. Thank you, Ching'er Baby, huh? This ID feels a bit familiar. Before Lu Chen could react, his live broadcast room had exploded. What the hell, Ching'er Baby? Ha ha ha, the first beautiful anchor of Whale TV is here to check the room. What the F asterisk CK, is it true? I'm a fan of Lu Fei Da, and I'm also a fan of Beauty Qing. It's great to see the two in the same room. Wife, come and see the goddess. Our General Lu's fame is getting bigger and bigger. Even Qing'er baby has come. What day is it today? Countless barrage was brushed in an instant, making it difficult for Luchan not to notice it. He was stunned. Qing'er baby is the first female anchor of Whale TV. She has only joined Whale TV for a year, but she has become the most popular anchor in the life show, with more than 2 million fans. Qing'er baby also has the nickname Beauty Qing in Whale TV. Her fan group Mermaid Knights has as many as a dozen top QQ groups. There is no problem for her to beat Lu Jiejun. And in tonight's PK theme show, she has always firmly occupied the first place on the hot list of the whole station. Luchan didn't expect that the first beautiful anchor would actually come to check his room. The so-called ward round was when a streamer went to another streamer's live broadcast room to interact. It was basically in the nature of support or friendship. It was a normal exchange between streamers. During Luchan's live broadcast at Whale TV, many anchors came to ask for fans, but those are basically small anchors without much popularity. A big anchor like Qing'er baby running over during the PK live broadcast really made him a little speechless. Moreover, she had even gifted him an aircraft carrier. Fortunately, Luchan's psychological quality is strong. He reacted in an instant and continued to read the list of thanks. System prompt, Anchor Qing'er baby has sent you a friendship request. Do you agree? Luchan thought about it and clicked agree. The other party obviously came with good intentions, and he noticed that his online popularity was increasing wildly. An anchor's ward check, especially a popular anchor's ward check, often brings a lot of popularity, so many anchors are happy to go around in order to exchange for a return visit from the other party to increase their popularity. There is no doubt about Qing'er baby's popularity. In just half a minute, the online popularity of Lu Fei's live broadcast room has risen from 650,000 plus to 900,000 plus. It is not a dream to break through 1 million. The next moment, the screen of the live broadcast room was automatically divided into left and right sides. The left screen was still Lu Chen's own, and the right screen showed a 20-year-old beauty in a dress, Qing'er baby. Lu Fei De, hello. Qing'er baby waved at the camera generously and greeted Luchan politely. Among the 24 live broadcasters who participated in the PK live show in the evening, Qing'er baby was the calmest. She didn't care much about the final result. Winning the PK championship was nothing more than icing on the cake for her. Previously, when Qing'er baby was singing live, many haters ran to her live room to make trouble, saying that she only sold her face and coquettishness. In terms of talent and singing level, she was not worthy of carrying shoes for Lu Fei. For this kind of haters, Qing'er baby has seen too many of them. It is impossible for her to be taken away, and she will not take their words to heart. She will be killed without mercy. However, she also became a little interested in Lu Fei. Just now, when she saw a red tip floating by, she clicked on it. Well, the goddess is so capricious. She left millions of online fans and went to someone else's live broadcast room. Then, after listening to Lu Chen's half of Fly Higher, she willfully rewarded an aircraft carrier. As a result, the entire Whale TV was stirred up, and countless fans ran in to watch the fun. It's really rare for a beautiful woman to reward someone while checking the room. Those haters knew that their provocation not only did not affect Lu Chen, but also brought him the support of a popular anchor. It is estimated that they will spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood on the spot. Your song is very good. Since the 2 live broadcast rooms have been successfully socialized, the pictures and sounds of both sides will appear simultaneously. It is equivalent to 2 people live broadcasting together. Luchan smiled and said, "Thank you, you are also very beautiful." The dialogue between the two immediately set off a huge wave in the live broadcast room, and countless fans heckled. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Together. 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 Lu Fei De, you sing a song for the beautiful woman. Yes, yes, sing a song, a love song. Sing a love song +1. Sing a love song +2. Sing a love song +3. A large number of barrages were brushed out, all asking Lu Chen to sing for Qing'er Baby. The crowd's voice was extremely high. Qing'er Baby smiled and said, "Thank you for your support, I am looking forward to it." As she spoke, she deliberately blinked her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling, containing an indescribable charm. Whale TV's #1 female anchor is indeed worthy of her reputation. Lu Chen secretly praised and said, "Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I will be embarrassed if I don't sing." After a pause, he continued, "The following song will be given to Qing'er Baby, which everyone likes. It is also an original folk song by myself. Its name is Beauty. Beauty, so beautiful that people love you. I don't know where you come from, you exist for us. I ask you not to leave. Beauty, so beautiful that people love you. It was Manger who sent you. You exist for us. Don't hurt my heart." The cheerful and enthusiastic prelude, full of exotic style, mixed with the atmosphere of Latin, West Asian nomads, and Bohemia, made all the people who heard this song for the first time feel their ears stand up. It was like tasting a glass of sweet wine, and the wonderful taste bloomed on the tongue. The unique melody, coupled with simple and straightforward lyrics, had a kind of charming charm. Lu Chen held the guitar and sang the song Beauty with a very relaxed manner and movements. He was like a bard in Azeroth, sending a love song to Kellyanne in the bar of the Skyline Hotel in Shotraf. This new song also fully revealed his profound attainments in playing the guitar. The combination and use of various complex fingering techniques appropriately displayed the style of the string rhythm, which was breathtaking. "Beauty, the world changes too fast. Is your beauty still there? We'd better not linger, we'd better not wait foolishly. Beauty, the world changes too fast. Is your beauty still there? We'd better grasp the present. Ask you if you understand." In the video of the live broadcast, Qing'er Baby held her cheek with her hand, and her beautiful big eyes did not blink. She listened to the song that she had never heard before very seriously. Her pretty face showed a happy and moved look, just like Kellyanne who was kissed, but with a little more embarrassment and shyness. Lu Chen sang very happily. This song was not originally in his song list. Like Fly Higher, it was temporarily taken out by him to fit the occasion. It was perfect to tease this beautiful woman. After the song Beauty was finished, a lot of barrage and fish balls were brushed on the screen again. "It's so good. Beauty, so beautiful that people love you. I ask you not to leave." Lyrics, why are there no lyrics? I want to learn to sing it to my girlfriend. It's very bohemian style. The anchor is so talented. I feel that other people's methods of picking up girls in the past were too low. They should all learn from Lu Feida. Together. 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 I like this song, more than Love in the Wind and Cinderella. Like +1, Qing'er Baby clapped her hands and said with a smile, "It's really nice. Thank you, Lu Feida. I hope I can hear such a good song again next time. Qing'er is going back. Goodbye." To be the first female anchor of Whale TV, Qing'er Baby is not just beautiful and can sing. She is a very smart girl who is good at seizing opportunities and acting appropriately. Although the interaction with Lu Chen was just a spur of the moment, it was undoubtedly very important to maintain and increase her popularity by creating some appropriate hot topics. However, she shrewdly controlled the pace and did not linger in Lu Chen's live broadcast room. Otherwise, the fans of the Mermaid Nights would be dissatisfied. Now was the right time to return. She wanted to make those flower protectors who threw money occasionally feel jealous, but not too jealous. The sense of propriety was not something that ordinary people could accurately grasp. Qing'er Baby undoubtedly did an excellent job. Goodbye. Lu Chen put down his guitar and waved at the other party. Perhaps because they were all in the same industry, Lu Chen guessed the thoughts of Qing'er Baby. But there was nothing bad about it, because everyone got what they wanted. As for playing and singing Beauty and making this beauty fall in love with him, that was just thinking too much. So when Qing'er Baby returned to her live broadcast room and dozens of reward prompts were synchronized on the screen, Lu Chen just smiled faintly. Lu Chen's attention is no longer on the other party, because his popularity has just ushered in a new explosive growth. 9/16, Whale TV, Lu Fei Live Broadcast Room, Online Popularity, 103-6210. This is the first time that Lu Chen's popularity has exceeded the 1 million mark since he started his live broadcast. Although he borrowed the east wind of Qing'er Baby, it is undoubtedly a celebratory event for Lu Fei's live broadcast room. It must be known that 1 million popularity means that he has reached the level of a real first-line anchor, and he is not far from the top level. It has been less than a month since Lu Chen started broadcasting Whale TV. It is undoubtedly a miracle that he has broken through 1 million popularity so quickly. His follower count also soared, and the increase was so great that it was astounding, 723,625. 1 minute ago, the homepage's site-wide hot list was updated for the 5th time since the start of the PK live show. Lu Chen climbed from 11th place to 5th place, jumping 6 places in one breath. Of course, Lu Jiejin's fans did not ignore such huge progress and sent congratulatory messages one after another. Congratulations to the anchor for breaking through 1 million popularity. Haha, we are ranked 5th on the hot list, long live Lu Feida, long live Lu Jiejin. Take the top 5, hit the top 3, we are the champion. Everyone hurry up, those who have fish balls send fish balls, those who don't have fish balls send a barrage, the more the better. Top 5 is definitely no problem, I'm so happy. The people of Beijing send a congratulatory message. The people of Chang'an send a congratulatory message. The people of Hu City send a congratulatory message. The people of Hong Kong send a congratulatory message. The people of Sheungnan, the live broadcast room was in full swing, and Lu Chen was of course very happy. Even if his popularity fell below 1 million with the departure of Qing'er Baby, there were still countless viewers who stayed and continued to watch his live broadcast. This is already a huge victory. Thank you very much for your support. Then the following song is dedicated to our desk mates when we were students. You at the same table, I hope everyone likes it. After the ups and downs of the previous storm, Lu Chen's graduation season PK theme show is back on track. He sent his 7th song You at the Same Table. This work is undoubtedly a model of campus folk songs. Although Lu Chen has sung it many times in the live broadcast, there are still many people who have not heard it. Whether it is people who have heard it or people who have heard it for the first time, they are all impressed by Lu Chen's talent. Love in the Wind, The Brother Who Slept on My Upper Bunk, Cinderella, The Bright Times of Youth, Fly Higher, Beauty and Now You at the Same Table, all of which are Lu Chen's original works. If he adds a few more songs, he can make a complete album, and the most admirable thing is that, except for Fly Higher, the style, melody and lyrics of these songs are quite unified and coordinated, perfectly matching the theme of graduation season, showing a deep creative foundation. In Whale TV, there are many anchors who can play and sing. Some play very professionally, some sing very well, some are original, and some are more handsome than Lu Chen, but to be able to create so many excellent works, play and sing very well, and look handsome, there is really no one else. Even in the current entertainment industry, Lu Chen is also a first-class or even top talent, he just hasn't become famous yet. Among the nearly 1 million viewers in the live broadcast room, there are many people who understand music. They got to know Lu Chen here, heard his songs, and fell in love with his songs. Naturally, they became loyal fans. Tian, just like the waves washing the sand, gold will always shine brightly. When Lu Chen finished singing You at the Same Table and dedicated the last song of the night Blue Lotus, the senior executives of Whale TV, who have been paying attention to the PK live show, couldn't sit still. Deep Sea City, High-Tech Park, B3 Building, 15th floor, Whale Technology Company Headquarters Conference Room. The wall facing south was filled with high-definition screens. All the screens were displaying images of different live broadcast rooms. There were exactly 24 of them. A huge projection screen hung on the east wall, showing the video of Lu Fei's live broadcast room. Nothing can stop your yearning for freedom, your unconstrained life, your heart has no worries. Through the gloomy years, I once felt hesitant. Lu Chen's singing, through the high-fidelity sound arranged at the scene, was clearly transmitted to the ears of the company's senior executives, such as the general manager, deputy general manager, live broadcast director, and department manager, who were sitting in front of the conference table. They either looked at each other or whispered. Note, beauty lyrics/composer, Gao Feng. What do you think of this new anchor? Feng Xiaohui dropped the pen in his hand, and the shaft of the pen rolled half a meter away along the smooth table. The projection on the wall was fixed at the moment when Lu Chen put down the guitar after singing Blue Lotus. His eyes swept across the faces of all the company executives present, and the meaning was difficult to understand. Tonight's PK-themed show is the biggest promotional activity of Whale TV in half a year. It was also set up by Feng Xiaohui, the general manager, with a total investment of more than 5 million yuan. Although the project and funds are not large, as a famous young general in the industry, Feng Xiaohui hopes to use this event to enhance the popularity and morale of Whale TV as a cushion before the revival of the past glory. So in the evening, all the executives gathered in the conference room to pay attention to the progress of the PK-themed show. The performances of 24 anchors are about to end, and there will be someone who stands out. A senior executive hesitated for a moment and said, "This anchor, whose real name is Lu Chen, should be the biggest highlight. I think we should give him a better contract." In front of them, there is a detailed information about the participating anchors. Lu Chen is actually an ordinary signing plus 50,000 signing fee, which is obviously not in line with his current popularity. Feng Xiaohui nodded expressionlessly. Another high-ranking official said, "His songs are very good." "Are they really original?" Immediately, the manager of the brokerage department explained, "They are really original." "I didn't believe it at first," the 30-year-old white-collar woman praised Lu Chen. "We have checked in the Greater China Music Library. All the song copyrights are under his name. He is a very talented young man. I also think that we should give him a contract and promote him to a larger market." After Feng Xiaohui took charge of Whale TV, he intended to spread the platform's anchor resources to a larger field and set up a corresponding entertainment company. The main responsibility of the brokerage department is to find out new stars worth cultivating. The big entertainment industry is the real big cake, and of course, the competition is the most fierce. Whale TV does not have the intention to fight with people immediately, but to make reasonable use of its own resources and earn more and greater benefits is undoubtedly the company's strategic goal in the future. Their biggest competitor, Starlight Show, was already doing the same thing, and it was doing very well. A smile appeared on Feng Xiaohui's face. The brokerage manager keenly noticed the change in his expression and continued, "We can customize projects for him, buy all his creative copyrights, produce an album of works, and package him as a gifted idol." "Manager Wang, please." "Wait," she talked endlessly about her plan. Just as she was beaming with joy and excitement, a voice suddenly came from the side and abruptly interrupted her. Manager Wang was as unhappy as she could be, but the one who interrupted her was Wu Hongming, the head of the operations department, so she could only suppress her displeasure and force a smile. "Manager Wu, what do you think?" Wu Hongming was one of the founders of Whale TV and a senior figure in whale technology. Although Manager Wang was Feng Xiaohui's confidant, she could not ignore Wu Hongming's opinion. Wu Hongming asked in a deep voice, "How much are you going to pay for his creative copyrights?" Manager Wang was stunned. She didn't expect Wu Hongming to ask this question. She thought about it and replied, "My idea is to follow the example of an artist's contract and sign a 5-year contract. I will give him an annual salary of 300,000 yuan plus a 10% bonus. The contract must include all creative copyrights." In the view of the brokerage manager, this contract is undoubtedly very generous. For a young man like Lu Chen, wouldn't he be happy to get the opportunity to promote and package him into the entertainment industry? I don't know how many newcomers are eager to embark on the road to becoming a star. An annual salary of 300,000 plus a 10% bonus, she felt that it was a little too generous. Wu Hongming didn't comment. He pointed to the projection screen and said, "The song Lu Chen just sang is called Blue Lotus. As far as I know, he has sold the copyright of this song to Light Rain Media Company in Beijing. The price is 200,000. Impossible." Manager Wang was the first to shout. She stared and said, "This is the price of a top famous artist." Among the executives present, there were people who knew the market and were also very surprised. Really, 200,000 yuan for a song is definitely a high price among famous artists. Without being verified by the market, a newcomer can sell his work for 200,000 yuan. It sounds like a fantasy novel. Wu Hongming said lightly, "Nothing is impossible. I have already inquired about it from my friends in the Beijing circle. Many people know about this. There have been agencies that wanted to sign him, but he refused. So I suggest that we give up the copyright requirements. Don't expect to sign an ordinary artist contract with him. Let's talk about it according to the top anchor contract." Manager Wang was not convinced. Manager Wu, how can you be sure that he won't sign it? Wu Hongming sighed and said, then you can talk to Lu Chen. This young man is actually very assertive and thoughtful. I don't think it's possible to move him unless we give him a top artist contract. Wu Hongming's understanding of Lu Chen comes mostly from his niece, Wu Xianxia. The latter has a very close relationship with Lu Chen and usually maintains a very high level of attention. As the head of the operations department, it is impossible for him to ignore the new anchor who is rapidly becoming popular on Whale TV. And Lu Chen's live broadcast on the PK theme show tonight has deepened his inherent impression. Top artist contract, the executives all looked at each other. How is that possible? Manager Wang couldn't help but want to refute again. Fang Xiaohui asked first, then let Manager Wang talk to him about the artist contract first. If he can't talk about the new contract, how about it? Wu Hongming replied calmly, I have no objection, but don't forget that we have a lot of competitors. Fang Xiaohui's breath suddenly stagnated. In the past 2 years, Whale TV had been badly poached by others, especially Starry Live. They had poached their members to the point where Whale TV had suffered greatly. There were also many new broadcasting platforms eyeing them covetously to take advantage of them. The PK theme show can certainly enhance the popularity of the website, but it will also attract covetous eyes. A newcomer like Lu Chen, who only signed an ordinary contract, is simply the best target for poaching. If Whale TV is still hesitant at this time, maybe they will lose a new star. Fang Xiaohui didn't take Lu Chen very seriously. He just wanted to set up a model for his own project. Now that he heard Wu Hongming's words, he finally got serious. Then when the event is over, talk to him about the new contract. The general manager hesitated and said, Manager Wu, you talked to him about the new anchor contract. At the critical moment, he still chose Wu Hongming. The vision and character of this old minister are trustworthy. Wu Hongming nodded and said, I will take people to the capital tomorrow morning and talk to him face to face. The executives present were all surprised. They never thought that Wu Hongming would attach so much importance to Lu Chen. The last time Wu Hongming personally met with an anchor to talk about the contract was last year. At that time, he signed the current #1 female anchor of Whale TV, Qing'er Baby, and he went so far away from the capital. A senior official couldn't help but say, then he should have been given a better contract. A better contract has a longer time limit and a higher binding force. But for this kind of low-level hindsight, Wu Hongming simply despised it. This contract of 50,000 signing fee was almost beaten back by the finance department. Whale TV has a lot of venture capital, and the finance department has great authority in fund management. The other party was suddenly speechless. Old Wang, the manager of the finance department, twitched his face and decided to be a dead dog. Wu Hongming slapped him in the face and asked, how much authority did the company give me to negotiate this time? If it's less than 500,000 signing fee, then don't talk about it. Whoever wants to talk can go. He glanced at the manager of the brokerage department, intentionally or unintentionally. The eloquent young woman didn't say anything. If Wu Hongming had said at the beginning that he would give Lu Chen at least 500,000 signing fee, it was estimated that no one would have agreed. Now that she understands the situation and knows that Lu Chen sold a song for 200,000 yuan, the 500,000 signing fee is really nothing. She even regrets in her heart. If she could sign Lu Chen with an ordinary artist contract, her brokerage department would have a trump card. A real trump card. At 9:45, Whale TV, Lu Fei's live broadcast room, online popularity, 936224. Lu Chen's live broadcast is still going on, but the time for the PK theme show is over. What he has to do now is to wait for the final ranking with nearly 1 million online viewers in the live broadcast room. It's a suffocating wait. I'm suddenly so nervous, as if I'm waiting for my final report card. Report card +1. All of you, tell me, where can our master Lu Fei be ranked? Lu Fei de is, of course, #1. Is there a need to ask? Of course, it's impossible to be first. As long as he rushes to the top 5, he will win. I guess it should be 5th or 4th. If he's not in the top 5, I'll eat my keyboard live. I guess 3rd. The contents of the barrage in the live broadcast room have all turned into speculation about the ranking, all kinds of predictions, bets, and ridicule. On the contrary, Lu Chen completely relaxed. In the 90-minute live show, he sang a total of 8 original works and did his best. Although there were twists and turns in the middle, he should have interpreted the theme of graduation season very well. I believe that this should be able to win the praise of the media judges. As for other indexes, Lu Chen has also broken through his previous peak, especially the interaction with Xianxia Baby, which has brought him a lot of popularity. If he can't get into the top 5, then, Whale TV, is shady, he calmly thanked the local tycoons and fans who rewarded him, so that his throat was a little dry. In fact, even if he didn't get into the top 5, Lu Chen's harvest in the evening was great. In addition to the surge in popularity and followers, the new fishball reward reached 170T+, which can be withdrawn for 110,000 yuan. He earned 110,000 yuan in an hour and a half of live broadcast. What else is Lu Chen not satisfied with? In the past, he might not even be able to save enough money for 2 years if he worked double jobs. He understands the principle of contentment, and his mentality is naturally calm. At this time, an eye-catching system prompt appeared on the screen. System prompt: the ranking of the PK theme show anchor has been determined, and the top 5 winners will be announced. There was a sudden burst of cheers in the live broadcast room. It's out. The top 5 are finally out. I've been waiting for this moment for the whole night. Lu Feida will definitely win. I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. That's for sure. Our anchor will definitely be in the top 5. If I don't get into the top 5, I'll eat my keyboard live. Wait for me, the one eating keyboard in front. I'll eat the mouse. Although Lu Chen was very relaxed, he could not help but be affected by the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. He couldn't help but straighten his back. The next moment, a big 5 appeared on the screen. It shone with a golden light, and it was so bright that it could blind a dog's eyes. System notification: congratulations streamer Lady Rain, the theme Rainy Day is ranked number 5, PK index 5575. Number 5 is Yu Gij, the popular female anchor of Whale TV live show. Everyone's hearts were in their throats because the appearance of a streamer meant the disappearance of a ranking. No one knew if Lu Chen would appear in the system notification. And the higher the ranking, the smaller the hope. Number 4, Anchor Sun, the theme Afternoon Sunshine, PK index 6210. Sun is also a frontline anchor of live show. His live broadcast style is actually very similar to Lu Chen. He is very handsome, can play the guitar, piano, violin, and dances very well. He often runs to the square to fight with others. In this PK theme show, Sun is undoubtedly Lu Chen's most powerful opponent. Although the two are not fighting one-on-one, Sun is ranked 4th, which brings a lot of pressure to Lu Chen. Because there are only 3 places left, Lu Fei's live broadcast room was silent, and there were only a few comments on the screen. Number 3, Anchor Xiaogu, the theme Thunder Fury, PK index 9750. Xiaogu is a game anchor. He is also ranked in the top 10 strategic experts in the popular online game, Planet Overlord. His competitive live broadcast can attract the support of millions of fans, and his popularity has always been very strong. Xiaogu took the 3rd place, leaving only the champion and the runner-up. It is certain that the champion basically belongs to Xianxia Baby, the first female anchor of Whale TV. Seeing that the 3rd place is still not Lu Chen, there was finally a pessimistic voice in the live broadcast room. It's over, Xiaogu is 3rd, I'm afraid our anchor, that's really dangerous. It's okay, even if we can't get the top 5, we have all worked hard together. Don't be so pessimistic, maybe it's 2nd place? Come on, Lu Feida, come on. No matter what, I support the anchor big. Support +1, Lu Chen thought about it and said into the microphone, no matter what the result is, I want to thank everyone for their support. As soon as his voice fell, a big golden 2 appeared on the screen. The runner-up appeared, system notification: congratulations to anchor Lu Fei, the theme graduation season is ranked number 2, PK index 9790, 2nd place? 2nd place? Lu Fei, many people couldn't believe their eyes. Yes. Lu Chen reacted the fastest. He immediately clenched his fists and waved them hard. At the same time, he roared loudly. A great joy drowned him in an instant. Lu Chen thought that he could face victory or failure calmly, but when the runner-up position of the PK theme show fell on his head, he still felt extremely excited. A week of hard work and preparation was not in vain, and what was very rare was that he defeated Xiao Gu by a small margin of 40 points. The reward for the champion of the PK theme show is 300,000, and the popular anchor on the homepage will be pushed 3 times. The reward for the runner-up is 200,000 plus 2 big push. The third place is 100,000 plus 1 big push. The fourth and fifth place are both 50,000 bonuses. A 40-point win means that Lu Chen got a double reward. The live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Hooray! Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. The victory belongs to our Lu Feide. Congratulations to Lu Feide for being the runner-up. Second place, I said top 3, and I was right. I guessed second place. I really didn't expect that he really won the top 3. It's not easy. In fact, this is very normal. Our anchor has such strength. Strength +1. It's so cool. Lu Jijun sent a red envelope in the group. Everyone, go and grab it. What's the group number? 10,000-ton copper ball. Although it was not the highest championship, for Lu Chen's hundreds of thousands of fans, the weight of this runner-up is not much different from that of the championship, and it is worth celebrating. It must be known that before the start of the PK theme show, all of Lu Chen's data was the lowest among the 24 anchors. In the live broadcast, he struggled to catch up and climbed higher and higher. He was also attacked by the black tide of haters, but he still had the last laugh. Lu Chen's efforts and talent were seen and heard by everyone. He won the runner-up title and deserved it. As for the champion's crown, it was taken by Qinger Baby without any suspense. PK Index 15200, but the audience in Lu Fei's live broadcast room did not care about the championship. They were all celebrating Lu Chen with barrage and fishballs as much as they could, as if celebrating their own victory. Today was Victory Day. Lu Jijun's supergroup also exploded, because the Tycoon Li Bai was giving out red envelopes. The mood of Lu Chen's #1 Tycoon fan was more cheerful than that of Lu Chen. Lu Chen won the runner-up in the PK, and he also won the bet with Arthes. He had both face and substance, and his life was perfect from then on. Thousands of red envelopes were given out. The Tycoon was so capricious, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Bai bought 10 more supergroups in one breath and posted them in the live broadcast room, attracting countless fans to join the group to grab the victory red envelopes. Although these audiences were not loyal at the moment, there would eventually be a group of fans who were willing to stay and continue to support Lu Chen's broadcasting career. Lu Chen picked up the guitar again and thanked all his fans with the song Thank You. This was his victory day, and he believed that tomorrow would be even better. At 10 p.m., Lu Chen ended the live broadcast. At this time, he received a phone call, and the number showed that it was from Shanghai City. When Lu Chen saw the area code displayed on the screen of his mobile phone, the first thought that came to his mind was, the person who sent money came. Shanghai City, CBD Central Business District, 68th floor of Fortune Building. Starlight Show, headquarters. At 10 o'clock in the evening, it was still brightly lit. The special nature of the live platform requires employees to often work night shifts. Zhang Guangjie half leaned on the big office chair and stared at the 32-inch big screen in front of him with gloomy eyes. There seemed to be a huge storm forming in his eyes, which would erupt with terrible power at any time. This 40-year-old middle-aged man was thin and tall, with an ordinary appearance. He belonged to the kind of passerby who couldn't be found in the crowd. But more than 200 employees of StarryLive Media Company have a deep memory of his image. Because Zhang Guangjie is the CEO of StarryLive Media Company. He is strong with an iron fist and works swiftly and decisively. If any employee is careless and caught by him, then the end is often very miserable. Since he took charge of StarryLive Media Company, the number of employees he has personally fired has reached double digits, and at this moment, the CEO's face was covered with a dark cloud, indicating that his anger has accumulated to a high level. Just waiting for the victim to appear, ring. The phone beside the computer suddenly rang, and the red light flashed, indicating that the call request came from the internal line. Zhang Guangjie reached out and pressed the answer button. The secretary's gentle and sweet voice sounded on the phone. President Zhang, Manager Zhao is here. Zhang Guangjie said, let him in. After that, he cut off the call. After a while, a man with a thin face, small eyes, and a hooked nose pushed open the office door and came in. When he saw Zhang Guangjie, he immediately asked respectfully, President Zhang, are you looking for me? Zhang Guangjie nodded expressionlessly, sit down. The thin-faced man subconsciously swallowed his saliva and carefully sat down opposite Zhang Guangjie. Zhao Depeng is the manager of StarryLive Media's Operation Management Department. He is an authoritative figure in the Operations Management Department. But in the face of Zhang Guangjie, he is no different from ordinary employees. He is a mouse, and Zhang Guangjie is a cat. Everything has its vanquisher. Zhao Depeng knows very well that as long as Zhang Guangjie says a word, he can roll down from the throne of the Operations Management Manager. After sitting down, Zhang Guangjie didn't speak and stared at Zhao Depeng until the latter's forehead was sweating. Zhang Guangjie suddenly asked, Manager Zhao, how long have you been in StarryLive Media? Zhao Depeng quickly replied, 2 years, almost 2 years. Starlight Show has not been established for a long time, so Zhao Depeng is also an old employee. Almost 2 years, Zhang Guangjie sighed and said, I remember that you came from Whale TV. For the past 2 years, you have helped the company unearth quite a number of talents. For StarryLive to be able to develop to its current scale, you have contributed a lot. Zhao Depeng had the urge to burst into tears. He thought he had made a big mistake. Now listening to Zhang Guangjie's tone, it seemed that he wanted to promote him. He could not help but relax, secretly laughing at his own suspicions. However, in the next moment, Zhao Depeng's mood instantly fell into hell. However, many employees have responded that you act arbitrarily in your work and do not tolerate the opinions of others. Recently, the company has also received complaints from several anchors, accusing them of being treated unfairly by the operations management. Zhang Guangjie looked at Zhao Depeng mockingly and asked, Manager Zhao, what's your explanation for this? The sweat on Zhao Depeng's forehead came out again, and he argued, Mr. Zhang, let's not talk about that. As soon as he wanted to explain a few words, he was rudely interrupted by Zhang Guangjie. Explain first, what's going on? The CEO of StarryLive Media reached out and turned the display in front of him 180 degrees and showed it to Zhao Depeng. Zhao Depeng's face turned red in an instant. What was displayed on the screen was the form of Whale TV. Zhao Depeng was very familiar with it because he was a senior executive of Whale TV 2 years ago. But this was not the reason why his face was flushed, but the content of the post opened in the forum. This post was pinned high in the Lujiajun fish nest section. Its content included a picture and hundreds of words of complaint, saying that the anchor Lu Fei was suppressed by super administrator in Starlight Show, and was forced to sign an overbearing contract. Finally, his account was blocked and there was no way to complain. The super administrator 002 in the screenshot is not Zhao Depeng. Super Administrator 001 is Zhang Guangjie. Zhao Depeng almost spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. He had long forgotten about this matter, because he had encountered more than 1 or 2 small anchors who did not know how to appreciate favors, and he had never seen anyone who could set off any storm at all. If he wanted to suppress, then he would suppress. If he wanted to ban, then he would ban. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. The anchors under Starlight Show, except for a few top gods, are they not at his mercy? But Zhao Depeng now knows that even among the newcomers, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. This pinned post was like a heavy slap to his face. It didn't matter if he didn't know before, but now he was exposed by Zhang Guangjie. Where could he put his face? Zhang Guangjie said lightly, I don't interfere in the affairs of the Operations Management Department because I trust Manager Zhao. This anchor named Lu Fei signed a contract with Whale TV after our Starlight Show account was banned. In less than a month, Lu Fei's highest popularity in Whale TV has exceeded 1 million, and he won the runner-up in the just-ended PK theme show. His current audience is more than 750,000. The people in the brokerage department have seen his live performance and evaluated him as a talented newcomer. What do you think of this, Manager Zhao? Zhao Depeng finally understood why Zhang Guangjie called him to the office alone. What employees accused the anchor and complained were trivial matters. What really killed him was that he missed a promising newcomer. At present, Starlight Show is spending a lot of money to dig up talents everywhere. His mistake is simply unforgivable, and there is no way to quibble. It is clear in the post, there are pictures and the truth. Zhao Depeng's mouth was full of bitterness, and he couldn't find a suitable reason to defend himself. Moreover, Zhang Guangjie is a ruthless character who doesn't rub sand in his eyes. Denying it will only make the CEO more disgusted. He bowed his head and said painfully, "President Zhang, this is all my fault. I will find a way to make up for it." Zhang Guangjie sighed. His right index finger tapped the table gently, as if he was thinking. Zhao Depeng was like a prisoner waiting to be sentenced, frightened and fearful. After a long time, Zhang Guangjie asked, "How are you going to make up for it?" Zhao Depeng was suddenly refreshed, like a drowning man who found a life-saving straw. He quickly said, "There should be information about this anchor in the server. I will contact him right away and give him a high-paying contract. Isn't the brokerage department optimistic about him? Then give him another artist contract. I don't believe we can't poach him." When it comes to poaching people, Zhao Depeng is simply possessed by a god. All his confidence returned to him in an instant. Zhao Depeng came from Whale TV. After jumping to Starlight Show, he poached more than a dozen anchors from Whale TV. In terms of poaching people, he is really not afraid of anyone. Zhang Guangjie nodded and said, "I have already asked someone to understand. Lu Fei is still signing an ordinary contract. His signing fee is 50,000 yuan, but Whale TV will definitely re-sign a new contract with him. You don't have much time." Zhao Depeng knew that Zhang Guangjie said that he would not interfere in the affairs of the operations management department. In fact, the CEO has a strong control over the company, and he also has a lot of insiders in his hands, so he is very well informed. That's great. He immediately stood up and said, "I will contact Lu Fei right away and talk to him face to face." Tomorrow. Zhang Guangjie said, "He should be in Beijing. You should go and come back quickly. The company will also hold a similar event recently." Zhao Depeng knew that he had finally broken through this hurdle. He quickly said, "I will ask someone to book a ticket immediately." Zhang Guangjie nodded again and said, "Old Zhao, I have given you the opportunity. If this matter is still messed up, then I have no reason to help you suppress the opposition within the company. Do you understand?" Zhao Depeng listened with a chill in his heart. He suddenly felt that the temperature of the office's air conditioning was too low. End of chapter 66. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.